You're clearly a once-in-a-lifetime genius, yet the entire school mocks you as a good-for-nothing beastmaster who can't even beat a stray dog until the moment the practical exam begins. A piercing alarm tears through the ruins as an overwhelming tide of mutated rats surges toward you. The so-called martial arts prodigies are so terrified they wet themselves, and the supervising teacher closes his eyes in despair. Just as a bloodthirsty maw was about to tear your throat apart, you didn't even flinch. A spine-chilling shadow shot skyward. Ding! Dark Knight Beast's full power mode activated. The air was instantly sucked dry as a terrifying behemoth, exuding the aura of the abyss, crashed down onto the ground, its overwhelming might instantly crushing hundreds of rats into a mist of blood. Standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood, you watched the forced contract 35% flicker before your eyes, a wildly arrogant smirk curling at the corners of your mouth. The behemoth has descended a cataclysmic apocalypse. In their struggle for survival, humanity embarked on the path of martial arts, yet they continued to suffer defeat after defeat. Lu, with his martial arts talent maxed out, resolutely chose to change his class to become a beastmaster. Beastmaster, ruler of all beasts. No matter how powerful a behemoth is, it's still just a beast. The starry sky titan is formidable? Even the supreme martial artist was taken down in a single move? Excellent. Come guard my home and protect my estate. The nine-headed fire dragon is invincible? It burns mountains, boils the seas, devours the heavens, and destroys the world? Not bad. I've been needing a flashy mount anyway. Chapter 1, A Heretical Youth? A Fallen Genius? 50 years ago, the abyss descended. Exotic beasts swarmed the skies, and behemoths hundreds of meters tall surged from the abyss to invade human homelands. City after city turned to ruins, nation after nation was erased from the annals of history. To protect humanity's last refuge, we must unite and grow stronger. Only the way of the warrior can save humanity from the brink of destruction. As the New Year's awakening season arrives, new students must choose the warrior class. Do not select any other profession and stray from the right path. Luo City. On line 2 of the tram. The onboard TV is airing the New Year's new student awakening promotional video. Rousing music, paired with the tragic backdrop of the city's ruins, sends a surge of excitement through the hearts of many young boys and girls on board. I will definitely succeed in my martial arts awakening today. Holy crap, was that our Huaxia martial god speaking on TV just now? It's the martial god himself. Legend has it he once fought a sacred radiance tier behemoth all by himself and emerged undefeated. A sacred radiance tier behemoth? Good heavens! That must be over 10,000 meters tall. No wonder he is the martial god. By the way, what did the martial god mean by that last reminder? Be sure to class change to warrior. Do not stray from the path. Is there actually anyone who doesn't class change to warrior? A girl with twin ponytails blinked curiously as she asked. As soon as her words fell, the entire train fell into a momentary silence. After quite a while, a boy who looked like an upperclassman snorted derisively and said, "He is talking about Lu, of course. During last year's martial awakening, he reached a 9-star martial talent, but instead of class changing to a warrior, he went and class changed to some bullshit beastmaster. A year has passed, and all the other warriors from his class have reached tier 2 or even higher, but he is still stuck at tier 2 and his combat power hasn't improved one bit. He turned his back on being a martial arts prodigy just to become some useless beastmaster. And now, with the martial god calling him out like this, he has brought shame upon the whole of Huaxia." Upon hearing this, the girl with twin ponytails' eyes widened as she realized. Lu? That super handsome upperclassman from Luo City First High? Oh my god. I actually had a crush on him. Hearing this, the senior boy frowned and couldn't help but say, "In this era of the behemoth cataclysm, what good is being handsome?" By switching to the Beastmaster class, he has completely ruined his future. He probably won't even get into college. In the rear car of the tram stood the upright silhouette of a young boy. The boy had delicate features and a handsome, sunny appearance. Even the pretty young woman sitting next to him couldn't help but steal a few glances his way. Bro, they're talking about you behind your back again. Beside the boy, a chubby kid nudged his arm with his shoulder and whispered, "That's right." This young man was none other than the very useless beastmaster Lou the students were talking about. As for the chubby boy, he was Lou's childhood friend and best buddy, named Zhang. Both were students at Luo City First High School. Around this time last year, they participated in the martial arts awakening. The difference was that Zhang, like 99.99% of the others, had chosen to become a warrior. But Lu had abandoned his 9-star martial arts talent and resolutely chosen to become a useless beastmaster. Martial arts talent is ranked from 1 star to 9 stars, from lowest to highest. Before Lu, Luo City hadn't produced a single genius with 9-star talent in 50 years. Lu was the first. An absolute martial arts genius, the kind of peerless genius. But precisely because of this, his decision a year ago to abandon martial arts for beast mastering is still criticized to this day by countless teachers, students, and even the common folk of Luo City. "Fatso, do you think I made the wrong choice back then?" Lu gazed out the window, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Zhang scratched his head and replied without hesitation, "Although I don't know why you chose to become a beastmaster, but I'm sure you had your reasons for doing it. Those people who talk behind your back will definitely get their comeuppance one day. You'll crush them and rub them into the ground." As he spoke, the fat guy even pumped his fist, as if cheering Lu on. Hearing this, Lu merely smiled. With a flick of his thoughts, he brought up his personal information panel, visible only to himself. At the very bottom of the panel was a line of eye-catching text. "Beastmaster power charging. Charging progress, 9,999%. Lu's gaze fell on those last few 9s, and he nodded with satisfaction. A whole year of hard work was finally about to bear fruit. Even Lu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion deep inside, and the corners of his mouth instinctively curled upward. After the tram pulled into the station, a swarm of students poured into Luo City First High School. Lu and Jian waved goodbye and headed toward their respective classrooms. Building 3. Senior 3, Class 9. No sooner had Lu reached the doorway than he was called aside into the hallway by his homeroom teacher, Wang, before he could even step inside. This scene was witnessed by quite a few students coming and going, who immediately shot Lu sarcastic and contemptuous glances. As expected, this useless beastmaster was about to get scolded again. Wang. Lu, feeling the mocking stares from all directions, remained completely unfazed and calmly addressed him. "Ah." Seeing this, Wang stared at Lu for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh. "Still Tier 2? Wang fell silent for a while, then suddenly asked. Lu nodded and replied honestly, "Still Tier 2. Hearing this, the look of disappointment on Wang's face deepened. A whole year had passed. Other students who had class changed to warrior were at least at the Tier 2 level. The top students had even reached Tier 2, Stage 4. But Lu was still stuck at Tier 2, making no progress. Wang looked deeply at Lu, recalling the principal's repeated instructions from that morning, and couldn't help but say, "I'm not going to hold it against you now for why you didn't switch to warrior back then and chose to become a beastmaster instead. I'm sure after a year, you must be deeply regretting it yourself. With your talent back then a whopping 9 stars, if you'd chosen warrior, you'd probably be at level 4 or even level 5 by now, and you'd be Luo City's #1 prodigy. But it's okay. You still have a chance to make up for that mistake." The principal managed to get his hands on a precious artifact from the imperial capital that can solve your current problem. As he spoke, Wang held out his hand, presenting a translucent stone that glowed faintly. Lu looked at it, and information appeared. Class Reset Stone. Allows you to clear your current class selection and undergo martial awakening and class change anew. With just a glance, Lu looked away. He turned to Wang and shook his head earnestly. "Honestly, I don't need it." Hearing this, Wang immediately grew anxious. "What do you mean, you don't need it?" "This is a treasure the martial god personally obtained from Sanctuary just for you. If you use it, you can change your class again. Today happens to be the awakening day for the new year. If you use it now, I'll take you to change your class to warrior right away. Even though you've wasted a year, with your 9-star martial arts talent, you'll definitely be able to catch up in no time. Listening to Wang's heartfelt words, Lu was moved, but he still shook his head firmly. Wang. I, Lu, appreciate the goodwill of you, the principal, and that martial god. I will definitely repay this kindness once I've grown stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang burst out laughing in exasperation, unable to contain himself as he shouted. Grow stronger? It's been a year and you're still tier 2. Even your pet is just a chubby house cat, you can't even beat a stray dog on the street. How do you expect to grow stronger? Upon hearing this, Lu was just about to speak. When? Ding! A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Beastmaster power charging complete. Current progress, 100%. Advance now? Chapter 2, Advancement. King Tier Talent Awakens. It's here. It's finally here. Hearing this notification, a smile appeared on Lu's usually stoic face for the first time. Over the past year, he had trained day and night. Aside from eating and sleeping, he had devoted every waking moment to training all for this very moment. As a Beastmaster, he could cultivate mana, but unlike other warriors, he couldn't use it to advance his cultivation level or in battle. All the mana he cultivated was absorbed by the Beastmaster realm and transformed into Beastmaster power. Beastmaster power is a special ability unique to Beastmasters. And only with sufficient Beastmaster power can a Beastmaster advance. After lying low for an entire year, enduring countless cold stares and taunts, Lu had done it all for today, for this very moment. Advance. Some might wonder, isn't moving from tier 2 to tier 2 still just a useless Beastmaster? But in reality it's a world of difference. Lu had no time to listen to Wang's earnest advice right now. He silently chanted in his heart, advance. The very next moment, Lu felt a vast ocean of Beastmaster power flowing out from the Beastmaster realm within his body, surging through every fiber of his being. All his attributes were rapidly increasing. Especially his mental power, which had grown immeasurably stronger. But compared to all that, what Lu was truly concerned about were the Beastmaster talents that could only be unlocked after advancing. The true King Tier talents. Before advancing, this talent was grayed out, it could only be viewed, not used. But after advancing, it was finally unlocked. You have advanced to Tier 2. Second Beastmaster talent activated. View personal panel. With a single thought, a virtual panel visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Name, Lu. Class, Beastmaster Unique. Unique, you are the only Beastmaster in all the heavens and worlds, unprecedented and unmatched. Many people didn't understand Lu's unconventional decision a year ago to abandon martial arts for beasts. But in reality, this was the reason. Unique. At the awakening and class change ceremony a year ago, everyone saw only Lu's 9-star martial arts talent. But in reality, what Lu saw was an option shimmering with rainbow-colored light Beastmaster Unique. The one and only class unique across all realms. With almost no hesitation, Lu made his choice instantly. A 9-star martial arts talent, while powerful, is not one of a kind. Across all of Huaxia, 9-star talents are rare, but there are still several known examples, such as that martial god, who also possessed a 9-star talent back then. Perhaps there are even higher level, hidden talents beyond 9 stars. Should he be an ordinary martial arts master, or become the one and only Beastmaster across all realms? This wasn't even a choice, it was a foregone conclusion. And the moment Lu made his choice and saw his personal stats panel, he knew he hadn't made a mistake. As the Beastmaster of all realms, his perk far exceeded everyone's imagination. Beastmaster Passive. 1A Beastmaster can cultivate, but the mana gained from cultivation enters the Beastmaster realm and is converted into Beastmaster power. 2 Beastmaster power cannot be used in combat, it can only be used for Beastmaster advancement and to contract beasts. 3 Each time a Beastmaster advances, they gain 1 contract beast slot. Lu's gaze quickly swept over these lines. His true cheat lay in the Beastmaster talents. Beastmaster talents. Each time a Beastmaster advances, they unlock one talent skill. Tier 1 talent. Once any living creature becomes your contracted beast, all genetic restraints are removed, unlocking unlimited potential for evolution and growth. This was a talent Lu had possessed since his awakening. But what Lu was concerned with right now was the second talent. The King Tier talent he worked tirelessly for an entire year to finally unlock. Tier 2 talent. Your contracted beasts are not subject to any tier restrictions. The higher a beast S tier, the lower the probability of a successful contract. However, you can use Beastmaster power to increase the contract probability up to a maximum of 100%. Looking at this talent, which had finally turned from grey to bright and was fully unlocked, Lu finally smiled. Even though he had read these few lines countless times over the past year. At this moment, Lu's heart was still racing with excitement. No tier restrictions on contracted beasts. And he could even use Beastmaster power to increase the contract success rate. What did that even mean? I can contract a behemoth. A 100% success rate. A voice rang out deep within Lu's heart. Before he had this talent, as a Beastmaster, Lu could only contract pets of a tier no higher than his own. For example, when he was Tier 2, he could only contract Tier 2 pets. Tier 2 pets were off limits. But now, with this talent, forget Tier 2. Lu can now directly contract even those behemoths that transcend Tier 2. You must understand. This is the era of the behemoth cataclysm. Virtually every creature worthy of the name behemoth possesses terrifying power. Warrior strength, from lowest to highest, is divided into Tier 2 to Tier 2. Above Tier 2 lie King Tier, King Tier, King Tier, and King Tier. To date, not a single behemoth that has ever appeared has been below King Tier. The strongest human, the martial god of Huaxia, is King Tier. And as for King Tier behemoths, no one on the entire Blue Star knows how many there are. Hundreds, even thousands. What's even more terrifying is, for human warriors, King Tier seems to be the pinnacle of cultivation. That martial god was already at King Tier 10 years ago. 10 years have passed, and he remains at King Tier reportedly. There is no clue as to how to break through this tier. But what about the behemoths? As far as humans currently know, there are at least 10 King Tier behemoths on Blue Star alone. And after unlocking this talent, theoretically, as long as Lu's Beastmaster power is sufficient, he could even directly contract a King Tier behemoth. What would it be like to have a King Tier behemoth as a pet? Lu was really looking forward to it. But anticipation aside, Lu didn't let his excitement cloud his judgment. After all, he was still just a lowly Tier 2 Beastmaster. If he really tried to contract a King Tier behemoth, he'd likely be killed by the shockwaves before he even got close. I wonder what my chances are of contracting a King Tier behemoth right now. A thought crossed Lu's mind. He immediately activated his second talent skill. That's right. This skill can be used actively, and once activated, it displays the probability of a successful contract. Contract target set to King Tier behemoth. Beastmaster's current tier, Tier 2. Success probability, 5%. Only 5%? Lu furrowed his brow and thought to himself, what if I use all my Beastmaster power? According to the talent skill, he could use Beastmaster power to increase the probability with no upper limit, reaching up to 100%. Calculating. Calculation successful. Using all current Beastmaster power will increase the success probability to 35%. If the Beastmaster advances to Tier 2, this probability will increase to 55%. If the Beastmaster advances to Tier 4, this probability can rise to 65%. If the Beastmaster advances to Tier 7, this probability can rise to 95%. If the Beastmaster advances to Tier 8, this probability can rise to 100%. Chapter 3, Taming a Behemoth as a Pet? Whoa! Lu couldn't help but gasp at that moment. It wasn't that he wanted to contribute to combating global warming, it was just that, this was way too outrageous. even though he mentally prepared himself to some extent. This probability still far exceeded his expectations. At Tier 8, he have a 100% chance of contracting a King Tier behemoth. It seemed like Tier 8 wasn't that far from King Tier, right? But in reality, a behemoth's combat power far surpasses that of even the strongest human martial artists. 5 years ago, there was a major news story that shook all of China. A King Tier behemoth emerged from the abyss, and humanity dispatched 10 supreme martial artists to hunt it down. Supreme martial artists, that is, King Tier martial artists. Yet the outcome of that battle left countless people feeling as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar. Of the 10 masters, 5 perished and 5 were gravely wounded. Yet even at such a devastating cost, the behemoth was merely driven back into the abyss. That was all. Forget about killing it, they didn't even manage to seriously wound the behemoth. In a 10-on-1 battle, humanity suffered a crushing defeat. The behemoth's combat power far surpasses that of human martial arts masters. Some behemoths with exceptionally terrifying innate combat abilities can even reach the level of fighting 1 against 100. Therefore, the fact that Lu, a 8th tier practitioner, can 100% contract a King Tier behemoth and make it his own, is absolutely news that would drive countless people wild if it got out. Even that martial god would likely be so shocked he'd lose his composure. But Lu, his ambition runs even deeper. Reaching Tier 8 is a 100% probability. But actually, it doesn't necessarily need to be 100%. As long as there's a probability of at least 50%, it's definitely worth a try. Never mind a 50% probability. Even now, with Lu currently at Tier 2, if he channels all his Beastmaster power, he still has a 35% chance of success. If only a King Tier behemoth were standing right before Lu's eyes right now, Lu would actually dare to give it a shot. If by some chance he succeeded, he'd skyrocket to new heights on the spot. And even if he failed, it wouldn't be a big deal, he'd just have to spend a little more time rebuilding his Beastmaster power. At this thought, a devilish voice even echoed in Lu's mind. Let us head out of the city. What if I found a King Tier behemoth and the contract succeeded right away? A 35% chance isn't low at all, it's worth a try. Lu took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the devilish impulse. His gaze returned to the talent panel. Talent skills. Tier 1 talent. Tier 2 talent. Tier 3 talent, you can share your pet's realm, strength, talents, skills, and bloodline. The sharing ratio is determined by your Beastmaster rank and can reach up to 100%. This talent is unlocked after advancing to Tier 2. Tier 4 talent, insufficient energy, can be viewed after advancing to Tier 2 Beastmaster. Lu, to be honest, he couldn't find the words to describe his feelings right now. A talent that could only be unlocked at Tier 2, and it was another King Tier talent. Sharing a pet's strength. And it's not just strength, it includes every skill, talent, and even bloodline. As far as Lu knew, the fundamental reason human warriors couldn't match a behemoth in one-on-one combat lay in their talents and skills. The vast majority of warriors could only use martial arts, only a tiny handful of exceptionally gifted individuals could master elemental martial arts. But what about those behemoths? They routinely wiped the battlefield with skills on the level of apocalyptic forbidden spells. Some behemoths even possess the taboo-like resurrection talent. And if Lu were to unlock Tier 2 talents by sharing his pet's skills and talents, Lu could even transform into a human form behemoth. Are Beastmasters really limited to fighting through their pets, while they themselves are frail and utterly powerless? That makes no sense. As long as his pet is powerful enough, Lu would even dare to say he could shatter a star with a single punch. But the next moment, a series of intense fluctuations emanated from Lu's beast space, snapping him back to reality. And when he saw the scene inside the beast space, Lu couldn't help but feel another wave of delight. I never expected that as I advanced to Tier 2, K-Sante would finally evolve successfully. At that moment, inside the Beastmaster space, the black cat, which had been lying there snoring away, looking as plump as a pig, suddenly opened its eyes. Its name was Sante, Louis' very first pet beast. At first, it had been nothing more than an ordinary house cat. For the past year, it had remained in Louis' Beastmaster realm, continuously absorbing Beastmaster power. Finally, it was about to undergo its own evolution and transformation. Meow? Sante widened its eyes, seemingly puzzled by the changes in its body. The next moment, a blindingly bright light completely engulfed its form. A giant cocoon, nearly half a person's height, materialized out of thin air. Inside the cocoon, a black shadow was undergoing a mysterious transformation. Its aura was growing stronger at a rate visible to the naked eye. Perhaps in just a few hours, the evolved Sante would be able to meet Lou. Lou? Have you made up your mind yet? Lou. In the hallway, Wang stared at Lou, who was lost in a daze and occasionally broke into a dumb grin, and felt an inexplicable sense of worry welling up inside him. This kid. Could it be that all the trauma he has endured over the past year has driven him mad? Hey! Hearing Wang's repeated calls, Lou finally snapped out of it. Good, you're not crazy after all. Seeing that Lou's eyes had regained their clarity, Wang instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Then he pressed the question again. Have you thought it over? Should you give up the Beastmaster class and switch to Warrior? Just nod your head, and I'll use the artifact right now to clear your class, then take you through the Awakening class change. Wang fixed his gaze on Lou, his eyes brimming with hope that Lou would turn over a new leaf. Unfortunately, that hope was destined to be dashed. After awakening a series of king-tier talents, each more mind-blowing than the last, how could Lou possibly give up the Beastmaster class? Martial arts can't save humanity. Only magic can defeat magic. Wang, I've made up my mind. I don't want to give up the Beastmaster class to choose martial arts. Please understand. As soon as Lou finished speaking, the light seemed to vanish from Wang's eyes in an instant. Ah! A long, deep sigh. Wang stared at Lou for quite a while, stammering for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say a single word. But before leaving, he still handed Lou the precious class reset stone. At the same time, a reminder or perhaps a warning came from afar. The choice is ultimately yours. But this afternoon is the final exam for your class. All students, including you, must take the exam. The exam requires you to hunt down a mutated exotic beast outside the city. Only by passing the exam will you qualify to take the National College Entrance exam in a month. If you fail the exam, not only will you lose your eligibility for the college entrance exam, but you'll also be expelled from school. That's all I have to say. The choice is yours. Hearing this, Lou, who was in the hallway, raised an eyebrow. A student assessment? Hunting a mutated exotic beast outside the city? This assessment sure comes at the perfect time. Sante in my storage space will definitely finish evolving by this afternoon. It'll be the perfect chance to see just how powerful it is. Chapter 4, Having the School Beauty as My Deskmate. The bell rang. Lou stepped through the door of Class 9, Senior 3, right on time. And at that very moment, the classroom, which had been buzzing with chatter and chaos just a second ago, fell instantly silent. Dozens of gazes, each carrying a different meaning, landed on Lou. Some were sarcastic, some derisive, some curious, and some expectant. There was only one pair of expectant eyes. From the very front row, a girl with a ponytail, wearing a white skirt, her slender legs sheathed in white stockings, and a fresh, lovely face. Lou, hurry over. The teacher will be here any minute. The girl's name was Jiang Shuiying, and she was Lou's deskmate. She was also the only person in the entire Class 9 of Senior 3 who hadn't given Lou the cold shoulder or kicked him when he was down over the past year. You didn't eat breakfast again, did you? Lou had just sat down when Jiang Shuiying handed him a steaming meat bun. Lou didn't hesitate, he took it and bit right into it. The rich meat juices spread throughout his mouth. Is it good? It's delicious. Even though he'd been eating these meat buns for 4 whole years, Lou still thought they tasted amazing. Although to this day he still didn't know where the buns came from, since Jiang Shuiying was always the one who brought them to him. Of course. Have a sip of soy milk too, don't choke on it. Jiang Shuiying's face lit up with a radiant smile. She handed Lou a cup of steaming hot soy milk. Lou bit down on the straw and took a big, deep sip. Meat buns and hot soy milk, a perfect match. Lou offered his usual praise. Jiang Shuiying, who had been watching him from the side, immediately broke into a radiant smile, revealing her 2 little front teeth. Sitting in the row behind them were 2 boys. Seeing this scene yet again, they felt a pang of envy. Damn it! What is so great about Lou anyway? He is just a little good looking, that is all. Is it really worth it for Jiang, the school's top beauty, to treat him like this year after year? Su Shang, wearing glasses, couldn't help but mutter under his breath. His desk partner, Lin Changyuan, who sat directly behind Lou, also looked gloomy upon seeing this scene. But he didn't say a word, he just stared intently at the back of Lou's head, lost in his own thoughts. Su Shang. Why do you have to spout so much nonsense? I like Lou, so what if I brought him breakfast? You say it every single day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing the same thing over and over. Jiang Shuiying clearly wasn't the quiet type either. Or rather, her calm and gentle demeanor was something she only displayed when facing Lou. Hearing Su Sheng's muttering from the back row, she whipped her head around and snapped, her tone sharp. Seeing this, Su Sheng pouted but said nothing. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Shuiying wasn't just beautiful, she was a genius in class 9, and indeed, in the entire first high school. Last year, she had awakened a 7-star martial arts talent. A year had passed, and now Jiang Shuiying was rumored to already be a Tier 2 warrior, on the verge of reaching the threshold of the 4th rank. With only a 3-star talent and currently no higher than a Tier 2 warrior himself, he simply couldn't afford to offend this young lady. Humph. Jiang Shuiying snorted coldly, her gaze lingering briefly on Lin Changyuan, who was sitting next to Su Shang. Lin Changyuan, you need to keep your deskmate in line. He is a grown man, yet he acts like a whiny woman all day long. It's driving me crazy. Upon hearing this, Lin Changyuan instantly broke into a sunny, cheerful smile. Got it, Campus Queen Jiang. But despite his words, the moment Jiang Shuiying turned her head away, the smile vanished from his face, replaced once again by that same cold, shadowed expression. Only when his gaze occasionally fell upon Jiang Shuiying's lovely silhouette did a faint hint of infatuation and greed flicker in his eyes. Ha! Why give up being a martial arts prodigy to become some good-for-nothing beastmaster? The martial arts exam is this afternoon. I can't wait to see how you, a Tier 2 beastmaster, are going to pass. Lin Changyuan stared intently at Lou's back, muttering under his breath in a voice only he could hear. His deskmate, Su Sheng with his thick eyebrows and large eyes glared angrily at the back of Lou's head. It seemed as though he had channeled all the resentment and anger from being scolded by Jiang Shuiying onto Lou. To the rest of the class, this scene looked like business as usual. Of course, though they'd grown accustomed to it after 3 years, there were still plenty of boys casting looks of intense jealousy, even hostility and hatred at Lou. After all, the school's most beautiful girl was the dream girl of many boys. Time flew by. The morning's theory class ended quickly. As usual, the afternoon was reserved for practical training. But today was clearly different. The moment the bell rang, before the theory teacher had even stepped out, their homeroom teacher, Wan, was already standing at the classroom door. He knocked forcefully on the door. Dozens of students inside the classroom immediately turned their gaze toward him. This afternoon, we're having the final assessment. Assemble at the school gate at 1 o'clock sharp to hunt down an exotic beast outside the city. No one is allowed to be absent or late. This concerns your national college entrance exam and university applications in a month's time. After he finished speaking, Wang's meaningful gaze lingered on Lou, who was sitting in the front row, for several full seconds. The rest of the students in the classroom responded in unison, "Roger that." Wang left. The classroom quickly erupted into a buzz of chatter. The final exam is finally here. Haha, yeah, we've been waiting for this day for so long. I heard last year's final exam was also about hunting a mutated exotic beast, something called a gold-devouring rat, a Tier 2 mutated exotic beast. Tier 2? That's a piece of cake. I broke through to Tier 2 warrior last month. Hee, just because you can kill them easily doesn't mean everyone else can. That's true. For some people, it'll be a miracle if they don't end up running for their lives from that exotic beast. Exactly. Amid the chatter, quite a few students, especially the boys, were stealing glances at Lu, who was sitting in the front row. Clearly, their remarks, both explicit and implied, were all aimed at Lu. They were practically about to read out Lu's ID number. As Jiang Shuiying listened to these remarks, she was furious, but unlike her earlier confrontation with Su Shang, she couldn't bring herself to actually rebuke everyone. Although she was the school's most beautiful girl and a genius, her pride wasn't so great that she'd act without distinguishing right from wrong. Lu, they're just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Shuiying leaned her upper body slightly toward Lu and whispered softly. Hearing this, Lu merely smiled faintly. He turned his head and happened to meet Jiang Shuiying's concerned yet gentle gaze. There was also a faint scent of her hair. After all, Jiang Shuiying was now really close to Lu. She was practically nestled in his arms. Oh my! Feeling Lu's gaze, Jiang Shuiying's pretty face flushed instantly. She let out a soft gasp and lowered her head. But soon, she lifted her head again, her cheeks still flushed, her big, fluttering eyes meeting Lu's gaze. It's not like I've only liked Lu for a day or two. The whole Luo City First High School knows it. What's there to be embarrassed about? Jiang Shuiying gave herself a mental pep talk. Meanwhile, as Lu gazed at Jiang Shuiying's exquisitely delicate face, he felt no romantic stirrings. Instead, he was thinking. He'd been freeloading on this girl's breakfast for a full 3 years. Once he'd made it big, perhaps he should give her some resources and opportunities in return. Especially in this era of the behemoth cataclysm, when everyone was living in fear. Lu. Although she'd been psyching herself up the whole time, being stared at so intently by Lu still made Jiang Shuiying's pretty face grow redder and redder. She looked as if she were about to turn into a steaming steam princess. Lu snapped out of his reverie. Only then did Jiang Shuiying realize that Lu hadn't been looking at her after all. He'd been lost in thought. In that moment, the intense flutter in her heart gradually subsided. She actually thought Lu was about to confess his feelings to her. She almost blurted out, "I do." How mortifying. Jiang Shuiying kept her head down, saying nothing. Her pretty face, however, was a constant parade of expressions, leaving Lu completely dumbfounded. After quite a while, Jiang Shuiying finally composed herself. She remembered what Wang had said earlier and looked at Lu with concern, asking, "What are you going to do about the final exam this afternoon?" Lu smiled and said, "Take it, of course. What else can I do?" Hearing this, Jiang Shuiying immediately grew anxious. She wanted to say something, but after stammering for a while, she still didn't know how to put it into words. Was she supposed to tell Lu that those Tier 2 exotic beasts might be too much for Lu to handle, given that he was only Tier 2 and had no combat ability, and that it could even be very dangerous? Or should she tell Lu not to take the final exam this afternoon and just give up? Jiang Shuiying just couldn't bring herself to say any of that. "Silly girl, don't worry. My pet beast is really powerful." Lu saw right through Jiang Shuiying's complicated thoughts and said with a smile. Over the course of the morning, Kei Sante had already completed its evolution and transformation within the beast taming space. Its strength had even far exceeded Lu's previous expectations. Chapter 5, Dark Night Beast. Peak Form. With a thought, Lu checked the information on her first pet, Santi. Name, Santi. Species, Dark Night Beast. Early Tier 2. Talent, basic dark element can barely harness the power of dark elements. Bloodline, contains a faint trace of the void-devouring beast bloodline. Continued evolution may make this bloodline stronger. Skills, bite, nighttime ambush, prime form. Prime form, the night beast enters its ultimate combat form, with all attributes increased by 100% and skill damage increased by 100%. After primal form ends, the night beast enters a brief period of weakness. Evaluation, this is an exotic beast that has awakened a powerful bloodline. Even though the bloodline is extremely thin, it's enough to make it invincible among its peers, and after activating primal form, it even gains the ability to fight opponents of higher tiers. To be honest, the first time Lou saw this stats screen, he thought he was seeing things. Is this really that black cat of his, the one who eats, sleeps, eats, and is as fat as a pig? After evolving, is it really this absurd? You have to understand that for the past entire year, Keisante had been in his black cat form, without so much as the slightest change. As for combat power, all he could say was that he wasn't even as good as an ordinary house cat. At least an ordinary house cat can catch a couple of mice, but Keisante fat as a pig would get so tired after just a few steps that he'd collapse on the ground and fall fast asleep. That's why everyone, including their homeroom teacher, Wang, was skeptical of Lu's decision to stick with the Beastmaster class. His pet was too weak, shockingly weak. And now, it seems everything has undergone a complete and utter transformation. Is it because I advanced to a Tier 2 Beastmaster? It probably isn't that. Advancing as a Beastmaster isn't directly linked to a pet's evolution. Is it because of the first talent I had when I first awakened? Lu suddenly thought of it. Beastmaster talent. Tier 1 talent. Once any living creature becomes your pet, all genetic restraints are unlocked, its potential is infinitely enhanced, and it can evolve and grow without limit. When he first awakened, Lu was thrilled to discover this talent. Infinite growth, infinite evolution. And that was precisely why, without giving it much thought, he immediately bound a contract with Keisante, the pet cat he'd raised for several years. But for the past year, Keisante had done nothing but eat and sleep and eat. Of course, it was no longer eating cat food or canned food, but rather the Beastmaster power Lu had cultivated. Yet throughout that year, Keisante hadn't changed at all, nor had it shown any combat abilities. Lu even thought his first pet beast was going to turn out to be a failure. Unexpectedly, after lying dormant for a year and absorbing a full year's worth of Beastmaster power, Keisante underwent a complete rebuild. Beastmaster power is the source of a pet beast's evolution and growth. The more it absorbs, the more powerful its evolution and growth become. Fortunately, the Beastmaster power absorbed counts toward my charge, so it doesn't affect my advancement as a Beastmaster. By this point, Lu had more or less figured it out. Keisante had previously been just an ordinary house cat evolving into the night beast. It is now required a transformation of its life form and even its primordial bloodline, which is why it took a whole year. And because it was in a transitional state of evolution and metamorphosis, it had no combat ability during that year. That said, Lu found this infinite evolution Tier 2 talent to be downright absurd. It was clearly just an ordinary house cat, yet it had somehow evolved to possess the faint bloodline of a void-devouring beast. If this had been a powerful exotic beast or behemoth to begin with, who knows what kind of outrageous form it would have evolved into. Anyway, a successful evolution is a good thing. At the Tier 2 level, once I unlock my full potential, I can even take on a 4th tier opponent. This afternoon's final exam is definitely a sure thing. Lu's mood lifted considerably. So much so that the more he looked at Zhang Shuiying, the more he found her to his liking. As he gazed at her, Lu couldn't resist any longer and reached out to pinch her delicate, charming cheek. Soft and smooth, it felt great. Eat? Startled by Lu's sudden attack, Zhang Shuiying let out a soft gasp. Her pretty face flushed crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye. But even though she was blushing as red as a monkey's butt, she still forced herself to stay seated, obediently letting Lu pinch her cheek. Exactly 1 p.m. Outside Luo City No. 1 High School. Students from every senior class lined up in rows and, led by their homeroom teachers, set off toward the outskirts of Luo City. Ever since the age of the behemoths dawned, humans have lost the right to survive outside the city walls. Countless mutated exotic beasts and even behemoths have taken over vast swaths of human territory. Now, only in China do quite a few cities remain. Humans use cities as barriers and gathering places, constantly training warriors to fight the mutated exotic beasts outside the walls. What is truly despairing is the rate at which mutated exotic beasts are born and reproduce far exceeds the rate at which human warriors mature. This is a race between humanity and the exotic beasts. Tragically, countless cities have already been defeated in this race. And there is only one consequence of defeat: the city falls, and its people perish. Apart from the mutated exotic beasts, the greatest threat to human cities comes from the behemoths. Every behemoth is a natural disaster. Every so often, a city faces a behemoth attack. The vast majority of human cities have been reduced to ruins under the behemoth's trampling. Fortunately, Luo City is located deep within the plains, with several other cities on its outskirts serving as a natural barrier. As a result, Los Angeles has so far been spared the disaster of a behemoth attack. But in the future, who can say for sure? Brother Yu. Within the group, Lu, who was walking side by side with Zhang Shuiying, turned his head upon hearing the call. Standing behind him was none other than Zhang. You snuck over from Class 7's line, aren't you afraid old Zhang from your class will get mad and yell at you? Lu glanced behind the fat guy and said with a smile. Zhang didn't answer, he just chuckled. The next moment, he noticed Zhang Shuiying standing nearby and quickly called out, "Sis-in-law, you're here too." Oh my. Zhang's use of a sister-in-law made Zhang Shuiying blush bright red. With a soft gasp, she quickened her pace and walked to the front of the line. Seeing this, Lu raised an eyebrow. Knowing Zhang as he did, he realized that sister-in-law wasn't a casual term. He was probably trying to get rid of Zhang Shuiying. What's up? Lu asked curiously. Zhang rubbed his hands together and chuckled. I knew I couldn't keep it from brother Yu. As he spoke, Zhang glanced around, then pulled Lu over to the edge of the line. Only after making sure there was no one within 5 meters of them did he lean in close to Lu and say in a mysterious tone, "Before I came out at noon, I overheard some news from my dad. It's got something to do with our final exam this time." Hearing this, Lu's eyebrow shot up, and his interest was piqued. Don't let Zhang's loud, boisterous demeanor and otaku-like appearance fool you. In reality, this guy is a second-generation martial artist. Zhang's dad is one of the top 5 martial arts masters in Luo City. Above Tier 2 lies the King Tier. In all of Luo City, there are only 5 publicly known King Tier masters. So the information he got from his dad is probably really significant. What kind of information? Lu asked. Zhang took a deep breath, carefully scanned his surroundings once more to make sure no one was around, and then whispered, enunciating each word clearly. Near where we're going this time, a King Tier behemoth might appear. Lu. Chapter 6, News of the King Tier Behemoth. Assessment Requirements. Holy crap, brother Yu. Why are you so excited? Seeing Lu's face brimming with excitement, his breathing even becoming rapid, Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He'd known Lu for so many years, yet this was the first time he'd ever seen him lose his composure like this. Bro Yu. That a King Tier behemoth, the kind that could wipe out our entire Luo City. Shouldn't you be really worried or scared when you hear this news? Zhang stared at Lu with a look of utter disbelief. Looking at Lu, whose face was flushed with excitement, he worried that his bro Yu might have been scared out of his wits by the King Tier behemoth. He. Fatso, tell me all about this King Tier behemoth, I'm all ears. Lu, in a rare display, rubbed his hands together like a kid and leaned in to ask. Bro Yu, you're acting like a stranger to me. Zhang muttered under his breath again, then thought for a moment before speaking honestly. I just happened to overhear the news from my dad last night. Last month, Sanctuary detected abyss fluctuations in the wilderness east of Luo City, and my dad took on the mission to investigate. That's the abyss we're talking about. Terrifying behemoths come out of there all the time. Many cities have been wiped out because of abysses that appeared out of nowhere. My dad was really worried, so he went. And guess what happened? Jiang paused for a moment, then said mysteriously, "You'll never guess." By the time my dad got there, the abyss fluctuations had already vanished, but there were traces of a behemoth nearby. They say even a single footprint from that behemoth was over 10 meters long. Upon hearing this, Lu froze for a moment and blurted out instinctively, "Has the behemoth already escaped from the abyss?" John nodded repeatedly and said, "That's exactly what my dad and the others suspect." My dad was originally going to report it and asked Jinling to send more powerful fighters to investigate, but City Lord Lin quashed the matter. According to City Lord Lin, based on the tracks in aura, that behemoth is only in the early king tier. It's a juvenile behemoth and it's severely wounded. Hearing this, Lu could hardly sit still. Wow! Early king tier, and severely wounded to boot. Isn't this a pet beast practically handing itself to me on a silver platter? Just this morning he'd been thinking about taking a chance with a 35% contract success rate, and by the afternoon he already had news of a behemoth. Lu was starting to wonder if he'd somehow landed the protagonist's script. "So?" Lu asked. Jiang took a deep breath and said, "So this hasn't been reported yet. City Lord Lin, along with my dad and the others, has been scouring that wilderness all month, searching for traces of that injured behemoth. According to my dad, the latest clues suggest that behemoth might have hidden deep within the K3 trial zone. Oh, and that behemoth seems to have the ability to grow and shrink. Otherwise, with a body that big, there is no way it could have hidden for so long without being found." Jiang finished his sentence in one breath. Lu fell deep in thought. The trial area for Luo City First High School's midterm final exams was K2, and just beyond that was K3, not very far away. A behemoth pet that's practically handed to us on a silver platter. There's no way we're turning that down. A look of anticipation spread across Lu's face. After more than an hour of walking, over 1,000 senior year students from Luo City No. 1 High School finally arrived at the K2 trial zone. This area wasn't too far from Luo City, just over 10 kilometers away. The reason it took more than an hour was that the teachers leading the group spent some time clearing out the various exotic beasts that appeared along the way. After all, the area outside Luo City was not human territory. Day or night, the outskirts were a paradise for mutated exotic beasts. At that moment, Lu stood in the line of Class 9, Senior 3, and looked up. This area was densely forested. Apart from the large clearing where the group was standing, which had been cleared of vegetation, the rest of the area was completely overrun by all kinds of tall, dense plants. These plants should not be underestimated. After the abyss descended, many of them have also transformed into exotic beasts. In many cases, plant-based exotic beasts are even more dangerous than animal-based ones. Alright, now I'll announce the specific assessment tasks and requirements. At the very front of the class formation, Wang shouted, drawing the attention of all the students back to him. Assessment task: hunt gold-devouring rats. Passing requirement: collect at least 5 Tier 2 gold-devouring rat beast cores. Of course, the more beast cores you collect and the higher their tier, the higher your final assessment score will be. The top 5 students in the grade for this final assessment will receive additional rewards. The assessment is limited to 5 hours. Regardless of whether you pass or fail, you must assemble here by 7 p.m. Now, everyone line up to receive your combat wristbands. In the line for Class 9 of Senior 3, Jiang had already returned to his own classroom. By Lu's side, as always, was the lovely school beauty, Jiang Shuiying. The difference was that Jiang Shuiying was no longer dressed in a short skirt and white stockings. Instead, she had changed into a sleek black leather outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. It was the first time Lu had noticed that this girl actually had quite a figure. "My dad got this gear for me. He said it's made from the hide of a high-tier exotic beast, so it has really high defense. And this alloy battle knife, he gave me that, too." Seeing Lu staring intently at her, Jiang Shuiying blushed and explained. Although her pretty face was flushed, she felt Lu's gaze and, as if by some mysterious impulse, quietly thrust out her chest a little, making her assets appear even more spectacular and voluptuous. It's worth mentioning that, like Jiang Shuiying is also a bona fide second-generation martial artist. Her father is not only one of Luo City's 5 king-tier powerhouses but also the principal of Luo City First High School. This is why many boys in Class 9 dislike Lu but dare not mess with this campus queen, Jiang Shuiying. Who would dare to mess with the principal's precious daughter? Before long, the two of them joined the line and received their combat bracelets. The bracelets were made of a white alloy, yet felt surprisingly soft to the touch. Over the past year, due to his status as a beastmaster and his complete lack of combat skills, Lu had never participated in any live-action combat training. This was his first time handling one. This bracelet tracks your location and records combat footage. If you encounter danger, you can also use the bracelet to send a distress signal to the teacher. Jiang Shuiying gently slipped the bracelet onto Lu's wrist as she explained. As she spoke, she bit her lip and hesitated. During this assessment, you're not allowed to help others hunt the gold-devouring rats on your own. Before we came, my dad specifically emphasized to me that even though I'm his daughter, I can't break the rules. So, Jiang Shuiying's gaze toward Lu was filled with apology and concern. Clearly, she had originally intended to help Lu pass this assessment. Jiang Shuiying, the principal's daughter, was someone he certainly dared not provoke. Even when she scolded him, he could only seethe in silence. But Lu? A worthless beastmaster Su Shang could definitely take him on. God only knows how long Su Shang had been waiting for this day of the final assessment. And now, no sooner had Wang announced the dissolution of the teams and instructed the students to enter the trial grounds for their assessments than Su Shang, unable to wait any longer, jumped right in his face. He had no choice. He'd held his tongue for 3 whole years. Now that he'd finally gotten this chance during the end-of-term practical exam, he'd be doing a disservice to all the insults he'd endured from Jiang Shuiying over the past 3 years if he didn't take this opportunity to rub it in her face. Su Shang, it's you again. Jiang Shuiying turned her head in a huff. When she saw him, her beautiful eyebrows knitted together in annoyance. This guy had become a complete scoundrel. No amount of scolding would work on him anymore. Miss Jiang, the assessment has already begun. The rules prohibit private fights between students, otherwise, you'll be immediately deemed to have failed. You'd better think this through. Seeing Jiang Shuiying approaching with a gleaming alloy combat knife in hand, Su Sheng took 2 steps back but still plucked up the courage to shout. That outburst even drew the attention of a group of supervising teachers standing nearby. Bastard! Jiang Shuiying's pretty face burned with rage, but for the moment, she really couldn't do anything about Su Sheng. Lu, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. He simply looked at Su Sheng with a detached expression. A clown, nothing more than a fly, not worth Lu losing his composure over. You're still trying to show off, you bastard. A worthless beastmaster, a pretty boy who only knows how to live off women, and you actually think you're someone important? I can't wait to see you running for your life, chased by the gold-devouring rats. I'm going to film it and post it on the school forum as soon as I get back just to make you famous. Su Sheng was clearly seething, spewing one insult after another. But Lu didn't even spare him another glance. He simply turned and walked straight into the trial area. Based on his years of experience reading novels in his previous life, this kind of brainless, in-your-face villain was usually the first to go. They never lasted long. There was no point wasting energy on him or letting him waste his time. Damn it! What the hell are you playing at? Seeing that Lu wasn't even acknowledging him, Su Sheng panicked. He was really panicking. He strode out and followed right behind Lu. In his right hand was a battle axe, in his left a portable video camera. Seeing this, Jiang Shuiying clenched her teeth and hurried after them. It wasn't that she was worried Su Sheng would harm Lu. After all, given the rules, no matter how bold Su Sheng was, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on Lu. She was worried about seeing Lu caught on camera in a compromising situation that would ruin his reputation. If it comes down to it, I'll step in and help Lu out of this mess. So what if I fail the assessment? Jiang Shuiying made up her mind. K2 trial area. A dense forest. 3 figures, 2 in front, 1 behind, made their way through it. The trial area was vast. After more than 1,000 students entered, they mostly scattered in all directions, rarely encountering one another. Except for Lu's group, they were an exception. Jiang Shuiying was by his side, while Su Sheng, holding the camera, followed closely behind. "You're like a shadow, that one. Go away." Jiang Shuiying glanced back and muttered angrily. Lu, however, completely ignored someone like Su Sheng. He was studying their direction. His original target had never been the gold-devouring rats, it was the K3 zone. The zone where a king-tier behemoth might be lurking. However, the K2 zone was vast. Even at top speed, it would likely take 2 or 3 hours to cross it. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, in the dense forest, which had been utterly silent, broken only by the sound of the 3 of them crunching through fallen leaves, a series of sharp, grinding sounds rang out. "It's a gold-devouring rat." Jiang Shuiying let out a soft gasp, immediately went on high alert, channeled her mana, and began cautiously surveying her surroundings. Now at the peak of Tier 2, she certainly wasn't afraid of ordinary gold-devouring rats, which were typically only Tier 2 themselves. Her caution stemmed from her concern that Lu might be in danger. Meanwhile, behind the 2 of them, Su Sheng, who had been holding the camera the whole way and whose arms were starting to ache, suddenly lit up. "Ha ha ha! They're finally here!" He even shouted on purpose. "You bastard!" Hearing this, Jiang Shuiying let out a sharp cry. Didn't Su Sheng know that when encountering a mutated exotic beast in the wild, you absolutely must not make loud noises that would only attract it? Su Sheng knew, of course he knew. He did it on purpose. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sure enough, the moment Su Sheng let out that shout, the previously faint, rustling sound of teeth grinding suddenly grew much sharper. Whoosh! The next instant, a dark golden figure darted straight out from the dense forest nearby. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The shrill grinding sounds were excruciatingly piercing. Gold-devouring rats. Tier 2 transformed into exotic beasts. High attack and defense, extremely fast. If an ordinary person encountered a gold-devouring rat, they wouldn't even have time to see what it looked like before being torn to pieces. Damn it! Why the hell are you coming after me? Go after Lu up ahead. Watching the gold-devouring rat lunge toward him, Su Sheng cursed furiously. But after all, he was a warrior at the peak of Tier 2. He immediately channeled his mana. Whoosh! His battle axe swept through the air. With a clang, it struck the golden figure in midair. Only then did Lu finally get a clear look at the gold-devouring rat. It wasn't very big, about the size of an ordinary house cat. But its entire body was covered in sharp golden quills that looked incredibly razor-sharp. Its little face had a pair of eyes that darted back and forth, clearly indicating a certain level of intelligence. Transformed exotic beasts aren't mere animals. While they gain formidable combat power through mana corruption, the shackles of their intelligence are also partially unlocked. It's said that some high-level transformed exotic beasts can even speak human language. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as Lu was thinking about all this, an even more intense series of gnashing sounds rang out. One after another, gold-devouring rats shot out of the dense forest. At first glance, there were at least 5 of them, all Tier 2. And this time, their target was Lu, who was at the very front. In the gold-devouring rat's perception, Lu was the weakest human among the 3, and his flesh smelled so delicious. Ha ha ha! Su Sheng, who had been about to swing his sword at the gold-devouring rat in front of him, burst out laughing the moment he saw this. At the very last second, he even stopped the sword in mid-swing, and instead raised the camera in his left hand, aiming it at Lu. As long as he could capture Lu's humiliating moment on camera, he'd be willing to take a bite from the gold-devouring rat. Lu, watch out! Jiang Shuiying let out a soft cry and lunged forward, ready to shield Lu. But just then, whoosh! A dark shadow materialized out of thin air. Squeak! In that instant, the 5 gold-devouring rats, which had been charging straight at Lou in perfect unison, suddenly came to a screeching halt mid-air and turned to flee. The scene was just like rats seeing a cat. Meow. And in the very next moment, that black shadow actually let out a lazy meow. Then, the shadow vanished right where it stood. Its speed was so extreme that it even left trails of afterimages. Even Zhang Shuiying, whose cultivation had reached the peak of Tier 2, couldn't make out the black shadow's exact movements. Whoosh! The sound of tearing through the air rang out. And the black shadow had already appeared right in front of the 5 gold-devouring rats. It casually swiped out a paw. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The corpses of the 5 gold-devouring rats fell from the air, in perfect formation. Que sante es debut. Instant kill. Arg! But soon, a heart-wrenching scream rang out. Su Shang had been savagely bitten by a gold-devouring rat. And the bite landed in a rather unfortunate spot. Chapter 8, starting today, be a good man. A good person. Open area outside the K2 trial zone. The homeroom teachers of all senior year classes at Luo City No. 1 High School were gathered here. In front of them stood a massive projection screen. Displayed on the screen were live feeds of each student. These feeds were captured and transmitted by their combat wristbands. Thanks to the live feeds, the teachers could immediately assess each student's performance and any potential dangers they might face, allowing them to decide whether to intervene. But at that moment, the eyes of all 20-odd teachers were fixed on a single image in the upper right corner of the screen. It was Lu's live feed. 5 gold-devouring rats just wiped out like that. Is that black cat Lu's pet beast? That pet beast's speed is ridiculously fast, isn't it? It's probably faster than an ordinary 4th-tier warrior. Didn't they say Lu's pet beast was so weak it couldn't even beat a stray dog on the street? What is going on here? A group of accompanying teachers were all buzzing with discussion at that moment. Meanwhile, at the front of the group, Lu's homeroom teacher, Wang, also looked completely dumbfounded. Wang, don't tell me you don't know what is going on either? A middle-aged female teacher standing nearby asked in surprise upon seeing this. Wang remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Over the past year, I've had Lu summon that black cat of his, pet beast, and tested its combat strength a few times. The test results showed it wasn't even as good as an ordinary house cat. As soon as those words were spoken, the other teachers immediately exchanged bewildered glances. Even though they were only watching through the light screen, they could tell from the black cat's earlier battle that it was at least at the peak of Tier 2 or even at the Tier 2 level. Maybe the Beastmaster isn't as useless as we thought? A young instructor stared at the black cat on the screen and muttered thoughtfully. But no sooner had he spoken than he drew unanimous objections from the surrounding instructors. You're overthinking it. The martial god himself once said that in this world, the martial arts are the only path to true strength. All other paths are dead ends. You might think Lu's black cat is decent in terms of realm and combat power right now, but what about later? Once some time passes and the other students have broken through to 4th tier or even 5th tier warriors, Lu's black cat might still be stuck at Tier 2. The resources required to raise an exotic beast far exceed those needed for a warrior. Especially for a powerful exotic beast, the resources needed to raise it to the same tier would be enough to train several warriors of the same rank. The teachers continued to debate the matter endlessly. The young teacher from earlier, realizing he had spoken out of turn, hurriedly said, I was just speaking off the cuff, I didn't mean anything by it. I certainly know that the martial way is supreme. Wang, however, after pondering for a while, spoke softly. The Beastmaster class has significant flaws. That was the conclusion Sanctuary reached back then. That's also one of the reasons why the principal has been urging me to advise Lu to switch back to warrior. As soon as these words were spoken, the teachers were instantly startled. Sanctuary. The weight of those two words alone required no further explanation. If Sanctuary said Beastmaster wasn't viable, then Beastmaster simply wasn't viable. Furthermore, setting aside the Beastmaster class, Lu originally possessed a 9-star martial arts talent on par with the martial god himself. If he had switched to warrior back then, after a year, he'd likely be at the 4th or even 5th round by now. How could he still be stuck with just a tier 2 pet, with no combat ability of his own, no different from an ordinary person? You have to know the difference between a sesame seed and a watermelon. Wang finally spoke up, delivering his verdict. Although he wasn't sure how Lu had managed to raise this black cat, it didn't matter. Even if this black cat were at the tier 2 realm, so what? Beastmaster is ultimately a wrong path, only warrior is the right path, especially for Lu. After Wang finished speaking, the discussion about Lu and the Beastmaster came to a close. But there were still quite a few teachers staring intently at the live feed showing Lu. The female teachers' faces flushed slightly. Meanwhile, many of the male teachers felt a slight chill between their legs, and their faces took on strange, pitying expressions. That student named Su Shang. That gold-devouring rat actually bit off his you-know-what in one bite? Eat? And that gold-devouring rat just chewed it up and swallowed it whole? Oh my, how is that kid ever going to have children in the future? Deep in the forest. Arg! The screams hadn't stopped yet. Though they weren't coming from the gold-devouring rats. Those 5 gold-devouring rats had long been instantly killed by K-Sante. Right now, the whole family was lying neatly on the ground. The gold-eating rat that had attacked Su Shang, however, was still there. Right now, Su Shang was clutching it tightly in his hands. Even though his hands were already a bloody mess from the rat's sharp spines, he wouldn't let go. You beast! Spit it out! Spit it out now! Stop chewing! I'm begging you, stop chewing! Oh my god, why did you just swallow it whole? Su Shang let out one wail after another. The sight. It brought tears to the eyes of those who saw it and broke the hearts of those who heard it. Even Jiang Shuiying, who had been berating Su Shang for 3 whole years, couldn't help but turn her head away. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. Partly out of embarrassment, and partly because she was struggling to hold back her laughter. What could she do? She was a well-mannered, decent girl who wouldn't normally make fun of others unless she simply couldn't help herself. Ahem. Lu, on the other hand, gave a couple of light coughs, his expression utterly bizarre. Looking at Su Shang, who was half kneeling on the ground not far away with a look of utter despair on his face, he actually felt a tiny spark of sympathy deep down. It wasn't that he was being overly sentimental. Rather, as a man, it was truly hard not to be moved by this scene. Just a moment ago, when Lu realized what was happening, he felt a chill between his legs, followed by a sudden, inexplicable stinging pain. What the gold-devouring rat had bitten off from Su Shang. It was his manhood. Bitten off at the root, it was practically sunk into the flesh. Honestly, what man what male creature could see that and not be moved? Of course. That's one thing Lu couldn't possibly do anything to actually help him. This guy had been a petty, self-important jerk before, constantly rubbing it in Lu's face. He even insisted on taking the gold-devouring rat's bite head on just to film himself making a disgraceful escape. The tragic thing is, that bite landed in a very specific spot. Sigh. Lu stared at Su Shang for a long while before finally letting out a deep sigh. He brought this upon himself. He has no one to blame but himself. Su Shang chose this path himself, so he must bear the consequences. No one can undo it. After ordering K-Sante to extract the beast cores from the 5 gold-devouring rats, Lu didn't linger any longer. He took Jiang Shuiying and continued deeper into the dense forest. But after walking a dozen or so meters, Lu paused to think. In the end, his compassion got the better of him. He stopped, turned back, and offered words of comfort. Here are a few lines from a poem I used to love. From today on, feed the horses, chop wood, and travel the world. From today on, be a happy person. From today on, I'll be a good man, a good person without no. A heartfelt little poem. Completely broke through Jiang Shuiying's resolve, which she'd been holding back for half a day. With a burst of laughter. She finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. What a poem! Outside the trial area. The teachers watching the live feed on the light screen were also left with strange expressions by Lou's poem, their mouths twitching in fits and starts. Lou, that student looks harmless enough, but he has got a truly dark heart. Chapter 9, The Rampaging Gold-Devouring Rats. Lin Changyuan. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye. An hour had passed. Lu and Jiang Shuiying had each hunted down no fewer than 10 gold-devouring rats and obtained their beast cores. The passing standard for the assessment was 5 Tier 2 beast cores, and both had already met the requirement. Of course, to avoid breaking the rules, they had each killed their gold-devouring rats alone. That way, even though they were traveling as a team, the assessors couldn't find fault with them. We're already approaching the deepest part of the K2 zone. If we go any further, it might be dangerous. We might even encounter a pack of gold-devouring rats. At the edge of the dense forest, Jiang Shuiying looked out at the wilderness ahead and couldn't help but warn him. For a warrior student at her current stage, a pack of gold-devouring rats would be nothing short of a disaster. Even though she was at the peak of Tier 2, nearing the 4th tier, she wasn't confident she could guarantee her own safety against a swarm of gold-devouring rats. Not to mention, her real concern was Lu. Although the black cat Kei Sante had demonstrated the combat prowess of a Tier 2 exotic beast along the way, and Lu had even openly told her that Kei Sante was at the early Tier 2 level. Even so, 2 Tier 2 beings still seemed insignificant when facing a swarm of gold-devouring rats. Any group large enough to be called a swarm consisted of at least several dozen, if not more. And not all of them were Tier 2. There might even be Tier 2 or even 4th tier gold-devouring rat kings among them. Lu looked at Jiang Shuiying, his mind racing as he considered how to phrase his words. He was determined to venture deeper into this wilderness. After all, only by crossing the wilderness could he reach the K3 zone, where there might be traces of an injured king-tier behemoth. Lu wasn't the type to take extreme risks, but he lived by one motto: if you don't take what heaven gives you, you'll suffer the consequences. Ever since he awakened his Tier 2 king-tier talent, his goal had been clear. He wanted to contract a behemoth as his pet. A beastmaster gains a new contract slot only upon each advancement, and every slot is precious. For his second contract slot, Lu's goal was to capture a behemoth as a pet. If he didn't encounter one in the short term, he'd leave the slot empty. But now, it had practically come right to his doorstep, an injured king-tier behemoth, no less. Lu was eager to give it a try. As long as he didn't put himself in a life-threatening situation, he was willing to take a chance on that 35% probability. If it worked out, he'd skyrocket to new heights. Do you want to go deeper? Seeing that Lu didn't respond, Jiang Shuiying guessed what he was thinking. Lu nodded and replied honestly. There might be something there that I need. Jiang Shuiying furrowed her delicate brows slightly, as if something had occurred to her, and said, Are you trying to obtain more beast cores to claim the final reward for this end-of-term assessment? My dad told me that the school will reward source crystals to the top 5 finishers in this assessment. Source crystals are extremely helpful for cultivation and are priceless. You can't buy them anywhere. Hearing this, Lu was slightly surprised he hadn't known about this aspect, but he decided to go along with Jiang Shuiying's line of reasoning. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm thinking. Source crystals are also very useful for training my pet beast. They can help Kei Sante quickly advance in cultivation level. Lu was just making this up on the spot. He'd never come into contact with source crystals and didn't know if they were actually useful for pet beasts. He was just making up an excuse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiying bit her cherry red lips. Deep down, she didn't want Lu to take on too much danger, but she had no right to stop him from growing and becoming stronger. Just then, beep, beep, beep. Both of their combat wristbands suddenly began vibrating simultaneously. It's a notification from the school. Jiang Shuiying let out a soft gasp and hurriedly tapped to open it. A swarm of gold-devouring rats has gone on the rampage deep in the wilderness of K2 zone. All students in nearby areas, please evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Repeat the announcement. A swarm of gold-devouring rats has gone on the rampage in the wilderness deep within the K2 zone. All students in the vicinity must evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhang Shuiying's beautiful eyes widened slightly. The wilderness deep within the K2 zone? Wasn't that exactly the area right in front of them? Squeak! Squeak squeak! Squeak squeak squeak! As if in response to Zhang Shuiying's thoughts. The very next moment, a series of piercing, grinding sounds came from the distance. At first listen, there were easily over 100 of them. And as soon as the sounds appeared, they began closing in rapidly. Oh no! It's a swarm of gold-devouring rats. They're about to charge right at us. Zhang Shuiying's pretty face betrayed her shock as she grabbed Lu and started running back. But a burst of shouts from behind made her pause in her tracks. She turned to look. Ahead in the wilderness, there were actually more than 20 students clad in warrior robes. At that moment, they were all scrambling and crawling, screaming and crying out in a desperate, disheveled flight. Right behind them was a massive swarm of gold-devouring rats. And worst of all, upon spotting Lu and Zhang Shuiying, this group of students actually charged toward them without hesitation. Consequently, the swarm of gold-devouring rats was drawn toward them as well. Lin Changyuan? How dare a Tier 2 warrior like him lead people deep into the wilderness? He has even triggered a gold-devouring rat swarm. Zhang Shuiying's beautiful eyes fixed on the figure of the boy at the very front as she shouted angrily. Zhang's campus queen, you're here too. No sooner said than done. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Changyuan and his group had already reached Lu and his companion. They all looked rather bedraggled. 5 or 6 of them even had gruesome, bone-deep wounds visible on their backs, from which blood was gushing. As for Lin Changyuan, the leader of the group, although he was gasping for breath, there were no visible wounds on his body. He was wearing a blue warrior battlesuit, though it bore several claw marks. They hadn't pierced the armor. Clearly, this battlesuit was also an extremely valuable piece of warrior gear. Lin Changyuan, have you lost your mind? Don't you know there's a swarm of gold-devouring rats in there? Zhang Shuiying couldn't contain her anger and confronted him directly. Faced with her accusation, Lin Changyuan showed no sign of anger. Instead, he offered an apologetic smile and admitted. You're absolutely right, Campus Queen Zhang. I was too eager to claim credit. But I really didn't trigger this gold-devouring rat swarm's rampage. We just arrived in the area when these rats suddenly charged out like they gone mad. As he spoke, a look of confusion and helplessness crossed Lin Changyuan's face. Zhang Shuiying glanced at the others in the group. They all nodded in unison, confirming the truth of Lin Changyuan's account. Squeak! Squeak squeak! The sound of the gold-eating rats was growing ever closer. Even Lu and the others could feel the ground trembling slightly beneath their feet. While they were speaking, the swarm had already crossed the wilderness and reached the edge of the dense forest. No time for more talk. Miss Zhang, the gold-devouring rats are extremely fast. There is absolutely no way we can outrun them. Even if we scatter and run in different directions, some of our classmates will inevitably be caught and killed by the swarm. As class president, I absolutely cannot let that happen. Lin Changyuan spoke with righteous conviction, his words coming in rapid succession. Zhang Shuiying, realizing the gravity of the situation, asked, So what do you suggest we do? Lin Changyuan swept his arm dramatically, speaking with a resolve to face death head-on. Counting you and Lu, there are 25 of us in total. Including you and me, there are 7 Tier 2 warriors. The rest are all at least Tier 2 peak warriors. We'll use this dense forest as our stronghold and take advantage of the terrain. As long as we can hold off the rat horde for just a short while, the danger will be averted. As he spoke, Lin Changyuan revealed the combat bracelet on his wrist. I've already contacted the examiners as quickly as possible. They're all on their way. If we can hold out for 10 minutes, everyone will be saved. As soon as he finished speaking, the group behind Lin Changyuan all swiftly drew their various combat knives, taking up positions at the edge of the dense forest and assuming a combat stance. Seeing this, Zhang Shuiying wanted to say something, but in the end, the words wouldn't come out. Watching the swarm of gold-devouring rats drawing ever closer, she looked at Lu with concern. "Stay right behind me. Don't run around, otherwise, if danger strikes, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you in time." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Changyuan's gaze fell upon Lu for the very first time. From the moment they arrived at the dense forest until now, he hadn't so much as glanced at Lu once, as if she didn't even exist. But this glance was his very first. And it was a glance laden with profound meaning. Chapter 10. Is Lu in grave danger? Dark Night Beast form. These students are really acting recklessly. That pack of gold-devouring rats is in the deepest part of the forest. Why go and provoke them for no reason? In the dense forest of Zone K2, the figures of more than a dozen teachers darted through the underbrush like lightning. As instructors, they were all high-ranking warriors. The strongest among them, Wang, had even reached the Tier 2 realm, just a step away from the King tier. But no matter how fast they moved, it would still take at least 10 minutes to travel from the outermost perimeter to the deepest region. Those 10 minutes could be fatal. Oh! That kid Lin Changyuan, even if he wants to come in first on the assessment, he is being way too reckless. As they dashed through the forest, the young teacher from earlier couldn't help but complain. "Little Li, watch your tongue. Lin Changyuan is City Lord Lin's son. You should be grateful City Lord Lin didn't hear that." As soon as those words were spoken, the young teacher's eyes widened instantly. A chill ran down his spine, and he stammered. "See City Lord Lin? That City Lord Lin, the strongest fighter in Luo City, who is said to be at the peak of the King tier, just a hair's breadth away from the King tier itself? I've never heard that his son attends our first high school." The young teacher had just returned to Luo City First High School to teach after successfully completing his training at a martial arts academy out of town. This was the first time he'd heard this information. "It's no wonder you didn't know. Lin Changyuan keeps a very low profile at school and rarely boasts about his background or status. Only a few of us veteran teachers are aware of this." These words came from Wang. The young teacher first offered a round of thanks, but then, as if a thought occurred to him, he suddenly asked, "Is Lu there too?" As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. None of the dozen or so teachers uttered a sound. It was the young teacher who, realizing the gravity of the situation, belatedly exclaimed, "Oh no! The other students are all warriors. Even if they're bitten a few times by a swarm of gold-devouring rats, they'll suffer serious injuries at most. It won't be life-threatening. But Lu is a beastmaster. Only his pets have combat ability. He himself is no different from an ordinary person. How on earth could he withstand an attack from a swarm of gold-devouring rats? If even a single gold-devouring rat charges into the dense forest to attack Lu, his chances of survival are slim." As the young teacher spoke, he suddenly realized he had, at some point, fallen to the very back of the group. The other teachers had long since picked up the pace, moving even faster than before as they sped off into the distance. Wang, in particular, was leaving the rest of the teachers far behind, racing ahead at breakneck speed. "Damn it! So you guys had already figured this out?" The young teacher shouted, channeling all his mana with full force as his speed surged once more, leaving only a trail of afterimages in the dense forest. At the edge of the dense forest, facing the wilderness ahead, under the formidable defensive formation set up by Lin Changyuan and his group, the swarm of gold-devouring rats arrived. It wasn't until that very moment that, with the swarm right before her, Zhang Shuiying realized just how staggering its size was. Not dozens, not even hundreds, but literally hundreds upon thousands. She even suspected that every single gold-devouring rat from the depths of the entire K2 region had gathered in this swarm to survive. Kill. There were several entrances leading from the wilderness into the dense forest. But thanks to Lin Changyuan and the others drawing them in earlier, the vast majority of the gold-devouring rats in this swarm were charging straight toward the entrance where the group was stationed. As far as the eye could see, while it might not quite be overwhelming, it was certainly a teeming, swarming mass thick as can be. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! The high-pitched, shrill, ear-piercing sound of gnashing teeth sent shivers down their spines. At the entrance to the dense forest, the group formed a fan-shaped formation. Standing shoulder to shoulder at the very front were Lin Changyuan and Zhang Shuiying, the two with the highest cultivation levels. Lu, as the beast master, was protected behind Zhang Shuiying. The rest guarded the flanks. Except for Lu, everyone clutched a battle axe tightly in their hands, each one varied in shape and color, but all were incredibly sharp. Whoosh! A gold-devouring rat from the front charged toward them. Mana surged through Lin Changyuan's body with a casual swing of his blade. He effortlessly slew this Tier 2 gold-devouring rat. Clearly, his strength far surpassed that of Su Sheng earlier. And with Lin Changyuan's single swing, the battle between the group and the horde of gold-devouring rats officially erupted. Blades flashed. The rats screeched. One after another, the gold-devouring rats charged the defensive perimeter formed by the group like mad, fearless of death. Every now and then, a scream would ring out from within the crowd. Faced with such a massive horde of gold-devouring rats, some students who were only at the Tier 2 realm began to sustain one bite wound after another. Lu even saw a young man's left hand get half of it bitten off right before his eyes by a gold-devouring rat. Of course, Lu wasn't about to just stand by and watch. Right from the very beginning, he had summoned Kei Sante from his beast-taming realm to join the battle. This swarm of hundreds, even thousands, of gold-devouring rats was an extremely dangerous, life-or-death crisis even for Lu. He couldn't possibly hold back at a time like this. That wouldn't be hiding his true abilities, that would be pure stupidity. In that brief moment, the unassuming black cat Kei Sante took down countless gold-eating rats with a single swipe of its paw. Kei Sante, all by itself, single-handedly withstood the onslaught of most the swarm. If the situation hadn't been so tense, the rest of the group would already dropped to their knees before it, shouting, "Boss! Kei Sante, fight with everything you've got!" With a single thought from Lu, Kei Sante, at the very front of the formation, shuddered. Meow! Kei Sante let out a low growl. The next moment, its body, which had been that of a black cat just a moment ago, began to swell and grow larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, its aura grew increasingly powerful. When it reappeared, the plump black cat had vanished. In its place stood an exotic beast over 2 meters long and half a meter tall, its entire body shimmering with a deep, dark glow. At first glance, it resembled a completely black leopard. Dark Night Beast form. This was Xanti's true battle form. The black cat was merely its usual, low-key form. And at this moment, even though the battle was fiercely intense and danger was erupting at every turn, the crowd still couldn't help but stare in utter shock. This was the first time they'd ever seen Lu's pet beast in battle. They thought the black cat's form from earlier was already powerful enough. But they never expected it could be even stronger. Right now, Kei Sante was simply standing there, yet the aura emanating from it sent a chill down everyone's spine. This was undoubtedly a Tier 2 exotic beast, unmatched in its tier and even capable of going head-to-head with a 4th-tier beast. Was this really the pet summoned by Lu, that useless beast master? Even Zhang Shuiying was filled with delight and surprise at that moment. After all, Kei Sante had never appeared before her in this form before. Roar! Kei Sante, in his Dark Night Beast form, finally let out not a soft, neat cat's meow, but a mighty roar full of power. Whoosh! A flash of black light. No one could see Kei Sante's movements clearly. In mid-air, the corpses of more than a dozen gold-devouring rats fell all at once. Among them, half of the gold-devouring rats weren't even Tier 2, they were at the Tier 2 realm. And at that very moment, squeak! Squeak, squeak! From the rear of the swarm came a grinding of teeth far more powerful and menacing than that of the other gold-devouring rats. As the sound rang out, the swarm of gold-eaters, which had previously spread out like mercury spilling across the ground, parted as if by magic, forming a clear path. At the end of the path, standing on the ground, was a massive gold-eater nearly 2 meters long. The Gold-Eater King? A horrified gasp erupted from the crowd. Chapter 11, The Gold-Eating Rat King. Kay Sante at the height of his power. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment the gold-eating Rat King appeared, the swarm of gold-eating rats, which had been furiously attacking the group, all temporarily halted their movements and retreated several meters. The gnawing, shrill screams of the gold-devouring rats now sounded in perfect unison. All signs pointed to the fact that this notably larger rat was undoubtedly the king of this pack. Squad leader Lin, I can't detect any information about this Rat King. A student warrior at the front of the group, who had reached the Tier 2 realm, shouted. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's heart sank instantly. After awakening their martial arts, every warrior is born with a scout skill that allows them to detect general information about exotic beasts of a rank no higher than their own, such as species name, rank, and realm. But now? Jiang Shuiying's lovely face tensed as she focused her attention on the gold-devouring Rat King. Species, gold-devouring Rat King. Rank? Skills? Talents? At first glance, nothing but question marks. This isn't good. This is at least a Tier 4 Rat King. Jiang Shuiying gasped softly. And Lin Changyuan's next words only made everyone's heart sink even further. I've seen a mid-Tier 4 exotic beast before, but this Rat King's aura far surpasses that one. This could be a late Tier 4 or even peak Tier 4 gold-devouring Rat King. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blood drained from the faces of the 20-odd students. Whether it was a warrior or an exotic beast, the gap between cultivation tiers was like an uncrossable chasm. A single Tier 2 difference meant an unimaginable gap in strength. Among those present, even Jiang Shuiying, the highest ranked, was only at the peak of Tier 2. She stood no chance against this Rat King. In fact, everyone had no doubt that this single gold-devouring Rat King alone could wipe them all out. Not far away, on the gold-devouring Rat King's soccer ball-sized face, a pair of eyes rolled back and forth. Its gaze remained fixed on the Dark Knight beast at the very front. A mighty exotic beast actually helping humans? It couldn't comprehend it. Squeak, squeak. The Rat King's sharp teeth ground together, emitting a piercing, explosive sound. Roar! The Dark Knight beast at the very front let out an angry roar. Lin Changyuan and the others didn't understand what was happening. But Lu, as a beast master, was able to sense the Dark Knight beast's thoughts and understand their exchange. Gold-devouring Rat King, Old Black, why are you helping humans? Dark Knight beast, you're the one who is Old Black. Your whole family is Old Black. Gold-devouring Rat King, you're serving as a human's lackey, bringing shame upon the exotic beast clan. The beast clan will never be slaves. Dark Knight beast, you idiot. Gold-devouring Rat King, percent. Lu didn't catch that last line. It was probably a Gold Eater clan swear word, and it must have been pretty nasty. Clearly, the Gold Eater Rat King sensed a hint of threat from the Night Beast, otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his breath like that. But after a round of friendly banter, the Gold Eater Rat King realized the Night Beast wasn't having any of it. Since reason wouldn't work, there was only one option left: war. As far as the gold-devouring Rat King was concerned, as long as he killed this exotic beast trader, the rest of the humans were mere fish on a cutting board, not worth a second thought. Squeak! A sharp, explosive sound rang out. The gold-devouring Rat King vanished from his spot in an instant. Whoosh! Cutting through the air with a series of whistling sounds, it charged forward at breakneck speed. The gold-devouring rats were naturally gifted with speed, and in the gold-devouring Rat King, this trait was manifested to the fullest extent. Just as it happened at that moment, not a single one of the 20-odd warriors, including Lin Changyuan, could make out the Rat King's exact movements. Boom! When it reappeared, the Rat King's figure was already locked in a mid-air struggle with the Night Beast. Roar! The Night Beast let out a roar. It was currently only at the early Tier 2 stage, a vast difference from the Rat King at the peak of Tier 4. Yet even so, after that single strike, the gold-devouring Rat King hadn't gained the slightest advantage. In fact, A deep claw wound had already appeared on its back. Of course, the night beast wasn't faring much better either after the clash. Its aura had visibly weakened slightly. But when the crowd witnessed this scene, every student warrior including Lin Changyuan stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Holy crap! ISNT Lu's pet only tier 2? And it managed to hold its own? Early tier 2 going head to head with a peak tier 4. What kind of monster is this? Ha ha ha, I thought we were done for today. Kei Sante is awesome. Lu is awesome. Cheers erupted from the crowd, especially among the students who were only at the tier 2 realm. They had already sustained injuries to varying degrees in the previous battles and looked disheveled and pitiful. When the gold-devouring Rat King appeared just moments ago, they were among the most desperate. Now, seeing the Night Beast actually holding its own against the gold-devouring Rat King, each of them seemed to have found a glimmer of hope for survival. The only exception was Lin Changyuan. With his head bowed, his expression shifted constantly, tinged with a faint shadow of gloom. His brows were tightly furrowed as his thoughts raced. The next moment, it seemed as though he made up his mind. Squeak! Roar, roar, roar! Ahead of the group, the battle between the gold-devouring Rat King and the Night Beast raged on without pause. A claw strike here, a claw strike there. Drops of crimson blood fell onto the ground one after another. It was impossible to tell whether they came from the Rat King, the Night Beast, or both. Seeing this scene, Lu's heart sank slightly. He could sense that Kei Sante was not in good condition. If he activated his peak form, doubling his combat power, he might gain the upper hand. But then, Kei Sante would immediately enter a period of weakness. The threat to the group wasn't just this Rat King. Hundreds, even thousands of gold-devouring rats outside the dense forest were all lying in wait. Lu, you're the Beast Master. Do you have any hidden tricks up your sleeve? Have your beasts used them now? If we don't take down this Rat King soon, the rest of the rat horde will likely rise up and attack us. Just then, Lin Changyuan turned to look at Lu and shouted anxiously. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire battlefield fell silent. A look of intense fury flashed across Jiang Shuiying's pretty face. You bastard! Revealing Lu the Beastmaster's identity at a time like this, are you trying to get the gold-devouring Rat King to notice him? And in fact, Lin Changyuan had indeed achieved his goal. The 4th-tier gold-devouring Rat King possessed considerable intelligence and was able to grasp the meaning of those words. In an instant, Lu felt himself locked onto by a powerful aura. The sudden sense of danger even made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. No matter how strong his pet beast might be, Lu was now no different from an ordinary person, a beastmaster with absolutely no combat ability. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! A sharp, explosive sound rang out. The gold-devouring Rat King's figure streaked through the air. Its target was none other than Lu. Oh no! Quick! Protect Lu! Jiang Shuiying cried out in alarm. Before her words had even finished, she was already standing sideways in front of Lu, her alloy battle sword raised. Whoosh! The gold-devouring Rat King was far too fast. Jiang Shuiying's full power strike was dodged. At the very last moment, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shuiying chose to throw her body directly into the path of the gold-devouring Rat King's charge. Boom! A heavy impact sent Jiang Shuiying flying backward, slamming into a large tree. This scene filled the rest of the group with both shock and rage. Damn it! Everyone, charge! If Lu gets killed, without his pet beast in the fight, we're all as good as dead. A tier 2 warrior student let out a shout, gripped his battle axe, and charged toward the gold-devouring Rat King. The others all snapped to attention as well. Even though many of them, sensing the gold-devouring Rat King's overwhelming aura, felt fear steadily growing in their hearts. But they still resolutely charged toward Lu, using their bodies to shield him and protect him. This scene was both stirring and tragic. Lu was stunned. Lin Chunyuan was speechless. Roar! At that very moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted through the dense forest. An aura so powerful it made everyone tremble engulfed the entire scene. Kei Sante. In its prime, in a state of unbridled fury. Its aura even surged to a level approaching the 5th tier. Chapter 12, The Dark Element Vortex. The Death of the Gold-Devouring Rat King. Mid-air. The gold-devouring Rat King, charging toward Lu, showed fear in its little, glinting eyes for the very first time. This overwhelming aura made it sense death. I must kill this human, or I will die too. The gold-devouring Rat King was intelligent enough to grasp the crux of the matter in an instant. The Dark Night Beast's sudden transformation must have been triggered because its master, the so-called Beastmaster, was in danger. As long as the Beastmaster was killed, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Perhaps this traitorous exotic beast might even return to the fold. Whoosh! Clang! More than a dozen student warriors, regardless of their cultivation levels, all stepped in front of Lu and swung their battle axes. The piercing clang of metal on metal rang out incessantly. But the gold-devouring Rat King withstood the onslaught without uttering a sound. In just 1 second, it broke through the crowd's encirclement and reached Lu. Die! A savage, almost human expression of brutality flashed across the gold-devouring Rat King's tiny face. Its basketball-sized claws lunged straight at Lu. This was a full power strike from a peak 4th-tier Rat King. Not to mention an ordinary human like Lu, even a typical Tier 2 warrior would be torn to pieces on the spot. Buzz! But just then, a mysterious elemental fluctuation suddenly rippled out. The gold-devouring Rat King, whose figure had been as swift as the wind just a moment ago, came to an abrupt halt mid-air. Its sharp, menacing claws were less than half a meter from Lu's face. Lu could even feel the gale-force wind swirling around those claws. But strangely enough, it was precisely this final half-meter that the gold-devouring Rat King could no longer cross. Behind it, a black vortex the size of a fist suddenly appeared out of thin air. From within the vortex came waves of an utterly terrifying gravitational pull. It was as if a giant hand were forcibly dragging it into the black vortex. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! Under the horrified stares of the crowd, the gold-devouring Rat King actually let out a scream of fear and supplication. However, the black vortex grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from the size of a fist to a black void 2 meters in diameter. A 2-meter diameter, just enough to swallow the gold-devouring Rat King whole. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak! At that moment, the entire swarm of gold-devouring rats erupted into a frenzy. The deafening, piercing sound of gnashing teeth nearly caused everyone's eardrums to throb with pain. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Hundreds upon hundreds of gold-devouring rats, as if possessed, charged fearlessly toward that massive black vortex. They wanted to shatter the vortex and save their Rat King. 10, 100, 1,000. Almost all the gold-eating rats, without exception, charged toward that black vortex. But the gold-eating Rat King was still unable to resist that terrifying pull. The lower half of its body had already been completely swallowed by the black vortex. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! The Rat King's cries grew ever more shrill, yet visibly weaker by the moment. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by. It had clearly only been a few minutes. Yet to everyone's eyes, it felt as though a century had passed. The overwhelming swarm of gold-devouring rats was gone. The incredibly powerful gold-devouring Rat King had vanished. Only the massive black vortex, which had expanded to a full 5 meters in diameter, stood silently in midair. As if it had been there since time immemorial, as if it were eternal. Gulp! Deep within the dense forest, the sound of someone swallowing finally broke the eerie, utter silence. The 20-odd students present exchanged glances, looking from one to another. In the end, everyone's gaze converged on Lu, standing at the center. Lu, once the top campus beauty at Luo City First High School. With a 9-star martial arts talent, yet she switched her class to become a beast master. A worthless beast master. That had been the assessment of Lu for the past entire year across the entire Luo City First High School, including everyone present here. And now, she was single-handedly battling the Dark Knight beast pet of the gold-devouring Rat King. That utterly bizarre black vortex had devoured the entire swarm of gold-devouring rats, including the Rat King himself. You call this a worthless beast master? Then what are they? Worthless even below the worthless? Worthless people who aren't even fit to tie the shoes of the worthless? Lu didn't have time to care what these people were thinking. He immediately rushed to the large tree nearby and picked up Jiang Shuiying, who had already fainted. That silly girl. Earlier, she used her own body to take the gold-devouring Rat King's blow head-on for him. Fortunately, Lu found that Jiang Shuiying was merely pale. There were no visible wounds on her body. The only mark was a conspicuous claw scratch on the chest of her blue combat outfit, which looked incredibly gruesome. Clearly, it was thanks to this highly defensive warrior armor. Otherwise, even if Jiang Shuiying hadn't died, she would have been seriously injured. After making sure Jiang Shuiying was unharmed, Lu's gaze finally turned to the massive black vortex in the sky. Kei Sante's figure had already vanished. Because that black vortex was, in fact, Kei Sante himself. Sensing you were in mortal danger and that your pet had activated its full power form, the void-devouring beast bloodline within it erupted. It briefly mastered the bloodline skill Dark Element Devour. Dark Element Devour, the Night Beast's body transforms into dark elements, condensing a vortex of dark energy to devour all of the enemy's life force. Seeing this information, Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Although the encounter with the swarm of gold-devouring rats had been incredibly perilous, the result was that Kei Sante had grown tremendously. The next moment, Lu focused his mind, and the black vortex in midair slowly shrank. After a burst of deep, dense darkness, the figure of a plump black cat emerged. Meow. The black cat dashed straight to Lu, affectionately nuzzling against his arm. Perhaps because it had absorbed such a massive amount of life force, Kei Sante had now transformed into its black cat form. This form allowed it to absorb and process energy more efficiently. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air from deep within the dense forest. A figure all too familiar to Lu appeared. Lu, how are you? Ha! Where's the gold-devouring rat horde? Wang, the first to arrive, stared wide-eyed at the empty wilderness before him. No way. Where's the gold-devouring rat horde? That massive horde of gold-devouring rats? On his way here, he glanced at the live feed. It had been a vast, marching horde of hundreds, even thousands. Among them was even a gold-devouring Rat King at the peak of the 4th tier. And now, as far as Wang could see, the area was completely empty. Only the corpses of a few dozen low-tier gold-devouring rats lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. The remaining thousands of gold-devouring rats had vanished without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just a few seconds after Wang arrived, the sound of the wind cutting through the air rang out one after another. The figures of more than a dozen teachers all materialized. This group of rescue teachers, their bodies coursing with mana and radiating the intense aura of high-tier warriors, all froze in their tracks. The last to arrive was Shaoli, a young new teacher. Upon seeing the scene before him, Shaoli froze for a moment and blurted out instinctively, "Damn, did I come to the wrong place?" Chapter 13, Wang, oh no, I got mocked by a cat. 10 minutes later, some 20 student warriors and over a dozen teachers who had come to the rescue all fixed their gaze intently on Lu and the seemingly harmless, plump black cat at his feet. Lu's fat cat solved the crisis caused by the horde of gold-devouring rats? And it instantly killed over 1,000 gold-devouring rats, including the king? Young teacher Shaoli's eyes widened in disbelief. Even though he and Wang had already pulled up the live footage and replayed the battle moments ago, even seeing it with their own eyes. It still felt utterly surreal and unreal to them. That was a swarm of hundreds, even thousands, of gold-eating rats. Never mind this group of Tier 2 warrior students, even they, a handful of high-tier teachers, wouldn't fare well if easily surrounded by such a swarm. One misstep, and they might even be overwhelmed and die from exhaustion. That was precisely why they sent a full dozen or so teachers to the rescue. Splash! And just then, Sante, at Louis' feet, opened its little mouth and spat out a beast core the size of a fist. The beast core of a peak Tier 4 gold-devouring rat king. Wang and the others' pupils instantly contracted. Plop! Sante spat out another, slightly smaller beast core. The beast core of a peak Tier 2 gold-devouring rat. Plop! Plop! Santi kept opening its little mouth, spitting out a beast core every time. A full 10+ minutes passed. A towering stack of over 1,000 beast cores piled up at Louis' feet. Meow! Santi, now in its black cat form, nuzzled up to Lou and let out a pleading meow. Judging by its expression, it seemed to be seeking praise. As Louis' pet beast, it was quite intelligent and knew how important these beast cores were to its master. That was precisely why it had previously devoured only the life force of those gold-devouring rats, while preserving their precious beast cores. After spitting out all the beast cores, Sante held its head high and shot a meaningful glance at the others. To Wang and the others, this scene seemed like nothing short of showing off and rubbing it in their faces. Don't believe me? Here, I'll spit out the beast cores for you to see. And so, the dozen or so high-rank warrior-level instructors all wore expressions that were both awkward and stiff. Some of the more sensitive ones even turned their heads away. Damn it! Had they actually been mocked by a cat? Amid this bizarre atmosphere, though Wang and the others were still shocked and curious, they didn't know how to broach the subject with Lou. After exchanging glances for a moment, they all decided, almost in unison, to leave quietly. As they departed, however, they addressed all the students present with a final instruction. The trial ends at 7 o'clock. Remember to head back early for the assembly. As soon as the words were out, a dozen or so teachers fled the scene as if their lives depended on it. For every extra second they stayed there, they felt as though that black cat was cackling at them. After the supervising teachers left, more than 20 students gathered in front of Lou and thanked him earnestly. They even bent down and bowed in gratitude. For this group of 18-year-old boys and girls, pride was their most cherished possession. But at that moment, they bowed before Lou. Among them was even Lin Chuanyuan. Of course. Perhaps it was simply because the situation demanded it. Brother Yu, can I call you that from now on? From within the crowd, a skinny student cautiously asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the others all hurriedly chimed in. Hey, kid! Trying to cut me off, are you? Damn it, I want to call you Big Brother too. Get lost. My rank is higher than yours. If anyone is going to call him that, I go first. Brother Yu, I can't possibly repay you for saving my life. Could this humble maiden? Stop calling yourself a humble maiden, you little bastard, you don't even stand a chance. Can't you see Brother Yu's got the University of Jiang's most beautiful girl in his arms? It was as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. The atmosphere instantly became lively and relaxed. Many people were also staring intently at Lou, waiting for his answer. Unlike those teachers, they had witnessed Lou's power with their own eyes. That chubby black cat's strength was beyond imagination. And most importantly, the debt of saving their lives. If Lou's pet hadn't stepped in, they might not even be breathing fresh air right now. Perhaps they would have already perished at the hands of the gold-devouring rats. Maybe a few of the Tier 2 students could have barely held out until the teachers arrived to rescue them. But those dozen or so students who were only at the Tier 2 realm would have certainly met their end. At this thought, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell once more upon Lin Chuanyuan, standing at the edge of the crowd. Their eyes held an inexplicable meaning. Earlier, when the gold-devouring Rat King attacked, Lin Changyuan's shout had put Lu in a life-or-death crisis. And just then, Lin Changyuan took a step forward and walked up to Lu. His face was now filled with apology and remorse. "Lu, I'm sorry. Earlier, when I saw your pet beast locked in a stalemate with the gold-devouring Rat King, I was worried that if the fight dragged on, the others would be attacked by the rat swarm, so..." As he spoke, Lin Changyuan's eyes even reddened. He sniffed and said, his voice slightly choked with emotion. "No matter what, those words I spoke back then were indeed thoughtless, and they put you in great danger. I'm willing to take full responsibility for this and apologize to you. Whatever cultivation resources you want, just ask, I'll make it up to you as soon as the assessment is over." To be fair, Lin Changyuan's heartfelt words did go a long way toward dispelling the vague dissatisfaction and suspicion that had been brewing in the students' hearts. Perhaps he really hadn't thought things through at the time. Many students subconsciously thought this. Only a very small number of students who knew Lin Changyuan better actually saw the look of suspicion in their eyes grow even stronger. As for Lu, he maintained a faint smile from start to finish, quietly watching Lin Changyuan the whole time. An unintentional act? Lu knew full well that the mind of the student sitting behind him was actually quite deep. Seeing that Lu didn't speak, Lin Changyuan didn't get annoyed. Instead, the apology on his face grew even more sincere and heartfelt. He spoke slowly and firmly, enunciating each word clearly. "Just tell me what you want, anything at all, and I'll definitely make it up to you." As he spoke, Lin Changyuan casually added, "Don't worry, my dad is Lin Cheng anyway, I can definitely meet your demands." Although he only spoke in half the sentence, it was enough to make many of the students present widen their eyes in utter shock. Lord Lin. Lin Changyuan's father was Luo City's strongest fighter, Lord Lin? None of them believed this was a slip of the tongue on Lin Changyuan's part. If it's true, it's true. If it isn't, it isn't. When it came to a king-tier fighter, absolutely no one dared to make things up. With that in mind, many of them couldn't help but look at class monitor Lin with a newfound sense of apprehension and awe. As for Lu, upon hearing this, he chuckled. A full 3 years. Every single moment, over 1,000 nights, he fantasized about making Lu disappear, about him dying. If it weren't for that old man saying someone was protecting you, you wouldn't have fucking lived this long. Lin Changyuan grew angrier the more he thought about it. With a swing of his battle axe, he hacked at the corpse of a gold-devouring rat on the ground, reducing it to a pile of shattered flesh. His earlier apology, of course, had fallen through. Lin Changyuan believed he'd already given Lu plenty of face and a way out. But Lu's final words had completely torn down any pretense of friendship. Catch a behemoth to be his pet? And king tier? Lin Changyuan had barely managed to hold back from cursing out loud right then and there. His father, the strongest fighter in Luo City and at the peak of the king tier, wasn't he even a match for a king tier behemoth in a one-on-one fight? Did he really think behemoths were as common as cabbages, that he could just catch one as a pet? The more Lin Changyuan thought about it, the angrier he got. Especially when he remembered that as he was leaving, Zhang Shuiying was still in Lu's arms. Adultery. This is outright adultery. At that thought, Lin Changyuan's face turned green with rage. No way. I've got to go back and ask the old man exactly when will he break through to king tier. Once the old man breaks through to king tier, that worthless Lu won't stand a chance, even if he has got backers. If I want him dead, he'll die. Meanwhile, deep within the K2 zone, after the others had repeatedly thanked Lu and even sworn allegiance to him as their big brother, they began leaving one by one. After all, the final assessment was still underway, and they needed to hunt down the gold-devouring rats as soon as possible to obtain their beast cores. Although Lu had a full 1,000 beast cores in his possession, not a single one of them dared to ask for any. That was Lu's spoils of war. They had no right to lay a finger on them. It's worth mentioning that before leaving, they gathered together, whispering among themselves about things like Beastmaster, proving his worth, and footage. Lu couldn't make out the specifics of their conversation. He only knew that they all looked full of energy, their faces brimming with anticipation. Deep in the forest, under a tree as thick as three people's embrace, Jiang Shuiying lay in Lu's arms, still unconscious. However, Wang had checked her status before leaving and reported that she was protected by her battle armor and hadn't been injured. She'd merely been temporarily knocked out by the violent impact. Therefore, Lu wasn't worried about Jiang Shuiying's condition. He looked down at the stack of over 1,000 beast cores piled at his feet and fell into deep thought. Over the past year, he had never participated in a live-action assessment. Today was his first time fighting an exotic beast. This was also the first time he had ever seen these beast cores. Since they're beast cores, they should contain a vast portion of the energy from the exotic beast's body. I wonder if this energy has any effect on the evolution and growth of pet beasts? Lu looked at Kei Sante, who was lying on its back at his feet, and communicated with it telepathically. Soon, Lu received an unexpected answer. Exotic beasts can directly devour other beast cores to grow? By devouring powerful beast cores or those of a behemoth, they might even have a chance to acquire the opponent's bloodline skills or innate talents? Though the probability is very, very low. Only now did Lu truly understand why humans had always struggled to combat the behemoth cataclysm. Humans who cultivate martial arts must proceed step by step. Whether it's cultivation realms or combat techniques, they require constant practice and even enlightenment. But what about exotic beasts and behemoths? All they need to do is keep devouring the cores of their own kind. It's just like a game of big fish eating little fish. Even if humans manage to kill one big fish, before long, new and even more numerous big fish will appear. Thinking of this, Lu's mood grew inexplicably heavier. In the face of the behemoth cataclysm, humanity actually finds itself in an extremely vulnerable position. I won't think about that for now. I'm still too weak. I'll think about that later, once I've grown stronger. Lu took a deep breath, looked at Kei Sante, and asked telepathically. If you devoured all of these over 1,000 beast cores, how much would you grow? Kei Sante was silent for a moment. It tilted its head, seemingly struggling to make a difficult calculation. It wasn't until quite a while later that Lu received a rough answer, most likely peak 4th tier, with a small chance of early 5th tier. Only that much of an increase? Lu was surprised. After all, there were over 1,000 beast cores here, containing an immeasurable amount of energy, and even one from a peak 4th tier rat king. Santi quickly cleared up Lu's confusion. Although there were many beast cores, the gold-devouring rat's racial bloodline was very low level. As a night beast, Santi's racial bloodline far surpassed that of these gold-devouring rats. While the total energy from the beast cores was substantial, it wasn't pure enough. Santi could only absorb a small portion of it. The vast majority of the remaining energy is of little use. Hearing this, Lu immediately abandoned the plan he had in mind. He'd been thinking that, if conditions allowed in the future, he'd collect as many beast cores as possible for his pet beasts to devour, helping them grow and evolve. But now that he thought about it, if he were to actually do that, the number of beast cores required would likely be astronomical. Come to think of it, if exotic beasts can devour the energy from beast cores for their own use, could a warrior use that energy to accelerate their cultivation? Lu stared at the mountain of beast cores piled on the ground and suddenly had an idea. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lu put it into action. He picked up a Tier 2 gold-devouring rat beast core and held it in the palm of his hand. After all, he was only a Tier 2 beastmaster. Using a Tier 2 beast core meant that even if something went wrong, it would still be within his control. Calm my mind, absorb the energy. Following the mana cultivation methods outlined in his textbook, Lu attempted to absorb the energy from the beast core. Soon, Lu suddenly snapped his eyes open. It actually worked? Although this impure energy is hard to convert into pure mana, it can be absorbed by the Beastmaster realm within my body and automatically transformed into Beastmaster power. Lu was stunned. Hadn't he been training so hard for the past year precisely to accumulate Beastmaster power? Mana is merely a tool for warriors. No matter how much mana Lu had absorbed in the past, it would always be converted into Beastmaster power. This was a Beastmaster's innate passive ability, and it couldn't be changed. But now, Lu seemed to have discovered a new method for cultivating Beastmaster power. This method was far faster and far more efficient than cultivating mana and then converting it into Beastmaster power. Keep going. Lu suppressed the excitement in his heart, forcing himself to calm his mind as he continued to absorb the energy from the beast core. 10 minutes later, Lu opened his eyes. Crack! The Tier 2 gold devouring rat beast core in the palm of his hand shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. With a thought, Lu brought up his personal interface. His gaze went straight to the very bottom of the interface. Beastmaster power charge progress, 5%. In just a short while, a tiny Tier 2 beast core had actually equaled a whole month of Lu's day and night cultivation. Warriors can't use beast cores to cultivate, but Beastmasters can. Have I accidentally unlocked a new cheat? Lu muttered, a strange look on his face. At the same time, his movements didn't pause for a moment. Clutching a beast core in each hand, he continued his cultivation. If possible, Lu planned to use these beast cores to break through to the Tier 2 Beastmaster realm in one go. Then he would venture deeper into the K2 region to search for traces of a King Tier behemoth, to see if he could force a contract and claim a behemoth as a pet. Chapter 15, The 5 King Tier Powerhouses. The behemoth appears. While Lu was engrossed in absorbing the energy from the beast cores and cultivating his Beastmaster power. 50 kilometers away. In the K2 region. In the sky. 5 figures hovered in midair. Hovering in midair, this is an ability possessed only by those whose martial arts have broken through to the King Tier. These were 5 King Tier martial arts masters. Lord Lin, are you certain that behemoth fled to this area? Mid-air. A slightly portly King Tier master spoke up. As soon as the words fell, the other 3 simultaneously turned their gaze toward a man dressed in white with a refined, scholarly demeanor. Lin Qiqing, nicknamed Lord Lin, the Lord of Luo City. He was also Luo City's strongest warrior, at the peak of the King Tier, just a hair's breadth away from the King Tier. This is information I obtained yesterday from Sanctuary at great cost. Lin Qiqing spoke calmly. That single sentence was enough to dispel all doubts from the minds of the other 4. Sanctuary. Since the information came from Sanctuary, it was absolutely reliable. Therefore, although the group had already combed the sealed-off K2 zone dozens of times, they still dared not let their guard down. That beast's innate talent is extraordinary. Not only can it change its size, but it also possesses abilities related to the void. I suspect it's highly likely that it's hiding in the void, lurking somewhere in this area to recover from its injuries. Lin Qiqing voiced his hypothesis. And when the words "recover from its injuries" reached the ears of the other 4, their expressions all turned solemn. Yes. That behemoth that had escaped from the abyss was severely wounded. Of course, this severe injury couldn't have been inflicted by just the few of them. They didn't possess that kind of power yet. Even with City Lord Lin, at the peak of the King Tier, they couldn't have done it. A behemoth is a behemoth, a terrifying entity that could be called a natural disaster. An ordinary behemoth could easily take on 10 opponents at once. Some powerful behemoths could even fight dozens of human warriors alone without being defeated. If this behemoth hadn't been injured, they would have had to report the situation no matter what and seek reinforcements from the powerful warriors of Jinling. But a behemoth that was severely wounded, with less than 1/10 of its original strength. Lord Lin believed that 5 King Tier warriors would be more than enough to hunt it down. After all, that behemoth was only in the early King Tier, specifically, the lowest rank within the early King Tier, level 1. There are 9 ranks within the King Tier. Ranks 1 through 3 are collectively referred to as the early King Tier. Ranks 4 through 6 are the mid King Tier. Ranks 7 through 9 are the late King Tier. Only those at the peak of the 9th rank can be called the pinnacle of the King Tier. Of the 5 people present, aside from City Lord Lin Qiqing, who was at the peak of the 9th rank of the King Tier, the other 4, Jiang Jinmin, Principal of Luo City First High School, King Tier, 7th segment. Pei Jia, Deputy City Lord of Luo City, King Tier, 6th segment. Zhang Hongfu, Independent Cultivator and Jiang's stepfather, King Tier, 5th segment. O Jingyuan, Independent Cultivator and Luo City's only female King Tier powerhouse, King Tier, 3rd segment. With the combined strength of the 5 of us, taking down a severely wounded, dying King Tier 1 behemoth shouldn't be a problem. The only trouble is that we can't find the thing. The footprints vanished completely on the outskirts of the K3 zone. It must have realized it was being tracked. Deputy City Lord Pei Jia said in a deep voice. Lin Qiqing, however, chuckled softly and pulled out a compass-like item. Beast Tracking Compass. Single-use special item. Can lock onto the aura and location of behemoths at the mid-king tier level or below. City Lord Lin actually exchanged this treasure for it at Sanctuary? Oh, Yuanjing, the female king tier powerhouse, covered her mouth and gasped softly. The others also looked on in astonishment. They had all seen this treasure before at Sanctuary. The exchange requirements were extremely high. It demanded immense resources and a heavy price. It seems City Lord Lin is absolutely determined to capture this king tier behemoth. Zhang Hongfu, with his portly, affable appearance, said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiqing's expression remained calm and refined. He simply replied in a measured tone. Once the mission is complete, the behemoth's core is mine, and the rest will be divided equally among the 4 of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 nodded in agreement. This had all been agreed upon beforehand, so naturally, there would be no last-minute changes. Lord Lin, please proceed. Jiang Jinmin, the principal of Luo City First High School, was a man with a square face and an austere demeanor. At that moment, he looked at Lin Qiqing and said in a deep voice. From a personal standpoint, Jiang Jinmin did not want Lin Qiqing to obtain the behemoth's core. Because that would mean the city lord would have a very high probability of using the core to break through to the king tier. And that was by no means a good thing. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Qiqing had already activated the compass in his hand. A massive surge of mana poured into it. A moment later, the compass shot out of Lin Qiqing's hand, transforming into a streak of light as it streaked toward a distant valley. Let us go follow it. Lin Qiqing called out, taking the lead as he flew off. The other 4 followed closely behind. A few minutes later, the 5 of them came to a halt high above a valley in the K3 region. This is the location the compass pointed to. But this place looks completely empty. There is not a single trace of a behemoth here. Oh, Yuanjing, the one with the lowest cultivation level, asked in confusion. This time, the other 4 didn't respond to him. Lin Qiqing was staring intently at a clearing in the center, and amidst that spatial turbulence, a figure slowly rose to its feet. Its body was covered in harrowing wounds. A claw mark on its chest was particularly gruesome and deep. At a glance, one could even see the blood-red heart throbbing inside. Roar! The next moment, another furious roar rang out. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Qiqing and the others, the beast's silhouette, previously blurry and only 5 or 6 meters tall, began to swell rapidly, like a balloon being inflated. 5 meters. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, the figure of a behemoth, standing over 5,000 meters tall, materialized. Its feet pressed against the earth, its head reaching toward the heavens. A voice like thunder exploded throughout the area, spanning dozens of li. ANS. Asking for death. Chapter 16, The Starry Sky Titan. The behemoth's terrifying combat power. Gulp. When the 5,000-meter-tall behemoth stood before Lin Qiqing and his 4 companions, even though they were all king-tier martial artists, they all instinctively swallowed hard. This was a terrifying sense of oppression stemming from its sheer size and species. It was beyond words. 5,000 meters tall. Even though Lin Qiqing and his group were already flying hundreds of meters above the ground, they couldn't even reach the behemoth's ankles. In fact, even when they looked up, they couldn't make out the behemoth's true form. Its upper body was completely submerged in the clouds and mist of the sky. This was a humanoid behemoth. One of its thighs soared into the clouds like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. Holy shit! Is this a king-tier behemoth? At that moment, even Jiang Hongfu, who had remained the calmest throughout the entire ordeal, could no longer hold it together. His round face was etched with shock and fear. This behemoth's aura far exceeded all their wildest imaginations. Most importantly, it stood 5,000 meters tall. A single stomp from it would reduce the entire city of Luo to ruins. In the 50 years since the dawn of the behemoth era, humanity's understanding of behemoths has continued to deepen. The god of war once said that the most direct manifestation of a behemoth's power is its size. Generally speaking, the larger a behemoth is, the stronger it is. Generally speaking, king-tier behemoths range from 100 to 1,000 meters, sovereign-tier behemoths from 1,000 to 5,000 meters, and sacred radiance-tier behemoths from 5,000 to 10,000 meters. As Ouyuanjing spoke, she swallowed hard once more, tilting her head back to gaze at the behemoth before her, nearly 5,000 meters tall, her voice trembling slightly. City Lord Lin, we haven't provoked a sovereign tier or even a sacred radiance tier behemoth, have we? No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Qiqing shook his head firmly. His gaze fixed intently on the sky-piercing behemoth. The information from Sanctuary can't be wrong. This is definitely an early-stage king-tier behemoth. It's currently 5,000 meters tall. It must simply be using its talent to alter its size. As he spoke, Lin Qiqing cast a king-tier scrying spell directly at the behemoth. Species: Starry Sky Titan. Tier? Talent? Bloodline? Skills? Except for the species, everything else was filled with question marks. Generally speaking, while a king-tier warrior is no match for a king-tier behemoth, they can still gather intelligence. This is why Ouyuanjing had felt uneasy earlier. She simply couldn't detect this behemoth's tier. But since Lin Qiqing himself said the information came from Sanctuary, it must be accurate. It must simply be that this behemoth is unique enough to largely block detection by human warriors. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar rang out. This behemoth, standing a full 5,000 meters tall, had moved. He was furious. Ever since he arrived on this planet, he hadn't actively attacked any humans. He'd merely been hiding away, quietly recovering from his injuries. But these people before him had been tracking him all along, even trying to hunt him down. He had already lost everything. His planet, his race, his father, his mother, his brothers, his sisters. Countless starry sky titans had been slaughtered before his very eyes. It was only because more than a dozen elders of his clan had used their lives as fuel, sacrificing their flesh, souls, and bloodlines, that the void passage was shattered, allowing him to flee to this planet and cling to life. He was the prince of the starry sky titans, and the last surviving bloodline of his kind. Roar! For the final glory of my clan! He leaped high into the air. His massive, 5-kilometer tall body completely blocked out the sun in the sky, casting a shadow that covered a radius of 1 kilometer. No flashy elemental skills whatsoever. The starry sky titans' most powerful weapon was their very bodies. Quick! Get out of the way! At that moment, as he watched the starry sky titan leap into the air and plunge toward the group with thunderous force, City Lord Lin could no longer remain calm. This primal yet brutal strike had far surpassed the realm of the king tier. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled. Mountains crumbled. A massive crater, over 1,000 meters deep, appeared on the ground. Such was the terrifying power of a single strike. Fortunately, City Lord Lin and his companions unleashed their most secret techniques and ultimately managed to escape the strike's range. But even the aftershocks alone caused Ouyuanjing, the one with the lowest cultivation level, to turn pale, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth on the spot. He is too strong. I even think that even a Marshal Supreme would have died instantly if he'd taken that blow head on. Deputy City Lord Pei Jie looked disheveled and was gasping for breath. Just moments ago, in order to save his life, he had directly activated a treasure he traded for from Sanctuary. Had he not done so? Even though he was at the 6th rank of the king tier, he would already be a corpse by now. No, more likely, he'd be torn to pieces, with not a single bone left intact. On the other side, Lin Qiqing's expression was also grim to the extreme. The composure and refinement that had previously graced his face were gone, replaced by a deep sense of foreboding and apprehension. This king-tier behemoth was unlike any other. It's likely that, across the entire behemoth race, this creature is unrivaled among its peers, the kind capable of fighting opponents several tiers above its own. Lin Qiqing knew he wasn't exaggerating, because this creature was currently gravely wounded and on the brink of death, with less than 1/10 of its original strength remaining. City Lord Lin? Oh, Yuanying looked at Lin Qiqing and spoke tentatively. Although she didn't say anything specific, the tone of that single sentence already revealed a hint of retreat. This king-tier powerhouse had backed down. Doesn't that creature seem to have shrunk a bit? Just then, Principal Jiang of Luo City First High School's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as he suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look in the direction of his voice, and were instantly taken aback. Originally standing 5,000 meters tall, after that single strike, he now appeared to be only 4,500 meters tall. Although it was only 500 meters shorter, the implications filled them with delight and excitement. I get it. This behemoth was already gravely wounded and on the brink of death. That strike just now was merely a last gasp. We don't need to fight it to the death. As long as we keep draining its stamina and energy, we'll wear it down sooner or later. A radiant smile once again lit up Lin Qiqing's face. And in the very next moment, without a moment's hesitation, he took the lead, stepping forward with his long sword in hand and closing in on the behemoth. Whoosh! A sword beam over 100 meters long slashed down onto the behemoth's thigh. Let us go together. Seeing this, Principal Jiang let out a soft sigh and held nothing back. He clapped his hands together, and a blood-red battle axe materialized in his hands. Slash! Principal Jiang roared, his entire body surging with mana. A blade of light, no less formidable than Lin Qiqing's, slashed straight toward the behemoth's chest. There was a claw mark there that cut deep enough to expose the bone, the most vulnerable spot on the behemoth's entire body. Jiang Hongfu, Ouyuanjing, and Deputy City Lord Pei Jie exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and unleashed their full power. At that moment, 5 king-tier martial artists attacked with everything they had, surrounding and assaulting this severely wounded king-tier behemoth. Roar! The starry sky titan was enraged. He swung his fist forward and slammed it down with tremendous force. In an instant, the battle between the behemoth and the humans erupted in full force. It was a 5-on-1 battle. But what was unbelievable was, Lin Qiqing and his group, facing the starry sky titan, were constantly on the defensive. They were being completely overwhelmed. If it weren't for the fact that each of them possessed their own means of survival, some of them would likely have already fallen. But at the same time, though the starry sky titan was powerful, his size continued to shrink with each successive blow. His aura was weakening and fading at a rate visible to the naked eye. 4,500 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,500 meters. Strike while the iron is hot. No matter how deep his reserves of composure, seeing victory within reach, a radiant and triumphant smile spread across Lin Qiqing's face. Chapter 17, Matewan Takeout, your behemoth pet has arrived. Boom. Rumbling. The battle between City Lord Lin's group of 5 and the behemoth was so incredibly loud that the ground within dozens of li was constantly trembling violently. Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought a massive earthquake had struck. As for Lu, who was in the dense forest of the K3 zone, the closest point to the K2 zone, he felt it even more distinctly. He had already spotted the behemoth when it first appeared. There was no way to miss it. That 5,000-meter tall figure was visible to anyone within dozens of li who looked up unless they were blind. And this was the first time Lu had truly seen the behemoth with his own eyes. Even though he'd seen it countless times in textbooks and on TV, witnessing it firsthand now left Lu utterly awestruck. Behemoth. The natural disaster of this era. That terrifying figure, 5,000 meters tall, with half its body submerged in the clouds. That sense of oppression. Even from a distance of over 10 kilometers, Lu instinctively held his breath. It was only at that moment that Lu realized his previous thoughts had been a bit too naive. A wounded king-tier behemoth? Did he really have what it took to contract it? Lu realized he'd been overestimating himself. The combat power of this king-tier behemoth far exceeded his wildest imagination. Even though it was severely wounded at that moment, it was still holding its own against 5 king-tier powerhouses from Luo City all by itself. At one point, it even had the upper hand. Lu had no doubt that if this behemoth hadn't been injured, forget 5 king-tier powerhouses, even 5 more wound have been enough to take it down. And as for him? He'd likely be killed by the shockwaves before he even got close to that behemoth. But as time goes on, that beast's size keeps shrinking, and its aura seems to be growing weaker and weaker. If this keeps up, that behemoth will likely meet its end in defeat. Lu watched the battle unfolding in the distant sky and thought to himself, such a golden opportunity, am I really just going to let it slip away? Lu's eyes were fixed intently on that colossal figure in the distance, which still stretched from the heavens to the earth, filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Just moments ago, after consuming dozens of gold-devouring rat beast cores in quick succession, his beastmaster power had recharged to full capacity. With that, Lu had officially advanced. He was now a Tier 2 Beastmaster. According to estimates from his second King Tier talent, his current probability of successfully contracting the King Tier behemoth had reached 55%. 55%, that's already more than a 50% chance. Every King Tier behemoth is a terrifyingly powerful being. If I miss an opportunity like this, I'll likely never get another chance. Lu stared at the distant sky, steeled his resolve, and made up his mind. He was going to take a gamble. He would venture deep into the K2 zone, heading toward the center of the battlefield. As long as he ensured his own safety, he'd take a chance. Who knows, maybe he could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. With that thought in mind, Lu no longer hesitated. First, he stuffed a stack of beast cores lying on the ground into his backpack, then removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it into the dense forest. Then, Lu turned his gaze to Zhang Shuiying, who lay in his arms. The girl hadn't woken up yet, she was still unconscious. Leave her here all alone? Lu knew he wasn't the kind of person to do that. After all, not long ago, she'd sacrificed herself to block a strike from the gold-devouring Rat King for him. I'll just have to carry her. With her in tow, I can't go too deep, otherwise, if we run into danger, I won't have time to escape. Lu sighed, but without hesitation, he hoisted Zhang Shuiying onto his back. Of course, he took the opportunity to remove her combat bracelet and toss it aside. After all, he was on a mission to attempt to contract a king-tier behemoth, essentially snatching it from the jaws of the tiger right under the noses of City Lord Lin and his group. Being recorded by her combat bracelet would be anything but a good thing. And so, while all the exotic beasts and trial students in the area scrambled frantically, fleeing as if for their lives away from the K2 zone, Lu, carrying Zhang Shuiying on his back and accompanied by Kei Sante, walked step by step toward the battlefield. At the same time, unbeknownst to Lu, the combat bracelet he'd tossed into the dense forest was emitting a series of urgent beeps. An extremely urgent announcement was also repeating over and over. All students of Luo City First High School, no matter where you are now, and regardless of whether you've completed your assessment tasks, immediately evacuate the K3 trial zone. Everyone, assemble outside the K3 zone. A battle involving a king-tier behemoth has broken out in the K2 zone. Everyone, end your assessments and assemble immediately. Unlike the lush, dense forest of the K3 zone, the K2 zone was a vast, barren wasteland. As far as the eye could see, it was nothing but rugged ravines and valleys. Lu, carrying Jiang Shuiying on his back, made his way through the rugged terrain. Come to think of it, after advancing to Tier 2, the Beastmaster talent sharing had also been activated. Tier 3 talent, you can share your pet's realm, strength, talents, skills, and bloodline. Current sharing ratio, 30%. The sharing ratio increases as your Beastmaster tier rises, up to a maximum of 100%. Current maximum number of shares, 1. You can currently share all the abilities of up to 1 pet. This number increases as your Beastmaster tier rises. After advancing to Tier 2 and activating the talent, the description of this talent has become more detailed. Lu has already activated this talent skill, sharing 30% of Ksante's realm, strength, talents, skills, and even bloodline. It's worth noting that after devouring the life force of over 1,000 gold devouring rats, Ksante's realm had broken through to mid-tier 2. Now, having shared Ksante's power, Lu possesses combat strength roughly equivalent to a late Tier 2 warrior. Of course, if Lu were to use his skills or even the bloodline talent of the void-devouring beast, his combat strength would far exceed Tier 2. With the nighttime ambush skill, my speed can reach levels approaching that of a 4th tier warrior. First, I'll get close to the battlefield and see if I can snag a lucky break. If I really run into a danger I can't handle, I'll turn and run there as always tomorrow. Lu formulated a plan in his mind. To be honest, setting aside that 55% contract probability, Lu knew his chances of success this time were slim. After all, contracting their prey, the behemoth, right under the noses of 5 king-tier powerhouses? That's harder than climbing to the heavens. But no matter how difficult it was, Lu had to give it a shot. The opportunity was right in front of him. Even if there was only a 1 in 10 million chance, he had to try. Otherwise, that 55% contract probability would be a complete waste. With that thought in mind, Lu's pace instinctively quickened a few notches. Just a few more kilometers ahead, and he'd truly enter the K2 zone. At that moment, Lu had no idea that the entire K2 zone had already been completely sealed off by Lin Qiqing's men. Even if Lu reached the edge of the K2 zone, he wouldn't actually be able to get in. Meow. Suddenly, just as Lu stepped into a valley, Ksante, who had been leading the way ahead, let out a cry without warning. Immediately afterward, before Lu could even react, Ksante forcibly shifted from his black cat form into a dark night beast form resembling a black leopard. In fact, Lu could sense that Ksante was ready to activate prime form at any moment and even unleash his innate skill, Dark Element Vortex. Could there be a powerful exotic beast hiding in the valley? Lu thought instinctively. And in the next instant, crack! The space 10 meters in front of Lu suddenly split open. A figure over 5 meters tall crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The figure was covered in wounds, blood flowing freely, and appeared to be on the verge of death. Yet the aura emanating from it sent a powerful shiver down Lu's spine. Lu immediately cast a Beastmaster scouting spell. Race, Starry Sky Titan. Rank? Talent? Bloodline? Skills? Lu? No way, man. Does Meituan now offer home delivery of behemoth pets? Chapter 18, The Enraged City Lord Lin. The Contract. The Battle of Mines. K2 Zone. The former center of the battlefield. At this moment, the mountains and earth had been completely shattered. A surge of chaotic energy engulfed the entire battlefield. High above, the figures of Lin Qiqing and his 4 companions had also vanished. Also gone was the behemoth, which had once stood 5,000 meters tall. Amid the swirling sand and dust, everything was shrouded in haze. Cough, cough. After a long while, a violent cough rang out. Put. Immediately following, there were 2 or 3 more sounds of blood being coughed up. Disperse. A furious shout rang out. Whoosh. An overwhelmingly powerful mana surge swept out in all directions. The swirling dust cleared, finally revealing the figures of Lin Qiqing and the others. But all 5 of them looked utterly battered. Zhang Hongfu's arm hung limply at his side, bleeding profusely. On Ouyuanying's face, which had once been slightly alluring, several gruesome bloodstains had appeared at some point. Principal Jiang was propped up by his sword with one hand, half kneeling on the ground, his face as pale as paper. As for Pei Jia, half his chest had caved in, and a clear fist mark was still faintly visible. But the worst off of all was City Lord Lin Qiqing. His right leg had vanished at the hip. The mysterious and powerful longsword in his hand had been snapped in two. Beast! Lin Qiqing's once refined and composed demeanor was gone. At that moment, he resembled a madman with disheveled hair, one missing a leg, no less. Just moments ago, under the combined assault of the group, the behemoth's form had continued to shrink until just 5 meters tall. 5 meters seemed to be the limit of how small the behemoth could shrink. Seeing this, Lin Qiqing signaled the other 4 to launch an even more ferocious assault. But even though they were somewhat mentally prepared, none of them could have imagined that the behemoth's last-ditch counterattack would be that terrifying. Even though its internal energy was nearly depleted, even though its aura had grown weak and feeble to the extreme. But by some unknown means, the behemoth managed to forcibly restore a small portion of its strength at the very last moment. Even though the recovery lasted less than a second, perhaps only 1/100th of a second. But it was precisely that brief instant that left the 5 king-tier martial artists from Luo City with such severe injuries and disabilities. Worst of all, after that single strike, the behemoth took advantage of their injuries to forcibly activate its bloodline talent, shatter the void, and escape. City Lord Lin, are you all right? Yuanjing had no time to tend to her nearly disfigured face. Instead, she looked anxiously at Lin Qiqing. Lin Qiqing's gaze, however, was fixed intently on a pile of shredded flesh on the ground not far away. That was his right leg. The right leg that the behemoth had ripped off and then smashed to pieces with a single punch. Chase it. In its current state, it can't possibly have gotten far. It must still be somewhere nearby. I will kill that beast and rip out its behemoth core with my own hands. Lin Qiqing let out a blood-curdling scream, looking as if he'd lost his mind. Then, completely ignoring Yuanjing's concerned gaze, he forcibly sealed the bleeding wound at the base of his right leg with mana, then shot straight up into the sky and flew off into the distance. Right now, all he wanted was to kill that behemoth. Lu looked at the starry sky titan before him, his face filled with a strange expression. There was no mistake. This was the king-tier behemoth he'd spotted from afar earlier. Only a behemoth was worthy of the title Titan. A mere exotic beast, no matter how powerful, could never bear the name of a Titan. Kei Sante, don't be nervous. Lu turned to the night beast beside him, which was already completely on edge and had even hunched its back, and called out softly. Then, Lu set Zhang Shuiying down from his back and leaned her against a nearby boulder. Zhang Shuiying seemed to sense something. She fluttered her eyelashes slightly but still didn't open her eyes. Phew. After doing all that, Lu took a deep breath and walked step by step toward the starry sky titan 10 meters away. Thud. Thud, thud. Lu's footsteps, one after another. Steady yet powerful. Until he reached a distance of just 2 meters from the starry sky titan, at which point Lu stopped. At this distance, the starry sky titan could crush him with a single swipe of its paw. But at the same time, Lu could also activate the contract array and forcibly bind this behemoth. The risk was huge, but Lu was ready to take a gamble. Of course, the only reason Lu dared to do this was because this starry sky titan now looked completely spent, its life force barely detectable. Let alone moving its body, it didn't even seem to have the strength to open its eyes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let Lu get this close. No kid cries every day, and no gambler loses every day. A 55% chance I'm taking the bet. Lu cheered himself on in his heart. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his Beastmaster power, tracing a series of incredibly complex patterns in the air. Contract formation. This is the Beastmaster's innate passive ability. It's also a formation that no one else, no matter their class, could ever complete. In the name of the contract, witnessed by the laws of the universe and spacetime, by the power of the Beastmaster. Seal the contract. Just 2 minutes later, all of the Beastmaster power within Louis' body was completely drained, not a single drop remained. And the contract formation in midair had finally taken shape. It emitted waves of incredibly mysterious rule fluctuations, which plunged directly into the starry sky Titan's body, standing over 5 meters tall. Hum. Hum hum. Immediately afterward, waves of inexplicable fluctuations spread out. Louis' consciousness, however, suddenly found itself in a world of blinding white. Human. A colossal roar suddenly boomed out. Lou saw a behemoth a full 5,000 meters tall. It was none other than the starry sky Titan. Human. What are you doing? Do you intend to enslave my will and control my soul? The behemoth roared. And an incredibly dazzling light suddenly erupted from its body. The starry sky Titan will never be enslaved. Roar. In the blindingly white world of consciousness, the 5,000-meter tall starry sky Titan, its face contorted with rage, unleashed a punch straight at the Lou in his mental form. Facing this blow that could have shattered the heavens and destroyed the earth, Lou did not panic. On the contrary, at that moment, he was utterly calm. He knew that in this contract with Behemoth, Lady Luck was not on his side. A 55% probability Lou had missed. Otherwise, the forced contract would have already succeeded. Entering the mental space meant the forced contract had failed. Lou had to conquer this Behemoth's will to have any chance of completing the contract. Just as that massive fist was about to come crashing down on Louis' head, he finally spoke. Kill me, and you'll die too. If you die, the starry sky Titans will be utterly wiped out. Chapter 19, Contract Successful. My first behemoth pet. In the blindingly white mental space, the star Titan's massive fist hundreds of meters across came to a halt right above Louis' body. Lou looked up and could even make out the dense network of skin folds and wrinkles on the fist. Gazing at the giant fist suspended in midair, Lou knew he'd made the right bet. Everything was hidden in the Behemoth's words before the battle began, for the final glory of my kind. It was precisely this phrase that sparked a sudden realization in Lou, as if he were waking from a dream. According to the information he'd received from the fat man, this behemoth had escaped from the abyss. Moreover, when it emerged, it was already severely wounded and on the brink of death. After that, it was hunted down by Lin Shiqing and several other king-tier powerhouses. Clearly outmatched, it ultimately used a method resembling spatial teleportation to appear right before him. When Lou pieced all this together, he arrived at an extremely bold hypothesis. The starry sky Titans were facing the threat of total annihilation. And this behemoth before him was very likely the sole survivor. As for that abyss that suddenly appeared, it might not actually be the abyss at all, but rather something akin to a spatial passage. After all, that starry sky Titan had just appeared right before his eyes in exactly the same way. The difference was that this so-called abyss was likely a spatial passage spanning countless planets and worlds, one forged by even more powerful starry sky Titans. Human. Do you know what you're talking about? The star Titan's massive, 5,000-meter tall figure looked down at Lou, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A single one of its teeth was even larger than several Lou's combined. Yet at that moment, Lou remained remarkably calm, speaking slowly and deliberately. I'm saying, as the last survivor of the Star Titan race, if you die, the Star Titan race will be completely extinct. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. How much more so for an entire race? If the race ceases to exist, what glory is there to speak of? As his words fell, the colossal figure fell silent. On its face, Lou saw an incredibly complex mix of emotions: sorrow, pain, hatred, anger, helplessness, confusion. Lou said nothing at that moment, but simply stared at it quietly. He didn't know how long had passed. when the massive figure once again lowered its head to look at Lou, who was as small as an ant at its feet. "You're a human. A behemoth will never bow to a human, that is the law of the universe." Although his voice remained loud, it was clear he was no longer as angry as before. Instead, there was a hint of despair. Lou could tell. This giant was well aware that, in his current physical state outside, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. And for the sake of his race, he did not want to die. Perhaps he sought revenge, perhaps he wanted to preserve the last bloodline of his race. In any case, in order to survive, he was now even willing to bow his head in compromise with Lou, a human. But what seemed to drive him to despair was the so-called law of the universe. Could a behemoth not submit to a human? What kind of bullshit law of the universe was that? Lou declared that, as the Beastmaster, he was here to shatter precisely these kinds of unreasonable rules. "I am the Beastmaster. All you have to do is sign a contract, and you can become my pet, my companion. I can help you grow and evolve, and in return, you'll help me fight and eliminate dangers." Lou made no attempt to hide anything at this point and laid his identity bare. And at that very moment, Lou clearly saw that this colossus, standing a full 5,000 meters tall, revealed a look of utter bewilderment in his eyes, which were as large as a school playground the moment he heard the words Beastmaster. On his home planet, although he hadn't had much contact with humans, he'd heard plenty about them from his clan elders. The human race was inherently extremely weak, like ants. They lacked the innate talents and bloodline of the behemoths and could only grow stronger through martial arts training. Some powerful human warriors could even pose a threat to the behemoth clan. Of course, that didn't include City Lord Lin and his men who had previously besieged him. As for those ants, if he hadn't been injured, he could have swatted a whole group of them to death with a single slap. In his understanding, powerful meant at least what human warriors referred to as king tier. But now, after listening to Lou's more detailed introduction to the Beastmaster, the Starry Sky Titan was stunned. Beastmaster? A human class capable of forming a contract with a behemoth? His eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. How could such a game-breaking, bog-like class even exist among humans? It took a very long time before he finally accepted this reality. In any case, Lou was now his only option. With that in mind, the Starry Sky Titan lowered his head and stared intently at Lou. His voice boomed like thunder. "Human. I can enter into a contract with you, but on one condition. You must avenge the countless fallen members of my Titan clan." His enormous eyes fixed on Lou. Although Lou was delighted, he didn't rush to agree. Instead, he paused to think before asking, "What race are they? And roughly how powerful are they?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a rare hint of fear flashed across the Starry Sky Titan's face. He shook his head, and his thunderous voice boomed, "I do not know. I only know they are not human." Having said this, the Starry Sky Titan waited no longer for Lou's response. Its massive form, standing over 5,000 meters tall, began to shrink at a visible rate. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Until finally, its height stabilized at around 5 meters. Seeing this, Lou didn't hesitate. With a thought, a contract formation radiating mysterious fluctuations shot out from within his body. The formation flew straight out and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into the Starry Sky Titan's body. This time, the contract formation encountered no resistance whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Lou could feel an unbreakable bond, one that no force could shake, form between himself and the Starry Sky Titan. Now, with a mere thought, he could even directly determine this behemoth's life or death. A Beastmaster's contract formation is utterly domineering. The Beastmaster holds unilateral control over every aspect of his beast companion. Life, bloodline, soul, will. This was precisely why Lou dared to bind the behemoth as his beast companion. Once the contract was sealed, the beast companion could never betray him. Rumble. At that very moment, the white, misty mental space shattered into fragments like snowflakes. In reality, Lu finally opened his tightly shut eyes. Whoosh! With a mere wave of his hand, the starry sky titan lying on the ground before him was drawn into the Beastmaster's realm. My first behemoth pet, it's mine. At that moment, even Lu couldn't help but break into a beaming smile. Then, Lu eagerly began checking the information on his new pet. Chapter 20, The Mighty Starry Sky Titan. New talent, transformation. Name, Caesar. Race, Starry Sky Titan. Tier, King Tier, Level 1. Bloodline, possesses pure and potent royal blood of the Starry Sky Titans. Continued evolution and growth may result in a return to ancestral traits. Talents, multiplication, void. Multiplication, a talent unique to the Starry Sky Titans that allows them to change size. Enlarging their form grants a boost to all attributes, resulting in an exponential increase in combat power. Shrinking their form significantly enhances recovery abilities and growth rate. Current multiplication limit, enlarge 10 times, shrink 100 times. Increases with cultivation level. Void, the Starry Sky Titans were born in the depths of the cosmos and possess unparalleled affinity with space. This talent continuously grows and evolves as their cultivation realm rises. Skills, Void Concealment, Void Teleportation. Evaluation, this is a King Tier behemoth with a powerful bloodline, unmatched among its peers. Status, contracted beast, severely injured, near death. At this moment, looking at the information panel before him, Lu still found it all a bit surreal. Who could have imagined? He had just awakened his Tier 2 talent that morning, and by the afternoon, he had actually acquired a King Tier behemoth as a pet. And not just any King Tier behemoth. One that was unrivaled in combat power among its peers. Of the Starry Sky Titan royal bloodline. The multiplication talent and the void talent. Even among the countless behemoth species, these two talents are absolutely mind-bogglingly powerful. For the behemoth race, size is everything. Lu now knew that Caesar's true form was actually only 500 meters tall, which isn't particularly impressive among King Tier behemoths. But once the multiplication talent is activated, it grows tenfold to 5,000 meters tall. How would you handle that? And this 5,000 meter tall behemoth also possesses the ability to traverse space. Not only is it invincible among King Tier behemoths, but Caesar could likely even hold his own against a sovereign Tier behemoth. Most importantly, Lu can share in Caesar's power. Thanks to the unlocking of the Tier 2 Beastmaster talent, Lu can now share up to 30% of his pet's strength, realm, talents, and skills. What does 30% of a King Tier behemoth's strength amount to? It's likely that Lu won't find a single opponent below the King Tier. And even against King Tier martial artists. Once Lu activates his multiplication and void talents, he'll still be a force to be reckoned with. Rounding it off, Lu now even possesses the strength to go head-to-head with King Tier masters. Thinking of this, Lu actually felt it was a bit surreal. After all, he is still just a lowly Tier 2 Beastmaster. Phew. Exhaling a long breath, Lu tried to calm himself down. Lu told himself he couldn't get carried away just yet. Above King Tier, there is King Tier, King Tier, King Tier, and even more King Tier. Only when he has tamed a few King Tier behemoths as pets will he truly be invincible. If Caesar weren't critically injured right now, I'd definitely try sharing our power just to see what it feels like. Thinking of this, Lu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Good news, he has tamed a behemoth as a pet. Bad news, the behemoth is critically injured and on the verge of death, barely clinging to life. The sharing talent is also based on the pet's actual condition. For example, right now, Caesar is critically injured and on the verge of death, with less than 1/100th of his original strength remaining. Even if Lu activates sharing, he might not see much of a boost in power. On the other hand, skills and talents aren't restricted by the pet's condition. The biggest problem right now is still helping Caesar recover from his injuries. Although a King Tier behemoth is powerful, the resources needed to heal its injuries are likely astronomical. Caesar is in terrible shape, he is barely clinging to life. If we can't help him recover as soon as possible, this king-tier behemoth pet might not survive much longer. One wrong move, and Lu's joy could turn to sorrow. Thinking of this, a strong sense of urgency welled up in Lu's heart. As far as he knew, Beastmaster power could not only help pets evolve and grow but also heal their injuries. Lu still had over 1,000 beast cores left over from the gold-devouring rat swarm. If he absorbed them all and converted them into Beastmaster power, he might be able to temporarily sustain Caesar's life force. At the same time, Lu glanced at his personal panel. In the talent section, there was a new, grayed-out talent waiting to be unlocked. This was a talent he could only see after advancing to a Tier 2 Beastmaster. Tier 4 talent, you can convert any energy resource into an equivalent amount of Beastmaster power within the Beastmaster realm. This conversion is instantaneous and has no cooldown. 10% of the converted Beastmaster power counts as a charge, which can be used for Beastmaster advancement. This percentage increases as the Beastmaster S tier rises, up to a maximum of 100%. This talent unlocks after advancing to Tier 4. At first, Lu was a bit disappointed when he saw this talent. After all, it seemed pretty useless. Although it could instantly convert energy resources into Beastmaster power, only 10% of it could be used for advancement. This even made Lu feel like he'd lost out. But after contracting the Starry Sky Titan, Lu realized he'd been wrong. Does the Beastmaster S tier matter? It matters, but not that much. It matters because the Beastmaster S tier unlocks talents and new contract beast slots, allowing Lu to contract new behemoth pets. It doesn't matter because a Beastmaster S combat power isn't actually directly tied to their tier. A Beastmaster S combat power is fundamentally determined by their contract beasts. And the growth and evolution of pets require massive amounts of Beastmaster power. This became especially apparent to Lu after he contracted the Starry Sky Titan. As a mere Tier 2 Beastmaster, even if he stopped eating and drinking and trained his Beastmaster power day and night, that meager amount wouldn't even be enough to satisfy a king-tier behemoth. Not to mention that in the future, he also wants to contract Sovereign level and Sacred Radiance tier behemoths. A behemoth's cultivation realm must absolutely surpass Lu's, otherwise, there would be no point in contracting it. What he is after is overwhelming superiority in cultivation realm, a dimension-crushing strike. At least for now, Caesar's recovery requires a massive amount of Beastmaster power. If I rely solely on my own cultivation, even with the aid of beast cores, it'll likely be a drop in the bucket. I might as well use the Beastmaster realm to convert it instantly. With that in mind, Lu made up his mind. As soon as the assessment is over, he'll immediately go into seclusion to train and break through to the 4th tier. Then he'll convert all the beast cores in his possession to heal Caesar's injuries. Only when Caesar's injuries are healed will his strength return, and since Lu shares 30% of Caesar's power, his own strength will naturally increase as well. This is a complete chain of logic. So, to restore Caesar to his peak combat strength and to allow me to advance by leveraging that 10% share of Beastmaster power, my goal for the foreseeable future is resources. Beast cores, source crystals. The more resources I have, the faster the recovery, the stronger I become, the faster I'll advance. Come to think of it, didn't the top 5 finishers in this assessment receive source crystals as a reward? Lu's heart skipped a beat as a sudden thought struck him. Then, Caesar's thunderous voice suddenly rang out in Lu's mind, interrupting his train of thought. Master, those human powerhouses who tried to ambush me earlier are hot on our trail. Chapter 21, Void Travel. A clever escape. Rejoining the team. 5 minutes later. Above the valley where Lu was located, a figure radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence streaked through the air and came to a halt mid-flight. The arrival was none other than the Lord of Luo City, Lin Qiqing. At that moment, his entire aura was extremely unstable, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. His eyes were fixed intently on a clearing in the valley below. There, traces of Behemoth's blood and aura were present. Yet the behemoth itself was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of tearing through the air rang out in rapid succession. Behind him, The other 4 king-tier powerhouses of Luo City arrived one after another. Although they had sustained significant injuries earlier, they knew how to prioritize. If they truly let this king-tier behemoth escape today, once it regains its strength, Luo City will surely face utter destruction. However, when they got a clear look at the scene in the valley, they all froze in unison. The bloodstains were still there. One could even faintly make out a 5-meter-long indentation on the ground. But the behemoth had vanished without a trace. Furthermore, there was no sign of anyone else present either. That behemoth seemed to have vanished into thin air. Could it have escaped using spatial teleportation again? Oh, Yuaniing couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiqing fell silent for a moment, then shook his head firmly and said, "Impossible. It's already at the end of its strength. Using spatial teleportation once earlier was already its limit. Otherwise, there would have been absolutely no need for it to engage us in a fight. It could have simply used spatial teleportation twice to escape." Upon hearing this, the others pondered silently for a moment before nodding in agreement. But what about the behemoth? Oh, Yuaniing couldn't help but mutter again. Lin Qiqing remained silent. His gaze was fixed intently on a massive boulder. In a crack along the edge of the boulder lay a long strand of hair. "Someone's been here. It's a woman. She stole Behemoth's corpse." Lin Qiqing whipped his head around. His gaze fixed on Yuaniing, who stood behind him looking completely bewildered. Yuaniing. No, dude. That's straight hair. I've got big, wavy hair, for crying out loud. In the dense forest of K3 zone, Zhang Shuiying was lying on Luo's back. Her long hair cascaded over Luo's shoulders. Her beautiful eyelashes fluttered. The next moment, Zhang Shuiying opened her eyes, looking slightly dazed. Where are we? Did we fend off the gold-devouring rat's attack? Lu, who had been walking with his head down, heard the voice and instinctively froze. You're awake? Zhang Shuiying nodded, looking around at her surroundings, still a bit dazed. Her memory was still stuck at the moment when the gold-devouring rat king attacked Lu and she had helped him block that blow. However, judging by her surroundings, she must be safe now. The threat from the gold-devouring rats had surely been resolved. With that thought, Zhang Shuiying felt her heart settle. It was only then that she realized. She was lying on Luo's broad back. He was carrying her. His hands were even wrapped around her thighs. His large hands were warm, and the sensation felt a little ticklish. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhang Shuiying's delicate, pretty face flushed crimson. She bit her lip, her big eyes fluttering, but she didn't say a word. She was curious about how the threat from the gold-devouring rats had been averted, but she didn't ask. Right now, she just wanted to rest quietly against Luo's shoulder and savor this blissful moment. Meanwhile, Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion welling up inside him. What had just happened was nothing short of harrowing. If he hadn't activated his shared talent and directly used void teleportation to travel from that valley to the K3 forest area more than 10 kilometers away, Lu might very well have been captured on the spot by City Lord Lin and his group of king-tier powerhouses. After all, City Lord Lin and his men were treating the king-tier behemoth as their prey. And he, right under their noses, had successfully contracted the behemoth. If City Lord Lin were to find out about this, Lu thought about it and realized that unless City Lord Lin were a reincarnated sage, he probably wouldn't have the magnanimity to let him off the hook. Speaking of which, this void teleportation is really handy. With my current strength, I can teleport 1 or 2 kilometers at a time, and perform up to 10 teleports in a single go. Lu reflected on his recent experience with a sense of satisfaction. Traveling 20 kilometers would take even a high-tier warrior several minutes. But with spatial teleportation, it took him just an instant. Lu walked forward while recalling his recent adventure. It wasn't long before the two reached the edge of the dense forest. Stepping out of the forest brought them to the open area on the outskirts. At that moment, Lu could even faintly hear waves of commotion and clamor drifting over from that direction. Thousands of students from Luo City First High School had gathered here en masse. From a distance, he could still hear a supervising teacher shouting, "Wan Yuquan, 5 Tier 2 Beast Cores pass. Zhang Mingji, 4 Tier 2 Beast Cores fail. Ji Buchang." Clearly, Lu and his companion had arrived quite late. They were already in the process of verifying the assessment results. Fortunately, nearly all the students' attention was focused on that, so for the moment, hardly anyone noticed the belated arrival of Lu and Jiang Shuiying. Jiang Shuiying climbed down from Lu's back, her face flushed. The two walked over to the area designated for Class 9 of the senior year. Wang, standing at the very front, saw them and finally let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, he'd been unable to contact Lu and Jiang Shuiying through their combat bracelets no matter what he tried, and he'd been worried that something dangerous had happened to them. Now, even though they were late, it wasn't a big deal. He could just turn a blind eye to it. "Lin Changyuan, 10 Tier 2 Beast Cores and 2 Tier 2 Beast Cores you've passed." Wang looked at Lin Changyuan standing before him and announced. The moment his voice rang out, it instantly caused a stir among the students. Holy crap! 12 Beast Cores? Is Lin Changyuan from Class 9 really that badass? Ha, you think so? He was a 6-star martial arts talent back in the day, and now he is a Tier 2 peak warrior. Holy cow, Class 9 is full of badasses. I wonder how the school's most beautiful girl, Jiang, did? What about Lu? I just want to know how many Beast Cores that Lu has. Lu? I heard he is still only Tier 2. He is just a useless beastmaster. Forget about Beast Cores. He'd be lucky not to be chased all over the place by gold-devouring rats. Damn it! Who just spoke ill of my brother? You've got the guts to say that again? It had to be said. The name Lu seemed to possess some kind of magical power. Whenever it came up, it was bound to spark a flurry of discussion. Just like right now. From the other classes surrounding Class 9's group, many people looked over out of curiosity. Their gazes all converged on Lu, standing at the very back of the line. In the eyes of the vast majority, there was a thick layer of sarcasm and contempt. They were all ready to laugh at Lu, that useless beastmaster. However, there were a very small number, perhaps 20 or so pairs of eyes that looked at Lu with gratitude. And it was precisely these students who were now fiercely defending Lu, getting into a heated argument with the other students mocking him. It had even escalated to the point of nearly coming to blows. Time ticked by, second by second. Finally, it was Lu's turn to hand in his Beast Cores. At that moment, countless students turned their gaze toward Lu, their faces full of schadenfreude. Until... clatter clatter! Lu opened his backpack, and a full 1,000 Beast Cores like a mudslide poured out all at once. Chapter 22, Did Lu Cheat? A replay of the action. Clatter clatter. Over 1,000 Beast Cores gushed out of Lu's backpack. A few breaths later, the Beast Cores had piled up into a thick stack on the table in front of Wang. Previously, Lu had only used a little over 20 Beast Cores to break through to Tier 2. Even after accounting for those and the several dozen he'd just handed to Jiang Shuiying, he still had over 1,000 left. To be precise, Tier 2 Beast Cores, 1,089. Tier 2 Beast Cores, 26. 1 peak Tier 4th Stage Beast Core. Wang, his expression unchanging, announced Lu's results directly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd of students, which had been deathly silent, erupted into an uproar. Holy crap! What the hell? Over 1,000 Beast Cores? Are you kidding me? Cheating! There's no way Lu didn't cheat. This is hilarious. Is Lu even brainless enough to cheat like this? Over 1,000 Beast Cores, he has got some nerve. Did you hear that? There's even a peak Tier 4th rank Beast Core. Ha ha ha. Peak 4th tier? Even Jiang, the campus queen at Luo City No. 1 High, the strongest student here, isn't even at 4th tier, right? This Lu, he is unbelievable. The students around them had now recovered from their initial shock. Their faces showed no trace of amazement, instead, they were filled with nothing but scorn. The way they looked at Lou was as if they were looking at a fool. Even if this guy was cheating, wasn't he just being completely brainless? Over 1,000 beast cores? He must be pulling our leg. It's safe to say that of all the students present, excluding those who had fought alongside Lou, every single one of them didn't believe a word of it. Lou, how could you be this stupid? A slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. It was Su Sheng who had spoken. He was clutching the area between his legs, his face as pale as paper. The look he shot at Lou was filled with the utmost venom. If it weren't for Lou, how could he have ended up like this? He'd even lost his manhood. And what's even more infuriating? Before leaving, Lou had even taunted him with a little poem. 1. I, Su Sheng, am formally accusing Lou of cheating. I saw his pet beast in action with my own eyes. There's absolutely no way he could have hunted down over 1,000 gold-eating rats in such a short time, let alone one at the peak of Tier 4. Su Sheng pointed at Lou, his voice full of passion. As soon as he spoke, the other students became even more convinced. Lou was definitely cheating. He was just a Tier 2 beastmaster. How could he possibly hunt down over 1,000 gold-devouring rats? It was likely that he had prepared those thousands of beast cores long before the exam. At this thought, the other students immediately became incensed. Especially those who had failed the assessment, they were the ones shouting the loudest. But something strange happened. Even though the students' shouts were deafening, so much so that they drew the attention of the other accompanying teachers, Wang's face remained completely calm, showing no sign of anger. The students of Class 9 were taken aback by this. Wang wasn't exactly known for being easygoing. If Lou had really cheated, Wang would have flown into a rage long ago. How could he still look so unperturbed now? At this thought, many instinctively wondered, could it be that Lou didn't cheat? But when their eyes fell upon the over 1,000 gold-devouring rat beast cores, they all shook their heads in unison. No, over 1,000 beast cores, that's an absolutely impossible feat. Forget Lou, even if the team leader, a high-tier warrior, had taken the test himself, he probably wouldn't have been able to pull it off. At that moment, not to mention the other students, even Jiang Shuiying's face was filled with astonishment and doubt. As she stared at the stack of beast cores, her mouth gaped wide in disbelief. There was no doubt about it, these beast cores definitely came from the swarm of gold-devouring rats they defaced earlier. Even that peak 4th tier beast core must have belonged to the gold-devouring rat king. But how could all these beast cores end up in Lou's possession? Could it be that the rescue instructors who arrived later, after slaying the gold-devouring rats, gave all the beast cores to Lou? But that didn't make sense either. Jiang Shuiying's little brain was completely fried right now. She instinctively glanced at Lin Changyuan, who was standing not far away. Then she noticed Lin Changyuan's face looked so grim, it seemed as if he was about to devour someone. His face had turned almost as purple as an eggplant. Jiang Shuiying was completely baffled. Could it be? Was it really Lou who wiped out the entire pack of gold-devouring rats back then? Was that even possible? Several full minutes passed. As the students' shouts grew louder and louder, and with a few even accusing Wang of covering up and protecting someone since he hadn't made a statement, Wang and the other teachers exchanged glances and reached a unanimous decision. Faced with the students' doubts, Wang immediately activated his permissions and turned on the projection screen. Then he played back the live footage recorded by Lou's combat bracelet during the assessment. From Su Sheng's initial taunts to Lou and Jiang Shuiying entering the dense forest together, their first encounter with the gold-devouring rats, and Kei Sante's first appearance. Kei Sante, in his black cat form, instantly wiped out 5 Tier 2 gold-eating rats. At that moment, the entire student body fell silent. Many looked at one another in stunned silence. Didn't they say Lu was a useless beast master? Didn't they say his pet was just a house cat with zero combat ability? How did he just instantly take out 5 tier 2 exotic beasts right off the bat? However, although many students were stunned by the power Sante displayed, they still questioned Lu's assessment results. We're not talking about 10 or 20 beast cores, we're talking about a full 1,000 beast cores. Lu's black cat might be strong, but it certainly wasn't that strong. That black cat is at tier 2 at most. How could it possibly kill a gold-devouring rat at the peak of tier 4? That alone is enough to prove Lu cheated on his exam. One student declared this conclusion with absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Wang and the other teachers remained completely unfazed, continuing to play the live footage. For the next hour or so, Wang sped up the footage of Lu and Jiang Shuiying hunting the gold-devouring rats. Until the swarm of gold-devouring rats attacked. Lin Changyuan led more than 20 students into the dense forest. Behind them were over 1,000 gold-devouring rats, packed tightly together. Just watching this scene, many of the students present felt their scalps tingle in waves. But at the same time, some felt their hearts skip a beat. One student glanced at the swarm of over 1,000 gold-devouring rats on the projection screen, then looked at the pile of over 1,000 gold-devouring rat cores stacked in front of Lu. Suddenly, his scalp began to tingle. Don't tell me Lu single-handedly wiped out the entire swarm of gold-devouring rats? From within the crowd, he suddenly blurted out this sentence. And so, he was no longer the only one with goosebumps. At that moment, all 1,000 plus students present instantly broke out in goosebumps. Chapter 23, First Place in the Assessment. Source Crystal Reward. At that moment, beneath the projection screen, over 1,000 students stared intently at the footage. They were afraid to miss a single frame or a single second. And so they witnessed that black cat's extraordinary combat prowess taking down one gold-devouring rat with every swipe of its paw. Even more unbelievable was this. It could transform. Dark Knight Beast form. Over 2 meters long, resembling a black panther, its aura was immeasurably more powerful. With a single swat of its paw, it could even instantly kill a tier 2 gold-devouring rat. Then, the gold-devouring rat king, at the peak of tier 4, made its appearance. Lu's pet actually held its own against it. Then, the turning point of the battle arrived. Lin Changyuan's offhand remark directly exposed Lu's identity, and the gold-devouring rat king charged straight at Lu. At that critical moment, the school's most beautiful girl, Jiang, stepped in front of Lu. But this, in turn, enraged Lu's pet. Sante activated his full power mode. He unleashed his bloodline's hidden skill, the Dark Element Vortex. And then, under the horrified stares of all the students, the black vortex formed by Lu's pet devoured the entire swarm of gold-devouring rats, including the king. With that, the battle ended. Wang shut down the light screen projection. He looked at the group of students and said calmly, "Does anyone still question Lu's assessment results?" As soon as the words fell, the entire area fell into complete silence. Silence. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Every single student had their eyes wide open, their mouths gaping so wide they could fit an egg inside. Even Jiang Shuiying, standing beside Lu, had a look of utter bewilderment and shock in her beautiful eyes. She never would have imagined that terrifying swarm of gold-devouring rats hadn't been dealt with by the teachers. Lu had wiped them all out single-handedly. It wasn't her fault. She truly couldn't have imagined it. Likewise, Wang and the other teachers, though they appeared calm on the surface, still felt a sense of awe after re-watching the live footage which they'd already seen countless times. Lu's pet beast was absurdly powerful. Black cat form, Dark Knight Beast form, at the peak of its power. And that black vortex skill he used, at the very end, that was already in the realm of elemental skills. Elemental skills. These are skills that warriors are only qualified to master after breaking through to the king tier. Anyone capable of mastering elemental martial arts below the king tier is undoubtedly a prodigy who defies the heavens. But here's the thing. Lu's pet, which is only at tier 2, pulled it off. Is Lu's pet that powerful? No. As Lu's homeroom teacher, Wang knows better than anyone. That black cat was originally just an ordinary house cat. Lu casually bounded after his awakening in class change. Back then, Wang Henti paid it much attention. After all, in his view, Lu's class change to Beastmaster was a detour. He would eventually return to the proper path of martial arts. But now, as Wang carefully assessed that black cat's growth, in just one short year, it had transformed from an ordinary house cat into a creature capable of single-handedly slaying over 1,000 exotic beasts, including the gold-devouring Rat King. Such a surge in power. If Lu were to contract an even stronger pet beast, just how powerful would he become? Wang felt a jolt of shock just thinking about it. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that both Sanctuary and the Martial God had concluded that Beastmasters are no good, Wang might actually have thought Lu's decision to switch to Beastmaster a year ago was the right one. Ah! At this thought, Wang couldn't help but sigh again. Although Lu was strong now, perhaps due to the unique nature of the Beastmaster class. As time goes on, in the future, according to Sanctuary and the Martial God, the Beastmaster class has inherent flaws. By then, Lu's growth would inevitably face major obstacles. He might even come to a complete standstill. With this in mind, Wang once again considered urging Lu to give up being a Beastmaster and switch back to warrior. It wasn't that he was old-fashioned, rather, this was a world where martial arts reigned supreme, and as a Beastmaster, Lu was an outsider who didn't fit in. But at the same time, Wang knew Lu's personality all too well. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, Lu would likely never give up being a Beastmaster to become a warrior. This conflicting mindset gave Wang a headache. I hope Sanctuary and the Martial God are both wrong. In the end, Wang even harbored such a blasphemous thought in his heart. The final exams at Luo City First High School had come to an end. And the final results took everyone by surprise. Lu the Maverick, who had been called a useless Beastmaster for an entire year, came in first place. Moreover, his score was in a league of its own, crushing the second-place finisher. With over 1,000 beast cores, this record, let alone this year, would likely remain unbroken at Luo City First High School for decades to come. And accordingly, Lu received the reward for first-place Source Crystals. 5 low-grade Source Crystals. Source Crystals are, without a doubt, the most precious cultivation resource since the Behemoth era. Each Source Crystal contains extremely pure energy. Any warrior who cultivates using Source Crystals will see their efforts yield twice the results with half the effort. Source Crystals are classified by grade into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and the legendary top grade. The fundamental reason Source Crystals are so precious is that everything humanity possesses today can be said to have been given by Sanctuary. Right in the center of Lu City stands a Sanctuary branch. But Lu can't enter it yet, because one must be at least a high-tier warrior, that is, tier 7 or higher, to qualify for entry. As for Beastmasters, it's unclear what the tier requirement is, but half a year ago, when Lu was at tier 2, he tried and couldn't get in. Lu! A clear, crisp call snapped Lu out of his thoughts. He tucked away the Source Crystals in his hand and turned to look. Jiang Shuiying stood before him, her hands clasped behind her back, looking lovely. Come to think of it, Lu had indeed cheated. Earlier, to help Jiang Shuiying achieve a better score on the assessment, he'd given her over 20 Source Crystals. And it was precisely because of this that she secured second place and received a reward of 3 Source Crystals. When Wang had been verifying Jiang Shuiying's results earlier, he deliberately glanced at Lu, clearly in the know, but choosing not to call him out on it. So-called rules aren't always set in stone. How come you still have Source Crystals? Lu stared in shock at the 3 Source Crystals that had been shoved into his hand along with the beast core. Jiang Shuiying, however, turned and ran off immediately, leaving Lu no chance to change his mind. Don't worry. My dad has plenty of Source Crystals, I'll go ask him for some. You're so strong now, I need to hurry back and go into seclusion to train, or you'll leave me far behind. Lu looked at the source crystals in his hand and watched the girl's figure gradually fade into the distance, his resolve growing even stronger. In the future, he would definitely have to repay this girl for all she done for him. Lu, come here for a second. I need to talk to you about the provincial exam spots. Just as Lu had packed up his things and was about to head home, Wang suddenly appeared and called out to him. Chapter 24, Provincial Exams. Secret Realm. Behemoth Rewards. Provincial Exams? On the outskirts of the K3 trial area. Most of the other students had already dispersed and gone home. Lu, however, had been called over by Wang and stayed behind. That's right, the provincial exams. I know you haven't heard of it before, because it's different from the national college entrance exam. As he spoke, Wang paused, as if weighing his words, then continued. Actually, you weren't even supposed to know about this or be involved in the first place. Because the so-called provincial exam is actually an assessment organized internally by Jiang Province, open only to top students from cities across the province. Our city of Luo has only 5 spots in total. Hearing this, Lu immediately raised an eyebrow. Wow! It seemed he had Luo's excellent performance on today's final exam to thank for this, otherwise, like the other students, he wouldn't even have been eligible to know about it. Wang glanced at Luo's expression and continued. Although it's called the provincial exam, it can actually be understood as a kind of selection process. As you know, there are only a handful of top martial arts academies in Huaxia, and the number of spots they offer through the national college entrance exam is extremely limited. To get into a top martial arts academy, you absolutely must perform exceptionally well in the top student selection. Otherwise, unless your performance on the college entrance exam is absolutely stunning, getting accepted into a top martial arts academy will be incredibly difficult. Upon hearing this, Luo's face took on a slightly puzzled expression. This system. Why does it seem so similar to the university admission programs on Earth in my previous life? However, the thought fleeted by, and Lu was more concerned with another question. I'm a beast master, can I still apply to those top martial arts academies? If I get into a top martial arts academy, what benefits will I gain? Upon hearing this, Wang explained in a calm and measured tone. I knew you'd ask that. It's true that you're a beast master, but let me ask you, do you need cultivation resources? Lu nodded without hesitation, yes. He needed them more than anything. Right now, a king-tier behemoth pet was lying in his beastmaster space, and that creature was a real resource guzzler. The resources Lu needed far exceeded those of any other warrior. Exactly. By entering the martial academy, you'll gain access to extremely abundant cultivation resources. And even setting resources aside, only by entering the martial academy can you connect with more people and factions, and secure a more powerful backing. As he spoke, Wang's expression grew serious, and his tone turned solemn. Lu, remember this well. Even in this era of the behemoth cataclysm, wherever there is human society, there are undercurrents and power dynamics at play. If you want to grow, you cannot avoid these. Hearing this, Lu nodded in agreement. Wang finally got back to the main point. The provincial exam for top students is held once a year, right before the college entrance exams. Jiang Province's exam is just 7 days away. According to the information provided by the principal, your class's provincial exam will take place within a secret realm. Hearing this, Luo's eyes lit up with anticipation for the first time. A secret realm? The secret realm said to hold countless precious resources and opportunities? A secret realm. A phenomenon that emerged alongside the abyss. The difference is, the abyss is rife with danger, dominated by behemoths. Humans cannot set foot there and must constantly be on guard against behemoths emerging from the abyss to threaten human cities. But a secret realm is different. A secret realm is said to be a fragment of a shattered miniature world. It is filled with countless resources. Source crystals, equipment, martial arts techniques, cultivation methods. You could say that every secret realm is a treasure trove for humanity. Of course, secret realms also pose dangers. They're usually occupied by numerous mutated exotic beasts. But mutated exotic beasts aren't behemoths after all. With human strength, they can still be dealt with. So now you know why only top students can participate in this provincial exam, right? Wang said mysteriously. Lu nodded in agreement. In addition to the resources within the secret realms themselves, the provincial exam also offers rewards based on rankings. Jinling has already announced the reward for first place in advance. I think you'll definitely be interested. Wang looked at Lu and, unusually, started speaking in riddles. Lu decided to play along and asked, "What is it?" Wang gave a mysterious smile and slowly uttered two words. Behemoth. What? Lu was stunned. He was genuinely shocked. The reward for first place in the provincial exam was a behemoth? What the hell? Could it be that, besides himself, someone else had actually contracted a behemoth for their own use? But soon, Lu realized he'd jumped to conclusions. Wang watched Lu's reaction, nodded with satisfaction, and explained. It's a behemoth. Didn't he see that coming, did you? To be honest, I was pretty shocked myself when the principal first told me. Actually, the reward is indeed a behemoth, but the circumstances are a bit unusual. I'm not entirely sure of the details either. But I'm guessing it's a behemoth that was subdued by humans but not killed, so they just kept it as a reward. After all, it's a behemoth. Every part of it is a treasure. The behemoth's core, its flesh and blood, its hide. Every single one is worth a fortune. For any warrior, they're absolutely the ultimate treasures for cultivation. If I had just one behemoth core, I would ve broken through to the king tier long ago. By this point, Lu had lost all interest in listening to Wang's rambling. His mind was filled with just one thought. Behemoth. And a living behemoth at that. Wasn't this just another new pet being handed to him on a silver platter? At that moment, Lu felt genuine interest in this so-called provincial exam for the very first time. It wasn't just about the resources, it was about the new behemoth pet. The provincial exam will take place in 7 days. I'll let you know in advance. Use these 7 days to train hard and boost your strength. One more thing, Luo City has ranked at the bottom of the provincial exam results for many years in a row. I hope your class can pull through this time. Wang watched Lu's reaction and assumed he was simply stunned by the behemoth reward. Although he knew full well how difficult it was to rank first, he didn't say anything to dampen Lu's confidence. In his view, if Lu suffered a setback in this provincial exam, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps it would prompt him to turn over a new leaf and give up on becoming a beastmaster to switch to a warrior instead? Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. Luo City has a total of 5 spots for the exam, and our first high school has 3 of them. Aside from you, you know the other 2 as well. One is your deskmate, Jiang Shuiying. The other is the student sitting behind you, Lin Chuanyuan. The other 2 are students from second high school next door, and their talent is quite extraordinary as well. In 7 days, Luo City's results will depend entirely on the 4 of you. Wang patted Lu on the shoulder in encouragement. At the same time, he recalled the words the principal had shared with him earlier. This year's senior class in Jiang province is brimming with geniuses, sprouting up like bamboo shoots after the rain. A 9-star martial arts talent normally, it might take several years just to produce one. This year, however, several have emerged all at once. And those prodigies will all converge at this provincial exam, becoming opponents for Lu and his classmates. Wang could tell that the principal was already prepared for Luo City to once again rank at the bottom. Chapter 25, The Tram, Aunt Phone, and My Cousin. Luo City. Line 2 Tram. The in-car TV was still looping this year's new Student Awakening promotional video. Inside the car, many boys and girls in school uniforms were chattering away, creating a lively atmosphere. Hee hee, I awakened a 4-star martial arts talent today, the highest in our class. Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous, sis. I only got a 2-star talent, why? What is so great about 4 stars? There's even someone in our class with a 5-star talent. Your class? What about you? How many stars did you get? I got 1 star. So what? 6. These were all the newly awakened students at Luo City First High School. It was also today that they completed their martial arts awakening ceremony. Coincidentally, the girl with the twin ponytails from earlier that morning was among them. She wasn't joining in the excitement of her classmates. Her pretty face was tense as she kept her head down, scrolling through her phone. It seemed her awakened martial arts talent wasn't exactly ideal. Beside her, a boy who looked like an upperclassman leaned in, offering words of comfort one after another. Oh my! Just then, the girl with the twin ponytails suddenly let out a startled cry. Such a commotion instantly drew the attention of everyone in the car. Even Lu and Jiang, sitting at the back of the car, instinctively turned to look. Hey, isn't that the freshman girl from this morning? Didn't she say back then that Senior Lu was really handsome and that she really liked him? Jiang patted Lu on the shoulder, a sly grin spreading across his face. Lu shook his head helplessly, too lazy to respond. He was busy thinking about getting home as soon as possible to train and advance his cultivation, as well as restoring Caesar's strength and healing his injuries. So he just glanced over briefly. Seeing that the girl seemed surprised by some news on her phone, he looked away and turned his gaze out the window. But not long after, the word Lu began popping up repeatedly throughout the car. One by one, the group of teenage boys and girls pulled out their phones, their faces filled with utter astonishment. Oh my god! Look at the top trending topic on the forum. The video from Luo City First Highest Assessment? Senior Lu? First place? Whoa, is this video real? That black cat is way too powerful. Keep watching, it gets even more mind-blowing. Senior Lu's black cat wiped out over 1,000 mutated exotic beasts. Holy crap! Didn't everyone say Lu was a useless beast master? You call this a useless beast master? The students' gasps grew louder and louder. Soon, the commotion even spread to the other train cars. More and more people pulled out their phones, logged onto Luo City's martial arts forum, and saw the top trending topic. Do you remember that teenager with the 9-star talent from a year ago? After being berated for an entire year for switching to Beastmaster, he is back. You have to admit, the headline was indeed well-crafted, sensational, attention-grabbing, and full of hype. The post's content was simple. Just a few sentences summarizing the results of Lu City's first semester final exams, with Beastmaster Lu taking first place. Then, a video was directly embedded below the post. It was the same footage from Wang's original livestream, but it had been slightly sped up, and the final battle against the horde of gold-devouring rats even had an epic BGM added. I knew it. Senior Lu is so cool, he must have had a good reason for choosing Beastmaster back then. I already liked Senior Lu a lot, but now I like him even more. The girl with the twin ponytails looked absolutely thrilled. She waved her phone around, constantly sharing her joy with those around her. All the frustration she felt earlier that day after failing her awakening and ending up with only a 1-star martial arts talent seemed to have been cast aside in that moment. Meanwhile, the sycophantic senior who'd been comforting her all along was now a sour expression. It felt like the green baseball cap on his head was practically glowing. Damn, brother, now you're really famous. Jiang put down his phone, winked, and nudged Lu with his shoulder. He said it loud enough that Lu knew the guy was definitely doing it on purpose. And sure enough, no sooner had he finished speaking than the girl with the twin ponytails immediately looked over. Wow! It's Senior Lu. What? Senior Lu is on the bus too? Senior Lu, can we see your pet beast? What is its name? Senior Lu. As he watched the crowd of underclassmen swarm toward them, Jiang patted Lu on the shoulder, gave him a good luck look, and took off in a flash. Lu? Damn it! Choose your friends wisely, or your loved ones will shed tears. 7:40 p.m. A thoroughly exhausted Lu finally made it home. Thanks to Zhang's prank, Lu had been forced to experience what it was like to be a celebrity. It wasn't until the tram reached its stop that Lu was finally able to escape. Beep, correct code, please enter. After unlocking the code lock, Lu pushed open the door, changed his shoes, and headed toward the living room. The apartment wasn't large, 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, but it was tidy and spotless, with the floor tiles gleaming. Xiao Yu, you're back? Hurry up and wash your hands, then come to the table, dinner's ready. As soon as Lu stepped into the living room, he bumped into a woman wearing an apron and holding a bowl of hot soup. Though she was nearing 40 and her figure had lost some of its former grace, traces of her once beautiful features were still faintly visible in her eyes and brows. Her name was Fong Yun, Lu's mother's best friend. When Lu was 10, she came to Luo City and took him out of the orphanage. Ever since then, Lu had been living here, and Fong Yun had treated him as her own godson. Aunt Fong. Lu called out, set down his bag, and followed her into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Before long, the small dining table was neatly laid out with 4 hot dishes and a bowl of soup. Yao Yao, come out and eat. Fong Yun called out. Click. The door to the guest bedroom swung open. A young girl with delicate features but a cool, aloof demeanor stepped out. Qin Shiryao, Fong Yun's daughter and Lu's half-sister. When Aunt Fong came to find Lu when he was 10, she had brought her along. For the past 9 years, Lu and his cousin had lived under the same roof. But over the course of 9 years, the two of them had probably exchanged fewer than 10 sentences combined. This cousin's personality was, to put it bluntly, quite aloof. Your cousin's back and you didn't even say hello. Even if I said something, you wouldn't listen anyway. I'm not even going to bother saying it anymore. Aunt Fong muttered to herself as she served rice to the two of them. Both Lu and Qin Shiryao were long accustomed to this kind of scene, so neither of them said a word. At the dinner table, Aunt Fong was as warm and welcoming as ever, constantly serving Lu food and occasionally asking him how things were going at school. As for Qin Shiryao, she was left to sit on her own, though Aunt Fong would occasionally scold her for one thing or another. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they'd probably think Lu was her biological son. It must be said that Aunt Fong's cooking skills were truly exceptional. Every dish was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, making Lu's mouth water. After quite a while, Lu, whose stomach was already feeling a bit full, finally put down his bowl and chopsticks. He decided to tell Aunt Fong that he would be going to Jinling in 7 days to take the provincial exam. But just then, clatter! Qin Shiryao set down her bowl and chopsticks and suddenly spoke up. Mom, I've secured a spot for the provincial exam at school. I'll be heading to Jinling in a week. Chapter 26, Lu's background. First source: crystal cultivation. Ha! You're going to Jinling for the provincial exam? Qin Shiryao's sudden remark made Fong Yun, who had been clearing the table, freeze in her tracks, her tone slightly as she spoke. Qin Shiryao nodded in affirmation. Fong Yun was silent for a moment. Finally, she let out a soft sigh before saying, that is fine. The provincial exam will give you the chance to meet prodigies from prominent clans at LL. Broaden your horizons. From her words, it seemed Fong Yun was quite familiar with this provincial exam, which few outsiders knew about. Qin Shiryao had been about to explain the details of the provincial exam, but the words got stuck in her throat, and she didn't say anything. Fong Yun was a martial arts master. Both Lu and Qin Shiryao knew this. But they couldn't say exactly what realm she was in. In Qin Shiryao's memory, 9 years ago when her mother brought her from the imperial capital to Luo City, Lord Lin, who was at the king tier, had been very polite and courteous to both of them. Thinking about it that way, it made sense that her mother would know about the provincial exam. Aunt Fong, I was just about to bring that up myself. In 7 days, I'll be heading to Jinling to take the provincial exam as well. Lu paused for a moment, then said decisively. As soon as those words were spoken, the living room fell instantly silent. Fong Yun's eyes widened slightly, and she abruptly turned to look at Lu. Even on Qin Shiyao's usually cool and aloof face, a hint of surprise now appeared. You secured a spot for the provincial exam at Luo City No. 1 High School? How did you do it? Unlike her earlier reaction toward Qin Shiyao, Fang Yun now seemed somewhat agitated. Her gaze was fixed intently on Lu, eagerly awaiting an answer. I came in first on today's final exam, that's probably why. Lu stated the facts, enunciating each word clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, before Lu could offer any further explanation, Fang Yun hurriedly wiped her hands, pulled her phone out of her apron pocket, entered her account password, and logged into Luo City's martial arts forum. At the top of the trending list, Luo's name stood out strikingly. At that moment, Fang Yun's face lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. She quickly tapped on the post, reading it word for word, then eagerly clicked on the video. 5 minutes later, Fang Yun put down her phone. For some reason, her eyes were slightly reddened, as if they were about to well up at any moment. Mom! Qin Shiyao called softly, walking over to Fang Yun and wrapping her arms around her. Fang Yun wiped the corners of her eyes, patted Qin Shiyao's hand, and looked at Lu, saying gently, "Xiaoyu saw Aunt Fang's funny face." Hearing this, Lu shook her head repeatedly. No, Aunt Fang must have been so happy about my grades that she reacted like that. Fang Yun didn't say anything in response, she simply nodded silently. For a moment, the atmosphere at the dinner table grew so quiet it felt almost strange. Finally, Qin Shiyao, seeing that her mother had calmed down, rose from her seat. "Mom, I'm going back to my room to continue my cultivation." With that, she turned and went back to her room. From start to finish, she didn't spare Lu a single extra glance. It seemed that neither his first place ranking on the exam nor the video of him defeating the swarm of gold-devouring rats had surprised her all that much. "Xiaoyu, you should go back to your room to practice too. Aunt Fang can clear the table. With 7 days left, let us strive to improve our strength even further and achieve a better ranking in the provincial exam." Fang Yun looked at Lu and said encouragingly, "Okay." Lu replied briefly, without any fuss, and went straight back to his room. He was indeed in a hurry to restore Caesar's injuries and strength. In the living room, at the dining table, Lu and Qin Shiyao had both returned to their rooms, leaving only Fang Yun behind. But she didn't immediately clear away the dishes. Instead, she sat down quietly. She stared silently in the direction of Lu's room, lost in thought. She didn't know how long had passed before a faint murmur escaped her lips. "Sister Wanner, Brother Lu, although I don't know why Xiaoyu gave up martial arts a year ago to become a beastmaster, it seems now that he hasn't brought shame upon you." Lu's room wasn't very big. There wasn't much in it. The overall decor was minimalist. The only thing that stood out was a photo frame on the desk. Inside the frame were a man and a woman, holding a child in their arms. Neither of them was looking at the camera. Instead, they were gazing at the child, their eyes full of tenderness and affection. According to Aunt Fang, these were Lu's parents. Lu didn't know where they had gone. It had indeed been 18 years since he'd been transported to this world. But he hadn't regained his memories of his past life until a year ago, when he'd changed his martial arts class. Lu truly had no further recollections of his parents, and Aunt Fang had never revealed any information about them from the very beginning. Lu shook his head, shaking off the tangled thoughts in his mind, and formulated a plan. Cultivation first. Use beast cores to break through to Tier 4 and unlock the Tier 4 talent transformation. Next, he sat cross-legged on the bed, opened his backpack, and pulled out a few beast cores. Back when he was at Tier 2, a single Tier 2 beast core could provide him with a 5% boost to his beastmaster power. Now that he is at Tier 2, he had no idea how much it would provide. Lu sensed that the amount of beastmaster power required for each advancement increased exponentially. But to know for sure, he'd have to test it himself. 10 minutes later. With a crack, the Tier 2 beast core in Lu's hand shattered into powder. Beastmaster power recharge, 1%. Just as he thought. Seeing the data on the interface, Lu let out a sigh. He had this feeling during previous advancements, and now it had been confirmed. A single Tier 2 Beast Core only provides a 1% charge. To advance, I'd have to use 100 of them. That feels like a waste. Why not try cultivating with source crystals instead? With that thought, Lou reached into a hidden compartment of his backpack and pulled out a total of 8 source crystals. 5 were a reward for placing first in the assessment, and 3 were ones that Zhang Shuiying had slipped into his hands. I've never trained with source crystals before. I wonder how effective they'll be. Muttering to himself, Lou picked up one and held it in the palm of his hand. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Following the instructions in his textbook, Lou began to absorb the energy from the source crystal. This time, it took a full hour or more before Lou finally opened his eyes. Crack! Just like a beast core, once the source crystal's energy was depleted, it shattered into powder. But Lou's face was now filled with delight and surprise. The effect of this source crystal was even better than he expected. Beastmaster power charged, 21%. Just a single low-grade source crystal had actually charged him up by 20%. That was equivalent to 20 Tier 2 beast cores. Most importantly, Lou could feel that the mana within the source crystal was immediately converted into Beastmaster power by the Beastmaster realm, yet a small portion of it still seeped out, continuously enhancing every aspect of Lou's physical attributes. This is an effect you don't get from absorbing beast cores. Lou clenched his fist. He could feel that his current strength was a full 2 times greater than before. Of course, this referred to his own strength, without sharing the power of his pet beasts. Keep going. Lou was elated. He picked up another source crystal and entered cultivation mode once more. Tonight's goal: charge Beastmaster power to full and advance to Tier 4. Chapter 27, My Cousin's Secret. The soul form of the human empress. While Lou was delighted by the results of his source crystal cultivation, in another room not far away, Qin Shiyao was also sitting cross-legged on her bed with her eyes closed. But she wasn't cultivating. Instead, she was conversing with a voice in her mind. I never expected Lou to actually secure a spot in the provincial exams. I thought he wouldn't even pass the final exams this time. Qin Shiyao spoke with a hint of surprise. As her words faded, she quickly recalled another voice, one that was utterly matter-of-fact. It's just a fleeting moment of glory. Whether it's a Beastmaster or a necromancer, they're all wrong paths. Only the way of martial arts is the true path to divinity. As she spoke, within Qin Shiyao's consciousness space, a figure clad in a purple gold robe with a face of flawless beauty and an air of regal grace materialized. She stood there quietly, as if beneath her, 10,000 subjects bowed their heads and 10,000 races paid homage. Imperial Majesty. She exuded at every moment that noble aura only those who have long occupied the highest positions possess. But teacher, I just watched that video again. To single-handedly take on over 1,000 gold-devouring rats, that level of strength is pretty mind-blowing, isn't it? Qin Shiyao couldn't help but say. Although she had appeared calm and unconcerned at the dinner table earlier, deep down, she was actually deeply shaken. Lua's strength was even greater than hers. She was confident she could slay a peak 4th-tier gold-devouring rat. But when faced with an entire swarm of them, she knew she couldn't match Lua's feat. Upon hearing this, the master Qin Shiyao was referring to fell silent for quite a while. Then, her voice finally rang out softly once more. Shiyao, shall I tell you a story? Qin Shiyao quickly replied, Go ahead, master. It goes like this. 100 years ago, on a planet called Purple Star, the abyss descended the behemoth cataclysm. With the aid of Sanctuary, the humans of Purple Star embarked on the path of martial arts, barely managing to hold their ground against the ever-growing might of the behemoths. Until one day, an outsider appeared on the planet. At a time when everyone else could only choose the warrior class, a young boy chose to become a necromancer. He was incredibly strong, far stronger than your cousin, 100 or even 1,000 times over. In his hands, fallen exotic beasts could be resurrected to form a massive army. And for a certain price, even fallen behemoths could be resurrected to fight for humanity. Alone, he was a force to be reckoned with. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuryao's eyes widened in shock. She knew this wasn't just a story. That so-called purple star was the very planet her teacher had once called home. It was just that. According to the teacher, her planet was ultimately destroyed by the behemoth cataclysm. She alone, the human empress, survived the destruction. After passing through a spatial rift, she now resides within Qin Shuryao's consciousness. Over the past year, it has been this empress who has been guiding her in cultivation, allowing her to far surpass her peers in both cultivation level and combat prowess. What happened next? Qin Shuryao pressed. The empress remained silent for a very, very long time. Finally, she let out a long sigh and said wistfully, "What happened next?" Later, he discovered that at best, he could only revive and control behemoths below the king tier. Sacred Radiance tier behemoths, king tier behemoths, he was powerless against them. Even after he finally broke through to the king tier and tried countless methods, the result remained the same. In the end, he took his own life. He died of despair, of a path cut off before him, of the resentment in his heart. As the empress spoke, she sighed once more. Once the empress of the human race, she had even regarded that young man as Purple Star's hope for resisting the behemoths, investing immense resources and support in him. But in the end, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Aside from martial arts, all other professions, while granting temporary power, may also be bound by insurmountable limits. Like a chasm, they loom ahead, making it impossible to take even a single step forward. Whoa! If that's the case, does that mean Lu will eventually face the same obstacles as that necromancer and be unable to continue improving? Qin Shuryao's beautiful eyes widened as she pressed the question. Although she had never felt much for this young man living in her home, she couldn't bear to see him end up in such a state. Just how desperate must that young necromancer have been to take his own life? For a moment, Qin Shuryao found it hard to even imagine. Beastmaster, a purple star, has never appeared before. But I suspect his ceiling might be even lower than that of a necromancer. Perhaps the king tier is an insurmountable barrier. The empress's tone was somber, betraying no emotion. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuryao fell silent. But the next moment, as if sensing Qin Shuryao's unease, the empress changed the subject abruptly and said, "In this era, martial arts reign supreme. Only by cultivating the martial arts to their absolute limit will one have the qualifications and the ability to change all of this eternal war between the behemoth and the human race." Having said that, the empress fell silent, saying no more. As for Qin Shuryao, she was now plunged into a state of profound shock. The era, the rules, the eternal war. Even these few words her teacher had casually mentioned made her feel waves of oppression and suffocation. Before meeting her teacher, she had thought that only Blue Star had suffered the behemoth's calamity. It was also from her teacher that she learned. This world is vast, vast indeed, and there are many, many worlds like Blue Star. But without exception, every world was clinging to life, struggling to survive under the behemoth catastrophe. This wasn't just a crisis for the humans of Blue Star, it was a crisis for the entire human race. As Qin Shuryao let these thoughts run through her mind, the more she thought about it, the heavier her heart grew. Until the empress's voice rang out once more. "Enough! What you need to do now is keep cultivating and constantly grow stronger. Although your martial arts talent is only 6-star, with me by your side, it's only a matter of time before you surpass that so-called martial god of Huaxia. I'm going to teach you a new cultivation technique now, one that will increase the speed at which you absorb and purify mana. Aim to break through to the 5th rank before the provincial exams." The empress's tone suddenly grew somber, turning stern and icy. Qin Shuryao's heart immediately tightened, not daring to dwell on it. She instinctively replied, "The student understands." After that, it was unclear how much time had passed. The mana fluctuations emanating from her grew increasingly powerful. The intense aura even swept outward, surging toward the room's exterior. Yet it was halted by an unknown force. "Strive to grow stronger, child. Don't let this world meet the same fate as Purple Star shattered and obliterated. Before Qin Shiyao, who was meditating with her eyes closed, the Empress's ethereal form slowly materialized. Her willow-like dark brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes, as clear as autumn water, gazed through the window at the myriad lights of the city below. She had once been the empress of the human race, ruling over hundreds of millions of subjects. But now, she was nothing more than a fragment of a soul, adrift in a foreign realm. She had lost everything she once possessed. At this moment, her profound gaze seemed to be lost in recollection, as if she were paying tribute to the past. In her eyes, it was as if a complete planetary world were reflected. That was a world where, just like now, the lights of countless homes shone brightly. Chapter 28, Lu, I've grown bigger and stronger. In the room, Lu sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes tightly closed. Click. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The energy from yet another source crystal had been completely absorbed by Lu. The fourth one, 81%. Lu muttered under her breath, then grabbed another source crystal and clasped it in her palm. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. Outside the window, the sky was beginning to grow faintly bright. At the edge of the horizon, a faint hint of dawn was appearing. The entire night had passed. After using up a full 5 source crystals, Lu finally opened her eyes. Beastmaster power charged, 100%. Proceed with advancement? A crisp notification sounded in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu replied, advance. The next moment, a surging wave of Beastmaster power flooded Lu's limbs and bones, and a faint cracking sound echoed throughout his entire body. Unlike the previous 2 advancements, this one actually strengthened Lu's physical strength to some extent. If you factor in the effects of the 5 source crystals as well. Right now, relying solely on his own strength, Lu is likely already on par with an ordinary Tier 2 or even a Tier 2 warrior. Of course, Lu's true combat power would still depend on the strength of his shared companion. You have advanced to Tier 4. Tier 4 talent unlocked. Tier 5 talent, you can contract a soul entity as a companion. This talent unlocks after Tier 5. Details will be available upon unlocking. Lu glanced at the newly appeared talents and felt a bit disappointed. This talent seems like there's absolutely no use for it at all. This is the era of the behemoth cataclysm, not some fantasy cultivation world. Where on earth would he find a soul entity to contract? Lu didn't dwell on it and skimmed right past it. He was more interested in the Tier 4 talent he'd just unlocked. Tier 4 talent, you can instantly and without cooldown convert any energy resource into Beastmaster power within the Beastmaster space. 10% of the converted Beastmaster power counts toward charging, which can be used for Beastmaster advancement. This percentage increases as the Beastmaster's tier rises, up to a maximum of 100%. Unlocking this talent means I can gain a massive amount of Beastmaster power to heal Caesar's injuries and restore his strength. Lu felt a surge of excitement. He took stock of the resources he currently possessed. Tier 2 Beast Cores, 1089. Tier 2 Beast Cores, 26. Peak Tier 4 Beast Core, 1. Low-grade Source Crystals, 3. If I pour all these resources into him, I wonder how much Caesar will recover. Lu thought to himself. Then, though it pained him a little, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately activated the transformation talent. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, all the beast cores and source crystals scattered across the bed vanished. Meanwhile, within Lu's Beastmaster space, a massive surge of Beastmaster power began to well up. In the white, hazy world of the Beastmaster realm, Caesar, the starry sky titan, who had been lying on the ground, gravely wounded and clinging to life by a thread, suddenly opened his eyes. Earlier, almost all of the Beastmaster power Lu had cultivated had been absorbed by Caesar to heal his injuries. But because the amount was so meager, Caesar had remained on the brink of death until this very moment. Yet now, feeling the immense, incredibly dense Beastmaster power all around him, Caesar instantly perked up. Once you've absorbed all of this, how much of your injuries and strength will be restored? Just then, Louis' voice rang out in his mind. As Caesar, now a contracted pet following the completion of the contract, dared not show the slightest disrespect toward Lou. He hurriedly replied telepathically. This Beastmaster power will probably restore about 1/10 of my strength. To return to peak condition, you'll need even more Beastmaster power. Hearing this, Lou nodded. 1/10. That wasn't too bad at all, it was actually slightly higher than. In other words, Lou can now share 40% of Caesar's strength. This includes skills, talents, and more, all at a 40% ratio. I wonder what tier of a warrior I'm equivalent to right now. Tier 7? Tier 8? Or Tier 2? Lou muttered to himself. If only there were a way to test it, otherwise Lou wouldn't know just how strong he really was right now. Maybe he could even take on a king-tier powerhouse? Lou couldn't tell, and he wasn't about to recklessly share Caesar's power just yet. After all, Caesar was still injured, and it would take some time for him to absorb Beastmaster power and recover. For this provincial exam, I still need to gather as many resources as possible. If I can get Caesar back to his full strength, that would be perfect. Lou thought to himself. At the same time, now that he'd accomplished his short-term goals of advancing his cultivation and restoring Caesar, Lou could finally try out the one thing he'd been thinking about non-stop since yesterday. And that was, getting bigger. Caesar's multiplication talent allowed him to grow 10 times larger or shrink 100 times smaller. Since Lou shared 40% of the talent's power, he could grow 4 times larger or shrink 40 times smaller. Lou wasn't particularly interested in shrinking. But when it came to growing larger, his interest was incredibly strong. After all, what man could resist the temptation of getting bigger? With that in mind, Lou didn't hesitate for a moment. With a mere thought, he activated his talent, void teleportation. Whoosh! A ripple of spatial distortion spread out, and his figure vanished from the room. 1 kilometer away, on the desolate hillside behind the residential complex, Lou reappeared. This secluded spot was rarely visited by anyone even before his awakening. Lou had loved coming here to watch the sunrise and sunset. But today, Lou was here for one reason: to grow bigger. Share talent, multiply. Activate, multiply, grow. The next moment. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. Lou watched in amazement as his body grew proportionally larger. Originally standing 1.8 meters tall, he was now 4 times that height, a full 7 meters or more. 7 meters, that's nearly the height of a 3-story building. For a moment, Lou even found this perspective a bit disorienting. When he looked down, his line of sight was a full 6 or 7 meters above the ground. With this increased size, my strength will also grow exponentially. Right now, even without sharing Caesar's power, a single punch should be enough to send a Tier 2 warrior flying, right? If I were to tap into Caesar's power, even if a king-tier warrior stood right in front of me, I'd dare to take him on. At that moment, the giant Lou felt a surge of boundless pride and exhilaration. Boom! He casually threw a punch, smashing it into a boulder 2 or 3 meters wide. Crash! The boulder shattered into 1,000 pieces, scattering fragments across the ground. Besides strength, my speed must have increased too, right? Lou thought to himself. He crouched slightly and sprinted forward as if in a 100-meter dash. Whoosh! Lou could even hear the rapid whistling of the wind in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. Standing over 7 meters tall, Lou's sprint caused the ground to tremble in waves. Meanwhile, in the apartment building closest to the back mountain, a teenager who stayed up all night gaming stared out the window. He froze for a moment, then rubbed his eyes. Holy shit! Am I hallucinating from staying up all night? Did I just see a giant? The teenager kept exclaiming in shock while rubbing his eyes, until they were almost sore from the rubbing. Only then did he finally realize. It wasn't a hallucination, that was a real, goddamn giant, as tall as a 3-story building. Chapter 29, Let Us Go. The Mana Airship. From that day on, a rumor began to spread throughout the neighborhood. A giant was roaming the hill behind the complex. The giant was huge, as tall as a 3-story building, and ran faster than a car. For a while, it became the hot topic of after-dinner conversation among the neighbors and elderly residents in the community. Of course, it was just gossip, no one took it seriously. Even the only teenager who'd actually seen it with his own eyes couldn't produce any evidence, like photos. He'd been completely stunned at the time. By the time he came to his senses and tried to take a picture, the giant had vanished in a flash. "It's true, I really saw a giant." The teenager kept shouting this as his mother dragged him to the hospital, where she booked an appointment with a psychiatrist. Yan Yongxin, a renowned expert known far and wide. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During those 7 days, Lu stayed home practicing his cultivation and didn't go out at all. Even though he no longer had any beast cores or source crystals, he still had to keep practicing. Diligence speaks for itself. Lu was now brimming with energy, ready to let loose in the secret realm of the provincial exam. He wants to know just how strong he really is now. It would be even better if he could transform into his giant form when no one is around and take down a couple of exotic beasts. Lu fantasized that once Caesar's strength improved, he'd transform into his giant form and fight a behemoth. Just thinking about that scene made his scalp tingle. Today, Lu got up early. Before dawn, after eating the breakfast Aunt Fong had prepared, he headed out with Qin Shiyao. The early morning sunlight was streaming down. Lu and Qin Shiyao walked side by side down the somewhat deserted street. The atmosphere was quiet, and Qin Shiyao didn't say a word. Lu was quite used to it. Their residence wasn't far from the city lord's mansion. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived. The city lord's mansion was located in the heart of Luo City. Although it was called the city lord's mansion, it didn't have any particularly extravagant signage or grand architecture. It was, in fact, just a detached villa. In front of the villa stood a massive stone slab engraved with the 3 large characters, City Lord's Mansion. Come to think of it, China never actually had a position like City Lord to begin with. It was only after the behemoth cataclysm struck that, to ensure the safety of each city, the strongest individual in each city was bestowed with the title and position of City Lord. It was both an honor and a duty. Every city lord was required to defend the city's safety during exotic beast swarms or behemoth sieges. I wonder if that girl has arrived yet. As they neared the city lord's mansion, Lu thought to himself. And in the very next moment, as if in response to his thoughts, "Lu!" A clear, delicate voice rang out behind him. Lu turned to look and saw Jiang Shuiying, dressed in a white, form-fitting outfit, walking toward the city lord's mansion behind a middle-aged man with a square face. Principal Jiang. Seeing this, Lu's demeanor grew solemn, and he hurriedly addressed her. Principal Jiang. Qin Shiyao also recognized the renowned principal of Luo City First High School and followed suit. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Zhenmin's stride was quick, steady, and powerful. Before long, he had brought Jiang Shuiying right up to where Lu and Qin Shiyao were standing. Immediately afterward, Jiang Zhenmin said nothing, but instead scrutinized Lu from head to toe. After a long moment, he suddenly asked in a deep voice, "What stage are you at?" Lu thought for a moment, then answered honestly, "Stage 4. Stage 4? I was just about to tell you the good news that I'd broken through to stage 4. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiying's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. She then turned to Lu and muttered to herself. Over the past 7 days, she had been training diligently. Moreover, after using up several source crystals in quick succession, she had not only broken through to the 4th stage but had also reached the mid-4th stage warrior realm in one go. Compared to 7 days ago, she had become immeasurably stronger. Ying, did you see that? If you don't train hard from now on, you'll be left far behind by your deskmate. Jiang Jinmin first praised Lu, then put on a stern face and said to Jiang Shuiying in a deliberately serious tone. His daughter's martial arts talent was no small feat, a full 7 stars, even higher than his own had been back in the day. But her mind just wasn't on training. Every day she'd get up early to wrap steamed buns and grind soy milk. Was that even acceptable? It was only her diligent training over the past 7 days that gave him some comfort. Jiang Jinmin's gaze merely swept over Qin Shiyao before quickly moving away. An early stage 4th tier warrior didn't surprise him much. Of course. For this renowned prodigy at 2nd high school, Principal Jiang still offered a faint smile and a few encouraging, polite remarks. Before long, another student from 2nd high school arrived. He was a stocky young man, tall and burly, but his cultivation level was only at the peak of Tier 2. Alright, everyone's here. Let us get going. Jiang Jinmin glanced around and suddenly said. At those words, the group froze in surprise. Jiang Shuiying couldn't help but ask, isn't Lin Changyuan coming? Wasn't City Lord Lin supposed to take us to Jiling? Hearing this, Jiang Jinmin chuckled and said. City Lord Lin has been busy with other matters lately, so I'll be serving as the lead instructor this time. As for Lin Changyuan, he should already be waiting for you in Jiling by now. After saying that, he swiped his hand across his wrist. Whoosh! As if by magic, a spindle-shaped airship suddenly appeared on the previously empty ground in front of them. The airship was shaped like a teardrop and appeared to be covered in some kind of special metal. The airship was 3 meters tall and 10 meters long, about the size of a double-decker bus. Is this the legendary Mana airship? The tall boy from number 2 high school looked on in amazement, examining it with curiosity. According to their textbooks, after the behemoth era, the wilderness had been completely overrun by exotic beasts and even behemoths. Every city was like an isolated island. And transportation routes between cities had long since ceased to exist. To travel through the wilderness where behemoths roamed to reach one city from another, one could only rely on sanctuary-s Mana vehicles. Mana airships were precisely the most common and widespread type among them. Powered by source crystal energy, they were extremely fast. Some advanced airships were even said to possess offensive and defensive capabilities. It's just the smallest airship, nothing to write home about. City Lord Lin's airship is much bigger than mine. Jiang Jinmin smiled slightly and remarked offhandedly, then called out to the group. Let us board the airship and set off. As soon as he finished speaking, the teardrop-shaped airship's side automatically opened, revealing a flight of stairs. The scene looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. It was Lu's first time seeing this kind of vehicle in person, and he found it quite fascinating. Jiang Shuiying, on the other hand, pulled Lu along as she climbed the stairs, explaining. This airship is called the Luo Shen. My dad named it after Luo City. He treasures this airship so much I've only ridden it a few times. Come on, I'll show you around. Inside there are even sofas. Behind the two of them, Qin Shiyao and the burly young man followed closely, climbing the steps and boarding the airship. Jiang Jinmin, however, who was bringing up the rear, turned to glance toward the city lord's mansion before boarding, his gaze deep and pensive, lost in thought. Chapter 30, Uprising in the Abyss? Jiling City in the Behemoth Era. Whoosh! A streak of light shot across the sky. On board the Luo Shen, Lu and the others peered out through the portholes, taking in the scenery outside. Wild. Mysterious. These were the first impressions and his companions had at that moment. Since the dawn of the Behemoth era, even the most powerful warriors rarely ventured alone into the wilderness outside the city. The wilderness was rife with danger. Endless exotic beasts. And abyss rifts lurking everywhere. Beyond the abyss lay one behemoth after another. King Tier? Before these behemoths emerged from the abyss, no one knew their true strength. There are now so many abysses on Blue Star that they're impossible to count. Humanity has no way of keeping track. Up until now. Though humanity has nominally been fighting the behemoths, their efforts have been limited to clearing out mutated exotic beasts near cities, as well as dealing with the abysses and behemoths that appear in those vicinity. The vast wilderness remains a forbidden zone that humanity cannot set foot in. At that moment, as everyone looked out the window in unison, voicing various exclamations of awe, no one noticed that Qin Shiyao, standing beside Lu, suddenly changed her expression. On her usually cool and aloof face, a hint of panic was now faintly visible. Her mind was still echoing with the two sentences her teacher had just spoken. These abysses are all on the brink of an uprising. The behemoths in this region could launch a full-scale attack on human cities at any moment. Abyss uprising. Qin Shiyao had heard this term before from her teacher, the Empress. Most of the time, the abyss remained calm. In the wild, as long as humans didn't provoke them, the behemoths wouldn't actively leave the abyss to attack humans. But once an abyss uprising occurred, it was a completely different story. Every single behemoth within the abyss will emerge onto Blue Star, one after another, gathering to form a tide of exotic beasts and launching an assault on human cities. Teacher. Qin Shiyao's voice trembled slightly as she asked, still unwilling to accept it. Are you absolutely certain your perception isn't mistaken? These abysses in the wilderness around Luo City have been quiet for the past 50 years. There has been nothing out of the ordinary. The Empress's response was unequivocal. I'm not mistaken. Moreover, the signs of this abyss uprising are all too obvious. It's highly likely that even Blue Star's top-tier powerhouses have already sensed it. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyao's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, sank completely. An abyss uprising, the behemoths are on the march. When that time truly comes, would Luo City be able to hold them off? The mana airship traveled at breakneck speed. Even though Blue Star's surface area had expanded tenfold since the behemoth era and the distance between Luo City and Jinling had grown from a few hundred kilometers to several thousand. Still, the mana airship reached its destination, Jinling, in less than an hour. Jinling, the central city of Jiang Province. Once, Jinling was prosperous and bustling. Now, Jinling is vast and powerful. Looking down from the airship, Lu was met with the sight of a vast metropolis so expansive that he couldn't even see its boundaries. Today, the size of Jinling alone likely rivals that of the entire Jiang Province of the past. Compared to Jinling, Luo City with a population of less than 1 million is no different from a rural town or village. Countless cities were destroyed after the behemoth catastrophe. Many cities in our Jiang province were also unfortunately overrun by behemoth and reduced to ruins. And the surviving residents and remaining resources from those cities all converged on Jinling. Over the past 50 years, fueled by the influx of countless refugees, Jinling has expanded ever larger, and even today, it continues to grow. Principal Jiang's calm, authoritative voice rang out at just the right moment, explaining the situation to Lu and the others. At that moment, the mana airship was slowly descending from an altitude of over 1,000 meters, heading toward an open field west of Jinling City. There, Lu and the others could see from a distance that a large crowd had already gathered. There, stretching across the sky like a vast canopy, lay a massive abyssal fissure spanning the heavens and the earth. Clearly, this was the venue for the provincial exam, the legendary secret realm said to be teeming with opportunities. 5 minutes later, the mana airship landed. Jiang Jinmin led Lu and the others off the airship. This wilderness had been cleared in advance for 10 li in every direction. The ground was nothing but gravel. Mana airships of varying sizes and shapes were docked all around. On the way here, Lu had learned from Jiang Shuiying that to exchange for a mana airship at Sanctuary, one must be at least a king-tier martial artist to qualify. And as Lu looked around now, there were well over 100 airships docked across this wilderness. In other words, at least 100 king-tier martial artists had gathered here at this very moment. True king-tier martial artists were everywhere. Stay close to me, Jiang Jinmin called out, then led Lu and the others through one docked airship after another, striding quickly out of this temporary landing pad. Afterward, the group arrived at the registration desk, where they verified their information, confirmed their eligibility, and received their combat wristbands. It must be said. There were really a lot of people. Far more than Lu had ever imagined. At a glance, there were easily several hundred people gathered around them. Since the behemoth's arrival, some of Jiang Province's smaller counties and even larger towns are now designated as cities. Take our Luo city, for example. 50 years ago, it was just a backwater county town. So even though the provincial exam is held on a city-by-city basis, there are still over 500 students participating this time. Jiang Jinmin noticed the surprise on Lu and the others' faces and offered a casual explanation. Then, the group stood among the crowd, silently waiting for the provincial exam's secret realm to open. The secret realm opens at 8 o'clock sharp. We have about half an hour to go. You can rest right here and get yourselves ready. Jiang Jinmin glanced at the time and turned back to say. Upon hearing this, Lu and the others nodded and, following the example of those around them, simply sat down on the ground right where they were. As time passed, more and more groups of examinees from various cities arrived. Generally speaking, small county towns like Luo City were usually allotted 3 to 7 spots, while major cities had anywhere from a dozen to several dozen spots. As for the examinees from Jinling City, a procession of over 100 people, a truly magnificent sight. Interestingly, within that group, Lu and the others actually spotted Lin Chuanyuan. At that moment, the right side of his face looked slightly swollen and red, with a faint handprint still visible. However, his expression now appeared haughty and full of swagger. After observing for a moment, Lu's gaze locked onto a figure ahead of Lin Chuanyuan. Very strong. That was Lu's first impression. The young man had a crew cut, his hands wrapped in thick bandages, and 2 crimson alloy gauntlets on his fists. That is Xiong, the prodigy of the Shinto family from Jinling City. A year ago, he awakened a 9-star martial talent. Now, it's said he is at the peak of the 5th tier. He might even have reached the 6th tier. Jiang Jinmin's voice rang out, his tone extremely solemn. It's only been a year. No matter how talented he is, he couldn't possibly have trained this fast, could he? Jiang Shuiying furrowed her brows and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 31, The 3 Saints and 9 Venerables. The secret realm opens. It wasn't just Jiang Shuiying. Lu and the others all shared this same doubt in their hearts at that moment. Even the prodigy candidates from other cities present, upon learning of Xiong's cultivation level from their accompanying teachers, wore expressions of disbelief. After all, wasn't everyone here a martial arts prodigy? While a 9-star martial arts talent was exceptional, it wasn't as if no other cities besides Jinling had any. Next to Lu and the others, within the group of candidates from Shi City, one young man kept exclaiming, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" He himself possessed a 9-star martial arts talent. For the past year, he had trained day and night with unwavering dedication, yet he had only just reached the 5th tier. And Xiong the 6th tier? That was an entire major realm higher than him. It's important to understand that as warrior cultivation progresses, the gap between tiers grows wider, and the accumulation required to advance becomes greater. The gap between the 5th and 6th tiers is almost as wide as that between Tier 2 and the 5th tier. Principal Jiang wasn't surprised by the looks of shock and disbelief on Lu and the others' faces. He simply sighed deeply before explaining. Resources, it's all about resources. A prodigy like Xiong, backed by the Shinto clan, has an unimaginable abundance of cultivation resources. Source crystals, cultivation techniques, martial arts, equipment. They don't even lack some extremely rare items. As soon as these words were spoken, the people behind Lu fell into silence. Even Jiang Shuiying was biting her lip, looking somewhat disheartened. Lu, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit surprised to hear this. Did that make sense? It made perfect sense. A year ago, he had resolutely abandoned his 9-star martial talent to choose the path of the Beastmaster precisely because he had anticipated this very scenario. But what good is high talent, anyway? In this world, it's all about power, connections, and resources. In his previous life, Lu had read some cultivation novels, which contained a saying, wealth, companion, cultivation, and environment. Wealth comes first. Although Blue Star was a martial arts world, the underlying principles were the same.
Principle? What did you mean when you mentioned the Shinto clan just now?
Lu didn't look at that prodigy, Xiong, again. Instead, he paused to think for a moment before asking. Compared to so-called prodigies, he was far more curious about the current power dynamics in Jinling.
No matter how strong a prodigy might be, what is so special about a sixth-tier realm? Could they even withstand a single slap from his starry sky titan?
Ever since he contracted the behemoth, Lu's gaze had ceased to be limited to the younger generation.
Lu, that's a good question. I was just about to discuss this with you all.
Seeing that Lu's face showed not the slightest trace of the dejection evident on the others, Jiang Jinmin couldn't help but regard him with a touch more admiration. He first offered a word of praise, then continued. Jinling City is currently ruled by the three great clans, who collectively control all matters, big and small, within the city.
They are the Shinto, Shin, and Li clans.
To understand why these three great clans are the most powerful, we must also mention Jinling's top martial arts masters.
The three saints and the 9 venerables.
At this point, even Jiang Jinmin's usually stern face subconsciously betrayed a hint of reverence.
3 saints and 9 venerables? Lu raised an eyebrow and asked instinctively. Jiang Jinmin nodded and explained. That's right. The reason they're known as the three great clans is that the Shinto, Shin, and Li families each have a king-tier warrior presiding over them. A king-tier warrior is also known as His Holiness the Sage. Those who have cultivated to that level have transcended the mundane world and possess immense power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With a single wave of their hand, mountains and rivers shatter, and the sea surges backward.
Hearing this, Zhang Shuiying and the others' eyes widened instantly. Clearly, such power was beyond their wildest imaginations. Or rather, compared to martial saints, they who currently relied solely on physical strength and battle seemed no different from toddlers just learning to walk.
But at that moment, Lu's thoughts diverged from everyone else's. He was thinking. If even a king-tier warrior is this strong, just how powerful must a sacred radiance-tier behemoth be? In a one-on-one battle, a warrior would never stand a chance against a behemoth. I wonder when I'll be able to get my hands on a sacred radiance-tier behemoth as a pet.
Lu couldn't help but think to himself. Elsewhere, amidst the imposing, massive procession of over 100 Jinling examinees, Lin Changyuan's gaze swept rapidly through the crowd, quickly locking onto the spot where Lu and his
A weakling like Lu wasn't even worthy of a punch from him.
Upon hearing this, Lin Changyuan's face turned ashen, but only for an instant. He quickly suppressed his emotions and hurried to catch up, following Xiong's every step like a loyal lackey, staying close behind him.
He had to cling tightly to the young master of the Shinto family.
That was exactly what his father had repeatedly stressed before leaving.
Time flew by. In the blink of an eye.
More than half an hour had passed.
Amid the anticipation of over 500 young men and women, the clock finally struck 8 o'clock sharp. Whoosh! At that very moment,
a streak of light shot out from the vast city of Jinling. In the blink of an eye, it arrived directly above the crowd.
It was
a king-tier martial arts master. King-tier, also known as the Supreme Master of Martial Arts. The Heavenly Blade Supreme, one of the 9 Supremes of Jinling.
It is said that he once obtained an ancient sword technique inheritance from a secret realm.
By mastering the way of the sword, he reached the king tier in just over 20 years, earning the title of Supreme Master.
Jiang Jinmin's voice, filled with admiration, rang in Lu and the others' ears. It had to be said.
As expected of a martial supreme, the overwhelming aura emanating from him was no exaggeration. Even from a great distance, Lu could feel an intense sense of oppression. His breathing felt slightly constricted.
In a daze, he could even vaguely make out boundless sword energy dancing wildly across the heavens and earth. Amidst the exquisitely dazzling sword light lay an infinite menace. Is this the martial realm that only a supreme master can possess? Lu thought to himself. And immediately afterward, under the gaze of countless admiring and awestruck onlookers,
the Heavenly Blade Supreme Master drew a compass marked with a talisman from his chest and channeled mana into it.
Rumble. Immediately afterward,
A fissure in the abyssal space resembling a celestial canopy slowly opened a passage.
all candidates enter immediately. At the same time,
From high above the sky, the Supreme Master of the Heavenly Blade SIC, faint command rang out. Hearing this, the more than 500 candidates present were instantly invigorated.
the secret realm had opened.
The competition for this provincial exam had officially begun.
Chapter 32: The Four Great Martial Academies. Envoys from the Military Department. With the secret realm officially opened,
The more than 500 prodigies gathered from all over Zhejiang province entered one after another in orderly fashion. The remaining 100 or so king-tier powerhouses leading the group stayed outside, eagerly awaiting their students' performance.
whoosh. After all 500 plus candidates had entered the secret realm,
A massive projection screen materialized. This, of course, wasn't a feed from the secret realm itself, but real-time footage transmitted from the combat bracelets worn by the students. Unlike the combat bracelets Liu had used during his final exams, the ones distributed for this provincial exam had been obtained by Jinling's high-ranking officials in exchange from Sanctuary. That was why the live streaming function was able to overcome the barrier of the spatial rift and display the scene at that very moment. After the light screen appeared
high in the sky,
4 figures slowly materialized.
upon their arrival,
Even the Supreme Skyblade, who had been standing majestically in the heavens, cast a gaze filled with respect toward them. Meanwhile, the king-tier powerhouses below all wore expressions of awe and anticipation.
these were the evaluation envoys from the four great martial academies of Huaxia.
The 4 great martial academies: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Named after the divine beasts, they are the 4 most elite and prestigious martial arts academies on the land of Huaxia. It is said that each academy is presided over by a king-tier powerhouse. Even the martial god himself once emerged from one of these academies, achieving his current status and power.
But
The admission standards of the 4 great martial arts academies are extremely strict. In the annual martial arts college entrance exams, the number of spots they offer can be counted on 2 hands.
in fact,
In very rare years, if there are no particularly outstanding prodigies among the candidates, they simply don't offer a single spot. In this provincial exam, aside from the official rankings released by Jinling, what matters even more is the evaluation by these 4 great martial arts academies. If a candidate catches the eye of these 4 martial arts academy evaluators, even if they rank last in the provincial exam, they can still secure admission. Conversely, even if a candidate ranks first in the provincial exam, if they aren't selected, they have no chance of entering the 4 great martial arts academies. It's a domineering admissions policy, yet no one dares to object. Because they are the 4 great martial arts academies. For the past 50 years, nearly every top-tier martial artist of note in Huaxia has emerged from their ranks. I didn't expect that the evaluators visiting Zhejiang province this time would all be old acquaintances.
high above the sky,
A middle-aged man with a refined and scholarly demeanor said with a smile. He was the evaluator from Qinglong Academy, named Qi Zongyuan, a supreme master of the martial way. No sooner had he finished speaking
then another, slightly deeper male voice rang out. That's not important.
I'm only concerned with whether this provincial exam will yield promising talents suitable for Xuanwu.
As soon as these words were spoken, a slightly alluring female voice followed immediately.
We at Juke are the same. Of course, with one condition: they must be female. Hearing this, none of the people present seemed surprised. For 50 years, the Juke Martial Arts Academy had only admitted female students, a rule that was already common knowledge. The last person was a burly, rugged man with a bare torso, holding a sledgehammer in his hand. He looked quite a bit like a primitive caveman. At White Tiger, we don't discriminate based on gender as long as you're strong enough. Unlike the other 3 martial academies, which cultivate a variety of disciplines, White Tiger Martial Academy reveres strength, the most primal and powerful kind. Students who graduate from White Tiger Martial Academy are all a bunch of madmen. Martial fanatics who dare to charge headlong into hand-to-hand combat with exotic beasts and even behemoths.
At this moment,
the 4 great martial academies had gathered, all for the provincial exams in Jiang province.
But suddenly,
the 4 martial supreme masters, who had been chatting idly, all paled. Their gazes turned in unison toward the
distant sky. Whoosh!
A streak of light arrived in the blink of an eye.
The arrival was, likewise, a martial supreme.
And not just any martial supreme one who had reached the peak of the 9th heaven, standing just a step away from the king tier.
Someone from the military department?
The examiners from the 4 great martial academies exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. In previous years' provincial exams, they had never seen anyone from the military department get involved.
I am Qi Zong Yuan, an instructor in the admissions office at Azure Dragon Academy. May I ask your name?
Qi Zong Yuan took a step forward in midair, clasped his fists in a bow, and spoke first. Although the other party's attire clearly indicated they were from the military department, he still needed to verify their specific identity.
Dark Dragon Legion, Shui Feng.
The young man, clad in a navy blue military uniform, spoke in a deep voice. After speaking, he held out a badge engraved with a flying dragon totem.
But
the moment the representatives from the 4 great martial academies saw this badge, their eyes widened in unison, their faces filled with shock.
The Dark Dragon Legion. It was actually the legendary Dark Dragon Legion. Gulp.
The female patrol officer from the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy instinctively swallowed hard. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with utter disbelief.
It's just a provincial exam. What on earth could possibly be so special that it would attract someone from the military and specifically, the Dark Dragon Legion? This unit is as elusive as a divine dragon, the most mysterious and powerful force in Huaxia.
A secret rumor has been circulating among the people the current martial god of Huaxia joined the Dark Dragon Legion after graduating from Azure Dragon Academy. Since then, for 5 years, there had been no word from him. 5 years later, when he returned, he was already the martial god. The Dark Dragon Legion is the place where countless prodigies and extraordinary talents from the 4 great martial academies would do anything to join. And now, it's just a provincial exam, not even the National College entrance exam. Yet members of the Dark Dragon Legion have actually come in person. Could it be that this provincial exam features a prodigy whose talent defies the heavens? So much so that even the Dark Dragon Legion couldn't sit idly by? Qi Zong Yuan of the Azure Dragon Academy couldn't help but wonder. He recalled some of the candidate information he'd seen earlier. Jinling, Xiong, 9-star talent, suspected special constitution, mid-6th rank. Jinling, Li Wan 9-star talent, awakened hidden fire attribute, early 6th rank. Jinling, Shin Tianzong, 9-star talent, awakened hidden sword attribute, early 6th rank. One by one, the names flashed through Qi Zong Yuan's mind. As a supreme martial artist, being far beyond the ordinary, he possessed the absolute ability to remember everything he saw at a glance. Although he had previously only glanced briefly at the list of over 500 students, their details now surfaced one by one in his mind.
Luo City, Qin Shiyao, 6-star talent, early stage 4.
Luo City, Jiang Shuiying, 7-star talent, mid-stage 4.
Luo Chang, Lu, 9-star talent, Beastmaster, rank unknown. At that moment,
Qi Zong Yuan of Azure Dragon Academy froze in shock.
9-star talent, Beastmaster. Isn't this the very same teenager who caused such a stir a year ago? Even as far away as the imperial capital, this incident had once caused quite a stir.
Of course, it wasn't because of the boy's mere 9-star talent. Though powerful, it wasn't enough to stir up millions in the imperial capital. The real reason was that the great martial god himself had personally inquired about the matter.
In fact,
rumor had it that not long ago, the great martial god had even gone to sanctuary specifically to exchange for a treasure, intending to help the boy clear his class and re-specialize as a warrior.
Lu? Could it be because of him?
Qi Zong Yuan furrowed his brow deeply, his thoughts racing. If it were because of him, it would make sense after all. The Dark Dragon Legion shares a profound connection with the martial god.
At the same time,
aside from Qi Zhonyuan, the martial supreme masters of the other three great martial academies also considered this possibility. They exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the thoughts in the other's minds. During this provincial exam's secret realm, the vast majority of their attention would likely be focused on this youth named Lu. Chapter 33, Strength Test to Start? Lu smiled. Elsewhere, over 500 examinees were still unaware that 5 more martial arts supremes had arrived from outside to observe their performance.
Inside the secret realm. At that moment,
all the students who had entered the secret realm were simultaneously teleported to a vast square.
The plaza was crafted from jade and stretched out boundlessly wide.
With over 500 people standing on it, they still appeared sparse and scattered.
What kind of place is this? So this is what the secret realm looks like inside? Whoa, it feels like we're in the sky. Holy crap! It's true, this plaza is actually floating in the sky.
The students on the plaza had all just taken in their surroundings. The plaza where they stood now hung high in the sky, like a floating continent.
Looking down from above, they could see mountains, rivers, wilderness, and forests.
The secret realm was vast even from the sky. Its edges were nowhere in sight. It was like a self-contained, complete little world.
Boom! Just as the students were buzzing with excitement and curiosity,
a deafening roar suddenly erupted.
In the center of the plaza,
a massive stone stele, a full 50 meters tall, plummeted from nowhere.
Engraved on the stele were several lines of text.
The characters were not in the Huaxia language, but strangely enough, the moment they saw them, everyone could understand their meaning.
Stone stele of power.
Only those who pass the power stele test may enter the Red Flame Sect Opportunity Secret Realm.
Each person has 3 chances, the highest score counts.
Those who fail the test will be forcibly expelled from the secret realm. Those with outstanding test results who make it onto the leaderboard will receive additional rewards.
After reading these lines clearly, the crowd of students present erupted into a frenzy. A strength test? Is this the first trial of the secret realm? Holy crap, it's actually a sect-type secret realm. We're definitely going to hit the jackpot this time. Hey, classmate, do you even know what a sect-type secret realm is? Hee, I've heard my teacher mention it once.
Even among secret realms, there are many types, and a sect-type secret realm is the one with the most resources, the greatest opportunities, and the lowest danger level. Rumor has it that these sect-type secret realms were left behind by martial arts sects that perished countless ages ago. Anyone who manages to seize even a sliver of the opportunities within will have limitless potential for future achievements. Take that supreme swordmaster outside who opened the secret realm earlier. He achieved his current status precisely because he obtained a sword art inheritance within a secret realm when he was young. The young man didn't hold back, he openly shared everything he knew at that moment. The examinees from Jinling City and other major cities remained calm upon hearing this. They were already well aware of this information. However, candidates from smaller cities such as Jiang Shuiying and her peers from Luo City were genuinely astonished upon hearing this. Even the Empress in Qin Shiyao's mind seemed slightly taken aback at that moment.
For a mere provincial exam, you people of Jinling City are actually so generous as to open up a sect's secret realm?
Back in Zixing, such a realm of opportunity was a place where only the prodigies of major powers were permitted to enter. The Empress's tone of exclamation carried a hint of puzzlement.
Instinctively,
her divine soul power quietly radiated out, spreading toward the depths of the secret realm.
It was how much time had passed when the Empress suddenly let out a startled "Teacher? What did you see? Is there something special about this secret realm?"
Qin Shiyao was instantly filled with curiosity. This was the first time she'd ever seen her teacher react so strongly. Even when there were signs of the abyss uprising before, her teacher had merely reminded her in a flat tone.
Perhaps it was just a misperception. After a long while, the Empress's voice finally rang out.
But in Qin Shiyao's heart, a nagging unease lingered, and she simply couldn't calm down.
Meanwhile, after learning the rules of this secret realm,
the more than 500 students present had already begun the test in order.
The testing process was quite simple.
Walk up to the stone steel, throw a punch with all your strength, and the steel would display the power of that punch, which was your test score. The passing standard was 40,000 gene. After each punch, participants could rest briefly before continuing. Each person had 3 attempts, resulting in 3 scores, with the highest one counting.
40,000 gene?
Usually, only a 4th-tier warrior can reach that, right?
Holy crap! What's going on?
Is the first stage this hard?
I'm done for.
I'm only at the peak of Tier 2, I might as well give up.
Ha, if you can't even hit 40,000 gene, you don't deserve a chance at the opportunities in this secret realm.
The one who spoke last was a prodigy student from Jianling. He stood with his arms crossed, his tone haughty. The students he democked right to their faces immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this, but
their anger lasted only a moment.
This Jianling prodigy had reached the 5th tier. As for the students who had complained, none of them had even reached the 4th stage.
Now that they'd been belittled, they could only swallow their anger and remain speechless. Not far away, Lu and the others also witnessed this scene. Ugh, these Jianling guys are really cocky.
Jiang Shuiying muttered irritably, though her voice was barely audible. After all, she was only at the mid-4th tier herself.
Lu, what are you looking at?
Jiang Shuiying called out to Lu twice, but received no response. Turning her head, she realized Lu was staring intently at the text at the very top of the stone stele, completely absorbed. Seeing this, Jiang Shuiying was instantly curious and instinctively followed Lu's gaze. What caught her eye were a series of names and scores.
Stone Steel Test Leaderboard. 1. Dongfang Ao, Tier 2 Peak, 900,000 gene. 2. Shi Jiyuan, Tier 2 Peak, 850,000 gene. 3. 100 Yu Qianji, Peak 6th Tier, 100,000 gene.
There were only 100 names on the leaderboard.
Even the lowest score was 100,000 gene. Lu?
Jiang Shuiying glanced at it briefly before looking away. Noticing that Lu was still staring at the leaderboard in a daze, she couldn't help but call out again.
Hey! This time, Lu finally snapped out of it and replied. What were you thinking about?
You were so deep in thought. Jiang Shuiying leaned closer to Lu and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Lu chuckled softly and said calmly,
I was wondering if I could make it to the top of the leaderboard?
As soon as those words came out,
Jiang Shuiying froze for a moment. The next moment, with a snort, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's a really funny joke. But don't say that again next time.
Jiang Shuiying giggled, teasing her.
Clearly, she took Lu's remark as a joke.
Qin Shiyao, standing nearby, had accidentally overheard Lu's words as well. She didn't laugh, however, instead, she furrowed her brow, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her icy, pretty face.
In Qin Shiyao's view, Lu's remark seemed a bit too thoughtless.
It was fortunate that only their own group had heard it. If outsiders had overheard, who knows how much ridicule and sarcasm it would have drawn.
Weakness is not a sin. Overestimating one's abilities, that is the true original sin. But Lu actually really wanted to say that he was serious.
He truly intended to go straight for the top spot on the leaderboard later.
Caesar, what do you think?
With a thought, Lu turned his gaze to his king-tier behemoth pet in the beast-taming space, the starry sky titan.
Chapter 34, The Prodigy Takes the Stage. A single punch worth 150,000 gene? On Jade Stone Square. As time passed, more and more students took the strength test.
On the stone stele, flashes of light would occasionally appear, followed by the display of the corresponding scores.
An hour had passed,
and nearly 100 students had already completed the test. Among them, the one with the highest score was a prodigy from Sioux City, a 5th-tier warrior who unleashed a punch of 80,000 gene, stunning the crowd.
It's important to note
that, generally speaking, strength corresponds to one's realm. An ordinary 5th tier warrior's punch typically packs around 50,000 Jin of force. Advancing beyond that is extremely difficult. A warrior's strength derives partly from their physical constitution, but mostly from the explosive power unleashed through mana. In other words, the magnitude of one's strength fundamentally depends on the amount of mana within their body and how effectively that mana is utilized. With 10 units of mana, an ordinary warrior might only be able to unleash 4 units of power, while a prodigy or prodigious talent can unleash 8, 9, or even 10 units. The gap between them is like that between a firefly and the full moon. 80,000 Jin. That's south almost close to 100,000 Jin. Yeah, hitting 100,000 Jin would get you on the leaderboard and earn some extra rewards. I wonder what the rewards are. Will we get a chance to see them? Don't worry. The prodigies from Jinling's 3 great clans haven't even made their moves yet. I'm rooting for Xiong. He'll definitely break the 100,000 Jin mark. Although I really likely want her in a brute force test like this, she might not perform as well as Xiong. On the square, the chatter and commotion continued unabated. Until a certain moment. When Xiong, wearing boxing gloves, walked with his head held high and chest puffed out to the testing steel. The vast square suddenly fell completely silent. Everyone present, including Lu, was now staring at the Shinta clan's foremost prodigy, curious to see just how much strength he possessed. He should be able to break 100,000 Jin, right? Otherwise, it'd be way too boring, wouldn't it? Lu watched the imposing figure and thought to himself. Although he was planning to pull off something spectacular later, still, being invincible is a lonely business. It's better to have a few worthy opponents. At the very least, it gives him a tiny bit of motivation to show off, doesn't it? Whoosh. You've got to admit, a prodigy of such extraordinary talent really stands out. Just as Xiong channeled all his mana, gathering boundless power and preparing to throw a punch, a series of mana whirlwinds suddenly began swirling across the Jade Plaza. This was a sign of mana reaching its peak and spilling out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The power building up inside Xiong grew stronger and stronger. To everyone's perception, the figure standing before the stone steel didn't seem like a person at all, but a volcano on the verge of a violent eruption. This state lasted for over a full minute. Xiong still maintained his charging stance, without throwing a single punch. But not a single one of the more than 500 students present dared to voice any doubt. This was the overwhelming pressure emanating from a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Just by looking at his stance as he gathered power to strike, anyone could tell how terrifyingly powerful he was. Within the Jinling prodigies group, which numbered over 100, Li Waner and Shin Tianzhong's expressions were now unusually serious and solemn. These two peerless prodigies could sense the terrifying power contained within Xiong's body. Another minute passed. The mana whirlwind above the square not only failed to intensify but actually grew weaker and weaker, gradually disappearing. This youth is indeed a gifted individual. His mastery of power and mana has reached an extremely high level. In Qin Shiyao's mind, her teacher, the Empress, offered a cold, dispassionate assessment. Although it was just a casual remark, Qin Shiyao was still deeply shaken. Time ticked by second by second. Finally, a full 5 minutes later, the power within Xiong's entire body had reached its absolute limit. Not even the slightest bit more could be added. If it increased by even a fraction, his body would likely be unable to withstand the force and explode completely. Boom! Xiong threw a punch. Just a single punch. Yet it seemed to unleash an endless storm. It slammed heavily into the massive stone steel, over 50 meters tall. Although the steel showed no sign of trembling, everyone knew full well that the power behind Xiong's punch was absolutely beyond imagination. The next moment, a glow flickered across the steel. A moment later, 2 lines of text finally appeared. Name, Xiong. Rank, mid-6th tier. Result, 150,000 Jin. Whoosh.
The moment the results appeared, the entire Jade Plaza erupted in a deafening roar. 150,000 Gene. Is that even humanly possible?
Wow, I thought Xiong could manage 100,000 Gene with one punch, but I never expected him to hit 150,000 Gene right off the bat. That's terrifying. This score is good enough to make it onto the leaderboard. No sooner had the man finished speaking
then, sure enough, a glow flashed once more upon the giant stone.
A new line of text appeared.
This score ranks 89th on the leaderboard. Would you like to test again? To everyone's surprise, Xiong, having withdrawn his fist, actually shook his head.
That punch he'd just thrown was already the absolute limit of his power.
2 more punches would be pointless. Or rather,
from the very beginning, Xiong had only intended to throw one punch.
1 punch was enough.
As Xiong gave his answer,
new text appeared on the stone tablet. Name, Xiong. Score, 150,000 Gene. Rank, 89.
Rewards, 1 top grade source crystal, 1 fire element crystal, 1 lower grade earth rank fist technique.
No sooner had the text appeared
than a ball of light shot out from the stone steel, landing directly in Xiong's hand.
As for the other students, their eyes were now red with envy. A top grade source crystal.
This was the legendary top grade source crystal. Source crystals are classified as low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. On Blue Star today, top grade source crystals aren't just rare, they simply don't exist. Forget king tier warriors, even martial supreme masters might not possess a top grade source crystal. As for the cultivation benefits of a top grade source crystal, according to popular legend, even an untalented old Sao could break through to the warrior realm after just 2 days of cultivation with a top grade source crystal.
Ha ha ha. At that moment,
even Xiong couldn't help but burst into laughter as he looked at the reward in his hand. A top grade source crystal, this was a supreme resource that even the Shinda clan might not possess.
As for elemental crystals,
in some respects, their value even surpasses that of a top grade source crystal, especially for warriors below the king tier. With the help of elemental crystals, one can master elemental martial arts ahead of schedule and even have a chance to awaken elemental attributes and physical constitutions.
Elements, this is a realm only king tier powerhouses are qualified to touch.
As for the final reward, a lower earth rank fist technique, it made Xiong's broad face break into a huge grin.
Ha, this is awesome. In the square,
hundreds of students stared intently at the treasures in Xiong's hands, their eyes practically bloodshot. If it weren't for their remaining sense of reason and their lack of strength, some of them would likely have already tried to snatch them away.
Meanwhile, Lu, standing among the crowd, was smiling too. His smile was even happier and more radiant than Xiong's.
Great, great, great. If 89th place comes with such a great reward, just imagine what it'll be like for first place.
Chapter 35, I need only lend a hand, that's already your limit. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye,
another hour had passed.
More and more students took the strength test. Among them, those with the most outstanding results were almost exclusively the prodigies of Jinling City.
Li Wan'er and Shin Tianzhong both broke through the 100,000 Gene mark, securing the bottom spots on the leaderboard with scores of 120,000 Gene and 130,000 Gene respectively, sending the crowd in the square into a frenzy.
Finally, it was the turn for the candidates from Luo City to take the stage for their tests. Luo's spirits were unusually high. He didn't care about showing off in public, he was genuinely salivating over the generous rewards from the testing steel. Jiang Shuiying, 60,000 Gene? Qin Shiyao, 80,000 Gene? These two from Luo City aren't just stunningly beautiful and graceful, they're actually this talented too? Their looks are definitely unbeatable, I feel like even Li Wan'er can't hold a candle to them.
But when it comes to talent, they're nowhere near Li Wan'er's level.
I wonder if anyone will be able to win over these two beauties?
Jiang Shuiying and Qin Shiyao's appearance on stage sparked waves of discussion.
From the crowd,
Quite a few young prodigies even stepped forward to strike up conversations with the two.
Hello, Jiang, I'm.
A prodigy from a prominent family in Jinling City Han Ti even finished introducing himself.
Zhang Shuiying walked away without even looking back. The next moment, she walked straight up to Lu, her face flushed, and wrapped her arm around his.
Zhang Shuiying didn't say a word, yet it felt as if she said everything.
Lu.
As for Qin Shiriao, when faced with advances from other boys, she couldn't be bothered to say a single word. With a cold expression, she silently walked over to Lu's side. Her icy face betrayed no emotion whatsoever.
Lu. Fine. So this is how you want to play it, huh? Sure enough. When Lu looked up, he was met by countless hostile stares.
If looks could kill, Lu would already be nothing but ashes by now.
And Lu also noticed.
Among all those stares, there was actually one from the Li family's prodigy, Li Wan-er.
Her phoenix-like eyes were fixed intently on Lu.
And the hostility in her gaze was unmistakable.
Lu. This was definitely unexpected.
But whatever. Lu shook his head, ignoring the crowd's piercing stares. Acting as if no one else were there, he walked straight toward the testing steel at the center of the square.
Tap, tap, tap.
The vast square was surprisingly quiet at that moment. Lu's footsteps sounded crystal clear. Thanks to the assistance from Zhang Shuiying and Qin Shiriao, Lu had, by a twist of fate, become the center of attention for the many students present. In front of the stone monument,
Lu came to a stop.
He rubbed his neck and shook out his wrists.
Then, he silently activated his shared talent, sharing 40% of all attributes from the starry sky titan, Caesar. At that moment, Lu could feel boundless power surging every fiber of his being.
He even had the thought, I could shatter this stone monument with a single punch.
Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, and without a word, Lu threw a punch. The punch landed. The square fell into complete silence.
After the silence, a burst of laughter erupted.
Seriously, man, are you here to make a joke? I didn't feel a single damn mana fluctuation. Ha ha ha, that feeble punch wouldn't even be strong enough to tickle my grandma.
Damn, I couldn't sense his rank earlier and thought he was some big shot playing it cool, but turns out.
Holy shit. Am I blind?
Amidst the chorus of mockery,
on the stone steel,
a sudden flash of light appeared, and several lines of text materialized.
Name, Lu. Rank, 4th rank. Result, 150,000 gene. On the Jade Stone Plaza.
The moment the crowd made out these lines, a massive comedy show titled Impossible unfolded.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. What the hell? The test steel must be glitching.
That punch he just threw didn't even look like he put any effort into it. How could that be 150,000 gene?
Are you kidding me?
What about the guy who just complained that scratching his grandma's back wasn't hard enough?
Is your grandma still doing okay? At that moment, almost everyone was convinced the result was wrong. Because Lu's punch just now was way too casual. It was really casual.
It was as if he'd just thrown a random, half-assed punch. In fact, they hadn't misjudged it at all. Lu really had just thrown a casual punch. He'd only used about 1/10 of his strength. Lu didn't really have a concept of Caesar's strength either. He had no idea how many 10,000 gene of boundless power lay within him. So, he just threw a punch to test it out.
Unexpectedly, even that slight effort had already pushed everyone present to their absolute limit. Ah!
Lu let out a deep sigh, feeling a touch of the loneliness that comes with invincibility. Amid the chorus of impossible, from the students in the square,
text appeared once more on the stone tablet. This score ranks 89th on the leaderboard. Would you like to test again? Just 2 simple lines of text. Yet at that moment, they silenced all the students' defiance.
Of course, There were still some who refused to believe it.
But it didn't matter. Lou couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind.
He just wanted to claim the reward from the stone tablet.
Test again, Lou said calmly. The next moment,
as the text on the stone tablet vanished, under the astonished and uncertain gazes of over 500 students,
Lou threw another punch. This time, it was a serious punch.
Lou used about 2/3 of his strength.
Boom! Unlike his previous punch, when Lou unleashed this one, the entire plaza began to shake violently. Crack! In the dead silence, a cracking sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears.
The crowd looked at the stone steel in horror.
A crack had appeared on the steel. Crack! Another cracking sound rang out. More and more cracks appeared on the steel.
The massive stone steel, over 50 meters tall, was now teetering on the brink of collapse.
It seemed as if, at any moment, the steel would shatter completely and collapse. Gulp!
Over, a blazing light unlike anything seen before flared up.
It was as if a resplendent sun had risen over the square. Hum! It took several full breaths for the light to fade.
Upon the stone steel, a few lines of text remained.
Everyone's gaze turned there in unison. Everyone's eyes were fixed in stunned silence. Name, Lou. Score, 1,000,000 Gene. This score tops the leaderboard. Do you wish to retake the test? Chapter 36, The Split Fist in the Square. Has the test steel backed down? At that moment, when the result of Lou's second punch was revealed,
it wasn't just the more than 500 students on the Jade Stone Plaza who fell into dead silence.
Outside the secret realm,
over 100 king-tier powerhouses stared at the images projected on the light screen, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight.
High above the sky,
the supreme leaders of the 4 great martial academies exchanged glances, each looking at the others in disbelief.
As they stared at one another, for a moment, not a single word could be uttered.
Even the extremely mysterious representative from the Dark Dragon Legion wore a look of utter astonishment and bewilderment on his gaunt face.
One punch, 1,000,000 Gene. What does that even mean? It's a level of power that even an ordinary Tier 2 peak warrior could never possess. And most importantly, if others didn't know, how could he not? Lou isn't a warrior. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
Never mind persuading Lou to give up being a Beastmaster, even he, if he could start over, might want to switch to the Beastmaster class and give it a try.
This.
Shui Feng couldn't help but shake his head, suppressing the jumble of thoughts swirling in his mind.
The next moment,
his gaze still drifted involuntarily toward the projection screen in the distance.
On the screen, Lou was about to throw another punch. Test again. On the Jade Stone Plaza, as Lou's calm voice rang out, over 500 students were all left speechless. After the initial shock came a chill running down their spines. Because, recalling Lou's previous 2 punches,
a similar thought popped into all their minds. A punch worth 1,000,000 Gene, and that wasn't even his full strength. His third punch might be even stronger. At this thought, many instinctively looked up at the massive, 50+ meter tall test steel. On the steel, dozens of cracks, spreading out like a spiderweb, were faintly visible.
Can this steel really withstand another punch? This is insane. I'm actually worried the steel might get shattered. Damn, me too. Who the hell is this Lou? What kind of big shot is he?
Am I the only one who noticed the steel shows he's only at the 4th tier? Amid the uproar of murmurs,
someone suddenly muttered this under their breath. Instantly,
the entire square fell silent.
Many people snapped out of their daze. That's right.
4th tier. Earlier, everyone had been completely stunned by Lou's mind-blowing 1,000,000 Gene score.
Only now did many people remember that. No way, man. Fourth tier? Damn it, what fourth tier fighter can pack a million gene into a single punch? I mean, but could the stone tablet really be wrong? Mistake my ass. Didn't you see the stone tablet was about to crack? Fourth tier, a million gene of strength?
Even my grandma would jump out of her hospital bed if she heard that.
Wait, does your grandma have a grudge against you? Of course.
There were also a very few people who, at that moment, recalled the two phrases Xiong had shouted earlier. And picked up on the keyword Beastmaster. They all instinctively recalled a widely circulated news story from a year ago. About a genius with a 9-star talent who had abandoned the martial arts path and resolutely switched to the Beastmaster class.
At the time,
this incident had become a source of gossip and ridicule for many in Jiang province.
But at this very moment,
as they gazed at the upright figure standing before the stone tablet,
and at the clearly visible cracks on its surface,
they began to wonder, perhaps the real clowns were themselves?
Meanwhile,
as he listened to the murmurs of discussion coming from all directions,
Lu's expression remained completely impassive.
He rubbed his wrist, then looked up at the stone steel.
He wanted to test just how far his current strength could go.
Hope you can hold up, brother, Lu muttered under his breath. But he was speaking to the stone tablet. The many students present heard it clearly. But not a single one raised the slightest doubt. Because they were thinking the exact same thing. They hoped the stone tablet would hold up during the test.
The next moment,
Lu raised his fist, channeling 40% of Caesar's power. Buzz. Unlike before. This time, a colossal surge of mana rippled out from Lu's right fist. Gale force winds even swept across the square in an instant. 1 million gene, 1,100,000 gene, 1,200,000 gene. Lu silently estimated the power of this punch in his mind.
While the square once again fell into complete silence.
No one spoke, no one made a sound. Everyone stared intently at Lu and the testing steel. Until the power behind Lu's punch finally reached its peak. Lu moved. His right fist came crashing down toward the steel. But just then, at very moment, boom! Something completely unexpected happened. The massive stone steel that had been standing in the center of the square flew away. With a whoosh, it shot straight up into the sky, hovering high above everyone's heads. Looking up, one could still see the steel's massive base. Boom! It was at that very moment that Lu's punch, as expected, missed its mark. Crash! The sound of shattering echoed repeatedly. Where the fist's wind had passed, a straight fissure appeared across the square. The square was split right down the middle by the punch. A few lucky souls who happened to be standing directly opposite Lu felt the fierce gale of wind sweep past them. Their faces turned deathly pale, drained of all color. So close, so very close. Lu's punch had come within inches of hitting them. Just a little closer, and they would have been torn to pieces. Ha! Lu was stunned for a moment. Wait, this stone steel actually moved? Boom! Just as the residual force of Lu's punch completely dissipated, a thunderous roar echoed, and the test steel crashed back down onto the ground in the center of the square. Lu! The crowd! Supreme and King tier powerhouses outside the secret realm. The next moment, a glow flickered across the stone tablet, and lines of text began to appear. Power exceeds test limit. Power exceeds test limit. Power exceeds test limit. The same text was repeated by the stone tablet a full 3 times. Lu felt a bit exasperated. He really hadn't expected that even stone tablets these days would activate emergency safety measures. He'd originally planned to land a punch to test the limits of his strength, and while he was at it, if he could shatter the stone tablet outright,
wouldn't all the rewards inside be his to keep? But unfortunately, Lu's scheme had fallen through. Name, Lu. Test result, 1 million gene. This score secures the top spot on the leaderboard. This score breaks the leaderboard record immediately afterward. Under the awe-struck gazes of the crowd. At the very top of the Stone Steel's leaderboard, lines of new information appeared. Stone Steel Test Leaderboard. 1. Lu, Tier 4, 1 million gene. 2. Chi Ji-Yuan, Tier 2 Peak, 850,000 gene. A commanding lead. Lu had shot straight to first place with a score of 1 million gene. In fact, he had crushed the second place finisher by a full 150,000 gene. 150,000 gene? Isn't that exactly Xiong's score? Many people thought of this and instinctively cast sympathetic glances his way. Originally, Xiong had ranked first in the test, basking in everyone's admiration and awe. But now,
Xiong had, unfortunately, become a unit of measurement, a mere fraction of the margin by which Lu surpassed the runner-up.
Not to mention the ordinary students.
Even Li Wan'er and Shen Tianzhong were now looking at Xiong with distinctly strange expressions. It couldn't be helped. Although their scores weren't as good as Xiong's, who could blame them when Xiong's score happened to be exactly 150,000 gene? Crack, crack. Feeling the stares around him, Xiong clenched his fists so hard they cracked. But, as the prodigy of the Shinda clan, he may have pride, but he is no fool. Although he still didn't understand how Lu had managed it, how could a mere 4th-tier beast master unleash a punch with a force of 1 million? This time, the light flickered for several full minutes. Finally, under everyone's gaze filled with both curiosity and envy, a ball of light, as big as a basketball, whizzed into Lu's hand. Keep in mind that when Xiong received his reward earlier, that ball of light was only fist-sized. At the same time, on the stone steel, lines of text finally appeared. Name, Lu. Achievement, 1 million gene. Rank, 1. Rewards, top grade source crystals 100, elemental crystals 10, lower grade heaven rank cultivation technique 1. Broke the historical record. Rewards, King Core 1, Crimson Flame Sect Inheritance Token 1, Key 1. Chapter 37, Unbelievable Rewards. The Starry Sky Titan is about to emerge. At that moment, as the reward information appeared on the stone steel, it's no exaggeration to say that the eyes of every student present turned red. Not to mention the students. Even the king-tier powerhouses outside the secret realm were all breathing heavily, their expressions shifting constantly. The rewards Lu received were simply mind-blowing. 100 pieces of top-grade source crystals. Those were top-grade source crystals. Even the 3 great clans of Jinling combined might not possess more than a few. And Lu, all by himself, had received 100 of them. What does that even mean? Even a warrior who has just awakened, with average talent, could use these 100 top-grade source crystals to cultivate directly to the king-tier realm in a short time, right? No, it's more than that. With slightly better talent, they could even break through directly to the mid-king tier. Outside the secret realm, even the voice of a king-tier powerhouse began to tremble. And he wasn't the only one. A significant number of king-tier powerhouses felt an overwhelming wave of greed surge from the deepest recesses of their hearts. If it weren't for the supreme leaders of the 4 great martial academies watching over them from above, they might very well have joined forces to seize them the moment Lu emerged. Of course, the one most utterly stunned was Jiang Jinmin. As the principal of Luo City First High School and the lead teacher for this year's Luo City Provincial Exam, Jiang Jinmin hadn't originally had very high expectations for Lu and the others. But he never imagined. Ever since Lu took the stage for the test, everything that had unfolded in this brief span of time had left the principal's mind in a state of complete shock. Even now, As he stared blankly at the rows of text clearly displayed on the stone steel within the light screen projection, Jiang Jinmin's lips trembled uncontrollably. Lu. One of their own students from Luo City. A single punch packing a million gene of force, a prodigy capable of subduing the entire Jiang province. And he has secured such mind-blowing resources. It's no exaggeration to say that with these resources alone, Lu is guaranteed to become a king-tier powerhouse in the future. And the kind who can rise to that level in an extremely short time. Even more astonishingly, in addition to top-grade source crystals which drastically accelerate cultivation and advancement, there are also elemental crystals. These are things countless king-tier warriors dream of possessing. Besides the top-grade source crystals and elemental crystals, there's also a lower-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique, a king core, an ancient sect's legacy. And that final key, it might even be more mysterious and precious than all the previous rewards. Jiang Jinmin muttered each item one by one. And the further he went, the more numb he felt inside. Yes. He was already numb. At the same time, at the very front of this group of king-tier powerhouses, three figures whose auras had already reached the peak of the 9th rank of the king tier, just a hair's breadth away from the king tier itself, exchanged glances, each instantly discerning the other's thoughts. They hailed from the three great clans of Jinling. Let us set aside the source crystals and elemental crystals for now. That lower grade heaven rank cultivation technique, we must obtain it. The thoughts in the three men's minds were almost uncannily in unison. And in the very next moment, whoosh! The sound of tearing through the air rang out. These three king-tier powerhouses transformed into streaks of light, flying toward the vast and imposing city of Jinling in the distance. This is a matter of the utmost importance. A heaven-tier cultivation technique is enough to spark a full-scale conflict among Jinling's three great clans. After all, cultivation techniques are the most crucial resource for warriors bar none. And though the three great clans of Jinling are powerful, even their top-tier techniques are no higher than Earth-tier. A heaven-tier cultivation technique? Even in the imperial capital, that would drive countless clans to fight tooth and nail. Inside the secret realm, on the Jade Plaza, the atmosphere had fallen into complete silence. For a good while, not a single word was spoken. The only sound to be heard was the increasingly rapid breathing. Wealth stirs the heart, it has always been so. The only reason no one dared to step forward and seize it now was because Lu had earlier struck with a single punch carrying a million gene of force, completely intimidating them all. Lu paid no heed to what these people were thinking. Holding his reward, he retreated to the Luo City contingent. Zhang Shuiying, Qin Shiyao, and the others, upon seeing Lu, didn't know what to say at that moment. And Lu? He truly calmed his mind and communicated with Caesar in his thoughts. Will these 100 pieces of top-grade source crystal allow you to fully restore your strength? Lu asked inwardly. My lord, it's more than enough. Perhaps I can even break through a few minor cultivation realms. Caesar's tone was clearly filled with excitement at that moment. Obviously, he hadn't expected his master to bestow all of these incredibly precious cultivation resources upon him. That's great. Satisfied with the response, Lu was in high spirits. The next moment, with a mere thought, the exact 100 pieces of top-grade source crystals in his hand vanished all at once, entering the Beastmaster space. Then, in the blink of an eye, all 100 pieces of top-grade source crystals were instantly transformed by an unknown force into an immense amount of extremely concentrated Beastmaster power. At that moment, whoosh! Caesar, who had been lying on the ground, struggled to sit up. He opened his massive mouth and sucked in sharply. Endless Beastmaster power surged into his body like torrential rivers. In the blink of an eye, the dense, hideous scars covering Caesar's body began to heal at a visible pace. Even the claw wound on his chest deep enough to expose bone was healing at breakneck speed. In just a few short minutes, roar! A deafening, furious roar echoed through the Beastmaster realm. Caesar stood up. At this moment, he was no longer just 5 meters tall. He had fully manifested his true form, standing over 500 meters tall. A star-like radiance erupted from his body. Caesar's aura began to surge. King Tier Stage 1, King Tier Stage 2, King Tier Stage 3. Finally, Caesar broke through 3 tiers in a single go, reaching the peak of King Tier Stage 4. King Tier Stage 4 marked his entry into the mid-King Tier realm. At the same time, Caesar's body began to slowly expand and grow larger. 500 meters, 550 meters, 600 meters. Finally, Caesar's stature stabilized at a height of 700 meters. Roar! Another furious roar rang out. Under Louis' gaze, filled with both delight and astonishment, Caesar unleashed his multiplication talent to its fullest. Boom! A behemoth over 8,000 meters tall, reaching from the heavens to the earth. Clearly, following his realm advancement, the limit of Caesar's multiplication talent had also increased from a maximum of 10 times his original size to 12 times. With Caesar's current base size of 700 meters, his multiplied form could now reach a height of up to 8,400 meters. A King Tier behemoth over 8,000 meters tall. My lord! With my current power, I am invincible against anything below the King Tier, be it behemoths or humans. Caesar's incredibly deep and resonant voice rang out, causing the heavens and earth within the beast-taming realm to tremble in waves. Upon hearing this, Lou was instantly even more satisfied. Meanwhile, in another corner of the beast-taming realm, Kay Sante's face was filled with hurt and panic. His master's King Tier behemoth was too powerful. Could it be that he no longer needed him? Don't worry. The elemental crystals are meant for you. With a thought, Lou summoned Kay Sante directly out of the Beastmaster space. Chapter 33, Feeding a Cat with Elemental Crystals? Does the big shot need another cat? Whoosh! A flash of light. On the Jade Plaza, a plump, all-black cat appeared before Lou. Earlier, the 100 pieces of top-grade source crystals had been converted into Beastmaster power. Although the vast majority had been absorbed by Caesar, a small portion had also surged into Xante's body. And even that small portion with its incredibly dense energy nearly caused Kay Sante's body to burst. As a result, he immediately transformed into a black cat to better absorb and process the energy. Meow. As soon as Kay Sante appeared, he pounced at Louis' feet and affectionately rubbed his head against the hem of Louis' pants. Just moments ago in the beast-taming realm, he had heard his master's words. His master was going to give him the elemental crystal. Of course, what made Kay Sante happy wasn't just the precious elemental crystal, but the fact that his master wasn't playing favorites and hadn't forgotten him, even though he was currently much weaker than Caesar. Meow meow. Kay Sante's meow even sounded a bit nasal. Meanwhile, on the Jadestone Plaza, those two meows instantly drew the attention of nearly every student. Even the girl who had just taken the stage after Lou, preparing for her strength test, couldn't help but glance over. At that moment, without a doubt, the atmosphere on the plaza erupted once again. Wow! Is this big shot Louis' pet beast? Someone let out an instinctive gasp. Just moments ago, when Lou stepped down from the testing platform to restore Caesar's power, the many students present gained a deeper understanding of Louis' background. Everyone now knew Louis' identity as a Beastmaster. Of course, upon learning this, their reaction mirrored Xiong's earlier response. Their first instinct was disbelief. Wait a minute. Don't Beastmasters rely on their beasts to fight? What Beastmaster could break through 1,000,000 gene of strength with a single punch? He even made the testing steel back down. But no matter how hard they tried to disbelieve it, this was the fact. Although no one still knew how Lou had done it, their curiosity about Louis' pet had not diminished in the slightest. They just didn't expect that during the test, Lou didn't let his pet help him, but after the test ended, he actually summoned it. That black cat looks so cute. Cute?
Why do I sense such a strong aura of danger coming from it? It looks like it could swat me to death with a single paw. If my perception is correct, it should be at the Tier 2 realm, but its aura keeps rising faintly. It might be about to break through to the 4th tier? Why did Big Shot Lou summon his pet beast? Someone couldn't help but ask. Faced with such questions, Lou paid no attention. He crouched down and held out his hand. Kei Sante rubbed up against him affectionately. Then, Lou opened his palm, revealing 10 transparent, colorless crystals. Elemental crystals? The sharp-eyed prodigies from Jinling's clans recognized them immediately, and another wave of gasps swept through the crowd. But the most unbelievable part was yet to come. Meow. Kei Sante let out a delighted meow. The next moment, he actually buried his head, opened his little mouth, and bit down on an elemental crystal. Gulp. Sante swallowed it, a satisfied expression spreading across her little face. Elemental crystals contain elemental power. Generally speaking, they are the ultimate resource for warriors to master elemental martial arts. But at the same time, elemental crystals also provide a significant boost to exotic beasts. Especially one like Sante, an exotic beast that already possesses a trace of dark elemental power. As for Lou, elemental crystals were completely useless to him. He wasn't a warrior, so he had no need to master elemental martial arts. But when the rest of the several hundred students in the square witnessed this scene, every single one of them stared in utter disbelief. Not to mention ordinary students, even the prodigies of Jinling's 3 great clans Xiong, Liwaner, and Shintianzhong were all twitching at the corners of their mouths right now. Elemental crystals. These were precious resources that were hard to come by even within their own clans. Who would have thought that with Lou? He'd actually used them to feed his cat. And most importantly, it wasn't just one. Yes. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Kei Sante meowed as he gobbled them down one after another. In the space of a few breaths, a full 10 elemental crystals, not a single one left, were all swallowed by Kei Sante. Burp. On the square, where the silence was so thick you could hear a pin drop. Everyone could even hear Kei Sante's satisfied burp. Silence. A silence where not a word was spoken. Everyone looked at one another, utterly at a loss for words to describe their current state of mind. Not to mention them, even the hundreds of king-tier powerhouses outside the secret realm, as well as the few martial arts supremes in the sky above, all wore expressions of utter bewilderment at that moment. Feeding elemental crystals to a cat. If word of this got out, it would surely become the #1 headline across all of Huaxia and indeed, the entire Blue Star. Damn it! What kind of world is this? Is there no law left? A cat actually eating elemental crystals. 10 elemental crystals. Holy crap, if that were mine, I can't even imagine. My mind's blown. I never thought I'd actually envy a cat in my entire life. May I timidly ask, is Big Shot Lou still looking for a cat? I can meow really loudly too. Meow. Lou, who had just stored Kei Sante in his beast-taming realm, looked up and heard that very line. Even he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth twitch as he looked at the meowing girl. Fortunately, Jiang Shuiying appeared just in time. She swiftly stepped in front of the girl and even linked her arm through Lou's again, in a move that clearly signaled she was staking her claim. Sigh. Big Shot Lou, if you ever want to adopt a cat again, feel free to contact me. My name is. The girl, who was actually quite pretty, walked away with her head hanging low. Seeing this scene, the others felt even more uneasy. Qin Shiyao, on the other hand, walked over to Lu's side and offered a word of caution. Lower-grade heaven-tier cultivation techniques are very precious. You need to watch out for those powerful Jinling clans out there. Hearing this, Lu turned to look at her in surprise. But after saying that, Qin Shiyao walked away without looking back, her demeanor still as cold, aloof, and unfeeling as ever. It was as if those words of warning hadn't come from her at all. Your cousin actually cares about you quite a bit. Jiang Shuiying blinked her eyes and said meaningfully.
Upon hearing this, Lu merely smiled. His thoughts returned once again to the rewards he had just received. The top-grade source crystal had been used to restore Caesar's strength and even elevate his cultivation realm. The elemental crystal had been given to Kei Sante, allowing him to master more of the power of the dark element. As for the heaven-tier cultivation technique and the Qi Yan sect inheritance token, Lu wasn't paying them much attention for the time being. What truly piqued his interest, however, was that key. Lu raised his hand and opened his palm. A key with an ancient design, seemingly bronze in color, lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Faint patterns could be seen on the key. When the patterns came together, they seemed to form the silhouette of a behemoth. Could there actually be a behemoth hidden within this sect's secret realm? Lu's heart skipped a beat. Recalling what Wang had said earlier about the reward for topping the provincial exam, this bold thought suddenly popped into his mind. Chapter 39, Consecutive Advancements. Talent Upgrade. Lu stared at the key in his hand, the thought having just crossed his mind. When, in his mind, a crisp, mechanical prompt sounded. Beastmaster power charging complete. Do you wish to advance to level 5? Lu snapped back to reality. And only then realized that he had previously used his transformation talent to convert a full 100 pieces of top-grade source crystals into Beastmaster power to restore and enhance Caesar's strength. And accordingly, 10% of the converted Beastmaster power could be used for Beastmaster advancement. Advance! Lu thought to himself, mentally issuing the command. The next moment, a powerful surge of energy suddenly radiated from his body. In the blink of an eye, it returned to calm. Beastmaster power recharge complete. Do you wish to advance to level 6? With almost no pause, another prompt sounded. Lu didn't hesitate, he chose to advance once more. The aura around him surged once more. A 6th tier Beastmaster. But this time, he didn't advance any further. Beastmaster power charged 75%. Lu glanced at the information at the bottom of his personal panel and raised an eyebrow. This result was quite unexpected. After all, that was a full 100 top-grade source crystals. Even if only 10% of that were converted into Beastmaster power, it would still be equivalent to 10 top-grade source crystals. Yet, Lu had only advanced by less than 3 ranks? It seems that, compared to martial artists, the more advanced a Beastmaster becomes, the more energy is required for advancement? Lu silently speculated to himself. This result left Lu feeling a bit annoyed, but upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, compared to a warrior, as a Beastmaster, he unlocks a king-tier talent with every advancement, which is already incredibly overpowered. And most importantly, for a Beastmaster, the impact of rank is nowhere near as significant as it is for martial artists. Lu's true combat power still relies on his pets and talents. Alright, I haven't checked the new talent unlocked after advancing yet. A thought struck Lu, and he glanced at his personal panel. 5th tier talent, you can contract spirit entities as pets. Description: the stronger the spirit entity was in life, the lower the contract success rate, the greater the spirit entity's resistance, the lower the contract success rate. As for this talent, which he had seen before, Lu merely gave it a quick glance and didn't give it much thought. At least for now, this talent seemed pretty useless, or perhaps it had no practical application at all. Level 6 talent, you can boost your own and your pet's combat power. Current boost rate, 60%. Note, this rate is tied to your Beastmaster rank. The higher your rank, the higher the boost rate. Upon seeing this, a satisfied smile finally spread across Lu's face. That's right. This talent is exactly what I need. Right now, what I need most is a combat power boost like this. Caesar was already unbeatable below the king tier. If his combat power is boosted by another 60%, wouldn't he be qualified to take on a king-tier behemoth? Or perhaps even the martial arts supreme, wouldn't he be a match for Caesar? At this thought, Lu felt an instant surge of exhilaration. From this moment on, He would bid farewell to the early game phase of playing it safe and farming. Previously, he kept Caesar hidden away, afraid that Lord Lin would discover him.
But now,
Lu was confident that, let alone a king-tier warrior, even if the martial arts supreme himself arrived, Caesar alone would be more than capable of taking him on head-on.
Tier 7 talent? Unlike before.
Even though Lu had already reached Tier 6, he couldn't tell you the specifics of his Tier 7 talent just yet. Lu didn't let this bother him too much. So he simply turned his attention to the talents he'd already unlocked. His Tier 1 and Tier 2 talents remained unchanged, while the others had received significant boosts thanks to Lu's advancement. Level 3 talent, you can share your pet beast's cultivation realm, strength, talents, skills, and bloodlines.
Current sharing ratio, 50%. Current maximum number of shared pets, 3.
The sharing ratio had increased from 30% to 50%. The maximum number of pets that could be shared had also increased from 1 to 3.
In other words,
Lu can now not only share the full strength and skills of 3 pets simultaneously, but the sharing ratio has reached as high as 50%. If Lu were to take a strength test now, he would only need to use less than 1/3 of his power to achieve a result of 1 million gene. 4th tier talent, you can convert any energy resource into Beastmaster power within the Beastmaster space on a 1-to-1 basis.
This conversion is instantaneous and has no cooldown.
30% of the converted Beastmaster power counts as energy, which can be used for Beastmaster advancement.
You're already at the 6th rank?
Jiang Shuiying immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Although their exchange
was discreet, countless students in the square were watching Lu's every move. And so, the moment Lu held up a single hand to form the number 6, the crowd was first taken aback, then erupted in collective astonishment. Oh my god! Lu's at the 6th stage. Such exclamations quickly spread throughout the entire Jade Square. Meanwhile, Lu's face remained adorned with a faint smile. Hiding his strength, playing the fool to catch the wise? That wasn't his style at all. If you've got the skills, you've got to show off and show off big time. Hiding and holding back? That's just plain stupid. Not far away,
Qin Shiyao, standing alone in a corner of the square, now wore a look of surprise. Clearly, she, too, had been deeply shaken by the news of Lu's breakthrough to the 6th tier.
He's already at the 6th tier? It's only been a few minutes, right? Is a top-grade source crystal really that powerful?
Qin Shiyao widened her beautiful eyes and murmured softly, her tone filled with astonishment.
In her view, Lu must have used the top-grade source crystal to cultivate just now and broken through to the 6th rank. But wasn't that process a bit too fast? Most importantly, she hadn't even seen Lu holding the source crystal while cultivating. Could it be that a Beastmaster's cultivation progression is different from that of a warrior?
Qin Shiyao's mind raced with thoughts. But the very next moment,
the Empress's voice suddenly rang out in her mind, causing Qin Shiyao to freeze in place, stiff as an ice sculpture. Lu's black cat pet just now carried the aura of a king-tier behemoth. Those 2 sentences from the Empress
immediately caused Qin Shiyao, the ice queen of the school, to experience a total mental freeze.
Chapter 40, The Empress's Conjecture. Lu has a king-tier pet. A king-tier behemoth? That black cat Lu summoned just now?
After standing frozen for over half a minute, Qin Shiyao finally began to question herself inwardly.
No, it's not that black cat. That black cat is only at the peak of Tier 2, on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage.
The Empress's voice was icy, betraying no emotion.
Yet Qin Shiyao was now even more bewildered. Then what about the king-tier behemoth's aura you mentioned?
The Empress fell silent for a moment,
then spoke in a subdued tone. That black cat is imbued with the aura of a king-tier behemoth.
If my perception is correct, it should be a mid-king tier behemoth.
As soon as the Empress finished speaking,
Qin Shiyao was once again dumbfounded.
She had absolute faith in the Empress's judgment.
After all, during her lifetime, the Empress's cultivation realm had been even higher than that of the human martial god.
Her perception could never be wrong. But this only made Qin Shiryao even more bewildered.
Master, your disciple is slow-witted. I still don't understand what you mean.
After a moment,
unable to figure it out, Qin Shiryao simply spoke her mind. The Empress fell silent for a moment before replying.
The behemoth's aura is very fresh. It can't be a residual aura from a previous encounter with a behemoth.
In other words, right before Lu summoned that black cat, it had been spending time with a mid-king tier behemoth.
That's the only way to explain the fresh behemoth aura on it.
After the Empress finished speaking, Qin Shiryao's breath caught in her throat.
You mean? The Empress nodded and mused.
Judging by Lua's previous summoning of the black cat, a beastmaster must possess a special dimensional space where their beasts reside. And within Lua's dimensional space, aside from the black cat we just saw, there is a very high probability that there is also a king tier behemoth. That king tier behemoth is also one of Lua's beasts. At this point, the Empress paused for a moment before adding.
Of course, this is just my speculation.
After all, for a mere 6th tier beastmaster to possess a king tier behemoth as a pet is simply too bizarre. It's hard to believe. As her words trailed off, there, she sensed a presence.
Behemoth? Sacred Radiance tier? The aura feels somewhat strange. It seems to have diminished to king tier strength now, the Empress murmured under her breath.
Qin Shiryao, however, could not hear a single word of it.
On the Jade Plaza, as time ticked by second, finally,
over 500 prodigies from all over Zheng province had all completed the power steel test.
Among them,
nearly 80 had failed to meet the minimum requirement of 40,000 gene and were ruthlessly eliminated.
Whoosh!
A flash of white light streaked across the plaza, striking those 80 students with pinpoint accuracy.
The next moment,
their figures vanished from where they stood. They had been forcibly expelled from the secret realm.
Sigh. They were all considered geniuses back in their home cities, yet here, they've been eliminated outright. In the crowd, one student couldn't help but exclaim.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a prodigy from Jinling sneered and retorted.
Who can they blame but themselves for lacking strength?
No matter how many opportunities the secret realm offers, the weak have no business laying a finger on them.
Upon hearing this,
many found themselves in complete agreement. Though the words were harsh, they were undeniably true.
With that in mind,
many of the prodigies present who had barely met the assessment standards instantly felt a sense of relief.
No matter what, we've passed after all.
Soon we'll officially enter the secret realm to obtain resources and opportunities. No sooner had these thoughts crossed their minds
than, in the very next moment, boom! On the Jade Plaza,
the stone steel for the strength test suddenly burst into brilliant light.
And row after row of new text appeared, glowing faintly. The more than 400 students present immediately turned their gaze toward it. Strength test complete. The Beast Tide trial is about to begin.
Only those who pass the trial may venture deep into the Red Flame sect's secret realm of opportunities.
Those who fail to meet the standards may only remain in the outer perimeter of the secret realm.
Minimum requirement: survive for 3 days amidst the Beast Tide.
Teleportation is about to begin. More rules will be announced upon arrival at the safe house. On the stone steel, the new text left everyone present momentarily stunned. Wow! There's another trial?
Only by passing this trial can we enter the depths of the secret realm? This one gives us some leeway. Failing 1T get us expelled, we'll just have to stay in the outer perimeter. The best resources and greatest opportunities are definitely deep within the secret realm. The outer perimeter is just a place to scavenge for junk.
In the square,
over 400 prodigy students were buzzing with discussion. The prodigies from Jinling were almost all beaming with delight at that moment. Clearly, they were quite pleased with the existence of this trial.
After all, this meant that more students would be eliminated.
That way, no one would be competing with them for the resources and opportunities deep within the secret realm. Meanwhile, more students, especially those from ordinary cities, now wore expressions of varying degrees of concern. Swish, swish, swish.
The next moment,
before anyone had time to think further, streaks of silvery white light descended from the sky, landing precisely on each person's body.
In an instant,
the more than 400 figures on Jade Stone Square all vanished without a trace.
The second trial, the Beast Tide assessment, had begun. Chapter 41, The Beast Tide Approaches? Lou laughs. The Crimson Flame Sect's secret realm.
Though called a secret realm, it was actually a complete miniature world of its own.
Its area was vast, even featuring mountains, rivers, and valleys.
And at this moment,
at the very outer edge of the secret realm, there lay a dense forest.
Beyond the forest lay an endless wasteland stretching as far as the eye could see.
The wasteland was teeming with countless exotic beasts. And at the very edge of this forest stood a row of extremely rudimentary wooden huts. Each hut was separated from the next by dozens of kilometers.
Hundreds of these huts stretched out in a line, seemingly forming a protective around the forest's outermost edge. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Flash after flash of white light. Figures began to appear in the once deserted and silent log cabins. They were the more than 400 gifted students from various cities across Jiang province. After a moment of initial bewilderment, everyone unfolded the parchment scrolls placed on the tables in their cabins. The scrolls detailed the specific rules of this assessment.
Assignment: defend against the beast horde.
1. Every day, exotic beasts will attack the safe house.
Participants must drive away or slay the attacking exotic beasts.
2. The tier and number of exotic beasts will increase with each passing day. 3. The beast horde begins attacking the safe house after sunrise. It retreats after sunset. 4. The trial leaderboard is updated in real time every day after sunset. 5. If unable to fend off the beast horde, participants can silently say quit inside the safe house to be teleported out of the area. 6. The final ranking is determined by both the number of days survived and the number of exotic beasts killed. The higher the final ranking, the more generous the rewards. The rules were written very clearly,
and everyone understood the specifics immediately. Everyone looked outside.
At that moment, the sun was blazing overhead. Clearly, this was the time the beast horde would strike. Under the onslaught of the beast horde, the so-called cabin could not protect them. It served merely as a place to rest at night.
With that in mind, with almost no hesitation, all 400+ candidates stepped out of the cabin.
They gazed at the endless wilderness ahead, assumed combat stances, and prepared to face the beast horde.
Outside cabin number 007. Lou stood at the edge of the forest, gazing into the wilderness ahead. Across the wilderness, a pack of blue beastly shadows was rapidly closing in. In just a few minutes, these shadows had reached a point less than 1 kilometer from the forest's edge. Roar! A ferocious roar rang out. With a thought, Lou cast a scouting spell on this pack of blue, wolf-like exotic beasts. Species: Wasteland Wolf. Tier: Tier 2 Peak. Skills: Charge, Bite. Tier 2 Peak Exotic Beasts. Their tier doesn't seem particularly high, but their numbers are staggering. Just the pack right in front of Lou numbered a full 50. 50 Tier 2 Peak Exotic Beasts. Even an average 4th tier warrior might not be able to hold them off. I wonder if killing these exotic beasts will drop a beast core. Lou stared at the pack of wasteland wolves, thinking to himself.
Generally speaking, exotic beasts drop beast cores when they die. But this was inside a secret realm. It was unclear whether these wilderness wolves were real or merely illusions.
Roar! The howls of the wilderness wolves interrupted Lou's train of thought. They fixed their gaze on Lou, their crimson eyes brimming with bloodthirsty ferocity. Whoosh! The next moment, the wasteland wolves charged straight at Lou.
They were determined to tear this human before them to shreds.
But Lou, he merely smiled faintly.
Facing these Tier 2 peak exotic beasts, he couldn't even muster the slightest interest in fighting them.
Using a cannon to swat a mosquito was simply no fun.
Kei Sante.
Lu called out softly.
Whoosh. A flash of white light. Out of thin air, a black house cat appeared before Lu.
Meow.
Upon materializing, Kei Sante even turned its head and let out an affectionate meow toward Lu. Its aura was still only at the peak of Tier 2, just a hair's breadth away from Tier 4. But its combat power had skyrocketed beyond measure. Although the energy from those 10 elemental crystals hadn't been fully absorbed yet, Kei Sante's info panel had already undergone a massive transformation.
Name, Kei Sante.
Race, Night Beast.
Tier, Peak Tier 2. Talent, Dark Element Mastery can harness the power of dark elements.
Bloodline, possesses a faint trace of the void-devouring beast bloodline. Continued evolution may make this bloodline stronger.
Skills, Dark Bite, Dark Ambush, Dark Prime Form, Dark Elemental Vortex.
Evaluation, with its mastery of dark elemental power, it possesses extreme combat prowess and can easily take on opponents 2 tiers above its own. Compared to before, the biggest change is that the word dark has been added before all of Kei Sante's skills. Clearly, this is a sign of its mastery over dark elemental power.
Let me see what you've got.
Lu chuckled softly.
Meow.
Hearing this, Santi meowed once more. Then, it slowly turned its head to look at the 50 wilderness wolves that had already charged right up to it. In terms of power level, these wilderness wolves were also at the peak of Tier 2. In terms of numbers, this was a 1-on-50 battle. But Santi couldn't even be bothered to activate its combat stance. In its black cat form, it simply yawned, then opened its mouth. Bzzz. A black vortex appeared out of thin air inside its mouth. At first, the vortex was no bigger than a sesame seed. But in the blink of an eye, it began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the black vortex had expanded to a diameter of about 5 meters.
Meow. Kei Sante let out an innocent-sounding meow.
The black vortex in front of it shot toward the pack of wilderness wolves with a whoosh. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all 50 wilderness wolves had vanished. They had all been swallowed by that pitch-black vortex.
Meow.
Kei Sante, who had returned to Lu's feet at some point, rubbed against his pant leg, meowing affectionately.
The next moment, sensing Lu's gaze, Kei Sante nodded its head in a human-like manner.
It opened its mouth. Clatter. 50 perfectly aligned beast cores spewed out and fell to the ground. There really are beast cores.
At that moment, Lu finally smiled.
The smile on his face was even brighter than during the strength test earlier. For a warrior, beast cores aren't particularly useful. But for him, beast cores aren't just for cultivation, they can also be. Their chatter came to an abrupt halt.
Even across the vast wilderness, an eerie silence fell. Because
Lu actually went straight back to the little wooden cabin.
Thud.
As the wooden door slammed shut, Lu immediately crossed his legs on the wooden bed, held the beast core, and began cultivating on his own. Meanwhile, Kei Sante was
left outside the cabin, tasked with dealing with any exotic beasts that might attack next.
This scene left over 100 king-tier powerhouses staring at one another in disbelief. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. After all, at that very moment on the projection screen, aside from the outstanding prodigies of the 3 great clans, there were still quite a few students fighting for their lives against the wasteland wolf packs. Even a 4th-tier warrior would struggle to handle an assault by 50 peak Tier 2 mutated exotic beasts. And even those prodigies from the 3 great clans, such as Xion, Liwaner, Shin Tianzhong, and others, didn't let their guard down at all after slaying the first wave of wilderness wolves. They all sat cross-legged on the ground, replenishing their mana as quickly as possible to prepare for the next wave of beasts.
Amidst this tense scene, Lu was the only one who stood out. While others were risking their lives to slay monsters, Lu remained on the sidelines.
Fortunately, the other candidates were unaware of Lu's situation.
Otherwise, their spiritual resolve might have wavered one by one. A full hour later. Outside cabin number 007. Another pack of wilderness wolves finally arrived.
They were still at the peak of Tier 2, and the number remained at 50.
Whoosh! Sante wasted no time.
He immediately spat out a vortex of dark elements, once again instantly wiping them out.
Then, meow. Sante nimbly leaped through the window into the cabin and approached Lu.
Clatter. It opened its mouth and spat out another neat row of 50 beast cores.
Not bad. Lu emerged from his meditation and praised Xanti.
Then, after a moment's thought, he decided to use this batch of beast cores. Lu speculated to himself.
It had to be said. This setup was relatively favorable for the other candidates.
Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a group of king-tier powerhouses. Before him, there has never been a beastmaster. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind.
Not to mention how unique Lu's beastmaster class is. If Lu's performed, this scene
caused quite a few king-tier powerhouses outside the secret realm to gasp in astonishment.
On the other hand, some of the powerhouses from Jinling weren't surprised in the least.
It was already an open secret in Jinling City that this prodigious young lady of the Li family possessed a hidden fire attribute talent.
I wonder how that guy Lu did.
Liwana didn't bother to strip the corpses or extract their beast cores either. Instead, she muttered to herself.
Those two younger sisters are really pretty. Why did that stinking man Lu get the best of it? Outside cabin number 299. Standing before Shen Tianzong were exactly 100 wilderness wolves, lined up in neat formation. Every single one of them was still alive.
Every single one of them was covered in wounds.
On the faces of this pack of wilderness wolves, one could even see a hint of human-like fear at that moment. It's diabolical, utterly diabolical. The teenager they were facing unleashed wave after wave of sword energy, yet every single strike deliberately avoided their vital points. The wilderness wolf that had arrived first on the battlefield
now bore no fewer than 100 sword scars across its body.
And yet,
Shen Tianzong simply refused to kill it. Wave after wave of sword energy surged from his hand with the precision of a scalpel. Several more minutes passed. The flesh and blood of these wilderness wolves had been almost entirely stripped away by the sword energy, leaving them barely recognizable as wolves. They could not even stand, but lay sprawled on the ground, whimpering.
Boring. Whoosh. Shen Tianzong finally lost interest in his sword practice.
Without even looking up, he swung his sword once more. Within a 10-meter radius, sword energy roared and surged, instantly shredding over 100 wilderness wolves to pieces.
I'd really like to test my sword on Lu. Or that black cat would be a good test subject too.
Shen Tianzong looked up at the scattered fragments of flesh and blood covering the ground. Suddenly, he smiled and muttered to himself.
Chapter 44, the first day S rankings are announced. Lu's results. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye. It was already dusk.
The dark red setting sun hung low in the sky, slowly sinking toward the horizon.
The sun had set.
The numerous wasteland wolves that had been lurking in front of the small wooden huts quickly retreated as well.
One by one, the gifted students finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, it's finally over. Holy shit, I actually made it through the first day and I'm only at the peak of Tier 2.
Sigh, I can't get in touch with them.
Am I the only one from Yunqing who survived today's beast tide? Reaching the peak of Tier 2 on the very first day and against 50 beasts? That's insane. Thank goodness there were only 2 waves of beasts today. If there had been more, I'm afraid I would have been eliminated.
The gifted students were all reflecting on their experiences at that moment. Students from the same city were also communicating via the communication bracelets attached to their respective team leaders' wrists.
It was only then that many realized
their teammates had been eliminated during the first day's beast horde assault.
After all,
a significant portion of the students hadn't even broken through to the 4th tier. Facing a total of 100 peak tier 2 exotic beasts in a coordinated attack was extremely difficult.
Of course,
in the eyes of the elite students from major cities like Jinling and Sioux City, though the 100-plus wasteland wolves on the first day were powerful, they were merely a slight challenge, nothing they couldn't handle.
I thought the beast horde would be so formidable, but is that all there is to it?
Yeah, way too weak.
Boring.
How long did it take you guys to handle 2 waves of the beast horde?
I finished in just half an hour. Half an hour? That's pathetic. I wrapped it up in 20 minutes. I wonder how long it took Xiong and the others. I'd actually like to know how long it took Lu.
Amid the chatter of these prodigies from the big cities, someone suddenly blurted out this line.
For a moment, the communication channel fell. What the hell? So points aren't calculated based on time? That doesn't make sense. Didn't everyone?
As soon as he opened his eyes, Lu even yawned.
He slept too much. Second place, Xiong. Points, 100. Second place, Li Wan.
Meanwhile, the supreme masters from the other 3 major martial academies all wore expressions of astonishment, each of them speechless.
Feng, the commander of the only thing they wanted to know was, how did Lu manage to score over 1,800 points? Inside cabin number 007. Meow? Santi let out another tentative meow.
Watching this, Lu couldn't help but smile.
Don't worry. They're all yours. Once the replay is over and we get the secret realm I'll use them to level you up. Lu ruffled Xanti's head.
The cat let out a contented meow and settled down quietly beside Lu. Meanwhile, Lu's gaze drifted through the window toward the light screen arching across the sky.
Buzz. Buzz buzz. On the light screen, waves of tremors rippled across the surface. Dimly,
images began to emerge.
The replay of Lu's battle performance today was about to begin. Chapter 46, we told you to kill monsters, are you stockpiling them instead? Inside the secret realm.
In front of hundreds of small wooden huts. All the students were now looking up at the sky. The tremors in the sky screen projection instantly captured their attention.
Just a moment ago, many students had been frantically questioning, even accusing and berating Lu on various communication channels. But now, they all froze in surprise. Immediately afterward, someone burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I knew it. There is definitely a glitch in the leaderboard. See? They're about to correct Lu's actual score. At that moment,
there were quite a few people with similar thoughts, in fact, the vast majority.
The only exceptions
were Xiong, Li Wan, and Shin Tianzhong.
Ever since Lu's scores were announced,
they had all fallen into silence and deep thought. Complaints and doubts were the behavior of the weak. As prodigies, their pride would not allow them to act that way.
And so,
aside from Qin Shiyao and Jiang Shuiying, it was precisely these prodigies from the 3 great clans who did not suspect that Lu's scores were fraudulent.
On the contrary,
what these 3 were pondering right now was, on the contrary, exactly how Lu had managed to do it.
Apart from the number of monsters killed and the number of days survived, are there other factors that influence the scoring calculation?
Xiong furrowed his brow deeply, rubbing the gloves on his hands as he muttered to himself. Everyone else faced a beast horde of only 100 creatures, yet Lu was able to break that limit.
Could it be that since he ranked first in the strength test, he received special from the secret realm rules?
Shin Tianzong narrowed his eyes, speaking to himself.
How did that jerk pull it off? Could he have left the safe zone? Whoa! That's right. There is no rule against leaving the safe zone. Huh? That doesn't make sense either.
Even if Lou really did venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, the points don't add up.
Could he have hunted nearly 2,000 exotic beasts in a single afternoon?
Liwanner furrowed her pretty brow, her expression shifting from sudden realization to utter confusion as she chattered away to herself.
Buzz.
The crowd's various thoughts had no effect on the operation of the secret realm's rules.
High above the sky,
on the projection screen, ripples seemed to spread out in concentric circles. The leaderboard bearing over 300 names slowly faded away.
Replacing it was an immersive, lifelike scene.
At the beginning of the scene, a small wooden cabin labeled 007 appeared.
Then, a line of text popped up: replay of Lou's first day assessment has begun. That single, simple line
instantly left many students who had been shouting the scores are rigged and Lou cheated with their words stuck in their throats.
The face of the student who had shouted the loudest
turned a deep, purplish red. The scene before them proved that Lou's results had been validated by the rules of the secret realm.
In fact,
they were even playing a replay now, publicly commending him in front of all the examinees.
How could anyone bear that?
Above the sky screen, the footage, like a camera lens, slowly zoomed in from outside the log cabin.
Soon,
it passed through the wooden door and entered the cabin. This camera work instantly left all the students puzzled.
What the hell? Didn't the beast horde come from outside the log cabin?
Why is this replay heading inside? A student had barely finished speaking when he suddenly froze.
His eyes widened wide. Because, in the replay, Lou's figure appeared. He was actually lying on the bed, stretched out in a large shape, asleep. At that moment, inside the secret realm, hundreds of students fell into a deathly silence.
The most outrageous part was,
in the next scene,
Lou, sound asleep on the wooden bed, rolled over and began mumbling in his sleep. If only this bed were a little softer. Just that one dreamlike mutter.
At that very moment,
as the secret realm's replay played, rang out simultaneously in everyone's ears.
The tone in his voice.
3 parts dissatisfaction, 3 parts contentment, 2 parts regret, and 2 parts comfort. It completely baffled all the students.
What the hell?
Is the secret realm trying to tell us that Lou took first place and racked up over 1,800 points just by sleeping?
Some students lost it. No need to name names, because everyone lost it. Right now.
Forget about ordinary students and prodigies. Even Xiong, Liwanner, and Shen Tianzhong all had their mouths twitching uncontrollably.
Oh my god. That jerk. How can he be such a show-off? It's so frustrating, arg.
Liwanner, the proud heiress and prodigy of the Li family, had her pretty face flushed with anger as she stomped her feet in helpless fury right where she stood. Meanwhile, Xiong and Shen Tianzhong silently lowered their heads, forcing their gaze away from Lou, who was sleeping on the sky screen.
This guy, winning first place while sleeping?
He is really just crushing the primitives, isn't.
Lou must have relied on his pet beasts to fight. He was sleeping inside the hut while his pet beasts fought off the beast horde. Amidst the stunned silence, someone ground out this theory through clenched teeth. And in the very next moment,
as if to confirm those words,
the replay camera angle shifted, slowly pulling back from the wooden hut and zooming out toward the endless wilderness beyond. The camera zoomed out at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye,
it had already broken through the invisible barrier 3 kilometers away and arrived in the endless wilderness.
And at that moment, the scene of the endless wilderness was finally revealed to everyone. Vast, so vast. It was a boundless wilderness. And across that wilderness, countless packs of wild wolves roamed and lurked. I get it. Lou's XP is so high because he let his pets leave the safe zone and go straight into the wilderness to kill monsters. By this point, even the slowest to catch on had figured it out. And in the next moment, buzz. On the screen, a soft whimper once again caught everyone's attention.
They looked up, their eyes fixed intently on the scene.
Then, they froze once more. On a patch of ground in the wilderness, a black cat, barely 40 centimeters long, leaped into the air. Then, a flash of black light. The black cat vanished. In its place was a mysterious, pitch-black vortex. Kei Sante's bloodline ability. But the difference was, after absorbing a full 10 elemental crystals, this dark elemental bloodline ability had received an incredibly dramatic boost. Just like at this very moment, the black hole vortex, which had initially been no bigger than a basketball, in just a few breaths, it had already expanded to a diameter of 5 meters. And it was still expanding. Hum. Hum hum. Above the wilderness, the power of the dark elements surged ceaselessly, boiling like water coming to a boil, all converging toward the black hole vortex. The pitch-black vortex continued to expand and grow. And so, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people both inside and outside the secret realm, after an unknown amount of time had passed, the black hole vortex reached a diameter of a full 100 meters. It hovered high in the air, casting a massive shadow even onto the ground. Meow. And just then, a cat's meow suddenly rang out from atop the spinning black hole vortex. Yet it was precisely this harmless little sound that triggered it. Boom. Rumble. The black hole vortex erupted into chaos in an instant. It began spinning frantically at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. At that moment, within a radius of dozens of li, all the packs of wilderness wolves that had been roaming about froze in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button on time. The next moment, a dark elemental storm roared to life. Whoosh! No fewer than 1,000 wilderness wolves were swept up by a sea of dark elemental power. Uncontrollably, they were swept toward the black hole vortex in the sky. At that moment, upon witnessing this truly earth-shattering scene, not to mention the other students, even Lu was left speechless. Way to go, Kei Sante! We told you to kill monsters. Are you running a wholesale market here in Iwu? Chapter 47, A Bountiful Harvest, a 7th-tier Beastmaster. Inside the secret realm, high above the sky, everyone stared blankly upward, their eyes fixed on the massive black hole with a diameter of 100 meters. Pitch black, profound, mysterious, and powerful. Under their watchful eyes, one after another, the wild wolves' exotic beasts were dragged into the black hole by the dark elemental energy, as helpless as little lambs. A full half-hour passed. Within a 10 li radius, not a single wilderness wolf could be seen. They had all been sucked into the black hole's vortex. Gulp. At that moment, countless people within the secret realm instinctively swallowed hard. The power, no, the sheer might of this black hole was simply beyond belief. And the absolute worst part was, all the students had clearly seen with their own eyes that this black hole had been transformed from Lua's seemingly harmless black cat pet. Back at the Jade Plaza, I even complimented that black cat on how cute it was. A female student muttered blankly. At that time, when Lu first summoned Kei Sante, she had even wanted to reach out and pet the cat. Whoa! The female student suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, her scalp tingling in waves. She looked up at the massive black hole, 100 meters in diameter, in the sky. At that moment, she actually felt a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped death and survived the catastrophe. Cute. Lua's black cat was anything but cute. It had instantly wiped out a full 1,000 tier 2 peak level wasteland wolves in one go. If it wanted to take her out in an instant, it probably wouldn't even need to use the black hole, just a swipe of its paw, and she'd be down for the count. Meow. Meow meow. On the screen, A few cute meows suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention once again. At some point,
the 100-meter black hole in the sky had vanished, replaced by a tiny, jet-black kitten 40 centimeters long. It held its head high, its little face showing a hint of human-like smugness.
Whoosh! The next moment, the black cat turned into a dark streak of light and vanished from where it stood. By the time everyone could see clearly again, the black cat had already appeared outside Lou's cabin number 007. At that point,
the replay cut off abruptly, leaving the screen pitch black.
A moment later, rows of names and score information reappeared.
Topping the leaderboard was none other than Lou's outrageously absurd first day score.
First place, Lou. Points, 1,831. The difference was
that at this moment, as hundreds of students gazed at this figure which had left everyone in the dust and crushed the competition by a landslide, not a single voice of doubt was heard.
Hundreds of people, all silent. The next moment, 2 new lines of text appeared on the sky screen. Examinee Lou has broken the first day points record. Reward, 10 top grade source crystals. Needless to say,
these 2 simple lines sent another wave of commotion rippling through the secret realm.
Cabin number 007. Whoosh!
A flash of white light appeared before Lou's eyes. And 10 crystal clear, top grade source crystals had materialized
in his hand out of thin air. Only 10? How stingy!
Lou grumbled irritably. As if it had heard Lou's complaint, the notification sound from the secret realm hurriedly explained.
Oh. So you mean this just broke the record for the first day, so the reward isn't that generous? If I break the record for the final assessment, will I get a reward on par with the one from the strength test?
Lou muttered to himself for a moment but didn't dwell on it.
After all,
he hadn't really put in much effort. He just replayed the battle footage.
He even let Sante show off a little.
All in all, getting 10 top grade source crystals was perfectly acceptable.
With that in mind, Lou looked at Xanti. Meow meow.
Xanti gazed longingly at the top grade source crystals in Lou's hand, practically drooling. The previous 100 top grade source crystals had all been snatched up by that giant, Caesar. He barely managed to scrape together a few leftovers.
Don't worry. It's all for you.
Lou chuckled softly. Under Sante's ecstatic gaze, he stored them in the beast taming space.
Then, Lou sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, focused his mind, and activated his innate talent, transformation. Hum.
A ripple of spatial disturbance spread out. The entire mountain of 1,831 beast cores piled on the wooden bed, along with the 10 top grade source crystals in Lou's hand, all vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the Beastmaster space inside Lou's body, wave after wave of incredibly dense Beastmaster power surged forth. Meow. Meow meow. Sante meowed repeatedly, its tone brimming with joy. Its shiny black eyes even deliberately shot a sidelong glance at the massive Caesar in the corner. Its little face was filled with the satisfaction of what goes around comes around. After all, its master had said that all of this Beastmaster power was meant for it alone. Poof. Caesar, standing over 800 meters tall in the corner, glanced at Xanti, gave a soft snort, and looked away. But now, with over 1,800 Tier 2 beast cores, along with 10 top grade source crystals undergoing conversion, 30% of the Beastmaster power was being channeled back to him to fuel his advancement. No matter how much energy a late-stage Beastmaster advancement required, there was no way he wouldn't meet the advancement criteria. Advance! Lou called out softly. The next moment, waves of energy rippled out from within his body. That night, Lou stepped into the realm of a 7th-tier Beastmaster. Chapter 48, a heaven-defying 7th-tier talent. The Beastmaster's flaw? Inside cabin number 007. Lou, sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Crackle! A series of sounds, like popping beans, emanated from within Lu's body. Every time a Beastmaster advances, their physical constitution improves to some extent.
Though the increase isn't significant, it's still a small boost.
Of course. What Lu was truly concerned about was the new talent he gained after advancing. Whoosh! With a thought, a semi-translucent personal information panel materialized before Lu. Lu didn't linger on the familiar information at the top. His gaze went straight to the talent section. After reaching level 7, he could unlock a new talent. And at that very moment, as Lu read those few simple lines, his pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately afterward, his face lit up with excitement and ecstasy. This new talent was exactly what he needed. 7th tier talent, damage transfer. Any damage suffered by the Beastmaster, including but not limited to physical, elemental, and mental damage, will be transferred to their pet at a certain percentage. Current transfer rate, 50%. Note, the transfer rate increases with level, up to a maximum of 100%. Unbeatable. After Lu read about this new talent, all he could say was, "I'm invincible." Damage transfer. This is the god-tier skill countless people have dreamed of. Especially for a squishy class like the Beastmaster. Even though Lu's constitution and strength are now on par with a behemoth after activating shared, still. With the ability to transfer damage, who would want to take it head-on? Not to mention, this damage includes all types of damage. He was about to advance to tier 8, and yet he actually needed to train 2 king tier pets first. Perhaps this is what the martial god and Wang were referring to the flaw in the Beastmaster class? At that moment, after his initial bewilderment, Lu belatedly realized the truth. The Beastmaster class had never appeared on Blue Star in the past 50 years. But as it happened, that martial god had confidently declared that the Beastmaster class was flawed, and that only the martial way was perfect. According to Wang, the martial god's conclusion also came from a hint from Sanctuary. Sanctuary. That was the source of all human supernatural power. Even the personal information panel Lu had summoned at that moment, the advancement notification sound, the skill information, and so on. All of it originated from Sanctuary. Lu hadn't understood before. Why would the mighty Sanctuary deny its own humble Beastmaster? Now that he'd seen these advancement requirements, he began to understand. These requirements were simply outrageous. How could a level 7 Beastmaster possibly train a king tier pet? Without these king tier talents, it would be nearly impossible, an insurmountable challenge, perhaps even impossible. So, maybe the War God and Sanctuary's conclusions aren't wrong after all. The Beastmaster class does indeed have flaws. It's just that every time I advance, I unlock a king tier talent that happens to make up for those flaws? Lu's thoughts raced. He took a deep breath and looked away from his character panel. No matter what, he was still lucky. With 2 king tier pets and the king tier talents, Lu was fully capable of pulling it off. Caesar is already king tier, the only one left is Sante. But if the daily beast hordes continue to yield rewards like today's, it might not be that difficult for Sante to advance to king tier, either. Lu muttered to himself, his gaze turning toward the Beastmaster's space within his body. Inside the space, Sante, in its black cat form, had already vanished. In its place was a massive black cocoon. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a strong, powerful heartbeat echoed from within the black cocoon. It was clear that Sante's advancement this time would bring a massive leap in power, perhaps even a complete transformation. Fortunately, even if I can't advance for now, the charged Beastmaster power can be stored and used to continue charging after I do advance, so it's not a waste. Lu muttered to himself. Then, gazing out the window at the pitch-black night, he had no desire to stay up late to train. It was dark outside, time to sleep. At his age, how could he possibly have trouble falling asleep? Lu fell asleep, sleeping soundly. But the other several hundred students in the secret realm were all wide awake.
Inside safe house number 095?
Xiong sat cross-legged on the floor, his expression grave. He ran his fingers over the crimson gloves on his hands, while the communication bracelet on his right wrist displayed a video feed the size of a computer screen. This was a more advanced communication bracelet than the ones Lu and the others had. Not only could it transmit voice messages, but it could even make video calls. And this was a high-end resource available only to the great clans of Jinling. In the video feed before Xiong, a face appeared one Lu knew all too well.
Lin Changyuan. I demand an explanation. Boom. Without warning, Xiong slammed his fist violently into the ground.
The earth within 100-meter radius trembled in waves.
His voice was extremely deep, laced with intense anger and resentment. Before entering the secret realm, this little lackey from Luo City had actually expected him to help deal with Lu. Before, Xiong hadn't taken Lu seriously at all. But now, whether it was the strength test or the first day beast horde assessment, Lu had already demonstrated strength far surpassing that of his peers. Even someone as arrogant as Xiong Wen-ti think he was qualified to go head-to-head with Lu right now. To have him go and provoke Lu on his own? How was this Lin Changyuan asking for help? He is trying to make me look like a fool or even get me killed. Chapter 49, Xiong, Lu has a king-tier behemoth pet? Deep within the secret realm shrouded in darkness. Inside safe house number 038. Lin Changyuan heard Xiong's furious roar, and his face instantly turned pale with fear. Young Master Shintu, I absolutely had no intention of harming you, absolutely none. Lin Changyuan was a smart guy. In just a moment, he figured out the reason for Xiong's rage and what was on his mind. Xiong thought that by telling him to take on Lu, he was deliberately setting him up. Damn it! Lin Changyuan could absolutely not bear such a grave accusation. Not to mention him, even if he brought in his own father, a peak king-tier powerhouse, they still couldn't bear the burden. King-tier powerhouses might still hold sway in Luo City, but in the face of the Shinta clan, one of Jinling's three great clans, they were as insignificant as shrimp and ants. The Shinta clan could crush them with a single flick of their finger. Lin Changyuan clutched his still reddened and swollen right cheek, shouting over and over again into the video call. He looked utterly disheveled. At this moment, where was even a trace of the imposing presence he had in Luo City as the son of the city lord? He cowered humbly, like a lowly minion in the audience. I said, I demand an explanation. On the other end of the video call, Xiong's expression softened slightly. He, too, had been blinded by rage earlier. But after calming down a bit, he realized that neither Lin Changyuan nor even his king-tier father had the slightest courage to scheme against him. The wrath of the Shinta clan was not something the Lin father and son could withstand. Inside the small wooden hut, Lin Changyuan, who had been kneeling with his forehead pressed tightly against the floor, finally let out a sigh of relief upon hearing those words. However, although Lin Changyuan raised his head, he did not stand up from the floor but remained kneeling on both knees. Young Master Shintu, I've been meaning to discuss this with you for some time. As he spoke, Lin Changyuan began to recount, word for word and in meticulous detail, the entire story behind his plan to take on Lu. The final exams at Luo City First High School. The king-tier behemoth in the K2 zone. City Lord Lin, who returned empty-handed. The behemoth's mysterious disappearance. A single strand of long hair left at the scene. And even, for the first time, Lin Changyuan revealed secret that he had harbored a secret crush on Zhang Shuiying for years, a feeling so deep it had bred a profound hatred for Lu within him. The more Xiong listened, the more complex and inscrutable his expression became. Finally, Lin Changyuan said through gritted teeth. So, when my father returned that day, I recognized that strand of hair. It belonged to Zhang Shuiying. Xiong froze upon hearing this and instinctively asked, how did you recognize it? Lin Changyuan's expression shifted slightly, but with a reddening face, he admitted honestly,
I sat at the desk diagonally behind hers. I stared at her hair every day. I could even count how many curls were in each strand.
Xiong. Damn it.
Even Xiong couldn't help but chuckle a little at this. Lin Changyuan looked like such a scheming, calculating guy, but turns out he is just a hopeless romantic, a total love-struck fool, right?
Ahem.
Xiong cleared his throat twice, signaling Lin Changyuan to get back to the matter at hand. Lin Changyuan finally snapped out of his self-indulgent reverie. A few days ago, when Lin Qiqing asked him how he could recognize that single strand of hair, Lin Changyuan had said exactly the same thing. As a result, he gotten slapped. His right cheek was still swollen. In Lin Qiqing's words, how could he have given birth to such a good-for-nothing son? Lin Changyuan shook his head to clear his jumbled thoughts, took a deep breath, and continued. After that, my father used his connections to confirm that the strand of hair belonged to Jiang Shuiying. And as luck would have it, on the day of the final exam, Jiang Shuiying and Lu were the last to emerge from the dense forest. Combined with the disappearance of the king-tier behemoth, my father speculated. It's highly likely that the two of them stole that behemoth. At this point, Lin Changyuan let out a long exhale, while Xiong furrowed his brow deeply. Stolen the behemoth? Could Lu and Jiang Shuiying possibly have storage equipment capable of absorbing living creatures? No, that is impossible. Equipment like that is worth a fortune. Not to mention them, even in my Shinta family, only a few high-ranking members, including the family head, possess it. Xiong paused for a moment before continuing. If it were a corpse, that might be possible. But could Lu and Jiang Shuiying really have killed a behemoth? No matter how severely wounded or near death that behemoth was, given its constitution, even standing still, it's invulnerable to any warrior below the king tier. Although Xiong looked like a brute. As the young master of the Shinta family, he was actually very sharp-witted. In just a few moments, he had deduced various possibilities. And just then, Lin Changyuan suddenly blurted out. My father later went to Sanctuary and, at great cost, divined information about that king-tier behemoth. The result was, the behemoth is still alive, it hasn't died. At those words, Xiong froze in shock. But Lin Changyuan, determined to make a dramatic statement, continued. My father and I have thought it over and over, and in the end, there is only one possibility that can explain why the behemoth disappeared. What possibility? Xiong pressed. Lin Changyuan took a deep breath, then said, enunciating each word clearly. Lu. The only variable is Lu. His class is Beast Master. At that point, Lin Changyuan said no more. Xiong, however, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Impossible. How could that be possible? The young master of the Shinta family, in a rare display of emotional outburst, shouted aloud. Lin Changyuan, however, remained silent, saying nothing. In fact, when his father had first arrived at this conclusion, in front of hundreds of small wooden cabins at the edge of the forest, hundreds of yesterday it was just a tier 2 peak beast pack, and today we're already up against tier 4 peak? This is fucking. And 2 waves of beasts at once? Forget about venturing deep into the wilderness, we'll be lucky to even hold the safe houses. Just a moment ago, many students had been brimming with fighting spirit. But now, their faces had turned a shade of pale. Tier 4 peak. The vast majority of these students were only at Tier 4. As for Tier 5, only the prodigies from Jiling and Suzhou had reached that level. As Tier 6, Xiong, Li Wan'er, Shen Tianzhong, and one more Lu. 100 peak Tier 4th tier exotic beasts. What the hell? Even a 5th tier warrior would have a hard time handling that, right? Many students from small towns who were still only at the 4th tier or even peak Tier 2 were now overcome by waves of speechlessness and awkwardness. Just moments ago, they were shouting slogans at the top of their lungs. But in a moment, they might be running for their lives, each clutching their heads, under the onslaught of the beast horde. Who could stand such a stark contrast? Damn it! So what if they're at the peak of Tier 4?
Who doesn't have the strength to fight above their tier? Let us go all out.
After the initial shock and panic subsided, most of the students managed to adjust their mindset as quickly as possible. These young prodigies from all corners of Jiang province soon found themselves locked in a fierce melee with the exotic beast horde. Outside cabin number 095, Xiong ran his fingers over the crimson gauntlets on his hands. A rare smile flickered across his slightly rugged face. A pack of peak-tier beasts? Now this is starting to get interesting. No sooner had the words left his mouth then boom! A blast of fist wind swept out. Boom! Xiong's fighting style was simple and brutally effective. No flashy martial arts techniques. Just punches. One punch per beast, clean and decisive. 100 exotic beasts? Then 100 punches. After all, in the previous strength test, he unleashed a punch with 150,000 gene of force, landing him on the leaderboard. And now, Xiong was simply throwing punches at will. And one by one, the peak tier 4th tier exotic beasts, the wilderness wolves, were reduced to clouds of blood mist amid deafening explosions. And just like that, in less than 10 minutes, Xiong had wiped out every single one of the 100 exotic beasts. Next, it's time to venture deeper into the wilderness. Wiping the bloodstains from his gloves, Xiong didn't pause for a moment. Step by step, he pressed on toward the distant wilderness. Aside from Xiong, Li Waner and Shen Tianzhong also employed their own techniques, each dispatching the 100 wasteland wolves of the second day at top speed. Afterward, without pausing for even a moment, they too raced swiftly toward the distant wilderness. Though Lu was powerful, they all possessed the pride-befitting prodigies. I refuse to believe I'm no match for even that stinking man-s cat. Amid the after-images, Li Waner muttered to herself. In her bright eyes, faint dark red flames flickered. The way of the sword shall reign supreme. Around Shen Tianzhong, waves of sword energy howled. Wherever they passed, the earth was left in utter ruin and chaos. Outside the secret realm, king-tier powerhouses from various cities had all emerged early from their camp tents or mana airships. Their gazes were fixed intently on the real-time footage of the students projected onto the sky screen. Inside the secret realm, regardless of cultivation level, nearly all the students were displaying their full prowess and giving it their all. Today is truly a battle of titans. A king-tier powerhouse couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as these words were spoken, they drew echoes from many other powerhouses, especially the numerous king-tier experts from Jinling City. You're absolutely right. Although Lu's performance yesterday was in a league of its own, it was ultimately just due to the advantage of being the first to emerge from the wilderness. Today, the prodigies of the three great clans of Jinling have also ventured deep into the wilderness to slay beasts. Their results may well match Lu's. Brother Zhang speaks the truth. Upon hearing this, the king-tier powerhouse surnamed Zhang smiled even more broadly. He paused for a moment, then continued leisurely. Furthermore, as you and I have seen, today's beast tide has risen by an entire major tier. It's jumped straight from the peak of tier 2 to the peak of tier 4. If I wasn't mistaken yesterday, Lu's black cat pet was barely at the tier 4 level. A tier 4 facing a tier 2 peak, its black hole skill is indeed terrifying enough, but a tier 4 facing a tier 4 peak? I don't believe Lu's black cat can still wipe out the beast horde on such a large scale like it did yesterday. As soon as these words were spoken, many king-tier powerhouses, after a moment of contemplation, nodded silently. Even Jiang Jinmin couldn't help but let out a sigh. What he'd been worrying about all yesterday had, sure enough, come to pass. With that thought, Jiang Jinmin looked up and began searching through hundreds of feeds for Lu's live feed. Before long, his gaze suddenly froze in shock. Lu. He is still sleeping? For a moment, Jiang Jinmin was completely dumbfounded. And he wasn't the only one. The other 100 or so king-tier powerhouses were also left speechless upon seeing this scene.
Did this guy, Lu, really come to participate in the provincial exam secret realm, or was he here just to sleep? No way. Just how much does he love sleeping?
And if Lu knew what they were thinking, he'd simply reply,
"Don't you know what it means to relax?" Chapter 51, Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard of a hand-rubbed black hole? Cabin number 007. Lu woke up. Still half asleep.
He reached up to rub his eyes. Come to think of it, it was the commotion from the beast horde outside that had woken him up. Because of that, Lu was in a rather bad mood. He was grouchy first thing in the morning.
Que Sante. Instinctively, Lu was about to call out to Xanti, telling him to go out and deal with this wave of beasts first.
But then, he suddenly froze.
Santi. It seemed his evolution wasn't complete yet. Lu focused his mind and looked into the beast taming space. In the corner, a black cocoon was emitting a faint, eerie glow.
The sound of powerful heartbeats echoed throughout the beast taming space.
Dark elemental energy, vast as an ocean, converged around the black cocoon, wave after wave being absorbed into it. Will it take at least another full day? Through telepathic communication, Lu received the exact time frame from Que Sante. My lord, I am willing to fight for you. At that moment, Caesar's voice, thunderous as a clap of lightning, suddenly rang out. Rumble.
He rose to his feet, and his 700-meter height began to surge rapidly.
In the blink of an eye,
he reached a staggering height of over 8,400 meters. A terrifying king-tier aura swept out from his body, stirring up a storm throughout the entire beast taming space.
Upon hearing this, Lu remained silent. He looked out the window. Outside the log cabin,
the pack of wasteland wolves had already closed in, coming to within less than 200 meters of the cabin.
At this distance, Lu glanced at Caesar, who stood like a colossus in the beast-taming realm.
He was a bit worried that if Caesar landed a single punch, it wouldn't just obliterate the pack, it might also reduce his little log cabin to ashes.
Never mind, never mind.
A mere peak tier 4th rank exotic beast isn't worth making you show your hand.
Lu shook his head and mentally exited the beast-taming realm. Phew. He let out a long sigh.
He sat up from the wooden bed. His entire body crackled and popped.
Come to think of it,
after advancing last night, Lu had actually wanted to test his strength.
You see?
As he broke through to the 7th tier, the ratios of his various talents had also increased accordingly.
Shared talent ratio, 50% 60%. Maximum shared count, 3-4. Boost talent ratio, 60% 70%. These three talents, all related to his combat power, had received significant boosts. To deal with a group of peak tier 4 exotic beasts, he wouldn't even need to resort to Caesar's power. Lu felt that Que Sante's move, the Dark Element Vortex, was quite suitable and also pretty showy. Perhaps. Have any of you ever heard of creating a black hole with your bare hands? Lu muttered to himself, a serene and peaceful smile spreading across his face. Outside the secret realm, a group of king-tier powerhouses were scrambling to criticize Lu's behavior. Yes. Criticize. Lu is being way too lazy. You're telling me he doesn't really think that Black Cat can still wipe out everything in an instant like it did yesterday, does he? I just feel like this young man is such a show-off. For some reason, it really gets on my nerves. You have to have the skills to pull off that kind of show, otherwise, you're just a clown making a fool of yourself. The king-tier powerhouses chattered away, each chiming in with their own comments. Where was even a shred of the dignity king-tier powerhouses usually exuded? They were all acting like gossiping old women on the street. The root cause was none other than Lu Beastmaster S-Class. Lu's performance yesterday had humiliated every martial artist. Apart from Jiang Jinmin, nearly all the other king-tier powerhouses looked upon Lu with some degree of disdain. Ha! Isn't that young man going to summon that black cat yet? A full 100 peak 4th tier exotic beasts. Does Lou really think he can handle them that easily? Haven't you all forgotten that during Lou's previous strength test, he landed a punch with 1,000,000 gene of force? From within the crowd, someone suddenly muttered this under their breath. Instantly, the atmosphere outside the secret realm fell silent. But immediately afterward, the king tier powerhouse surnamed Zhang, who had spoken first, sneered. 1,000,000 gene with a single punch? But doesn't Lou love to sleep? Why is he stepping in personally now that Black Cat can't handle it? Even if he takes them out one by one today, I'll still make fun of him. Such remarks were nothing short of shameless. But as it happened, quite a few people actually thought exactly that. This was exactly the scenario Jiang Jinmin had feared yesterday. Lou had set the bar way too high. Even now, even if he possessed unmatched strength and took out one opponent with every punch, it would still seem lackluster and make a mockery of his own decision to sleep yesterday. I hope there's a turning point. Jiang Jinmin sighed softly, raised his head, and kept his gaze fixed on the screen. Inside the secret realm, in front of cabin number 007, Lou stood where he was, watching the pack of exotic beasts just 100 meters away. All of them at the peak of Tier 4. For the average assessment student, these would likely be quite a challenge. Lou could even foresee that many people would be eliminated today. But what does that have to do with me? Lou shook his head and chuckled. Closer. Even closer. A pack of exactly 100 wilderness wolves had already closed in to a distance of just 50 meters. At this distance, for a level 4 exotic beast, it was practically within a breath's reach. Roar! The pack of wilderness wolves now let out a ferocious, snarling roar. Their faces all revealed bloodthirsty cruelty and savagery. As for Lou, he silently chanted in his mind, activate talent share. Sharing target K Sante. Almost instantly, Lou's aura changed. At this moment, he had shared a full 70% of K Sante's cultivation realm, bloodline, power, and skills. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a human form void-devouring beast. Most importantly, although K Sante hadn't yet fully completed his evolution, his cultivation realm was no longer at yesterday's 4th tier. It was now at the 5th tier, at the peak of the 5th tier. After sharing 70%, Lou now possessed a cultivation realm as high as mid-5th tier. Of course, that wasn't the point. What truly mattered was, Lou could now use K Sante's flashy dark element vortex technique. In fact, thanks to K Sante's current evolution, the skill had been greatly enhanced. It's my first time manually conjuring a black hole. I'm a little nervous. Lou chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, the pack of wasteland wolves was practically about to pounce right on his face. Outside the secret realm, the group of king-tier powerhouses now wore expressions brimming with schadenfreude. Only Jiang Jinmin wore a grave expression, filled with concern. But in the very next moment, whether it was Jiang Jinmin, the other 100-plus king-tier powerhouses, or even the 5 martial arts supremes who had appeared in the sky at some unknown point, they all stared wide-eyed, their breaths catching in their throats. How is this possible? On the ground outside the secret realm, cries of astonishment rang out one after another. Jiang Jinmin, with his square face, broke into a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum after the initial shock. Good. Ha ha ha. At that moment, on the screen, from Lou's perspective, the pack of 100 wilderness wolves had vanished without a trace. In their place were 2 black hole vortexes, each dozens of meters in diameter, swirling to the left and right of Lou. That day, in the presence of over 100 king-tier powerhouses and 5 martial arts supremes, Lou got to fully experience the thrill of creating black holes with his bare hands. Chapter 52, Does he have spatial abilities too? The Supremes are speechless. In front of cabin number 007. Lu rubbed his hands together. He looked at the two massive black holes before him and nodded with satisfaction. It has to be said. Kei-sante's move is truly effective. Especially when dealing with waves of exotic beasts, it's practically a god-tier skill. It's worth mentioning that after Lu inherited Kei-sante's skill lineage, he no longer needs to transform himself into a black hole as Kei-sante did before to use the dark element vortex. These two black holes were created entirely by Lu's own hands. Truly created by hand. A simple rub of the hands. A snap of the fingers. Two black dots the size of sesame seeds appeared out of thin air. And then, in the blink of an eye, the black dots expanded into black holes now dozens of meters in diameter. In fact, if Lu wanted to, these black holes could be even larger, exceeding 100 meters would be no problem. After all, the Xanti Lu was sharing wasn't he the one from yesterday who was only at the 4th tier realm but the one currently in the midst of evolution, having already reached the peak of the 5th tier. It feels like some kind of strange bloodline power is surging within me? There's a kind of a desire to devour elemental power? Lu sensed the changes within his body and thought to himself silently. It seems that once Kei-sante completes this evolution, he'll truly be reborn? Lu shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Snap. He snapped his fingers again. The massive black hole in midair vanished. Clatter. A full 100 beast cores fell from the sky to the ground. It's going to be another day of bountiful harvest. Lu clapped his hands with a smile. Then, he didn't go back to the little cabin to sleep. Today, he really would have to take matters into his own hands. Lu looked up and gazed into the distance. The wilderness was about 3 kilometers away from the little cabin. At Lu's speed, it wouldn't take long to run all the way there. But Lu believed that if he could take a shortcut, he absolutely had to. Activate talent share. Sharing target Caesar. A thought flashed through Lu's mind. In an instant, his aura shot up like a rocket. The power surging within him reached an unimaginably overwhelming level. Crack. Lu merely tapped the ground lightly with his foot. It shattered. The ground shattered. A web of cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread out instantly from Lu's the center, covering a radius of over 100 meters. Caesar's power was simply too strong. He still couldn't control it quite naturally. No big deal. Anyway, the main goal is to keep moving. The next moment, Lu thought it, and it happened. Spatial ripples swept out in all directions. His figure vanished from where he stood. 3 kilometers away. At the edge of the wilderness. Spatial ripples spread out. Lu's figure emerged faintly from the void. Caesar's void travel. The ultimate travel technique Lu had personally deemed the best. At that moment, whether out of unconsciousness or indifference, he had just exposed himself to the multitude of powerhouses outside the secret realm. Silence. Dead silence. A deathly silence. Outside the secret realm. On the ground, over 100 king-tier powerhouses stood with frozen expressions and constricted pupils. In the sky, the 5 martial arts supremes were stunned. Is that spatial teleportation? Lu has mastered a spatial skill as well? Shi Zhong Yuan, the inspector of Azure Dragon Academy, this renowned martial arts supreme, was now completely dumbfounded. Utterly dumbfounded. A spatial skill. He even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. You're not seeing things. Covering a distance of 3 kilometers in an instant, there is no other explanation besides a spatial teleportation type skill. Shui Feng, the commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, also broke his silence, a rare occurrence. His tone was filled with bewilderment and complexity.
It was truly no wonder that this supreme master from Azure Dragon Academy had lost his composure.
It was simply too mind-boggling. Spatial attribute skills. What does that even mean? Simply put,
nothing of the sort has ever been heard of below the king tier.
That's right.
Forget the king tier, not even His Holiness the Saint is qualified to even attempt a spatial skill.
If
elemental martial arts are generally a realm only king tier experts can touch,
then spatial skills.
Even at the demigod realm, only a select few can comprehend or even master them.
Spatial skills.
No matter the type, without exception, they are all divine skills.
Undoubtedly divine skills. And king tier? That's not even a rare occurrence.
The strongest martial artist on Blue Star in the past 50 years, that martial god, is merely at the king tier.
Seriously. Lu's situation has completely surpassed my understanding.
The female sovereign of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy suddenly spoke up. No sooner had her words fallen than Qi Zongyuan was taken aback for a moment, then widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed,
"Don't tell me. You at the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy want to break the ironclad rule that's been in place for so many years and admit Lu?"
The female supreme of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy remained silent. She simply fixed her beautiful eyes on the upright figure of the young man in the sky screen.
For him, what ironclad rule matters anymore?
She murmured silently to herself. If even the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy was willing to do this, what more could be said of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger Academies? After the initial shock and numbness had passed, the two supreme leaders looked once more at Lu on the screen, their breath burning as fiercely as a volcano.
Qi Zongyuan, clinging to his last shred of hope.
He turned his gaze to Chuifeng, the commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, who stood alone in the air not far away, clad in military uniform.
Commander Chu. Before Qi Zongyuan could finish his sentence, Chuifeng shot him a glance. Qi Zongyuan. He understood. He understood. The Dark Dragon Legion had set their sights on Lu, too. In fact, it was highly likely that this Dark Dragon Legion commander had come specifically for Lu from the very beginning. And now,
although less than 2 days had passed since the provincial examination's secret realm began, the extraordinary talent and combat prowess Lu had displayed were already enough to move and even drive at the edge of the forest. In front of safe house number 005, when her first strike failed, Jiang Shuiying quickly spun around and swung her axe behind her.
But how could a single person with a single blade at that moment?
As they watched the live feed, the group of powerhouses could. Jiang Shuiying bit her lip, but in the end, she nodded silently.
All this time, her teacher's words had always carried the Empress's. Over the past few years, we barely exchanged a few words. We had virtually.
Across the endless wilderness, a series of mysterious tremors rang out. The red sun sank completely below the horizon.
High above the sky, he placed the two keys side by side. In terms of design, the two keys were identical. But the engravings, in their eyes, endless elemental and cataclysmic powers flickered. Has another 10,000 years passed? Inside the third tower, the head engulfed in raging flames suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The sound was immense, echoing throughout the entire void. Until, inside the fourth giant tower, the aqua-blue head spoke in an offhand voice. "Yes, new humans have arrived." As it spoke, it paused. Its aqua-blue eyes, as vast as mountain ranges, seemed to pierce through the infinite barriers of the seals, gazing toward the other 7 giant towers that remained silent. Inside each tower was a single head. However, they had not yet awakened. Of course, this was a good thing. If all 9 heads were to awaken, although the 9 brothers would be reunited after 120,000 years, still, the consequences of such an event would be equally unpredictable. Since the secret realm has opened, it won't be long before new humans arrive here. The aqua-blue head suddenly spoke. As soon as the words fell, the flaming head let out a cold laugh. So what if they come here? Over the past 120,000 years, weren't all those who eventually reached this place so-called human prodigies? That Dongfang Ao from 10,000 years ago, even at a mere tier 2, he could single-handedly battle a king tier behemoth. But so what? In the end, didn't they all return empty-handed anyway? As it spoke, extreme rage and hatred flared up in the flaming head's burning eyes. Damn that old man Yen! Once my 9 brothers are freed, I will venture into the starry skies to hunt him down until one of us dies. The thunderous roar echoed wildly through the void. Yet in this desolate wasteland, no living creature could respond. The only sound was a low sigh from the aqua-blue head. Cabin number 007. Lu studied the 2 mysterious keys for a long time. In the end, he still couldn't reach any definite conclusion. As for his guesses, they were, after all, just guesses unverifiable. I wonder how many of these outside the secret realm. Although those king-tier powerhouses from Jinling's great clans had hurriedly departed, still, their slip of the tongue had caused a huge stir among everyone present. For a moment, over 100 king-tier experts even temporarily shifted their attention away from Lu. Their minds were all echoing with that single sentence. The king-tier behemoth awarded as the prize for first place in the provincial exam is currently in Jinling City. Was there something wrong with that statement? Yes, there was. There was definitely something wrong. How is that possible? Any king-tier behemoth is at least hundreds of meters, if not nearly 1,000 meters, in size. How could a behemoth that massive possibly be in Jinling City? One king-tier powerhouse couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as these words were spoken, the rest of the crowd wholeheartedly agreed. Jinling, as the provincial capital of Jiang Province, is indeed vast in scale, but it couldn't possibly hide a behemoth that's hundreds of meters long. It's not just Jinling City. No human city, not even major metropolises like Magic City or the imperial capital, could possibly conceal the presence of a behemoth. But judging by the way those few are acting, they don't seem to be joking. As king-tier powerhouses, they wouldn't just make something up out of thin air after all. Once the provincial exam is over, the truth will inevitably come to light. Someone added. But it was precisely because everyone present had considered this very point that they found it even more baffling. Meanwhile, high above the sky, the martial supreme masters of the 4 great martial academies had also heard the earlier remarks made by those king-tier powerhouses from Jinling. The 4 supreme masters exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Before arriving, they had indeed heard rumors that the reward for first place in this provincial exam was a living king-tier behemoth. At the time, though they found it somewhat strange, they hadn't given it much thought. But if it were truly as those men had just said, a king-tier behemoth that could be hidden within Jinling City, then it would be hard for them not to read too much into it. How strange and bizarre. Qizong Yuan, the supreme master of Azure Dragon Academy, clicked his tongue, his face full of confusion. On the other hand, Shui Feng, the commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, showed a slight shift in expression on his stern face. Could it be? Did the Jinling 3 great clans bring out that special behemoth as a reward? At that moment, scenes from several months ago flashed through Shui Feng's mind. Back then, he had led a small squad from the Dark Dragon Legion on an investigation. It was a devastated abyss. A city shrouded in deathly silence. And a king-tier behemoth, one that humans had discovered and deemed unconventional. Shui Feng still remembered his first impression of that behemoth. Cute. Yes. Cute. Even he himself could never have imagined that one day, the word cute would be used to describe a behemoth. But as it turned out, following an in-depth investigation by the Dark Dragon Legion and the Jinling 3 great clans,
They were horrified to discover that the instigator of that catastrophe was none other than that seemingly adorable unconventional behemoth. If it really was that creature.
It actually makes sense, doesn't it? After all, the three great clans seem to have no idea how to deal with that behemoth, so they simply used it as a so-called reward?
Shui Feng thought to himself, growing even more certain of this theory.
After all, if it really was that unusual behemoth, it could indeed be hidden in Jinling City without attracting anyone's attention. Jinling City,
as the central city of Jiang Province. Since the dawn of the behemoth era, Jinling City's size and population have been expanding and growing at a terrifying rate every single day.
Right up to today. Jinling City now covers an area approaching that of more than half of Jiang Province.
And its population has reached tens of millions.
At this moment, it was twilight.
And the streets and alleys of Jinling City were already aglow with the lights of countless homes. At the very heart of this vast metropolis stood a majestic and imposing mansion. The Jinling City Lord's Mansion. Unlike other cities in Jiang Province, Jinling did not have a single, definitive city lord. Instead, the heads of the three great clans jointly served as deputy city lords. Therefore, Jinling has no city lord, but three deputy city lords.
At this moment,
in the Grand Council Hall of the City Lord's Mansion, three figures sat around a round table.
Apart from them, no one else was present. The two men and one woman each radiated an utterly terrifying aura.
Wu, at the peak of the Supreme Realm, head of the Shinta clan.
Ruoshi, at the peak of the Supreme Realm, head of the Li clan.
Shinji, at the peak of the Supreme Realm, head of the Shin clan. All three of the great clans have their own holy ones, but these are figures of the ancestor level who rarely make public appearances. Matters both great and small concerning the clans in Jinling City are generally discussed and decided upon by these three clan heads.
Regarding the heaven rank cultivation technique found in the secret realm, what are your thoughts on this now?
Wu, his body radiating a murderous aura and his face marked by a scar, was the first to speak, breaking the silence. The heaven tier cultivation technique he referred to was precisely the reward Lu had received from yesterday's strength test.
What do you think? Didn't we agree on this yesterday?
Once the secret realm ends and Lu emerges, we'll all put pressure on him together. Whether he's willing or not, he'll have to hand over that cultivation technique. At that time, our three families will share it. Shinji chuckled softly, though his tone carried a hint of inexplicable sarcasm. Hearing this, Wu furrowed his brow and glanced at Shinji, who was dressed in the robes of a scholar. The latter's expression remained unchanged, his smile still intact. Head of the Li clan, what are your thoughts? Wu turned to look at the Li clan as female supreme and asked. Ruoshi appeared to be a young woman still radiating charm, but in reality, she was the Li clan's true ruler, the strongest figure in the clan aside from the sage ancestor. Since things have come to this, why should we beat around the bush? The elemental martial arts Lu displayed in the secret realm today, along with his extraordinary spatial talent, must have already caught the attention of the supreme leaders of the four great martial academies. Barring any surprises, once the secret realm concludes, Lu will be recruited by one of the four great martial academies.
Perhaps even Commander Chu of the Dark Dragon Legion is here this time as well.
I can't believe you guys aren't aware of all this. As she spoke, Ruoshi paused, then tapped the table hurriedly with her slender jade-like fingers and said in a somber tone. Therefore, the plan we agreed on yesterday to use our strength to intimidate them and forcibly seize the heaven tier cultivation technique is definitely out of the question. Unless you're bold enough to want to offend the four great martial academies, as well as that mysterious and immensely powerful Dark Dragon Legion. As her words fell, Wu fell silent. Shinji, however, still wore a faint smile on his face. That may be so, but it is still a heaven tier cultivation technique.
After a long silence, Wu finally couldn't hold back any longer.
With a look of deep hesitation and inner conflict, he blurted out these words.
Chapter 57, The Purpose of the King Tier Core. Xiong Ace in the Hole.
In the council hall of the city Lord's Mansion.
Wu's words echoed faintly. Yet neither Shinji nor Ruwashi responded. Although the three great clans might reign supreme in Jinling, still, in the face of colossal forces like the four great martial academies or even the Dark Dragon Legion, they were simply no match. To put it simply, the sage figures revered as ancestral founders by the three great clans, while not exactly a dime a dozen in the four great martial academies, there are certainly more than just a handful. And the Dark Dragon Legion? That SA faction with close ties to the martial god himself. If they truly set their sights on Lu, the three great clans of Jinling wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Sigh. The hall remained silent for a long time. Finally, Wu let out a long sigh. As the head of the Shinta clan, he wasn't stupid. It was simply that his greed got the better of him, and he couldn't get past that mental barrier. In my opinion, there might still be a way out of this. Amid the silence, Shinji of the Shin clan suddenly spoke with a light chuckle. Heaven-tier cultivation techniques are very precious. But that's for warriors. The two clan heads mustn't forget Lu isn't a warrior, he is a beastmaster. No matter how powerful a heaven-tier cultivation technique is, it's actually of no use to him. At this point, Shinji suddenly fell silent, saying no more. Yet the meaning behind his words was already crystal clear. Wu, who had been dejected and slightly resentful just a moment ago, immediately lit up upon hearing this. He had been so fixated on seizing the cultivation technique by force that he'd truly been blinded by a single leaf. He hadn't considered this angle at all. Ruwashi, on the other hand, leaned lazily back in her chair. Her alluring face betrayed no trace of surprise. Clearly, she had already thought of this long ago. In fact, starting today, she had already mobilized the Li family's influence to begin gathering various resources. She was just waiting for the secret realm to end so she could use them to win Lu over. The next moment, Shinji suddenly tapped the tabletop, his expression turning serious as he said in a deep voice. All right. Let us set aside the matter of the heaven-tier cultivation technique for now. What we really need to discuss today is how to respond to the impending Abyss Uprising. Inside the secret realm. In cabin number 007. Lu was holding a jade scroll in his hands. The scroll was inscribed with blazing creation art. This was one of the rewards Lu had received during the previous power test, a lower-grade heaven-tier cultivation technique. 2 days had passed, and Lu had almost forgotten about it. It wasn't until just now that he remembered. This cultivation technique looks pretty impressive. But I can't use it. After flipping through the scroll several times, Lu felt a bit helpless. This was a genuine martial arts cultivation technique. Only martial arts cultivators could use it. And Lu? He was a beastmaster. A moment ago, he'd even tried cultivating according to the manual's instructions, but the result? Nothing happened. Maybe I could let that girl give it a try? Lu muttered to himself as he put the cultivation manual scroll away. Then, he reached behind his back and pulled out an irregular crystal the size of a fist. A king core. This was also one of the rewards he'd received during the previous strength test. Originally, Lu had planned to directly convert this core into Beastmaster power. But Caesar reminded him just in time. A King tier core would be of great use to Kei Sante when she advances to the King tier in the future. You must understand. For any exotic beast, the King tier is an insurmountable barrier. Exotic beast and behemoth, just one character S difference, yet a world of difference. When an exotic beast advances to the King tier, due to the rules, it transforms into a true behemoth. And this process can truly be described as a carp leaping through the dragon gate. Consequently, for any exotic beast seeking to advance to the King tier, the difficulty is extremely high, and the probability of success is minuscule. However, a King core can significantly increase the probability of advancement. And that is why Lu has kept this behemoth core all this time, specifically to prepare for Kei Sante's future advancement to the King tier. At the current pace of the beast tide, That day shouldn't he be far off?
Lu muttered to himself. His gaze turned toward the beast-taming realm.
Within the realm,
Kei-sante, encased in a black cocoon, was radiating an increasingly powerful aura, which was also gradually stabilizing.
By tomorrow morning, the evolution should be complete. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye,
the night had passed. At the horizon's edge, a massive sun rose slowly. In front of the safe house at the edge of the forest, group after group of students emerged together.
The difference was this.
Yesterday, there had been over 300 students. But today, only about 100 remained.
Yesterday's beast-tide assessment had eliminated a full 200 people.
The nearly 100 who remained
no longer had the bold, defiant spirit they displayed yesterday morning. Instead,
their expressions were now extremely serious and somber. Today's beast-tide would be of a higher tier than yesterday's. As long as we hold out for 3 days, we'll be able to enter the depths of the secret realm and seize our chance. Today is the 3rd day.
Damn it, we've got to survive today no matter what. Many students silently encouraged themselves in their hearts. As for venturing deep into the wilderness? Sorry. No way.
Not to mention the ordinary students who barely scraped through yesterday. Even those prodigies from the great city of Jinling were wise enough not to bring it up.
What? You mean Lu? Well, damn it. After yesterday's results were announced, all the participants had already silently written Lu off as an outlier. 8,848 points.
That's even more outrageous than the first day.
You have to understand.
Xiong, who came in second yesterday, barely scraped together 2,000 points. Lu's score isn't just a landslide, it's a blow from a higher dimension, like an adult picking on a child.
By now,
even though the secret realm has only been open for 2 days.
But
almost all the students and even the powerful figures outside the secret realm have already accepted that Lu will be the top scorer in this provincial exam. What was originally a competitive ranking assessment has, because of Lu's appearance, completely lost all suspense.
If you really want to talk about suspense, there is some.
Whether students or powerful figures, everyone is eager to know, amid this ever-strengthening tide of beasts, just how many days can Lu hold out, and to what extent. In front of safe house number 095, Xiong stood in silence. He stared at the crimson gauntlets on his hands. Everyone assumed these gloves were his weapon.
But in fact, that wasn't the case.
These gloves were obtained by the Shinto family through a massive exchange of resources with Sanctuary specifically to suppress Xiong's blood slaughter constitution.
That's right. To suppress, not to enhance. But now,
Xiong stared at the gloves, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. Yesterday, he had given it his all, unleashing his full power in the wilderness to slay over 1,000 exotic beasts.
But
compared to Lu's staggering 8,848 points, he was still nothing more than a supporting character.
Father once warned me. Unless absolutely necessary, never take off the gloves. And now, is this the time?
Xiong muttered, lifting his head to gaze at the sky. Above the sky, the scoreboard displaying the rankings had vanished at some point.
But
deep within Xiong's eyes, a vivid, striking number still shone, 8,848.
Roar! At that very moment, not far ahead of him,
a full 100 wilderness wolves at the peak of the 5th tier roared and charged toward him. And just as they were about to close within 100 meters of Xiong,
boom!
A surge of blood-soaked killing energy shot skyward. All 100 wilderness wolves were instantly reduced to a spray of blood. On Xiong's fists, the pair of crimson gloves had vanished without a trace.
Chapter 58, Kei-sante's Evolution. The True Void-Devouring Beast. Outside the Secret Realm.
The group of king-tier powerhouses, who had been quietly watching Lu sleep, were suddenly drawn to a startled cry.
Good heavens! What is that? It was hard to imagine
that such a discomposed exclamation could come from the mouth of one of the king-tier powerhouses present. Almost instinctively, everyone's gaze followed that person's line of sight. Then, everyone froze in shock. It was Xiong's live feed. On the screen, everything was blood red. So much so that even Xiong's figure was completely engulfed. Upon seeing this, a king-tier powerhouse from the Shinta clan present instantly turned pale. This is bad. The young master has broken free from the constraints of the blood fiend physique. Without a moment's hesitation, this king-tier powerhouse from the Shinta clan instantly transformed into a streak of light and flew toward Jinling City. This matter must be reported to the clan head immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Inside the secret realm. Cabin number 007. Lu woke up. Just like yesterday, he was roused by the commotion of the beast horde outside. At that moment, Lu, still half asleep, had no idea that because of him, the Shinta clan's prodigy had been driven to such extremes that he recklessly played his trump card. It couldn't be helped. The pressure Lu had put on them was simply too great. Of course, even if Lu had known, he wouldn't have taken it too seriously. After all, no matter how prodigious a genius is, they still fear getting wiped out. Unfortunately, Lu admitted he'd just gone a tiny bit overboard. Has the evolution finally completed? Just then, the familiar voice of Kei Sante echoed in Lu's mind. With a thought, he summoned Kei Sante. Whoosh! A flash of dark light, and a black cat appeared on the small wooden bed. It looked as if nothing had changed at all. Still dazed and cute, with a completely harmless expression. Meow. Meow meow. Its meow hadn't changed either, still just as high-pitched and cute. But the next moment, as if sensing Lu's thoughts, Kei Sante let out a discontented meow and wagged its tail. Whoosh! A flash of pitch-black light. This time, it revealed its true battle form. Before this, Santi had been able to switch between several forms. Most common was its ordinary black cat form. Then there was its battle form, resembling a black panther over 2 meters long. And there was the more unique elemental form. When activating the dark element vortex skill, Santi's body could completely transform into an elemental entity. But now, Santi's black cat form hadn't changed at all. But its battle form has undergone a complete transformation. Just like right now. As soon as Lu took in the scene before him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Because it was simply so damn cool. At this moment, Santi stands over 3 meters tall. But the color of his entire body has changed dramatically. No longer the solid jet black of before. Instead, it featured a black base, intertwined with silver-white patterns resembling cloud pattern brocade. At first glance, his entire body exuded an aura of mystery and majesty. He looked like a divine beast banished to the mortal realm. Most striking of all was a vertical silver mark that had appeared on his forehead. It looked as if it were a third eye yet to open. In addition, Kei Sante's 2 eyes had also undergone a dramatic change. One black, one white. Within each pupil, a vortex swirled slowly. At the same time, Lu also noticed Kei Sante's limbs weren't touching the ground. It was floating in mid-air. Beneath those silvery white paws were 4 black and silver swirls. Buzz. Buzz buzz. Santi took 2 steps toward Lu. The swirls beneath its feet sent out ripples like water as it floated. Holy shit! I told you to evolve, and you went and put all your points into looks? At that moment,
Lu couldn't think of any words to express his feelings, so he instinctively blurted out a classic Chinese curse. Meow. Meow meow. Santi tilted his head back, looking absolutely delighted, and let out 2 excited meows.
Those 2 high-pitched, whiny meows instantly shattered the noble, mysterious aura he exuded just a moment ago. But Lu didn't have the heart to pay attention to
that final, simple line of text. Lu read it over and over again, staring at it for several rounds. Then, Lu took a deep breath. The reason was simple.
Upon seeing that element devourer talent,
Lu suddenly thought of a possibility. A possibility that was highly likely to become reality in the future. What would happen if K-Sante devoured and activated all elemental power? The convergence of all elements, what is it? Chaos? Lu muttered blankly.
Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a group of king-tier powerhouses, along with the 5 supreme beings, had already been thrown into complete chaos by the K-Sante Lu had just summoned.
Chapter 59, While others train hard, you're leveling up in a game? Outside the secret realm.
Although Xiong's earlier awakening of his blood slaughter constitution had drawn quite a bit of attention.
After watching for a while,
the vast majority of people's gaze returned to Lu's livestream.
In a sense, this provincial exam secret realm had practically become a stage for Lu's solo show. And that was precisely why.
Everyone immediately spotted the evolved K-Sante that Lu had summoned.
And so, the crowd erupted in a roar. Tier 6? Late Tier 6?
In just one short day, Lu's black cat pet jumped straight from early Tier 4 to late Tier 6?
Holy shit, holy shit. At that moment, outside the secret realm,
over 100 king-tier powerhouses could barely contain themselves, blurting out a few choice swear words without a care for their dignity.
The reason was simple. This was simply too outrageous.
If they hadn't just seen K-Sante's black cat form, they would have thought the pet standing before Lu was an entirely different creature.
Setting aside the change in appearance for now, what the hell was this level jump?
From early stage 4 to late stage 6, a full 2.5 major levels. Even a martial arts prodigy with a 9-star talent, training with unlimited resources, couldn't possibly advance this fast.
At that moment, one king-tier powerhouse even used this as a direct comparison. But no one could respond to him. Because at that moment, everyone was in a state of shock.
A rate of advancement like K-Sante's was unheard of and unseen.
Beast cores. It's the beast cores.
The over 1,000 beast cores Lu obtained on the first day they vanished. He is using the beast cores directly to level up his pet beast.
Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly spoke up. As soon as those words were spoken,
the crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into an even greater uproar.
Beast cores? Although beast cores contain mana energy, it's extremely impure. Those of us below the warrior king tier simply cannot use them for cultivation. For those below the king tier, the greatest use of beast cores is for forging weapons and equipment or exchanging them for resources in the sanctuary.
Only behemoth cores from the king tier and above can be used directly by warriors for cultivation and leveling up. It's been this way for 50 years. An older king tier powerhouse spoke in a somber tone. He paused, and when he continued, his voice had unconsciously taken on a tremor.
But
this restriction seems to have no effect on Lu at all.
He is a beast master.
Even if he cannot use beast cores for his own cultivation, he can use them to directly nurture and enhance his pet beasts.
In theory,
as long as he has enough beast cores, he can even keep raising his pet beasts' cultivation levels indefinitely. And this process depends solely on how quickly the pet beasts absorb and evolve.
Just like right now.
That early 4th tier black cat, fueled by over 1,000 beast cores, leaped directly to late 6th tier in just a single day. As the words fell, the elders said no more and fell silent. The other 100 or so king tier powerhouses also fell silent.
At that moment, On the ground outside the secret realm, an eerie, deathly silence descended. Because no one knew what to say. The ability Lu had demonstrated was simply too overpowered. It was completely illogical it shouldn't even exist in this world. After all, before reaching the king tier, hadn't every single one of these powerhouses here endured grueling seclusion, meditating and cultivating day in and day out, grinding their way up through tier 2, bit by bit, until they finally broke through? But what about Lu? His pet's cultivation required absolutely no training. It was more like leveling up in a video game. Snap. Level up. Snap. Another level up. It's totally cheating. Why does a class like Beastmaster even exist? At that moment, deep in their hearts, these people even posed the soul-searching question to themselves. High above the sky, several martial arts supremes were also silent, saying nothing. Kei Sante's ability to leap 2 tiers in a single day had shaken them to the core. They thought deeper and further ahead than the king tier powerhouses. For example, if there were enough beast cores, Lu that black cat pet might not even stop at the late 6th rank. 7th rank? 8th rank? Tier 2? Or even king tier? At this thought, these martial arts supremes even unconsciously broke out in goosebumps. However, Shuifeng, the commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, was currently staring at Kei Sante on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the instructions given by the martial god before his arrival. The Beast Master class has flaws. The martial path is the true way. Could the martial god be wrong? Maybe, yes. But the martial god reached that conclusion based on Sanctuary's instructions. Could Sanctuary be wrong? Impossible. And now, watching Lu's increasingly overpowered performance, the Dark Dragon Legion commander, for some reason, began to suspect that the Beastmaster class might indeed have some late-game flaws. After all, the Beastmaster is simply too overpowered in game-breaking in the early game. Compared to a warrior, it's like beating up a caveman. Can Lu stay this dominant? Shuifeng thought for a moment and shook his head. If that were truly the case, it wouldn't make any sense. Perhaps the Beastmaster class's flaws don't manifest in the early game? But by the late game king tier, there LLB insurmountable barriers, 1T there? Shuifeng took a deep breath, but his brow furrowed even deeper. How can I convince Lu to give up the Beastmaster class? Especially when he is performing so dominantly right now. On screen, in front of cabin number 007. The 2 waves of beasts on the 3rd day of full 100 peak tier 5th tier wilderness wolves had already been instantly wiped out by Kei Sante. The familiar black hole vortex, the familiar instant kill. Clatter. 100 beast cores fell to the ground. Those watching from outside the secret realm were no longer surprised by this sight. Then they saw Lu sent Xanti deep into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, while he himself activated void teleportation once more, heading westward. That was safe house number 005, the direction of Jiang Shuiying. That kid. Time for another hero saves the damsel in distress act first thing in the morning, huh? One of the younger king tier powerhouses couldn't help but quip. As for Jiang Jinmin, his face broke into a beaming grin. But that smile didn't last long. Because from within the crowd, a sudden cry of surprise and confusion rang out. Ha! Ha! The direction Lu's black cat pet is heading deep into the wilderness. Looks like it's about to run into Xiong? Chapter 60, Kei Sante, Meow Meow? The Endless Wilderness. Countless packs of wilderness wolves lurked and roamed in all directions. And just then, at the far end of the horizon, a figure, entirely shrouded in blood-red light, materialized. Roar! The packs of wilderness wolves within several li of the area instantly went berserk. They howled and charged en masse. Then,
Before they could even touch the hem of that figure's robe, they were instantly reduced to a pool of blood and spray, leaving not a trace of their bodies behind.
At a certain moment, Xiong suddenly raised his head and looked toward the east. Lu.
In his blood-red pupils where not a single trace of white remained, extreme madness surged.
Roar. The next moment,
he pounded his chest and, like a wild beast, let out a howl toward the heavens.
Whoosh. Then, his figure shot forward like a rocket. He
had sensed Lu's presence.
At that moment, his target was no longer the exotic beasts of the wilderness. Nor was it to earn more points to surpass Lu. His target had become Lu himself. 30 kilometers away, high in the sky, a massive black hole vortex, a full 500 meters in diameter, hovered silently.
All the wilderness wolves within a 10-li radius howled in despair as they were swallowed one by the black hole.
About a few minutes later, meow. High in the sky, a soft cat's meow rang out.
The black hole rapidly shrank and vanished, revealing a figure standing mid-air, its feet resting on a black and white vortex.
Meow.
This figure was none other than Kay Sante. It looked down from above, scanning the area to confirm that not a single wasteland wolf remained within a 10-li radius, then nodded in satisfaction.
With a meow, it took a step forward, ready to move on to the next area to continue hunting. But just then, boom! At the edge of its vision,
a blood-red wave suddenly appeared.
Immediately afterward, a figure, entirely covered in blood red, charged straight toward Xanti. Meow meow. At that moment, Xanti stopped in its tracks.
It stared at the figure, its tiny eyes filled with immense confusion.
Based on its experience over the past 2 days,
there was only one type of exotic beast in this wilderness, the pack of wilderness wolves.
The only difference was the varying levels of the packs each day. But now, this crimson figure approaching before its eyes, one that could even walk upright. What kind of exotic beast was this?
The blood-red figure moved with incredible speed.
In just a few short breaths,
it had already reached a position only 100 meters away from Xanti.
It was only then
that the blood-red figure finally came to a halt.
Lu. Black Cat.
Xiong, his aura so violent it was nearly out of control, looked up and saw Xanti. Although Xanti's appearance had changed drastically compared to before,
still, Xiong recognized him at a glance. After all,
he had spotted that distinctive black hole vortex from a great distance earlier.
Xiong was certain the creature before him was Lu's pet. Meow. Meow meow. By now, Kay Sante had finally recognized it too.
This blood-red figure wasn't some exotic beast, it was a human.
A human just like its master. But this human looked a bit strange, and its aura seemed a little unstable. Sante's tiny mind couldn't handle too many thoughts at once. It thought for a moment,
and decided that completing the task its master had assigned, hunting down an exotic beast, was more important.
And so,
after staring at Xiong for a while, it simply turned around and walked off into the distance without looking back.
Buzz. Buzz buzz. After evolving, Sante's appearance and physique were absolutely top-notch. Just like at this very moment,
it walked step by step through the air, the black and white vortex beneath its feet rippling in concentric circles, a truly otherworldly sight.
But just as Santi had barely turned and taken a few steps away, boom! Boom boom! Behind him,
a torrential aura of bloodthirsty killing intent surged from Xiong's body, shooting skyward and nearly staining half the sky red.
Meow? Kay Sante raised a tiny eyebrow, stopped in his tracks, and turned to look. Only then did he realize that blood-red human figure seemed to be striking a combat stance? Combat? Against him? Santi's little brain was instantly baffled. Wasn't he the whole point of venturing deep into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts and earn points? Why was this human coming after him? Santi couldn't figure it out. But Xiong's aura, bolstered by the blood slaughter chi, was soaring higher and higher. Early 7th tier, mid 7th tier, late 7th tier. In the span of a few breaths, Xiong had actually swallowed the blood slaughter chi, filling the sky entirely into his body. And his aura had completely stabilized at the peak of the 7th tier. Lu, you die. At that moment, Xiong's sanity had completely vanished. All that remained in his mind was a single obsession, his obsession with Lu. Pursue Lu, surpass Lu, subdue Lu, slay Lu. And now, though he hadn't found Lu, he had encountered his pet beast. Since that was the case, he would begin his journey to overcome his inner demons with it. At that very moment, Sante, who had been swaying back and forth, its little face full of human-like confusion, suddenly froze upon hearing Xiong's final words, "Lu, die." Its little face suddenly stiffened. The next moment, in an extremely rare display, Sante's eyes narrowed, suddenly radiating an intensely potent killing intent. Roar! This time, Sante no longer let out a sweet, docile meow, but a furious roar that shook the heavens. Chapter 61, A Battle to the Death? Bro, is that it? Outside the secret realm, countless powerful figures stood frozen in shock. No one could have imagined that on this third day of the beast-tide trial, such a scene of humans and beasts clashing would actually unfold. To call it a clash between humans and beasts isn't quite accurate. After all, at its core, Xiong's target was still Lu. This was a competition among students, and yet, since Xiong had lost most of his sanity after activating the blood fiend physique, this competition had escalated directly into a life-or-death battle. Whoa! This is bad. Lu's pet beast is probably in for a rough time. If things go wrong, it might even perish right here on the spot. A king-tier expert couldn't help but exclaim at that moment. As soon as those words were spoken, they immediately drew echoes from the rest of the crowd. That's right. That pet beast is only at the late 6th tier level it just broke through not long ago. But Xiong, his current aura is all. This king-tier powerhouse of the Shinta clan muttered to himself silently. He gazed at the screen, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Although the young master wasn't currently facing Lu direct, that black cat was none other than Lu's pet, Lu's greatest asset. First, slay the pet, then subdue Lu. That way, by activating the blood fiend physique this time, the young master will reap unimaginable blessings and benefits. Inside the secret realm, upon the boundless wilderness, a man and a beast stood facing each other across the void. Xiong's eyes were blood red. He raised one hand. Boom! Boom, boom! A storm of blood-tainted energy surged wildly from his body, gathering with overwhelming force. Clearly, Xiong had no intention of dithering with a mere 6th-tier pet beast. He intended to crush Sante with a single punch. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Santi, hovering in midair, had now reached a state of utter fury. Buzz! Buzz buzz! Its eyes widened in rage as the dark elemental power within it surged wildly. It didn't recognize this red-clad human before it. But the other party was coming for its master. What's more, the other had even said he would kill its master. This was the last straw. At this moment, Sante was utterly enraged. It had even cast aside the mission its master had entrusted to it to hunt down the exotic beast. The only thing it wanted to do now was to crush this boastful red man standing before it. Time passed slowly. Neither the man nor the beast made a rash move. Instead, both were gathering their strength, preparing their ultimate attacks. No one knew how long had passed. Until The wilderness was completely split in two by two distinct colors. On one side, blood red. On the other, pitch black. Lu. You. Die. Xiong finally moved. His right fist swung out. Strangely enough, his movement wasn't too fast. It seemed, in fact, quite slow. But the blood-red storm surging from his right fist nearly shook the entire wilderness to its core. With this punch, he held nothing back. Empowered by the blood slaughter chi, this strike approached and even reached the 8th tier. Boom! As the punch struck out, the wilderness trembled. Endless blood slaughter chi surged. In the next instant, this blood slaughter chi actually coalesced mid-air into a fist a full 50 meters in size. The blood-red fist crashed toward Kei Sante. In comparison, Kei Sante, standing just over 3 meters tall, looked incredibly tiny. But at that very moment, the silver vertical line on Kei Sante's forehead suddenly began to tremble slowly. It was as if there was an eye there, writhing, about to open. But it did not open completely. The silver vertical line merely split open into a tiny, hairline crack. In an instant, an indescribably eerie power spread out from that crack. Hum. Hum hum. Santi raised a claw and pressed it lightly toward the space before him. In an instant, a black hole vortex, 100 meters in diameter, materialized out of thin air. At the same time, the mysterious power emanating from the center of his brow was completely absorbed into the black hole vortex. Hum. Buzz buzz. At that moment, the black hole vortex seemed to undergo a transformation. The black hole, which had been as lifeless and pitch black as a corpse, suddenly seemed to come alive. In the blink of an eye, all these changes occurred in the space of a single instant. High above the sky, the blood-red fist, nearly 50 meters in size, had already collided with the black hole vortex. Silence. Dead silence. The deafening roar or explosion one might have expected never came. Quite the opposite. At the very moment of impact, this wilderness was, strangely enough, utterly silent. Not even the faintest sound could be heard. It wasn't that no sound was being produced. Rather, from within that pitch-black void, a faint silvery white outline of the black hole emerged, absorbing all sound. No, it absorbed more than just sound. It also absorbed the massive, blood-red shadow of the fist hurtling toward it. It was being devoured by the black hole, piece by piece. Whoosh! After the blink of an eye, the wilderness returned to normal. The wind began to howl once more. But the blood-red shadow of the fist had completely vanished. And the black hole, its pitch-black depths tinged with silver-white, still stood silently in the void. On the ground, Xiong froze. In his blood-red eyes, a fleeting clarity briefly returned. That emotion was stupor, bewilderment, shock, and confusion. Burp. High in the air, Kei Sante let out a long belch, looked down at Xiong, his gaze seeming to say, "Bro, is that it?" Chapter 62, The power of blood slaughter is great, but now it belongs to this kitty. Out in the wilderness, Kei Sante looked down from above. His gaze fixed impassively on Xiong below. Xiong's blood-red eyes were frozen in place. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the king-tier warriors watching this scene all fell silent. At that moment, even these mighty king-tier warriors seemed to finally recall the terror of being dominated by a behemoth. Yes, a behemoth. Even though the Xanti in the scene was still only a little over 3 meters tall. Yet, the king-tier warriors all seemed to be witnessing an invincible behemoth. 8th tier versus 6th tier. And he lost just like that? After a long, heavy silence, a king-tier warrior finally murmured these words. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he received no response. At that moment, everyone's gaze remained fixed on the scene unfolding in the wilderness.
This battle between Xiong and Kei Sante man versus beast wasn't truly over yet.
Boom. Boom, boom.
Xiong's clear mind returned for only a brief instant.
The next moment,
his eyes were once again completely engulfed in a blood-red haze. A blood slaughter aura, even more ferocious than before, surged forth.
Roar. He let out a primal, beast-like roar. And then, one punch, another, and yet another.
Each punch whipped up a raging storm of blood slaughter. Each punch possessed enough power to instantly kill an ordinary 8th-tier warrior.
But at the same time,
as punch after punch was unleashed, Xiong's aura grew increasingly chaotic. The last traces of white in his eyes were being eroded and swallowed by the blood-red hue.
Meow. High above the sky, Santi was no longer in a frenzied state.
It merely let out a lazy meow. During their previous exchange, it had discovered that with its element devourer talent, it could easily handle this human before it.
In fact, it wasn't just handling him, it was completely overwhelming him. The element devourer talent allowed it to devour all elemental power. And the blood slaughter chi was also a form of elemental power. As long as it was an element and as long as its intensity didn't exceed its tolerance limit, Kei Sante could absorb it all. In fact, if it devoured enough elemental power, there was even a certain probability it could awaken the corresponding elemental talent. Meow. Santi let out another soft meow. The silvery white pattern between its eyebrows slowly writhed.
More element-devouring power spread out from it, sinking into the massive black hole in the sky 100 meters in diameter.
Whoosh!
Whoosh, whoosh! Xiong's blood-red fist shadow collided with the black hole once more.
This time,
it was no longer silent. Instead, a series of splashes, like water being splashed, rang out.
Then,
under the horrified gazes of the many powerful figures outside the secret realm,
Xiong's fierce burst of power was once again effortlessly parried by Kei Sante. In fact, Santi even lazily wagged his tail. The look on his face, utterly effortless. Roar! Roar, roar!
The sound of roaring rang out once more. Not from Xanti, but from Xiong, who had completely lost his mind. Yes. At that moment, he had completely lost all reason. He was like a primitive, savage beast.
Crack! Crack, crack! Under everyone's gaze,
he actually began tearing at his own flesh and blood with his bare hands.
And then, crunch! Crunch!
Xiong actually tore the flesh from his own body and began devouring it.
This utterly grotesque scene made even Kei Sante's little face wrinkle in disgust. But at the same time, Xiong's previously unstable aura shot up again like a rocket.
The blood fiend physique can absorb the power of flesh and blood to strengthen itself. And the flesh and blood of the blood fiend physique itself is the greatest elixir.
Creak! Crunch!
The eerie sound of chewing echoed across the wilderness. Xiong's body was slowly being torn apart. On his chest, almost all the flesh had been devoured by him. Inside his bones, one could even see his internal organs.
At the same time,
his once jet black hair began to turn blood red, bit by bit, starting from the roots. This was the complete activation of the blood fiend physique at any cost. To say that Xiong was destroying the very foundations of his martial arts at this moment would not be an exaggeration.
But, having completely lost his sanity, he simply couldn't think that far ahead. He had only one final obsession: Lu. He had to kill Lu's pet beast in the sky. Boom. Boom, boom.
It was unclear how much time had passed. Behind Xiong's torso, now supported by little more than a skeleton, he finally stopped devouring his own flesh and blood.
At that moment,
the aura of bloodshed surged skyward, staining the entire sky crimson. The pitch-black light, which had previously held its own against the blood-red glow, was rapidly squeezed and diminished.
In the end,
only the area around the 100-meter wide black hole in front of Kei Sante still glowed with a faint, eerie black light.
Everywhere else was blood red. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The blood slaughter aura surged like a river. Behind Xiong, 100-meter tall, blood-red giantess phantom appeared. The giantess appearance looked exactly like Xiong's. Boom! Xiong threw a punch. The giantess phantom threw a punch. Meow! Kei Sante didn't dare to take this lightly either. It raised a paw and struck the black hole vortex before it from a distance. Buzz! Buzz buzz! In the blink of an eye, the black hole's vortex expanded to a massive 500 meters in diameter. At the same time, at the center of the bottomless black hole, a speck of silver light suddenly flashed. As if from the depths of the void, a silvery white eye seemed to be awakening at the black hole's core. Boom! Boom! Under the tense gaze of countless people outside the secret realm, the fist of the blood-red giantess phantom shrouded in boundless blood-tainted energy crashed down with thunderous force upon the black hole suspended in midair. But the very next moment, the giantess face betrayed utter bewilderment and terror. Whoosh! Whoosh! The previously still vortex of the black hole began to spin at breakneck speed. The first thing to be swallowed up was the giantess fist. Then came his entire right hand, torso, body, and lower limbs. In just a few short breaths, the giantess phantom vanished without a trace. On the ground, a crisp crack sounded from within Xiong's body. The very essence of the blood fiend physique had shattered. Or rather, that giantess phantom was the very source of all Xiong's blood slaughter power. But it had been swallowed. Swallowed alive, just like that. And the most bizarre thing was, the very next moment, Kei Sante, suspended in midair, suddenly changed expression. Meow, meow. It meowed twice. And then, a blood slaughter aura purer and more savage than Xiong's had been surged forth from its body. The Devour Essence talent activated. The blood slaughter element has awakened. Santi has evolved once again. Bro, your blood slaughter power is great. But now, it belongs to this meow. Chapter 63, The Holy Ancestor. Is City Lord Lin smiling? Out in the wilderness, Santi entered a mysterious state. Its eyes were tightly shut. Yet the silvery white pattern between its eyebrows was slowly writhing. No one knew how much time had passed. Hum. Hum hum. A series of indescribable, rippling sounds rang out. Around the once plain silvery white mark between Kei Sante's eyebrows, a blood-red pattern appeared. It looked utterly sinister. Then Xanti opened its eyes once more. Meow. Meow meow. It meowed twice, its voice brimming with excitement and joy. To be honest, even it hadn't expected that after devouring Xiong's blood slaughter essence, it would actually get so incredibly lucky as to awaken the blood slaughter element. Now, it could not only control the power of the dark element but also harness the power of the blood slaughter element. Buzz. Santi slowly raised its right paw and pressed it down in midair. Whoosh. A vortex, 100 meters in diameter and entirely blood-red, materialized out of thin air. New skill, Blood Slaughter Vortex unlocked. Meanwhile, on the ground below, Xiong, no longer supported by the blood slaughter power, finally regained clarity in his eyes. And the very first thing he saw was the blood slaughter vortex summoned by Kei Sante with a flick of its little paw. At that moment, his eyes widened in shock. Then, everything went black and he passed out. Kei Sante. The powerful figures outside the secret realm. Alright. A king-tier powerhouse briefly stepped into Xiong's shoes and realized. It really did seem impossible to accept such an outcome. After all, Xiong had gone to any lengths, playing every last card he had. And the result? Never mind, Lu He himself was just flat-out suppressed by his black cat pet. Most importantly, it wasn't just suppression.
Even his own blood slaughter power had been snatched away by the black cat and turned into its own ability. Few people could withstand a blow like that. High above the wilderness sky, Kay Sante's little tail was wagging happily right now. With this new elemental skill, it could hunt down even more exotic beasts and better fulfill the missions its master had assigned. However, Xanti tilted its little head, gazing down at Xiong on the ground, now nothing but a skeleton, barely recognizable as human. This human. Should I just swat him? Or should I just swat him? But just then, the very moment Kay Sante had this thought, buzz. A mysterious and majestic aura suddenly emanated from the communication bracelet on Xiong's wrist. Whoosh! A figure, its face obscured and its body shrouded in mist, materialized out of thin air. He turned around and cast only a casual glance. Whoosh! Before Kay Sante, two vortices, one black, one red, each 100 meters in diameter, slowly dissipated. At that moment, the many powerful figures outside the secret realm, and even the few supreme beings in the heavens, all held their breath. This was His Holiness the Saint. This was undoubtedly a power possessed only by a martial saint. A saint, though it may seem like only one realm separates them from a supreme being, is, in reality, as different as heaven and earth. A saying once spread far and wide on Blue Star, without becoming a saint, one remains but an ant. The immense power of a saint had reached a level beyond comprehension. Is that ancestor of the Shinta clan? I never expected Xiong to still bear the mark of a sage ancestor. At that moment, a chill ran through the hearts of the many powerful figures outside the secret realm. As for Jiang Jinmin, he stared intently at the image on the sky screen, his heart in his throat. Kay Sante is in danger. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, high above the wilderness sky, Kay Sante truly sensed a deadly threat from that faint glance. No matter how powerful its combat prowess or how extraordinary its talent, it was now impossible for it to take on a martial saint. Ha! Kay Sante went berserk. The pattern between its eyebrows writhed frantically, as if it were about to open its eyes completely at any moment. At this moment, it was no longer some harmless little kitten. It was the void-devouring beast, on the verge of awakening. Outside the secret realm, a streak of light shot out from Jinling City, finally coming to a halt several kilometers away from the sky canopy. Within the streak of light, a figure appeared, standing on one leg like a golden rooster. It was none other than the Lord of Luo City, Lin Qiqing, father of Lin Changyuan. At that moment, he was missing his right leg. But when he clearly saw the scene unfolding in the celestial canopy, his face was filled with excitement and ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, Lord Lin, who had always been known in Luo City for his calm and reserved demeanor, actually burst into hearty laughter right then and there. Luo, Lu. In Luo City, with that ant of yours protecting you, I really couldn't do a thing about you. But this is Jinling. Originally, the Shinta clan would rather reject my offer of allegiance than honor our previous agreement to help me deal with you and retrieve the behemoth S-Corps, but you should never, ever have provoked the Shinta clan. Is your pet beast that strong? Powerful enough to subdue or even attempt to slay the Shinta family's prodigious young master? Ha 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 ha. With the sage ancestor stepping in, how do you expect to survive? It seemed it wasn't just Xiong inside the secret realm who had gone mad, it was also this Lin Qiqing, City Lord Lin. Over the past few days, the more formidable Lu had been inside the secret realm, the more disheveled Lin Qiqing had been on the outside. He, a mighty king tier peak powerhouse just a hair's breadth away from the supreme tier, had merely wanted to deal with a mere beastmaster Lu and reclaim his king tier behemoth spoils. Yes. As of today, after witnessing Beastmaster Lu's various god-defying tactics and skills, Lin Qiqing was nearly 90% certain that the king-tier behemoth titan, which had mysteriously vanished back then, was definitely connected to Lu. That titan belonged to him, Lin Qiqing. He had even lost his entire right leg for it. Only by obtaining the king core will I have a chance to break through the king tier. Once I break through the king tier, I'll be able to restore my missing limb. I had originally planned to leverage the power of the Shinta clan to obtain the behemoth core rewarded on Lu's steel, but I never expected a clan presided over by a saint would actually fear a mere Lu. Lin Qiqing muttered, enunciating every word. He was filled with hatred, utter, seething hatred. If only Lu Hanti intercepted his spoils back then, he would be the supreme master of the martial way by now. He would be treated with respect even among the three great clans of Jinling. Instead of being in this situation knocking on doors to beg for help, only to hit a wall at every turn. In fact, it had been agreed that he would join the Shinta clan and serve them on the condition that they take on Lu. But yesterday, the Shinta clan turned on him. Not only did they refuse to help him take down Lu, they even kicked him out. Now, Lin Qiqing was like a stray dog. Even if I can't get my hands on that behemoth core you're holding, at least I'll get to see you that thief crushed to death by a saint with a single flick of the wrist. Lin Qiqing's venomous mutterings were only halfway through, when, all of a sudden, he stopped short. Because, in the sky, a scene no one could have imagined unfolded. Chapter 64, Mysterious Phantom. The sage ancestor was scared shitless. Inside the secret realm, out in the wilderness, the phantom of the Shinta clan's sage ancestor cast a cold gaze upon Kei Sante. Although this phantom manifestation possessed less than 1/10 of his true power, still, it would take him nothing more than a single thought to annihilate Kei Sante. And this Shinta clan sage ancestor, though his face was indistinct, seemed truly harbored murderous intent. Shown this was a rare prodigy the Shinta clan had nurtured for many years. And now, the blood fiend physique gone. His martial arts foundation destroyed. Given Xiong's current half-dead state, even if he could be revived, he'd be nothing but a cripple in the future, his path in martial arts cut off. And the instigator of all this is nothing more than a black cat pet. A pet belonging to a young man named Lu. Lu? Beastmaster? The sage ancestor's phantom murmured under his breath, as if recalling something, but then shook his head. No matter who this Lu is or what his background may be, today, as the patriarch of the Shinta clan, even if it meant the strong bullying the weak, he had to intervene. Otherwise, where would the Shinta clan's honor stand? With that in mind, the saint's phantom figure hesitated no longer. His gaze sharpened slightly. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to freeze. With a single thought, the sage could crush everything. But it was precisely at that moment. Whoosh! Just as the sage's power was about to surge forth, ready to slay Kei Sante on the spot, a phantom figure appeared. It seemed that this phantom figure was extremely blurry. It even appeared to be nothing more than a silhouette. But the very instant this phantom appeared, the face of the Shinta clan's patriarch changed drastically. His phantom form and even his aura began to fluctuate violently and chaotically. It seemed as if it would vanish completely at any moment. And what was most terrifying was, the instant this phantom appeared, the entire secret realm seemed to have its pause button pressed. Everyone, every beast, even the air and mana, were all frozen in the state they were in a second ago. In front of cabin number 005. Lu was still unaware of the situation over at Kei Sante's side. He also had no idea that his pet beast had just subdued Xiong and had even drawn the attention of the Shinta clan's sage ancestor as phantom. But at that very moment, having just stepped in to help Jiang Shuiying subdue 100 exotic beasts, his movements suddenly froze mid-air. His body was frozen, but his mind could still think clearly. This sensation even caused Lu to break out in a cold sweat instantly. Instinctively, he was on the verge of summoning Caesar from the beast-taming realm. But the next moment, a translucent, glowing stone flew out from his body and hovered quietly before his eyes. This was
The class reset stone.
Back then, Wang had handed it to him, saying it was a special item to clear his Beastmaster class and re-specialize as a warrior.
From the transparent stone, a series of vibrating sounds emanated,
appearing incredibly mysterious and unfathomable amidst the scene where everything around them had frozen in time.
Immediately afterward, Lu's eyes widened. He saw
a speck of light flew out from the transparent stone. The moment it appeared, it instantly pierced through the void, heading toward the endless wilderness in the distance.
Most importantly,
even though it was clearly just a speck of light, in that instant, Lu felt as if he had been deeply stared at by someone.
Who are you?
In front of cabin number 006. Qin Shiyao was completely surrounded by a pack of wolves from the wasteland.
But both she and the surrounding wolves froze mid-motion.
This sudden change instantly panicked Qin Shiyao.
Teacher, what's happening?
Qin Shiyao hurriedly called out to her teacher in her mind.
But this time, she didn't hear her teacher's reply.
Meanwhile, in a part of Qin Shiyao's consciousness that she couldn't see,
within a certain realm of her mind,
the Empress, clad in a purple gold robe, wore an unusually grave and solemn expression.
In fact, a hint of indescribable apprehension flickered across her exquisite, majestic face. Time has frozen? And it instantly froze the entire secret realm? This is.
The Empress muttered to herself, her deep eyes now flickering with a myriad of thoughts.
Her cultivation level seems to be only at the peak of the demigod realm? But what's going on with this aura? Why does this give me the feeling that they're even stronger than I once was? At that moment,
even the Empress, once the mightiest warrior on Purple Star, found herself, unusually, at a loss. Based on what she learned about Blue Star recently, martial arts had only been introduced to this world 50 years ago, and its strongest practitioner was supposedly just that so-called martial god.
But now, who exactly was this being? And what is the relationship between him and Lu?
The Empress's ethereal form fixed her gaze, as if piercing through time and space to see Lu, whose movements were equally frozen and stagnant at that moment.
In her perception, the very source of this terrifying aura was Lu. To be precise, it was the glowing stone in front of Lu, outside the secret realm.
Whether it was Lin Shiqing watching from afar, the multitude of king-tier powerhouses on the ground beneath the celestial canopy, or the martial supreme masters in the heavens.
At that very moment, they all froze in stunned silence. Unlike before, when they had been stunned by Lu's display. This time, everyone was utterly, completely stunned. Because they could see live footage of every student inside the secret realm. And because of that, they knew clearly.
At the very moment that ethereal figure appeared, it wasn't just a single person or a single beast that had been frozen in time. Rather, the entire world of the secret realm had been instantly frozen solid.
What is this? What kind of immense power is this?
Even the voices of king-tier powerhouses trembled uncontrollably.
And high above in the sky,
several martial supreme masters stared wide-eyed, their scalps tingling with dread. Yet the reaction of Chuifeng, commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, was the most remarkable of all.
After his initial moment of stunned silence,
his gaze fixed intently on that ethereal silhouette in the wilderness.
Then, an extraordinary sense of reverence and fervor surged across his face. It was as if, at that very moment,
a devout believer had finally laid eyes on the deity he worshipped.
At that moment,
Chuifeng's body began to tremble violently in waves due to his overwhelming excitement.
However,
the supreme leaders of the 4 great martial academies had all their attention riveted on the scenes within the secret realm and did not notice the unusual behavior of this Dark Dragon Legion commander at that moment. Meanwhile, within the secret realm,
on the wilderness, in a world frozen in time,
that ethereal silhouette, not particularly tall, yet exuding immense majesty,
finally spoke slowly. And the very instant his voice rang out, both inside and outside the secret realm. Everyone, regardless of cultivation level, status, or standing, went wild. Chapter 65, The Martial God Reigns. Shinto-Lai admits his mistake. Within the secret realm. Across the boundless wilderness. That mysterious and majestic figure stood with its back to the crowd. Ah! Suddenly, a long sigh rang out. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire heavens and earth, the whole world, were sighing along with it. Upon hearing this sigh, the phantom of the Shinto clan's sage ancestor's eyes filled with such terror and dread that it almost took on a tangible form. That voice. It was him. It was definitely him. And in the very next moment, before anyone could dwell on it further, a man's voice echoed faintly once more across the heavens and earth. A cataclysm looms, a calamity upon the human race. As those two brief sentences fell, in the blink of an eye, it was as if the winds and clouds shifted, and the heavens and earth turned upside down. At that moment, everyone inside and outside the secret realm seemed, in a daze, to witness scenes of a brutal war. Behemoths storming the city, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The abyss in revolt, Blue Star destroyed. SSSSH. In that instant, countless people felt their scalps prickle, and goosebumps broke out all over their bodies. And immediately afterward, that majestic figure suddenly shook his head, his words seemingly brimming with disappointment. The might of a saint is not meant to be used to bully one's own people. Word by word. On news channels across cities worldwide, the voice people heard most often was that of the martial god. In the dark age of the behemoth catastrophe, he was like a guide holding aloft a torch, leading all of humanity forward. And at that very moment, the ethereal figure of the Shinto clan's sage ancestor finally fell completely silent. He no longer struggled in vain to say anything. All he could do was kneel on both knees, seemingly ready to face his judgment. Yes. He, the venerable sage, was powerful, so powerful that he could overturn mountains and rivers with a single thought. But, in the presence of the martial god, he was weak, so weak that the martial god could annihilate him countless times with a single glance. Not to mention the terrifying sense of oppression stemming from the martial god's status and standing, beyond the sheer dominance of his cultivation realm. For today's actions, I shall sever one of your arms. This will be a one-time exception. The martial god looked at the phantom of the sage ancestor and spoke calmly. As his words fell, the martial god used his finger as a sword and gave a light flick forward. Crack! At that moment, space shattered inch by inch. Out in the wilderness, the phantom of the sage ancestor's body shook violently. His right arm, like smoke and dust, vanished inch by inch. Whoosh! In just a single breath, a gentle breeze swept by. The spot where the sage ancestor's right arm had been was now completely empty. And what was most deadly was, the martial god wasn't just aiming to strike down this phantom avatar before him. Whoosh! Outside the secret realm, Jinling City, a beam of sword light plummeted from the sky. Radiant as the sun itself, it streaked toward the deepest, most secret recesses of the Shinto clan's domain. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. The entire city of Jinling trembled. But, after a single breath, when the scream faded, what resounded once more was a voice weak yet tinged with awe and dread. O great martial god! Shinto-Lai, I admit my mistake. Whoosh! At that moment, Jinling erupted in an uproar. Shinto-Lai, that was the name of the Shinto clan's sage ancestor. Within the secret realm, on the barren wilderness. O martial god! Shinto-Lai, I admit my mistake. Interestingly, though the thoughts of the phantom avatar and the true form were not in sync at that moment, both uttered the exact same words in the face of the martial god's strike. As for the martial god, after casting a casual glance at Shinto-Lai, he withdrew his gaze. Throughout the heavens and earth, a series of tremors echoed. The martial goddess Phantom raised an eyebrow and looked up at the sky. You're not convinced? Then keep it to yourself. Or I'll cut you down too.
The martial god chuckled softly, as if speaking to thin air.
But strangely enough, the moment those words faded, the secret realm shook violently with a thunderous rumble.
In the sky, countless thunderclouds gathered, crackling and popping.
But, after lingering for a while, the thunderclouds eventually dissipated.
Seeing this, the martial god merely maintained his faint smile.
Outside the secret realm,
countless powerful figures witnessed this scene, and their hearts immediately surged with excitement.
This was the martial god of the human race, the martial god of Huaxia. Clearly, the command the martial god had just issued to dispel the rules was most likely directed at the very rules of this secret realm. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the secret realm's rules might be, in the face of this martial god, they seemed to have no choice but to meekly back down. Take just now, for example. The secret realm's rules had flown into a rage. But it was only a momentary outburst. Out in the wilderness,
the martial goddess Phantom cast another amused glance at Kay Sante, who stood not far away.
Kay Sante's large eyes rolled back and forth. Interesting,
the martial goddess Phantom murmured.
The next moment, whoosh!
His figure was swept away by a gentle breeze and vanished from where he stood, its whereabouts unknown.
At the same time,
the secret realm, which had been frozen solid, finally returned to its original order.
In front of cabin number 007,
Lu's body, which had been stiff with tension, finally regained the ability to move.
Phew!
Lu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the glowing stone still suspended in midair before him.
Buzz!
A flash of white light streaked past. Before his eyes, a figure slowly materialized.
Chapter 66, he is chatting and laughing with the martial god?
In front of cabin number 007. Lu was still processing the information he'd just received.
Although he couldn't see what was happening out in the wilderness. But the martial goddess words from earlier had echoed throughout every corner of the secret realm. And because of that,
Lu realized the source of that gaze from earlier.
At the time, Lu hadn't given it much thought.
But now, after leaving Luo City and experiencing the provincial exam's secret realm,
Lu finally realized something was off.
Although his 9-star martial talent upon awakening was high, it wasn't unique.
Not to mention all of Huaxia, even within Jiang province alone, there were quite a few. And was a mere 9-star martial talent really worth the martial god going to sanctuary to exchange for a treasure on his behalf? That simply didn't make sense. Why did you help me?
Facing this martial god of Huaxia, Lu felt reverence but didn't cower. He couldn't figure it out, so he simply asked outright. As soon as the words left his mouth, the martial goddess' expression didn't change in the slightest. He seemed not the least bit surprised by the question. His gaze remained fixed intently on Lu, staring at him for quite a long time. Just as Lu was starting to feel a bit uneasy, the martial god finally shook his head and spoke slowly. But instead of answering Lu's question, he went off on a tangent. Because I've been waiting for you all along. Lu? Come on, man. Are you just messing with me? Lu was genuinely baffled.
He was completely at a loss.
Who would have thought that this Chinese martial god would start playing riddleman with him?
Why are you waiting for me? What are you waiting for? Why have you been telling me to give up Beastmaster and switch to martial arts? At that moment,
Lu didn't hold back his thoughts. He simply blurted out all his questions at once.
But
upon hearing this, the martial goddess Phantom merely smiled, but said nothing.
Lu, to be honest, if the person standing before him weren't the martial god of Huaxia, facing such a riddle spinner, he'd have loved to summon Caesar right then and there and throw a couple of punches at him. But the very next second, the martial goddess phantom suddenly spoke, and what he said sent a cold sweat breaking out all over Lou. "That little titan of yours probably won't stand a chance against me." That single sentence made every nerve in Lou's body snap to attention instantly. He even instinctively took 2 steps back, his gaze fixed warily on the martial god. Watching Lou's reaction, the phantom of the martial god merely shook his head slightly and said slowly, "I mean you no harm. Or rather, even if everyone on this planet harbors ill will toward you, I will certainly not be among them." As he spoke, he paused briefly before explaining. "As for how I came to know about your little titan, it's because when you first bound him, you awakened a sliver of my will stored within this stone, and that's how I discovered it. As for your other secrets, I've never once pried into them." Having said that, a gentle, approachable smile even appeared on the martial goddess' face. "In that case, why have you been insisting that I give up the Beastmaster class and switch to the martial path?" Lou couldn't help himself and asked this biggest question once again. This time, but no matter when you make your choice, I can train you in the shortest possible time. Until you surpass me. This time, the martial goddess phantom spoke at great length. But by the time Lou had processed the information in those words and looked up, he realized the phantom was no longer visible before his eyes. And the translucent stone glowing faintly in midair seemed to have lost its source of power, plummeting toward the ground. Lou acted quickly, catching the stone midair. He thought for a moment, then decided not to discard it carelessly, choosing instead to tuck it away close to his body. Just then, Jiang Shuiying, who had been staring blankly from the side for quite some time, finally snapped out of her daze as if waking from a dream. She looked at Lou, her beautiful, sparkling eyes now brimming with astonishment. "Just now, you were chatting with His Majesty the martial god?" Although, due to the martial goddess techniques, Jiang Shuiying standing nearby couldn't hear a word of their conversation. But she could see their gestures as they spoke, back and forth. The most outrageous part was, Lou actually seemed a little displeased. And standing across from Lou was none other than His Majesty the martial god of Huaxia. Never mind an ordinary warrior, even king-tier powerhouses and supreme martial artists would prostrate themselves the moment they laid eyes on the martial god. And Lou? He was actually chatting with the martial god? In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Shuiying. Outside the secret realm, the crowd of king-tier powerhouses and supreme martial artists all wore expressions that were one more astonishing than the next. Just a short while ago, through the live feed high above the sky, they had watched with their own eyes as Lou and the martial god they revered so deeply chatted and laughed together. Chapter 67, Holy Lou, Young Master. In fact, just a moment ago, outside the secret realm, after the martial goddess phantom vanished into the wilderness, the crowd of king-tier experts and even the supreme martial artists were all in an uproar. The martial god. That's the martial god. It's no exaggeration to say, for nearly everyone present, this was the closest they'd ever come to the martial god. Normally, even powerhouses like King Tier or Supreme Masters could only catch a glimpse of the martial god on TV news at best. And most importantly, almost every martial arts cultivator on Blue Star harbors a dream of becoming the martial god. Take Xiong, for example, the one who was recently crippled by Kei Sante. His idol was none other than the martial god. His life's goal was precisely to follow in the martial god's footsteps. And now, the martial god has actually arrived. Such a legendary figure has suddenly appeared in a small provincial examination secret realm. If word of this gets out, the entire Jiang province will be shaken, and countless warriors in Jiang province will feel a sense of pride. Originally, many powerful figures were still speculating. Why would the martial goddess phantom personally descend upon such a minor provincial exam secret realm? And why did it happen precisely when the Shinda clan's sage ancestor was about to strike at Kei Sante? Could it be that the martial god cannot tolerate the strong bullying the weak, and is using the provincial exam as an opportunity to make an example of someone as a warning? Some couldn't help but speculate this way. For a moment,
this theory garnered quite a bit of agreement.
But what happened next left everyone, including the martial supreme masters of the 4 great martial academies, stunned and frozen in place. Because after the martial goddess phantom vanished into the wilderness, it immediately reappeared right in front of Lu. And then the two began chatting. Yes, chatting. Toward the martial god, Lu didn't seem particularly enthusiastic or devout. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat casual. Although everyone, just like Zhang Shuiying, had been isolated by the martial goddess' special techniques and couldn't hear the specifics of their conversation. But they saw it with their own eyes. The exasperation, the sarcasm, and even the annoyance on Lu's face. They saw with their own eyes. The war goddess' gentle expression, his smile, and his approachable demeanor. Even in that final moment, Lu himself didn't notice that before the war goddess' phantom form completely faded away, the gaze he fixed deeply on Lu was filled with anticipation and hope. The meaning behind that gaze, however, was picked up by everyone outside the secret realm. And at this moment, the reason the martial god had appeared in the provincial exam secret realm had become crystal clear. When Kay Sante was about to be subdued by the sage ancestor, the martial goddess' appearance was by no means a coincidence. His Majesty the martial god had come specifically for Lu. To put it even more bluntly, Lu, he is under His Majesty the martial goddess' protection. At this thought, the crowd outside the secret realm fell completely silent. For a moment, some of the king-tier powerhouses who had previously mocked or even slandered Lu couldn't help but look up at a mighty peak king-tier powerhouse, and yet he'd actually fallen. If anyone heard about this, they'd never believe it. But that's exactly what had just happened. The reason was simple. Lin Qiqing's mental state had completely collapsed. He hated Lu. He believed his current miserable plight was entirely Lu's doing. He wanted Lu dead. Just a moment ago, when the Shinta clan's sage ancestor appeared, Lin Qiqing had almost burst out laughing. But before he could even laugh, the shadow of the martial god descended. With a gentle wave of his finger, the sage ancestor knelt. After that, this martial god didn't even bother to hide his intentions. He went straight for Lu. It was as if he were announcing to everyone, Lu's backer was none other than him. And because of that, at that very moment, of course, if the god of war's final words were true, then interpreting it that way wouldn't be too far off. But Lu shook his head, deciding to temporarily push aside the jumbled thoughts and doubts swirling in his mind. Whether or not there was a martial god, it had little to do with him right now. No matter when or where, Lu had always believed that the only power he could truly rely on was himself. Only by becoming strong himself could he weather any storm and overcome any challenge. My main goal right now is still the beast tide trial. I'd better get as many keys as possible. If there really is a behemoth at the very depths of the secret realm, then maybe I can add another behemoth to my collection of pets. Lu pondered this and made a plan. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuiying was still staring blankly at Lu with her beautiful eyes. The look of awe in her gaze lingered for a long time. Her delicate, pretty face alternated between a blush, a look of worry, excitement, and anxiety. The emotions were too numerous to count. Lu watched her, completely dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Until Buzz. What's wrong? At that moment, Zhang Shuiying also snapped out of her whirlwind of emotions. When she looked over, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. And immediately afterward, Zhang Shuiying bit her lip, her small mouth pouting slightly. Oof. She knew it. That cousin of hers, who seemed so aloof, was definitely still thinking about her Lu. Of course,
Even though that's what she was thinking, Zhang Shuiying certainly wouldn't say anything out loud. I'll go help first. Lu left those words behind, and as a spatial ripple rippled out, her figure vanished into thin air right where she stood.
It wasn't tea until that moment.
That Zhang Shuiying stomped her foot with a pout, a hint of bitter resentment flitting across her pretty face.
You must only see her as a little sister, right? Just a little sister, right? Oh dear, I can't help but let my imagination run wild again. Safe house area number 006. At that moment,
the scene was one of fierce combat.
Boom! Clang! The commotion of this battle was deafening. At the center of the battlefield,
Qin Shiyao's figure appeared slightly unsteady. But she still gritted her teeth and held on with all her might.
Only by surviving today's beast tide can we enter the depths of the secret realm and seize our opportunity. I absolutely cannot fail here. I cannot let my teacher down. And I can't let that guy Lu look down on me.
Qin Shiyao chanted these words silently in her heart, one by one. But no matter how strong her willpower was, the mana within her was slowly but surely running dry.
After all, standing before her were a full 100-peak 5th-tier exotic beasts. And her current cultivation level was barely at the early stage of the 5th rank. In a sense,
the fact that Qin Shiyao had managed to hold out this long was already a miracle. But it hadn't been long since sunrise, and the morning wasn't even over yet. It would be who knows how much longer before sunset, when the beast tide finally receded. In Qin Shiyao's current state, there was no way she could hold out until then. Even if she managed to break through on the spot, it wouldn't make a difference. The gap in cultivation level and sheer numbers was simply too vast.
Ha!
Qin Shiyao swung her long sword again and again. The sword light was piercingly sharp. But when it struck the peak 5th-tier wasteland wolves, it barely made a dent.
Clang! Another strike.
A charging wasteland wolf was cut back, but another tore a deep claw mark across Qin Shiyao's back.
Shush!
Qin Shiyao sucked in a sharp breath, gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, and spun to strike again. But
more and more wasteland wolves were swarming in from all directions.
Qin Shiyao's sword was swift. But it was gradually losing the power it had at the start. The mana within her was about to be completely depleted. Yet even so, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Her gaze occasionally fell upon the communication bracelet on her right wrist. But she would quickly look away after just a glance.
Ask Lu for help? No. She wouldn't do it.
Even if she were eliminated today, or even severely wounded by a swarm of exotic beasts, she would never ask Lu for help.
And at that moment,
within Qin Shiyao's mental space, the figure of the Empress, clad in a purple gold robe, was quietly watching this scene unfold.
Her face betrayed little emotion. However,
her slight shake of the head still foreshadowed the outcome of Qin Shiyao's battle. Given Qin Shiyao's current cultivation level and strength, there was no way she could hold out until sunset.
Foolish disciple.
The path of martial arts is all about competition, competing with people, with beasts, and with the heavens and earth. To let a momentary fit of pride and stubbornness cause you to forsake the opportunity before you, that is not the mindset of a true strong one.
The Empress's murmured voice rang out.
But Qin Shiyao could not hear it. At that moment, she was still gritting her teeth and holding her ground against the onslaught of the beast horde.
Of course, the Empress could intervene personally.
Even though she was now merely a wisp of a soul, dealing with these puny exotic beasts would require nothing more than a single thought.
However,
in principle, the Empress did not wish to reveal her presence. This wouldn't be good for Qin Shiyao either. For the Empress knew full well that everything happening within the secret realm at this very moment was being projected to the outside world through special means by the realm's rules.
Never mind, never mind.
This time, I'll just give you a little push. The Empress murmured softly.
The next moment,
A wisp of soul energy, imperceptible to anyone, surged forth
and settled upon
the communication bracelet on Qin Shiyao's wrist.
Buzz. A series of faint vibrations rang out. A message was sent.
Yet Qin Shiyao remained completely unaware. Exhausted as she was, her vision and consciousness had already begun to grow slightly hazy.
For some reason,
at this very moment, Qin Shiyao suddenly felt a pang of sadness in her heart.
Scenes from the past even began to surface in her mind.
When she was 10, the young girl accompanied her mother to meet Lu for the first time.
"Hello, my name is Lu."
Lu, who was just as young at the time, greeted her warmly.
"Mm."
Qin Shiyao replied coldly, uttering just a single syllable.
After that, 9 years passed.
Although the two lived under the same roof, the total number of words they exchanged probably didn't even reach 10.
"Yeah, we're just strangers. Why on earth would he come to help me?"
Zhang Shuiyin, she is the one who has truly been his childhood friend. At that very moment, when her mana had completely dried up and she could no longer even lift the sword in her hand, a strange thought took root in Qin Shiyao's heart. It was just that. She couldn't quite put her finger on why. She still felt a bittersweet pang, as if she'd bitten into an unripe green pear on a sweltering summer day.
But, in the very next moment,
a look of astonishment suddenly flashed across Qin Shiyao's previously icy and ashen face.
Buzz. Right in front of her.
Right before her eyes. A strange spatial fluctuation rippled out. A figure utterly unfamiliar yet strangely familiar appeared from behind.
It was Lu. Boom.
Lu didn't say a single word.
He didn't even turn back to look at her.
He simply raised his head silently and threw a punch. The icy wind from his fist instantly shook the area for several li.
Boom.
Right in front of him, the pack of wilderness wolves which she would have been utterly unable to fend off on her own was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving not a trace behind.
At that moment, time seemed to stand still.
Lu turned around, an apologetic smile spreading across his face.
"Sorry, I'm a little late." At that moment,
Qin Shiyao's exquisite, flawless yet ice-cold countenance seemed, for the first time, on the verge of melting away.
Chapter 69, Xiong and Lu tied for first place?
In front of the small cabin, with the threat of the beast horde averted,
Qin Shiyao dragged her exhausted body over to Lu.
She lowered her head and remained silent for quite a while before finally uttering these words. Although a faint blush had already crept onto her face as she kept her head down. Still, her tone still carried a hint of coldness. Lu, however, didn't pay it much mind. He'd simply grown accustomed to it. His cousin had always been this aloof and proud.
"It's fine. Come to think of it, it was my oversight. After all, if Aunt Fong had known, she definitely would have told me to look out for you more in the secret realm."
Lu waved his hand dismissively, speaking offhandedly. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Shiyao's delicate features froze slightly.
"Aunt Fong? Is that the only reason?"
She paused for a moment, muttering to herself. Her voice was so soft that Lu couldn't make it out clearly. As for the text message he'd received earlier, Lu didn't bring it up on his own.
He glanced around.
For that punch just now, he'd tapped into some of Caesar's power. And because of that, all 100 exotic beasts were wiped out, not a single one survived. As for Qin Shiyao, the crisis in today's beast tide assessment was officially over.
"Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now?"
Lu turned to look at Qin Shiyao and asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyao was taken slightly aback. She pursed her lips. After a moment of silence, she nodded slightly.
"Yeah, go find her."
"Lu?
No, wait. My dear cousin.
The way you said that tone, it's really strange.
In fact,
At that moment, Lu inexplicably felt as if he were some kind of scumbag or faithless lover. After all, today it had nearly been subdued by that wicked old man. And at that moment, through telepathic communication with Kei Sante, Lu finally learned the full story of what had happened in the wilderness that day. You ran into Xiong, and a huge battle broke out? When you were about to kill Xiong, you triggered the spectral image of the Shinta clan's sacred ancestor? Another mysterious, powerful figure appeared, subdued the Shinta clan's sacred ancestor, and saved you? Listening to Xante's rambling account, Lu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He never would have thought that the root cause of everything that happened today was actually him. Still, although the process was full of twists and turns, the outcome didn't seem too bad, did it? By a stroke of luck, Kei Sante had awakened a new blood slaughter element thanks to his Devour Essence talent. And through his sharing talent, Lu could now control this new elemental power as well. All things considered, this Xiong seems to be a bit of a lucky charm, doesn't he? Lu thought to himself, unable to suppress a slightly odd expression from crossing his face. And in the very next moment, clatter clatter, Santi opened her little mouth, and a tiny black hole vortex appeared there. Beast cores spewed out one after another, as if they were free. In just a moment, the entire wooden bed was completely piled high with beast cores. Buzz. Buzz buzz. It was precisely at this moment that outside the wooden hut, a series of tremulous sounds rang out from the sky. Lu perked up and looked out the window. The rankings for the third day's trial were about to be announced. If all went well, maybe he'd get a new key tonight? Above the sky, a line of text appeared. Settlement of Day 3 trial results begins. Passers, 53. Eliminated, 170. Just 3 short lines of text. Yet they finally revealed the brutality of this beast-tied trial. From Lu's perspective, everything had gone smoothly. The beast-tied trial had even become an opportunity for a beast core to come to him. But for the other students, the beast tide, which grew stronger day by day, was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. Of the 53 who made it this far, aside from Jiang Shuiying and Qin Shiyao, nearly all are prodigies from prominent families in Jinling and Suzhou. Their cultivation levels are uniformly at mid to late stage 5th tier. As for early stage 5th tier, not a single one. Moreover, Lu also noticed that on today's leaderboard, even the qualifiers had pitifully low scores. The vast majority even had 0 points, just like Jiang Shuiying and Qin Shiyao. This meant they had merely managed to withstand the onslaught of 100 beasts, but hadn't slain a single exotic beast. It seems today marks the limit for many of the candidates. By tomorrow, when the beast tide S tier rises again, I'm afraid there won't be many left. Outside the secret realm, many king tier experts looked at the published rankings and scores, shaking their heads in disbelief. Inside the secret realm, high above the sky, due to the drastic drop in the number of successful candidates, it didn't take long for the names and scores of the top contenders to appear. Third place, Li Wan'er. Score, 861-287-3. Second place, Shen Tianzong. Points, 912-343. Upon seeing this, inside the secret realm, many students were instantly stunned. Because, up until now, Lu and Xiong's rankings and points hadn't appeared yet. It was normal for Lu not to appear. Barring any surprises, that guy would be in first place again. But Xiong's absence carried a different significance. Holy crap! Could it be that Xiong has the same score as Lu today? A tie for first? One student couldn't help but shout out loud. After all, the students inside the secret realm were still unaware of what had happened earlier that day in the endless wilderness. At that moment, Even Li Waner and Shen Tianzhong couldn't help but furrow their brows.
Did that guy really catch up to Lu's points? How did he do it? Or could it be? As the beast tide's tier increased, did Lu falter? Is Lu not as overpowered as we thought? Such thoughts couldn't help but cross their minds. And soon,
at the very top of the leaderboard,
a new line of text appeared. First place, Lu. Points, 5,012.3.
This score breaks the historical record for the third day assessment.
Special reward triggered, top grade source crystal 10 key 1. Chapter 70, Xiong's fate. The third key. High above the sky.
As these lines of text appeared,
inside the secret realm, a profound silence fell.
This leaderboard wasn't just visible to the 53 students who had persevered this far. Even those who had been eliminated earlier and were waiting outside the secret realm could see it as well.
And so, at that moment, hundreds of students erupted in an uproar. The reason for the uproar wasn't Lu's yet another mind-blowing score. Many had already become completely numb to that. The real reason was Xiong. The vanished Xiong. His name didn't appear on the leaderboard. Holy crap! Xiong got eliminated? Who would believe that? At that moment,
countless students were baffled, perplexed, and even began to doubt what they were seeing.
After all, he was the Shinta family's prodigy. In the previous strength test, he was the monstrously talented prodigy whose results were second only to Lu's. Could such a prodigy really be eliminated on the third day of the Beast Tide trial? No one could believe it. But, in the very next moment, a few lines of small text reappeared on the leaderboard in the sky.
And it was precisely these few lines that caused the students who had been in an uproar just moments before to fall into dead silence once again.
Special circumstances explanation for the third day of the trial. Trial participant Xiong slayed 2,027 exotic beasts, 6,081 points. However, he subsequently engaged in combat with candidate Lu's pet beast and lost the ability to move in the endless wilderness. Given the conflict between candidates, a special hidden rule of the secret realm has been triggered. The defeated party is forcibly expelled from the secret realm and forfeits this assessment. Then, as if to demonstrate the fairness and authority of the secret realm's rules, this time, it didn't even ask Lu for his opinion. On its own initiative, it began replaying the battle that had taken place earlier that day in the endless wilderness on the sky screen. The two combatants. Void-devouring beast, Kei Sante. Xiong, with his blood-slaughter constitution fully activated. And so, all the students within the secret realm, once again, witnessed a replay of Kei Sante's showboating. As for Lu, he merely glanced at it before looking away. Because at that moment, a new key had appeared in his hand. Of course, there were also 10 top-grade source crystals. However, Lu's full attention was still drawn to this key. Judging by its design, this key was exactly the same as the two he had obtained before. The only difference was the color. This key was refracting a brilliant golden glow, looking incredibly dazzling. It's worth mentioning that, right after this key appeared, the other two keys, just like yesterday, began to emit either a fiery red or a deep blue glow. Furthermore, when Lu placed these three keys together, a faint, ethereal vision visible only to him seemed to materialize before his eyes. It was a terrifying behemoth with no fewer than 9 massive heads, rampaging through the void and destroying everything in its path. And now, among the 9 massive heads, 3 of them were slowly opening their eyes. In the deepest recesses of the secret realm, here, a desolate wasteland stretched out. 9 towering spires, engraved with countless runic markings, stood here. A faint tremor echoed through the air. Of the 9 colossal towers, the one at the very front suddenly began to shake. A dazzling golden light burst forth from within. At that moment, it was as if the great sun had descended. At that moment, two heads within the third and fourth towers also snapped their eyes open. The boss has awakened. It's the boss. The mental voices of the two heads clashed in the void. Hum. Hum hum. On top of the first giant tower. The golden light persisted for quite some time before finally fading away slowly. Then, in front of the tower, in the void, a golden phantom of a head, with a diameter of over 1,000 meters, slowly coalesced. Clearly, the power of this head far surpassed that of the two within the third and fourth giant towers. Number 3, Number 4. From atop the massive phantom head, a pair of dazzling golden eyes gazed toward the two giant towers. Its voice was extremely piercing. It sounded as if metal were clanging and grinding against itself. Eldest brother. From within the two giant towers, a chorus of voices rang out in unison. Their tone carried excitement, yet also hinted at a trace of worry. They were overjoyed that their eldest brother had awakened. But it had only been 2 short days, and 3 of the 9 brothers had already awakened one after another. If this pace continued, would all 9 brothers awaken? That wouldn't be good news at all. After all, the reason that old geezer from the last era designed this secret realm was precisely for that day. He. Third and fourth brothers, you're worrying too much. Just then, the golden head's ethereal form stared at the two giant towers for a moment. Its gaze seemed to pierce through all obstacles, seeing the expressions on the water and fire heads, and it said with a smile, as the eldest of the 9 brothers, its abilities might not be the strongest, but its insight and foresight were unmatched. Rest assured, I actually know a thing or two about the trial stages that old Yen set up back then. No matter which human candidate, no matter how strong they are or how high their natural talent, it's impossible for them to gather all 9 keys and awaken all 9 heaven sealing towers. The rumbling voice echoed through the void. As it spoke, a hint of a mocking smile even appeared on the face of that enormous golden head. If I'm not mistaken, what those humans are currently undergoing is the Beast Tide trial. As time goes on, day by day, the rank of the Beast Tide will keep rising. The only reason the 3 of us brothers were awakened is because the current rank of the Beast Tide is still very low. Later on, there will even be King Tier behemoths. How can humans below the King Tier possibly resist? Even a prodigy like that human named Dongfang Ao, who was powerful enough to fight a King Tier behemoth alone at the Tier 2 realm, couldn't he withstand the King Tier behemoth's siege on the 9th day, could he? In my opinion, gathering all 9 keys is simply an impossible task. It's absolutely impossible. Chapter 71, Brutal Elimination. The Final 5. The 4th key. After sunset, night fell. High above the sky, the replay of the battle between Kei Sante and Xiong had already ended. Of course, the replay stopped abruptly right after Kei Sante subdued Xiong. The appearance of the sage ancestor and the phantom of the martial god was not included in the replay. After all, even the powerful rules of the secret realm seemed to dare not provoke the mysterious martial god. Yet even so, the course and outcome of this battle once again shattered the perceptions of Lu held by hundreds of students within the secret realm. Xiong, with his blood fiend physique fully activated, possessed combat power approaching the 8th tier. But he was taken down in one fell swoop by Lu's black cat pet. Beastmaster Lu was nothing short of a monster. Comments like these echoed throughout the secret realm that night. But no matter what these people thought, no matter how the remaining 50-odd students worried about tomorrow's Beast Tide, time would not wait for anyone. It flowed slowly, moment by moment. The night passed. A fiery red sun rose over the horizon. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but everyone felt that today's sun seemed a bit more blinding than usual.
And as the morning light broke, in front of the last 50-odd small wooden huts, one by one, the candidates emerged, fully armed. At the far end of their field of vision, at the edge of the wilderness barrier, a beast horde, just like the ones from the previous days, was rapidly closing in. And today, their tier had reached the peak of Tier 6. This was an absolutely staggering disparity in power. After all, Xiong, who had previously held the highest cultivation level among them, was only at the mid-6th tier. Most importantly, although the tier of the beast horde had risen, their numbers hadn't decreased in the slightest. There were still exactly 100 exotic beasts attacking simultaneously. Today is perilous. Oh man, we're done for. I'll be back. Inside the secret realm, faced with a full 100 peak 6th tier exotic beasts charging toward them, many students even began to find humor in their misfortune, putting on a show. After all, there was simply no way they could win. Of course. That said, these 50-odd students were all the pride and joy of Jinling's prominent clans. Even knowing it was nearly impossible to withstand this wave of beasts, they didn't cower before the battle. On the contrary, one by one, they drew their battle axes and long swords. Let us fight first. If we can't win, then we'll admit defeat. In front of cabin number 007, Lu had, unusually, gotten up early. Keisante, in its black cat form, was lying obediently at his feet. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that Keisante's aura seemed much stronger than it had been yesterday. It was now at the peak of the 7th tier, just a step away from the 8th. Yesterday, it brought back a full 5,000 beast cores. Theoretically, these beast cores, combined with the king core Lu had obtained earlier, could even allow Keisante to break through directly to the king tier. However, if that happened, Keisante would enter a cocooning evolution state just like before, and this time, it would last much longer. But for the current beast type trial, Lu still desperately needed Keisante, a combat asset capable of both area of effect instant kills and collecting beast cores. Go! Lu called out. Meow. Keisante let out an excited meow. The next moment, it transformed into a streak of black light and shot off toward the endless wilderness in the distance. As for Lu, he simply tapped his foot lightly. Buzz. A spatial ripple rippled out, and his figure vanished from where he stood. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the sun had set in the west. The 4th day of the beast tide assessment had finally come to a close. That day, Lu didn't really do much else. He simply helped Zhang Shuiying and Qin Shiryao fend off 2 waves of beasts. While he was at it, he gave Zhang Shuiying the lower grade heaven rank cultivation technique he obtained earlier to practice. As for Qin Shiryao, it wasn't that Lu wouldn't give it to her, it was that she was too proud and stubborn, insisting she didn't need it. In such a situation, Lu naturally wouldn't force the issue. Whether he helped Qin Shiryao or shared the cultivation technique, it all boiled down to giving Ant Fong face. Buzz. Buzz buzz. At dusk, high in the sky, the rankings for the 4th day's assessment were revealed. On the leaderboard, the list was nearly empty, far fewer names than even yesterday. In total, there were only 5 people. Lu, Qin Shiryao, Zhang Shuiying, Li Wan'er, and Shen Tianzong. All the other prodigious students had been eliminated, not a single one survived. And even for powerhouses like Li Wan'er and Shen Tianzong, their point totals weren't particularly high. Neither of them had managed to slay more than 200 exotic beasts. Only Lu continued to lead the pack by a wide margin. Although his score wasn't as staggering as in previous days, his tens of thousands of points still left everyone breathless. Unless something unexpected happens, Shen Tianzong and Li Wan'er probably won't be able to hold out during tomorrow's beast tide. Outside the secret realm, a king-tier powerhouse let out a soft sigh and remarked, "Speaking of which, those 2 little girls really are lucky to have found a powerful ally like Lu." At the same time, Other powerhouses were voicing similar sentiments.
Meanwhile, a broad smile had long since spread across Jiang Jinmin's face. He never would have dreamed
that his own daughter could actually make it all the way to the end of the second stage trial. Although, this was all thanks to Lu's protection. But that was precisely what brought Jiang Jinmin true comfort in his old age. To have caught Lu's eye, that's a blessing for the girl.
Inside the secret realm,
the full moon hung high in the sky. The five who had persevered to the very end all found a fiery red token appearing out of thin air in their hands. This was the reward bestowed by the secret realm for surviving the fourth day of the trial. This was
the Crimson Flame Sect's opportunity token. As the name implied,
with this token, they would be able to unlock certain opportunities deep within the secret realm.
And this
is precisely the true treasure that countless people within the secret realm have longed for.
Lu.
Inside two small wooden huts, Zhang Shuiying and Qin Shiyao each stared at the tokens in their hands, lost in thought.
Almost simultaneously, they murmured Lu's name.
But the meaning and emotion behind their words were vastly different.
I'll voluntarily withdraw tomorrow. I can't hold Lu back.
Zhang Shuiying bit her lip, thinking silently to herself. How on earth am I ever going to repay what I owe Lu?
No, I absolutely must withdraw tomorrow. Otherwise, my debt will only keep growing.
Qin Shiyao pursed her lips and made her decision. Meanwhile, inside cabin number 007. Lu had no idea what was going through the two women's minds. His gaze was fixed intently on the additional key in his hand.
The fourth key in his possession.
If what I saw earlier was correct, the 9-headed behemoth might correspond to 9 keys. So,
only 5 more to go.
Chapter 72. While others train in martial arts, I tame beasts. When the beast tide comes, I'll shine alone.
Time flew by.
Another night had passed. The 5th day of the beast tide assessment arrived as scheduled.
And today,
the beast tide S tier had reached the peak of tier 7. As for the number, it was neither too many nor too few, exactly 100. Roar! Roar, roar! As the peak 7th tier beast horde broke through the barrier of the endless wilderness and charged toward the safe house area. Not to mention the other students watching the battle inside the secret realm. Even some early king tier powerhouses outside the secret realm felt a faint sense of oppression. Facing 100 enemies alone, while being completely outclassed in cultivation level. Only absolute prodigies capable of defying the heavens could survive this ordeal. But the very next moment, under the stunned gazes of the gathered powerhouses, on the screen above, 2 of the final 5, Qin Shiyao and Zhang Shuiying, chose to voluntarily withdraw from the safe house the very moment the sun rose. Whoosh!
In an instant,
the heavens and earth erupted in an uproar.
Inside the secret realm,
on the Jade Stone Plaza,
stood over 100 students.
All of whom had persevered through the 3-day trial and were qualified to enter the depths of the secret realm to seek their fortunes, only to be eliminated in the end. Whoosh! A flash of white light. And the figures of Zhang Shuiying and Qin Shiyao materialized on the plaza. Upon seeing each other, both women froze in surprise.
But the next moment,
they gave a light nod of acknowledgement, a brief greeting, but said nothing more, then silently made their way to a corner of the plaza.
This scene left the crowd of students stunned at first, and then
tears began streaming down the cheeks of quite a few male students.
Damn it! How is that fair?
2 drop-dead gorgeous girls are actually willing to voluntarily forfeit the assessment just so they don't hold Lu back?
I don't get it.
Some couldn't help but mutter under their breath. A mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment was nearly clouding the minds of many male students. But several female voices soon rang out across the square, instantly silencing them all.
Why? Because Lu consistently ranks first in points and keeps breaking historical records.
Because Lu can effortlessly help that beauty fend off the beast horde.
In the square, All of a sudden, quite a few beautiful female students actually began speaking up for Lu.
Their words weren't just defensive, they also subtly hinted at flattery and sycophancy.
Even if Lu couldn't actually hear any of this at all. And this scene
also caused the powerful figures outside the secret realm to all wear strange expressions, unsure of what to say.
Inside the secret realm,
after dispatching Kei Sante to deal with the beast horde, Lu activated his spatial teleportation and arrived in front of the two women's small cabin.
It was only then
that he discovered the two had voluntarily given up.
Sigh. I really did underestimate them.
Lu shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself. He guessed what the two women were thinking. They probably believed they'd be a burden to him.
But in reality,
Lu figured that a mere peak 7th tier exotic beast wasn't even worth his trouble. However, Lu had no one to share these thoughts with. So, he simply returned to his own cabin, flopped onto the bed, and began sleeping.
Lu was completely at ease.
But inside the secret realm, the last two remaining individuals were in a terrible state. Li Wan'er, the pride and joy of the Li family of Jinling, had only been awakened for a year, yet she was already at the early 6th tier realm and possessed a fire attribute constitution. But even though her combat prowess was exceptional and she could easily fight opponents of higher tiers thanks to her fire attribute martial arts, under the assault of a full 100 peak 7th tier exotic beasts, Li Wan'er still found it difficult to hold her ground.
In the end,
despite her immense reluctance, Li Wan'er had no choice but to fight her way back to the safe house.
She silently muttered give up and withdrew from the assessment. Meanwhile,
Shen Tianzhong's situation wasn't much better than Li Wan'er's. His sword energy was extremely sharp, so much so that it could even wound a peak 7th tier wilderness wolf.
But that was all it could do.
Faced with an endless stream of peak 7th tier exotic beasts charging at him, the sword energy Shen Tianzhong unleashed grew weaker and weaker.
Until he finally retreated back into the safe house.
His eyes filled with hesitation and uncertainty.
In the end,
he gritted his teeth and forced out the words, "Give up." His figure vanished from the safe house, and when he reappeared, he was already on the Jade Plaza.
And so,
this spectacular beast-tide trial, involving hundreds of meters of prodigies,
had left only one person standing. Lu.
He was the last participant, the sole survivor.
And at that very moment,
the rules of the secret realm seemed to sense this as well. They went so far as to project a real-time feed of Lu's perspective directly onto the sky screen.
Then, on the Jade Stone Plaza, the crowd of students fell into a prolonged silence. Lu was sound asleep. Buzz. Buzz buzz. At that moment,
it seemed as though the rules of the secret realm had momentarily faltered. On the sky screen, another live feed appeared alongside the first.
It showed Kei Sante alone in the endless wilderness, battling a tide of over 1,000 peak 7th tier beasts. Boom. Boom boom. Before Xanti, two massive vortexes, one black, one red, were mercilessly tearing apart one exotic beast after another.
Xanti's face even betrayed a hint of laziness and boredom at that moment.
At that moment,
both inside and outside the secret realm,
silence fell once more. At that moment, the same question sprang to everyone's minds in unison. Is the martial arts path truly more powerful than the Beastmaster class? Just as everyone was witnessing right now,
even the most prodigious martial arts talents, geniuses like Li Wan'er and Shen Tianzhong, could only retreat in disarray under the onslaught of the beast horde.
And what about Lu?
As a beastmaster, all he had to do was send his pet beasts into battle while he lay comfortably in bed, fast asleep.
Most importantly,
the rate at which his pet's cultivation level is rising is simply too fast and too outrageous.
Just a few days ago, Lu's black cat was still only at the peak of tier 2. And now, its cultivation level is clearly at the peak of tier 7.
If this beast horde continues, and Lu gets more beast cores to cultivate his pet, won't that black cat be able to break through directly to the king tier?
In the square,
a student suddenly muttered this under his breath.
As the words fell,
the crowd imagined the scene, and their scalps tingled in waves.
Time passed slowly. While others trained in martial arts, Lu tamed beasts.
When the beast tide came, Lu stood out alone.
This scene lasted a full day. Until this very moment. At sunset,
the rankings for the 5th day appeared. What was remarkable was
that on the list, standing all alone, was only Lu's name. And the result came as no surprise. Thanks to Kay Sante's tireless monster slaying, today's points once again broke the all-time record on the leaderboard. Lu received the rewards granted by the secret realm. 10 top-grade source crystals and the 5th key. But
before Lu had a chance to examine the newly acquired key, the sky screen leaderboard suddenly trembled.
Line after line of text slowly appeared. Only one remaining candidate detected. Starting tomorrow, Endless Beast Tide mode will be activated.
Candidates, prepare yourselves to face the trial of the Endless Beast Tide.
At that moment,
both inside and outside the secret realm,
the atmosphere erupted once again. Chapter 73, The Endless Beast Tide begins. Is a king tier behemoth coming?
Above the sky screen, the sudden change in the secret realm's rules instantly sparked a flurry of discussion among everyone inside and outside the realm.
Whoa! Endless Beast Tide? That just sounds pretty badass? Awesome? It's fucking hard, isn't it? Endless Beast Tide. Do you even know what endless means? It's never ending. Damn, if that is really the case, who is going to make it through? Can Lu make it through?
The students were buzzing with discussion at that moment. Meanwhile, outside the
secret realm, among the king tier powerhouses, opinions were slightly divided. Endless Beast Tide?
It doesn't seem like much of a challenge or threat to Lu's pet beast, does it? One king tier powerhouse remarked.
Over the past few days,
they had all come to understand Kay Sante's fighting style.
To put it simply, like an old man fishing, waiting for those who take the bait.
Every day, Kay Sante's routine was to conjure a series of vortex black holes across the endless wilderness.
Then,
one by one, exotic beasts regardless of their tier were forcibly sucked into the black holes and torn to pieces.
Over the past few days,
what truly affected Kay Sante's kill count wasn't the tier of the beast tide, but its sheer volume.
After all, Santi roams the endless wasteland, searching everywhere for monsters to kill.
Wherever there are monsters, that's where it goes.
But the Endless Beast Tide
seems to spare Santi the trouble of searching for monsters altogether, transforming it right on the spot into a fully automated beast tide to beast core converter. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a king tier powerhouse spoke up to refute him.
You're quite mistaken. Your speculation holds true only if
the tier of the beast tide doesn't increase.
But in fact, in my opinion, the peak of tier 7 is absolutely not the limit of the beast tide.
Don't forget that prodigy named Dongfang Ao on the previous power ranking list, his cultivation realm was at the peak of tier 2. No sooner had he finished speaking
than a buzzing sound, a low hum,
echoed across the sky above the secret realm.
And, as if on cue, rows of new text appeared. It was a detailed explanation of the rules governing the Endless Beast Tide. Once the Endless Beast Tide begins, it cannot be interrupted. The Endless Beast Tide will last for 1 day. The tier range of the Endless Beast Tide starts at the peak of the 8th tier and goes up to the early king tier.
The performance of the candidates during the Endless Beast Tide will be evaluated after they either withdraw or pass, and rewards will be distributed accordingly. At sunrise tomorrow, the Endless Beast Tide officially begins. As a reminder, candidates, please prepare yourselves.
Just a few short lines of text appeared at that moment,
and everyone both inside and outside the secret realm suddenly fell into complete silence.
At that very moment,
nearly everyone's gaze converged on the same four words: early king tier.
the highest tier of the beast tide ISNTP tier to its king tier. King tier. That's no longer an exotic beast. King tier, that's a true behemoth. Holy shit. This is fucking a king tier behemoth beast tide? Am I really seeing this right? Who the hell is even going to make it through this? On Jadestone Plaza,
many prodigies who had been fretting over their early elimination now found themselves feeling, for some inexplicable reason, a sense of relief.
King tier behemoth. In the era following the Abyss's descent, for the humans of Blue Star, behemoth symbolized a natural disaster. Behemoth symbolized death and destruction. Behemoth was, in the truest sense, synonymous with invincibility. Lou is going to be eliminated. At that moment,
whether inside or outside the secret realm,
regardless of cultivation level, almost everyone had reached the same conclusion in their hearts. Even
Jiang Jinmin, the principal of Lu City First High School, couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, feeling a deep sense of regret.
Originally,
watching Lu's unrivaled performance over the past few days, he truly believed Lu had a chance to pass all the beast tide trials and earn the ultimate reward.
But as it turned out, this sudden, endless beast tide was simply too outrageous. King tier behemoth. Forget about Lu, even us old-timers might not be able to hold it off if we went up against it. Jiang Jinmin sighed repeatedly.
In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene from not long ago when he and Lin Qiqing, along with a few others, had surrounded and attacked that starry sky titan. A severely wounded, dying king tier behemoth had fought 5 of them alone, holding its own without faltering. Lin Qiqing suspects that Lu stole that behemoth.
Is that really possible?
As this thought crossed Jiang Jinmin's mind, his powerful frame suddenly trembled. He looked up at Lu on the screen, whose expression remained as calm as ever.
For some reason, he was suddenly struck by an inexplicable intuition that Lu might actually have a trump card up his sleeve, one that could help them survive this endless tide of beasts. And that trump card might actually be that king tier behemoth, the starry sky titan that went missing back then. But he was only tier 2 at the time. Does it really make sense for a tier 2 beastmaster to contract a king tier behemoth?
Jiang Jinmin furrowed his brow, muttering to himself over and over.
Inside the secret realm, in cabin number 007,
Lu gazed through the window at the new rules displayed on the sky screen. His face was as still as a deep well. If there was any emotion there at all, it wasn't panic or fear, but rather, a faint hint of anticipation.
It looks like Caesar will make his official debut tomorrow? Lu thought to himself.
His gaze turned toward the Beastmaster space.
There,
Caesar, standing 800 meters tall, had his eyes tightly closed, absorbing the incredibly dense Beastmaster power within the space.
Yes.
Over the past 2 days, Lu hadn't simply been sleeping and wasting his time. He had converted a portion of the beast cores collected by Kei Sante into Beastmaster power.
As for Caesar,
over the past few days, he had been continuously absorbing and strengthening himself. His cultivation level had broken through from the peak of King Tier, Stage 4, to King Tier, Stage 5. Although it was only a minor advancement of 1 rank, it had consumed no less than several thousand beast cores from Lu.
As for Xanti,
Lu had specifically set aside the portion of beast cores needed for Xanti's advancement to the King Tier. He was waiting for the beast tide trial to end so that Xanti could absorb them, level up, and evolve.
After that,
when Xanti reappeared in the world, he too would be a King Tier pet beast.
The moon shone brightly. Lu sat upright on the wooden bed. In his left hand lay 5 keys, resting quietly. He was just 4 keys short of collecting all 9. And all of this depended on tomorrow's endless beast tide.
Although I don't know what the final evaluation criteria are, but if I wipe out every single beast in the tide, whether they're tier 2, 8th tier beasts or king tier behemoths, leaving not a single one alive, I'm sure to get the highest evaluation, right? Lu lowered his head, muttering to himself.
The next moment,
his eyes suddenly lit up as another thought crossed his mind.
I wonder if slaying a king-tier behemoth will yield a behemoth core. If I can, then I'll really have struck it rich.
Chapter 74, Darkness envelopes all, bloodshed devours all.
The Beast Tide Trial, Day 6.
This day was also the final day of the Beast Tide trial, both inside and outside the secret realm. As the first rays of dawn fell upon the land, and a crimson sun rose from below the horizon, everyone's gaze was already fixed entirely on the live feed in the sky. Today,
an endless beast tide. Everyone was eager to know just how far Lu's limits truly extended. Can Lu withstand an 8th tier or even a tier 2 beast tide? Some whispered in speculation, but without exception, after a night had passed,
and still, not a single person believed Lu could stand up to a king-tier behemoth. Even if it were Lu, even though his performance from the very beginning had been nothing short of extraordinary, it was impossible. Because that is a behemoth that is a natural disaster. In front of cabin number 007, Lu woke up very early. He stood in front of the cabin, gazing into the distance. At the far end of his line of sight, there was not a single trace of an exotic beast to be seen.
Across the endless wilderness,
overnight, it seemed as though every exotic beast that had been roaming or lurking had vanished. This scene unfolded before the eyes of everyone inside and outside the secret realm.
Yet no one let their guard down. On the contrary,
deep down, everyone sensed the calm before the storm.
The endless beast tide. Can it truly be endless?
Surely the rule-based power of the secret realm has its limits, doesn't it?
At that moment,
Lu was far from panicking. Instead, he was pondering this very question.
And in the very next instant, finally, a sudden, dramatic change occurred. Boom! Rumble! A thunderous, earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted. The entire secret realm began to shake violently. Boom! Rumble! The ground beneath Lu's feet
suddenly began to writhe, as if it had awakened.
Hum! Buzz! Immediately afterward,
under the horrified gazes of everyone present,
the entire landscape began to change rapidly. The forest began to collapse. The earth began to churn. Clouds and mist hung upside down in the sky.
The ground within a 10-meter radius beneath Lu's feet suddenly began to plummet downward.
Whoosh!
The whistling sound of the wind was clearly audible.
Darkness surrounded Lu. Until, finally, a few minutes later,
the descent finally came to a halt.
And the scene around Lu had undergone a complete transformation. All around him was an arena-like setting. Lu and the little wooden house now stood right in the center of the arena. And all around the arena, in the darkness, countless crimson lights began to glow. At a glance, they were countless. Whoosh! At that moment, on the Jadestone Plaza,
many of the students watching the battle felt their scalps prickle and goosebumps rise all over their bodies at the sight.
Because
every crimson speck of light was an exotic beast.
And these exotic beasts were all of extremely high rank. Boom! Rumble! Two more deafening explosions
came from directly above Lu's head.
Whoosh!
A light screen materialized,
displaying a line of text, clearly visible.
The endless beast tide has officially begun.
As the text faded, snap!
The vast arena, so vast its edges were impossible to discern, suddenly seemed to have its lights turned on.
The darkness receded. The surrounding scenery was finally laid bare. Roar! Roar, roar! At that moment, countless exotic beasts all awoke.
Thousands upon thousands of ferocious roars nearly deafened everyone.
Boom! Boom, boom.
From the moment the beast horde appeared to the instant it charged at Lu, not even a single second passed. There was absolutely no time to prepare. The first wave of the endless beast horde, a full 1,000 wilderness wolf kings, radiating a frenzied and savage aura, surged toward Lu. Wilderness wolf kings peak 8th tier.
At that moment,
all the students watching the match stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. Holy crap! They're starting with 1,000 peak 8th tier wolf kings.
Is this even a test a human can pass? In an instant,
the students erupted into a frenzy. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the group of king-tier powerhouses all furrowed their brows. The intensity of this endless beast tide seemed to far exceed their expectations.
I originally thought
Lu would at least be able to withstand an 8th tier or even tier 2 beast tide, though he wouldn't stand a chance against a king-tier behemoth.
But now it seems
Lu might not even survive the first wave of the beast tide. One king-tier powerhouse spoke with a sigh of resignation.
He wasn't saying this to belittle Lu,
but rather a full 1,000 peak 8th tier exotic beasts.
What does that even mean?
It means a force capable of surrounding and killing even a king-tier powerhouse.
In the center of the arena,
Lu watched the swarm of wolf kings roaring toward him. His expression remained calm and unruffled.
"Kay Sante," Lu called out softly.
Whoosh! A flash of pitch-black light.
Kay Sante appeared before him.
Huff!
This time,
Kay Sante, unusually, didn't meow. Instead, its fur bristled as it let out a huff.
Hum!
A dark black glow flashed across Xante's body.
At that moment,
without the slightest hesitation, it instantly shifted into battle form. Its entire body was pitch black, streaked with silver-white stripes, and between its eyebrows, it seemed as though a third eye was awakening.
In fact,
Xante's current cultivation level was only at the peak of the 7th rank. It was simply the powerful bloodline of the void-devouring beast that granted it the ability to fight opponents of higher ranks with ease.
Come on! The next moment,
Lu took a step forward, stepping directly out of the safety zone enveloping the small wooden hut.
At that moment,
one man and one beast stood face to face with 1,008th rank wolf kings.
Ha!
Xante stood atop a swirling vortex of black and white. It raised a paw and gently pressed it into the void ahead.
Hum! Hum hum!
2 vortices, one black, one red, materialized out of thin air.
In the blink of an eye,
the 2 black hole vortices expanded to a diameter of a full 600 meters.
But it wasn't enough.
Under the stunned gazes of everyone inside and outside the secret realm, Lu suddenly closed his eyes.
A faint glow appeared on his hands.
Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! His fingertips danced through the void before him, tracing a series of complex and mysterious runes.
In the blink of an eye, in the space of a single instant,
a unique magical array, radiating a mysterious aura, appeared before Lu.
6th tier talent amplification.
At Lu's current 7th tier cultivation level, he could amplify all of his own and his pet beast's attributes by up to 70%.
And this
was also the first time Lu had demonstrated the special ability unique to beast masters in front of others.
Hum! A soft hum echoed through the void. The amplification formation was complete.
Whoosh!
2 beams of light shot out from the formation.
One striking Kay Sante, the other striking Lu himself.
And in the very next moment,
under the stunned gazes of everyone present,
Kay Sante's aura suddenly surged as if propelled by a rocket.
The 2 black vortexes before him, having reached their maximum diameter, began to expand once more.
As for Lu, he wasn't idle either. Snap!
He snapped his fingers and gently pressed both hands forward.
Hum!
2 vortexes, one black, one red, no less powerful than Kay Sante's, materialized at his fingertips and swelled rapidly in the wind.
I say. Darkness shrouds all things, the blood curse devours all beings. Chapter 75. Have you heard of the beast-tied meat grinder? Roar! Roar, roar! Inside the arena, wave after wave of ferocious roars echoed throughout. And before Lu and Xanti, four vortices, two black and two red, each nearly a kilometer in diameter, were scattered in the four cardinal directions. This sight left everyone inside and outside the secret realm speechless. A kilometer in diameter, what does that even mean? After all, even a king-tier behemoth typically ranges in size from 100 meters to 1 kilometer. Generally speaking, even the most powerful king-tier behemoths are only about 1 kilometer in size. And now, Lu and Sante, one human, one beast, had summoned no fewer than 4 black hole vortexes, each with a diameter of 1 kilometer. What was even more remarkable was the black and red vortexes each radiated completely different auras. The black vortex was a concentration of dark elemental power. The blood-red vortex pulsed with a frenzied aura of slaughter. Is this really a scene that can be created by someone below the king tier? Outside the secret realm, the group of king tier powerhouses had all been left speechless. King tier practitioners can master elemental martial arts. But even Lin Qiqing, who was once at the peak of the king tier, could only unleash a blade aura with a range of 100 meters at most. But Lu? A mere 7th tier beastmaster, summoning a black hole a kilometer wide. In this era of behemoth cataclysms, countless humans are acutely aware of one truth. Bigger is stronger. The bigger, the stronger. This holds true for behemoths, and it holds true for martial arts as well. More often than not, in clashes between martial artists above the king tier, there is no need to even consider so-called elements or techniques. The sheer size of a martial technique's range is the most obvious indicator of superiority. These 4 vortexes? They're actually making me feel threatened? A king tier early stage powerhouse, whose cultivation level was slightly lower, suddenly blurted out instinctively. As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of quite a few people shifted slightly. They felt the same way. They were just too embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, they were king-tier powerhouses who had been cultivating for many years. And now, Lu, a student who had only awakened a year ago, actually possessed the ability to threaten them. This first wave of beasts should pose no threat to Lu. High above the sky, Shi Zongyuan, the Supreme Master of Azure Dragon Academy, let out a long sigh and delivered his final verdict. Inside the arena, the reality unfolded exactly as this Supreme Master of Martial Arts had predicted. 4 black vortexes loomed in the sky. One after another, peak 8th tier wolf kings were devoured without exception. Roar! Roar, roar! As they faced death, they let out furious howls. For they died without even touching the hem of Lu's robe. As for Lu, his face remained calm and impassive at that moment. His gaze swept past this first wave of beasts, looking even further into the distance. Boom! Boom, boom! Over there, an even greater number of wilderness wolf kings were charging toward them like an invading army. Peak 8th tier. And there were far more than 1,000 of them. Have you ever heard of the beast-tied meat grinder? Lu muttered, glancing at Sante. Sante, in battle form and looking incredibly cool, nodded understandingly. It closed its eyes. Buzz. At the center of its brow, the silver-white mark, etched with blood-red patterns, began to slowly awaken. Buzz, buzz. A moment later, its third eye opened just a tiny slit. Then, whoosh! An intangible, ethereal radiance burst forth from it, instantly plunging into 2 swirling vortices, one black, one red. Whoosh! At that moment, just as had happened during his previous battle with Xiong, the 2 black hole vortexes seemed to suddenly come to life. And Lu performed the exact same action. He, too, could tap into the bloodline of the void-devouring beast. Between his eyebrows.
A faint, shadowy pattern began to emerge at that very moment. Whoosh! A strange energy surged forth from it, flowing into the other two black hole vortexes.
At this point, all four black hole vortexes underwent peculiar transformations. Their diameters remained the same as before.
But faintly, deep within each black hole, it seemed as though a mysterious eye was peering out, watching.
Roar! Roar, roar!
The roars shook the heavens.
Wave after wave of beasts surged forward like an endless tide.
Every single one in the horde was a wilderness wolf king, a dominant figure capable of ruling a territory within their pack.
And now,
they were merely foot soldiers in the endless tide of beasts.
At the same time, the tier of the beast tide was gradually rising. After the peak of Tier 8, the first Tier 2 Wolf King appeared. Then came
the first wave of Tier 2 Wolf Kings.
It wasn't over yet. A second wave of mid-Tier 2 Wolf Kings. Finally, within the vast arena, as far as the eye could see, the scene was completely dominated by the figures of Wolf Kings, ranging from Tier 2 peak to Tier 8 peak. Their numbers were countless. And Lu?
From start to finish, he simply stood quietly in front of the wooden hut, calmly observing everything unfolding around him. The beast horde attacks. The vortex devours. The beast horde attacks. The vortex devours.
More and more waves of beasts. Stronger and stronger vortexes. Yes.
After activating the Devour Essence talent, the black hole vortexes could even draw energy from the beasts they devoured to sustain themselves.
And precisely because of this,
the four black hole vortexes at that moment truly seemed to have become a perpetual motion beast grinder.
No matter how many came, they devoured them all. In the end,
after waiting for ages without seeing the king tier behemoth he'd been longing for, Lu even started to feel a bit bored. He simply went back to the log cabin to rest.
This scene left everyone inside and outside the secret realm completely numb. Lu. He is showing off again, isn't he? He must be showing off that S for sure, right? Some students, their faces twitching with a mix of hatred and jealousy, shouted.
No sooner had the words left their mouths
than someone replied in a gloomy tone. Yes, he is showing off again. But so what? What can you do about him? If you're so capable, why don't you do the same, lie there and sleep while facing an endless tide of beasts? In fact, it wasn't just these students outside the secret realm.
Not to mention the hundreds of king-tier powerhouses, even the few martial arts supremes in the heavens above had all fallen silent at that moment.
Truly, they didn't know what to say. For a moment, they couldn't even find the right words to describe Lu. Genius? Monster? Freak?
It seemed that even the most extreme terms were insufficient to capture their immediate impressions.
An anomaly.
He is the greatest anomaly in this golden age of martial arts.
In the end,
it was the female supreme master from the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy who, gritting her silver teeth, managed to squeeze out those words.
And just like that,
the battle against the endless beast tide which everyone had been anxiously anticipating all day,
under Lu and K. Sante's fully automatic beast tide meat grinder, turned into an extremely boring, monotonous, and even repetitive spectacle. The beast tide came.
The beast horde was gone.
The beast horde came again.
The beast horde was gone again.
And so it went, over and over, seemingly without end. By this point,
no one could remember exactly how many beast waves had come or how many exotic beasts Lu had killed.
The only thought on everyone's mind at that moment was, just end it already. Hurry up and end this boring beast wave. Boom. Rumble. Suddenly, without any warning, within the sky's panorama, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, nearly shattering their eardrums. Everyone's spirits were instantly jolted awake.
Inside the small cabin, Lou sat up and looked out the window.
At the far end of his field of vision, behind the darkness of the arena,
a colossal shadow hundreds of meters tall was advancing step by step, moving slowly toward them.
At that moment, everyone inside and outside the secret realm wore solemn expressions, their nerves on edge.
The king-tier behemoth had arrived.
As for Lou, a smile finally appeared on his otherwise calm face. Caesar, it's time to get to work. Chapter 76, King-tier Blue Flame Giant Wolf. My name is Caesar. Thud. Thud, thud. A series of muffled, hammer-like thuds echoed through the darkness. At that moment, everyone held their breath. The behemoth had truly arrived. Thud. Thud, thud. The footsteps reverberated throughout the vast, boundless arena.
It is worth noting that immediately after the king-tier behemoth's arrival,
the seemingly endless pack of wilderness wolves began to retreat like a tide back into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The entire process was utterly silent. This scene
was the overwhelming sense of dread brought by the king-tier behemoth.
On the Jade Stone Plaza,
many of the most gifted students now had a faint pallor on their faces.
Gulp. Many even unconsciously swallowed hard, their calves trembling slightly. On this day,
humankind once again recalled the terror of being dominated by the behemoth.
Before this, I'd only ever seen the behemoth in textbooks and on TV. Come to think of it, this might be the closest I've ever been to a behemoth.
On the square, one student couldn't help but whisper. He didn't know why he was whispering, it was just an instinctive reaction, he simply didn't dare speak aloud.
It seemed as though
he was afraid of drawing behemoth's attention.
But in reality,
they on Jade Stone Square were an extremely long distance away from the Colosseum.
At its core, it was all just a matter of psychology.
Over the past 50 years, the pressure behemoth has placed on humanity has been immense, far too immense. Every time a behemoth emerged from the abyss, countless cities were destroyed and innumerable lives were lost.
In the face of a behemoth, humanity seemed as frail as a crying infant. Countless people harbored an innate fear and awe toward behemoth.
Cultivating martial arts and constantly growing stronger is, at its core, simply a way to alleviate this sense of fear.
Outside the secret realm,
the gazes of numerous king-tier powerhouses were fixed intently on the figure of the behemoth.
Meanwhile, high above in the sky,
several martial arts supreme masters had already reached a definitive conclusion.
Early king-tier. Second or third stage of the king-tier.
Shi Zongyuan, the supreme master of Azure Dragon Academy, stared at Lu on the screen for a long time before finally shaking his head. Lu and his pet beast's abilities are nothing short of divine when dealing with beast hordes below the king tier, but far from enough to stand up to a single king tier behemoth. As his words fell, the supreme masters of the other 3 martial academies nodded in agreement.
In contrast, Shuifeng, the commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, was staring at Lu, his eyes flickering. For some reason,
he couldn't shake the feeling that Lu was the one the martial god had set his sights on, that the martial god had even descended into the secret realm personally for his sake. Could Lu still have a trump card up his sleeve? But as this thought crossed his mind, Shuifeng suddenly shook his head, realizing he was getting carried away. Maybe he does have a trump card, but that's a king tier behemoth. Never mind anything below king tier, even an ordinary king tier warrior wouldn't stand a chance against a behemoth in a one-on-one fight.
I'm overthinking this.
The gap between king tier and the peak of tier 2 is far greater than the gap between tier 2 and tier 2 itself.
Inside the secret realm, in the arena, countless waves of beasts had all retreated.
At the far end of the darkness, footsteps grew closer and closer.
Finally, under Lu's curious and expectant gaze, that massive figure stepped out of the darkness. At that moment, Lu could clearly see the behemoth's true form. It was
Gigantic blue wolf, nearly 200 meters tall and nearly 500 meters long. Its entire body was enveloped in dark blue flames. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! As the flames surged, the surrounding air seemed to grow scorching hot. Fire attribute. Lu never would have imagined that the seemingly ordinary wilderness wolf, after advancing to the king tier, would actually awaken a special fire attribute. And for some reason, these blue flames reminded Lu of an old acquaintance from a novel he'd read in his past life. Apart from that, what was most striking were its eyes. Unlike the bloodthirsty, ferocious gaze of the previous wilderness wolf, in the eyes of this king-tier giant wolf, Lu could even see a human-like emotion of hatred. It was as if it hated humanity to the core. This hatred was seared into its very being, as if even countless ages could not erode it in the slightest. Roar! After the blue giant wolf appeared, it let out a howl toward the heavens. A sea of blue fire instantly engulfed an area spanning several li. Everything in the flame's path was reduced to ashes. Whoosh! Even from a great distance, Lu could feel a wave of scorching heat rushing toward him. The next moment, the azure flame giant wolf's massive eyes fixed on the 4 gigantic vortexes suspended in the sky. Roar! It opened its mouth and spat forth an endless torrent of azure flames. At the same time, he summoned Kay Sante, who was panting heavily and brimming with fighting spirit, into his beast-taming realm. Although Lu felt that if Kay Sante were to unleash his full combat potential, he might even be able to exchange a few blows with a king-tier behemoth. But Lu didn't like evenly matched battles. He loved crushing his opponents, he loved one-sided victories. Yet this scene, as seen by everyone inside and outside the secret realm, carried a completely different meaning. Just as I thought. Is Lu planning to give up right away? Some praised Lu's wisdom and decisiveness. Others sighed with regret for Lu. Some muttered that Lu was too much of a coward. But in the very next moment, all of these people, all of these words, came to a sudden halt. Everyone, whether ordinary students, king-tier powerhouses, or even martial arts supremes, everyone, at that very moment, wore an expression of utter horror. Inside the arena, a low hum, a faint tremor echoed through the air. Before Lu, a colossal figure, hundreds of meters tall, materialized out of thin air. On this day, Lu's first king-tier behemoth pet officially made its debut. My name is Caesar. At that moment, Caesar's thunderous roar sent waves of violent tremors through everyone's hearts. Chapter 77, My Lord Caesar Fights for You. Inside and outside the secret realm. With Caesar's appearance, everything fell into a deathly silence. Caesar, the starry sky titan, stood 800 meters tall. And the moment Caesar appeared, a massive shadow was cast over the arena. The king-tier blue flame giant wolf, which had been so fierce moments ago, could now do nothing but cower within that shadow. Caesar's aura was simply too overwhelming. The blue flame giant wolf even had the illusion that it was facing a sovereign tier behemoth. If even the king-tier giant wolf was affected this much, what more could be said of the crowd inside and outside the secret realm? At that moment, everyone, regardless of status, was left completely stunned and speechless. Above the secret realm, on the Jade Plaza, at that very moment, when the students saw Caesar appear before Lu, their first reaction was, "Holy crap! Is there more than one behemoth in this trial?" Yes. At that very moment, almost all the students instinctively assumed that Caesar, who had appeared out of thin air, was also part of the beast-tide trial. After all, that was a behemoth. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't possibly connect the mighty Caesar to Lu. Caesar, Caesar. What a badass name, and that aura is terrifying. Do we even need to check its aura? Just looking at its size, you can tell it's terrifyingly strong.
that, for some reason, that behemoth had vanished without a trace. In fact, her father had even joked, asking Zhang Shuiying if she and Lu had hidden the behemoth away? Or that Lu, being a beastmaster, had bound the behemoth as a pet? At the time, Zhang Shuiying had simply brushed it off as a joke and hadn't taken it seriously at all. But now, her heart was suddenly gripped so tightly that even breathing seemed difficult. Behemoth, contract, beast pet. Is this your real trump card, Lu? Meanwhile, Qin Shiyao's reaction wasn't much better than Zhang Shuiying's. Simply because her Empress mentor had already raised this very suspicion long ago. But Qin Shiyao simply couldn't bring herself to believe it. No matter how extraordinary or godlike Lu might be, there was no way he could actually possess a king-tier behemoth as a pet. But now, the truth was right before her eyes. That behemoth named Caesar was standing right in front of Lu. Master. Was that behemoth really summoned by Lu, and not part of the secret realm beast tide assessment? Qin Shiyao couldn't help but ask again. And in her mind, the Empress's voice, filled with deep emotion, rang out. The master won't be mistaken. There is a special mental bond between that behemoth and Lu. Perhaps that's the so-called contractual power between a beastmaster and a pet. As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Shiyao fell completely silent. Her eyes, which had previously been as cold as an iceberg, now fixed intently on Lu's figure in the footage. At that very moment, she suddenly realized that this cousin of hers whom she had never been particularly fond of seemed to be the true hidden dragon emerging from the depths. Compared to him, her own talent, her own strengths, seemed utterly insignificant. Perhaps Lu is the true protagonist of this great era of martial arts? Outside the secret realm, the group of king-tier powerhouses had long since been thrown into a frenzy by Caesar's appearance. Their cultivation levels and perception weren't as powerful as the Empress's. And because of that, even Shui Feng, the supreme peak-level commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, couldn't sense the special mental connection between Lu and Caesar. At this moment, almost all the powerful fighters instinctively assumed that this behemoth, which had suddenly appeared, was part of the beast tide trial and that it had come specifically to target Lu. This assumption was hardly questioned by anyone, except for Jiang Jinmin and Lin Qiqing, several kilometers away, whose eyes were bulging with fury. They didn't know the name Caesar, but that appearance and size they would never forget in their entire lives. The king-tier behemoth, the starry sky titan, even in a state of critical injury and on the brink of death, it had still fought 5 opponents alone, even causing Lin Qiqing, a peak king-tier warrior, to lose his entire right leg. Lu, you really did it? Jiang Jinmin's lips trembled uncontrollably. Across his face, countless emotions surged one after another. Awe, excitement, elation, ecstasy, shock, anticipation. The list of emotions was endless. At that moment, Jiang Jinmin was practically beside himself with excitement, leaving the surrounding king-tier powerhouses utterly baffled. Principal Jiang? Lu has encountered a second behemoth and is about to be eliminated. How can you still be laughing? A king-tier powerhouse from another city couldn't help but ask in confusion. As soon as the words left his mouth, they instantly drew everyone's attention. Even the few martial arts supremes in the sky cast their gazes from afar. It was no secret in this region that Jiang Jinmin was Lu's principal. And even those supreme martial arts masters instinctively assumed that Caesar was part of the beast tide trial. But Jiang Jinmin's reaction seemed to hint at something else entirely. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Faced with the questions, Jiang Jinmin said nothing more. He simply threw his head back and laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with sheer delight and exhilaration. And in the very next moment, there was no need to wait for Jiang Jinmin's explanation. Inside the secret realm, a new scene unfolded, causing everyone's minds to freeze in that instant. In front of the dueling arena, the colossal Caesar appeared and shouted its own name. The very next moment, it actually turned slowly to face Lu, and then bent one knee and knelt on the ground. It extended its right hand toward Lu. "My lord, Caesar fights for you." Rumbling. Caesar's words, like thunder, echoed throughout the arena. As for Lu, under the stunned gazes of everyone inside and outside the secret realm, he took a light leap and soared forward, landing directly on Caesar's massive palm. The next moment, Caesar raised his hand, hoisting Lu right onto his shoulder. In that instant, Lu and Caesar, human and behemoth, stood tall against the heavens and earth, as if frozen in eternity. Chapter 78. Caesar, set off some fireworks for my lord. My lord. My lord? My lord? At that moment, both inside and outside the secret realm, everyone watched the scene unfold. They were completely numb. In their minds, the words Caesar had just shouted echoed over and over. My lord. Caesar fights for you. And right before their eyes, on the live feed from the sky screen, was Lu, standing brazenly on the behemoth's shoulder. Everything they heard and saw seemed to confirm a fact so terrifying, so absurd, and so incomprehensible. This newly appeared behemoth named Caesar is Lu's pet? Holy shit. Am I going crazy, or has the world gone mad? Outside the secret realm, someone was screaming in a state of shock. And this person was none other than a mighty king-tier warrior. In fact, it wasn't just him. At that very moment, even the supreme beings in the sky were exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes wide with disbelief, utterly speechless. Among them, even Shuifeng, the commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, who had always harbored a faint glimmer of hope for Lu, couldn't stop his massive frame from trembling. As a member of the Dark Dragon Legion who had dealt with behemoths for years, he knew them all too well. And that was precisely why he was all the more stunned. Behemoth. It was the natural disaster of this era. And Lu could actually command a behemoth? No, it was even more extraordinary than mere command. The behemoth revered him as its master. Gulp. At that moment, Shuifeng couldn't help himself again and swallowed hard. A thin sheen of sweat began to bead on his forehead. Inside the secret realm, in the arena, the azure flame giant wolf, which had been cowering in Caesar's shadow, its massive body trembling faintly, suddenly stood up. Its pupils, ablaze with azure flames, fixed their gaze intently on Caesar. The fear it had felt moments ago seemed to have been completely swept away by rage. Roar! Roar, roar! The blue flame giant wolf let out a howl to the heavens. In that howl lay bewilderment, doubt, hatred, and contempt. The beast clan shall never be enslaved. How could a behemoth ever submit to humans? The next moment, this king-tier blue flame giant wolf actually spoke in human language. Before this, it had assumed that Caesar was also part of the secret realm beast-tied trial. It thought Caesar, like its own kind, had been captured by that hateful old man and sealed away here. Although it had been somewhat puzzled as to why it had never seen Caesar in the tens of thousands of years since. But no matter how hard it racked its wolfish brain, it could never have imagined that Caesar was actually this human's pet. You've brought shame upon the Behemoth clan. You are a disgrace to the Behemoth clan. The azure flame giant wolf roared. At that moment, extreme rage allowed it to overcome all fear. Its body even swelled slightly. Then, whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A torrent of dark blue flames surged forth, filling the sky. Swish! Immediately afterward, it opened its massive jaws and actually swallowed all the endless blue flames back in. Hum! Hum hum! When it opened its mouth again, a sphere of azure flame, dazzling to the extreme, had already formed within its jaws. And The fireball's energy surged like a rocket. Its scorching heat seemed capable of setting the very surrounding space ablaze. Traitor! Die! The azure flame giant wolf let out a roar. All the azure flames within its body converged upon the blue ball of flame in its mouth. Then, it spat it out. This was its most powerful ability. It was also a strike that drained every last ounce of its strength. At that moment, after expelling that orb of light, the azure flame giant wolf's vitality instantly waned. It could barely even stay on its feet. But the azure flame giant wolf's eyes were brimming with confidence. This was the most powerful skill it had awakened after advancing to the king tier. The power of this charged strike was sufficient to take on a mid-king tier behemoth, even one of a higher tier. Yes. The blue flame giant wolf knew full well that it was no match for Caesar. But even so, it was determined to wound Caesar, make him bleed, and teach him the price of betraying the behemoth clan. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The blue flame orb moved at an incredible speed. And the moment it was expelled, it swelled rapidly in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right in front of Lou and Caesar. And the size of the blue flame orb had now swelled to nearly a kilometer. This was a world-shattering blow. Outside the secret realm, the group of king-tier powerhouses watching this scene were all drenched in sweat. This strike! I can't block it! A mid-king tier powerhouse muttered under his breath. The early king tier powerhouses had long since fallen silent. Under the strike, they would be obliterated, leaving not even a trace of their remains. Meanwhile, the late king tier and peak king tier powerhouses all wore grave expressions. If hit by this, I'll be severely injured, or even on the brink of death. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, several martial arts supremes watched the scene with solemn expressions. Various thoughts swirled through their minds. How will Lou's behemoth pet handle this? At the mid-king tier level, it should be able to block it, right? But it's very likely to be injured in the process. Lou was too careless. He shouldn't have let that azure flame giant wolf fully charge up for this strike. The Supreme Masters silently assessed the situation in their minds. But in the very next moment, they realized that their assessments and speculations all seemed like the antics of a clown. Inside the arena, Lou stood on Caesar's shoulder, quietly watching the massive blue ball of flame hurtling toward him. With a diameter of a kilometer, it nearly filled Lou's entire field of vision. Lou, however, wasn't panicking. At that moment, he had already tapped into 60% of Caesar's total cultivation power. Plus, he had the 50% damage transfer talent. So Lou wasn't worried about his own safety. As for why he was standing on Caesar's shoulder? Of course, it was to show off. Was he supposed to stand inside the little cabin, watching Caesar fight from afar like everyone else? That would feel so detached. Lou declared. A beastmaster is meant to fight side by side with his beast companion. Caesar? From atop Caesar's shoulder, Lou saw Caesar standing still, silently watching the fiery orb approach without making a move, so he couldn't help but call out softly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Caesar's thunderous voice boomed in his mind. My lord! I am learning your style. Remain silent until the moment to strike, then make a stunning entrance. Lou? Fine. So that's how you want to play, huh? Instead of learning the right things, you're just trying to show off. And in the next moment, finally, that fiery orb, 1,000 meters in diameter, the blue flame giant wolf's fully charged, all-out attack reached right in front of Caesar. Then, without a single unnecessary movement, Caesar raised his right hand, clenched his fingers into a fist, and then swung it forward gently. The motion of his punch was as light as a feather, giving almost no sense of power. But it was precisely this light, airy punch that, upon striking the blue orb, boom, bang, the blue flame orb,
which had been so imposing, instantly exploded, turning into a sky full of fireworks.
One punch. Caesar used just one punch. He directly turned the king-tier blue flame giant wolf's all-out attack into fireworks. At that moment,
the blue flame giant wolf, half its body already hidden in the darkness in the distance, froze in place.
It raised its head in a daze,
and in the very last moment of the blue flame giant wolf's consciousness, it heard Caesar's thunderous voice, tinged with a tone of self-congratulation.
"My lord, do you like these fireworks?" At that moment,
the blue flame giant wolf wished it could come back to life just to die all over again.
Chapter 79, You like to outnumber your opponents? Then I'll outgrow them. Inside the secret realm Colosseum,
Caesar's massive form stood tall.
It slowly lowered its fist. And high in the sky,
after the flesh-colored fireworks faded, the king-tier blue flame giant wolf 200 meters tall and nearly 500 meters long vanished.
He set off 2 displays of fireworks in the arena. And the battle was over. From start to finish, Caesar didn't even seem to be taking it seriously. His punches looked utterly casual. "Lou, is this behemoth pet really just king-tier? Why does it feel like when it fought the king-tier blue flame giant wolf, it was like an adult beating up a kid?"
No, it was even more exaggerated than that.
Inside and outside the secret realm, a long time later, someone finally couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. But
the others didn't have time to respond further.
Because
inside the arena, Lou had just retrieved and stowed away that blue behemoth core.
Boom! Boom boom! Rumble rumble! A series of incredibly dense, thunderous roars suddenly erupted. In the darkness,
one massive figure after another slowly emerged.
King-tier behemoths had descended once more. And this time, their numbers far exceeded everyone's imagination. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15? Wow! 15 king-tier behemoths all at once? On the Jade Plaza,
the students, watching the scene projected onto the sky screen, were instantly thrown into an uproar.
Outside the secret realm, numerous powerhouses watched the scene.
At first, they were taken aback, but then they all furrowed their brows.
High in the sky,
the expressions of several martial arts supremes grew even more grim.
"Lou, it seems the secret realm's rules are targeting us? How could the difficulty of this beast-tide trial be this outrageous?"
In an instant, it jumped from a single king-tier behemoth to 15.
And
that giant wolf earlier was in the early king tier, but now these 15 are all at the mid-king tier. Zhong Yuan, a supreme master of Azure Dragon Academy, spoke in a deep voice, his brow furrowed.
Over the years,
he had witnessed countless provincial examination secret realms, both large and small, and had a general understanding of the difficulty and rules of such secret realms. Logically speaking, the difficulty of any secret realm trial should increase gradually.
But the situation Lou was facing now
seemed to be skipping them at breakneck speed. Perhaps the secret realm's rules had detected Lou's unconventional behemoth pet, causing the difficulty to spike dramatically.
Inside the arena, roar! Roar, roar! A full 15 wolf-shaped behemoths charged in from all directions, their footsteps as heavy as sledgehammers.
Unlike the previous crimson flame giant wolf,
these 15 mid-king tier behemoths were engulfed in crimson flames from head to toe. Scarlet flame giant wolves? Lou muttered under his breath, giving them a name.
As for Caesar, upon seeing these 15 behemoths, a faint smile finally appeared on his seemingly simple-minded face.
"My lord, that little wolf earlier was too weak. Now this is starting to get interesting."
Hearing this, Lou felt a wave of exasperation wash over him.
What the hell? Where on earth did he learn all these pretentious lines? "My lord, what did you think of the fireworks just now? I can set off a few more for you."
Caesar seemed to be getting into the spirit of things now, growing more and more excited as he spoke.
The next moment. Boom. Boom, boom.
He was so excited he even pounded his chest with his massive fist, producing a deafening roar. Roar. Roar, roar. From all directions, a full 15 scarlet flame giant wolves all howled toward the sky. Their crimson eyes were filled with hatred and rage. Even at this moment, the air was still thick with the pungent stench of blood. And this stench came from their own kind. Behemoth, traitor. Die. Directly in front of Lou and Caesar. The largest of the crimson flame giant wolves, standing nearly 500 meters tall and measuring nearly 700 meters in length, roared in human speech. Die. At the same time, the remaining 14 crimson flame giant wolves all followed suit, howling toward the sky. Whoosh. Whoosh. Crimson flames surged forth, nearly transforming the entire arena into a dark red sea of fire. And Lou and Caesar were right in the center of that sea of fire. Poof. Noisy. Caesar exhaled a puff of white vapor from his nostrils and snorted heavily. The next moment, he clenched both fists. Crack. His knuckles cracked and popped. Then, under the horrified stares of the behemoths and everyone inside and outside the secret realm, Caesar's body began to swell dramatically. 800 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. Boom. Rumble. The entire secret realm resounded with a thunderous roar. A few breaths later, Caesar's size stabilized at a full 3,000 meters in height. At this moment, even one of his fists measured over 100 meters in diameter. He lowered his head, gazing down at the 15 crimson flame giant wolves at his feet with an almost condescending gaze. A cruel, guileless grin spread across Caesar's face. Meanwhile, perched on his shoulder, Lou folded her arms, a warm, gentle smile lighting up her delicate features. Like to gang up on the outnumbered? Well, then I'll just have to use my size to bully the smaller ones. The fireworks are about to begin. That look, that posture. It made everyone inside and outside the secret realm twitch the corners of their mouths in spasm. This damn Lou. He is the very embodiment of a villain. Chapter 80, Caesar, I've come up with a new way to set off fireworks. Those were the most dazzling fireworks I've ever seen in my life. Many years later, an elderly man in his 80s recalled the scene he witnessed back then within the secret realm. An indescribable sense of awe still welled up across his deeply wrinkled face. What a fireworks display that was! A blaze of fiery red. Yet every single streak was the fall of a king-tier behemoth. Within the secret realm. Inside the Colosseum. Boom. Boom. Thunderous roars, one after another. Caesar's massive, 3-kilometer-long body darted and leaped through space. Like an agile giant weighing nearly 10,000 metric tons? Boom! Another punch. Another crimson flame giant wolf was reduced to a mist of blood filling the sky. Yes. It was a mist of blood, not flesh and blood. After activating his multiplier talent, Caesar's enhancements extended far beyond just his size. His strength had also increased exponentially. Just like this moment. A single, casual punch of his easily surpassed 10 million gene in force. Strength, the simplest and most primal energy in the world. When pushed to its absolute limit, it possesses a terrifying destructive power that surpasses all else. At that moment, facing an all-out assault from 10 king-tier behemoths of the same realm, Caesar not only didn't dodge but instead pounded his chest excitedly and roared. Bring it on! Hum. Muscle lines, resembling the veins of mountains, emerged one after another all over his body. The scene was utterly miraculous. It looked as if ancient runes were awakening one by one. And on Caesar's body, there were thousands, even tens of thousands of such runes. Hum. Hum hum. With every rune that lit up, Caesar's power grew strong. Space began to shatter, inch by inch, visible to the naked eye.
Caesar's punch had shattered the barrier of space. Outside the secret realm.
Not to mention king-tier powerhouses. Even the few martial supreme masters in the heavens were all left speechless.
Shattering space.
That is something only a king-tier powerhouse could do.
Qi Zhongyuan was completely dumbfounded.
Even as a peak supreme martial artist, he couldn't achieve such an outrageous effect with a full power strike.
And Lu's pet beast, its true cultivation level,
was merely mid-king tier.
Did that punch reach the king tier level? No, impossible.
King tier can influence the heavens and earth. This punch hasn't reached that level yet.
Qi Zhongyuan asked and answered his own questions, chattering non-stop.
And the fact that it could make a peak supreme martial artist lose his composure to this extent shows just how outrageous Caesar's punch really was.
Inside the arena, the moment Caesar's fist struck, space in all directions began to shatter inch by inch.
Ethereal yet razor-sharp shards of space raged in every direction, shredding everything within a radius of dozens of li.
Roar! Roar, roar! 8 crimson flame giant wolves howled in anger and fear.
But it was all for nothing. They didn't even manage to touch a single hair on Caesar's body before being torn to shreds by countless shards of space, reduced to a mist
of blood. My lord! This is a new way to set off fireworks that I just thought of.
Caesar withdrew his fist and spoke in a deep, booming voice. Perched on his shoulder,
Lu's mouth twitched slightly. Why did he get the feeling that Caesar was on a one-way trip down the path of showing off?
Buzz.
Buzz buzz. 8 streams of fireworks, dazzlingly brilliant.
No explosions, only the soft whine of space being torn apart.
A long time passed.
Buzz. Buzz buzz. Only then did the space within a 10 li radius begin to slowly stabilize.
And high in the sky, neatly arranged, floated 15 crimson behemoth cores. Not bad. Lu offered a quiet compliment, then prepared to have Caesar traverse the void to retrieve the spoils. But just at that moment, boom! Rumble! The entire secret realm suddenly began to shake violently. In the arena,
the floor, which had been incredibly sturdy, so much so that even Caesar's earlier punch hadn't shattered it, suddenly developed cracks crisscrossing its surface.
Whoosh! High in the air,
the 15 behemoth cores that had been floating there shot off into the distant darkness as if traveling through space.
Lu was taken aback at first, then flew into a rage. And in the very next moment, arg! Roar! From within the darkness, a series of endless, agonizing howls suddenly rang out. These sounds seemed to come from king-tier giant wolves. At a rough estimate, there were at least several dozen of them. And the eerie thing was, these giant wolves seemed to be suffering unimaginable agony.
The screams continued for who knows how long.
Until silence once again fell over the arena. Thud! Thud, thud!
A thunderous roar, like the strike of a massive hammer, echoed from far away in the darkness.
The entire secret realm seemed to tremble faintly at that moment. That sound. It wasn't footsteps, it was a heartbeat.
The sound of a beating heart was shaking the entire secret realm.
The final boss of the endless beast tide? On Caesar's shoulder.
Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the massive figure gradually emerge from the darkness.
Chapter 81, You're big. But I can be bigger. In the darkness, under Lu's curious gaze, a behemoth of extremely peculiar, even eerie appearance slowly stepped forward. Thud! Thud thud! The entire arena echoed with the thunderous thud of its heartbeat.
Both inside and outside the secret realm. The moment everyone laid eyes on this mysterious behemoth, their eyes widened in shock, and they were all left speechless.
What kind of bizarre behemoth was this? Its height was a staggering 3,000 meters. And its size reached a staggering 5,000 meters. At first glance,
It didn't look like a behemoth at all, but rather a moving mountain range.
You must understand.
According to standard size classifications, king tier behemoths generally range from 100 to 1,000 meters, while king tier behemoths range from 1,000 to 5,000 meters.
Judging purely by size,
this behemoth has already reached the king tier classification.
However,
after observing it for a moment, the supreme masters from the 4 great martial academies reached their final conclusion.
Caesar's sudden remark gave the already incredibly tense atmosphere a touch of the bizarre. In fact,
Caesar's remark seemed to have genuinely provoked this mysterious behemoth. It stopped in its tracks, raised its head, and looked at Caesar.
At that moment,
standing 3,000 meters tall, it was almost eye to eye with Caesar, perhaps even a few dozen meters taller. The mysterious behemoth neither spoke nor roared. It seemed incapable of either. The eyes on its dozens of heads were all under the stunned gaze of everyone inside and outside the secret realm. Caesar's body, already 3,000 meters tall, began to swell once more.
3,000 meters, 3,500 meters, 4,000 meters, 4,500 meters. This time,
Caesar grew to a full 5,000 meters before finally coming to a halt.
For Caesar,
the larger his size, the greater his strength, and the more formidable his combat power. Facing this hideous behemoth with a 3,000-meter form might have been a bit of a stretch.
But at 5,000 meters? It would be a breeze. Ha! This time,
Caesar wasn't arrogant enough to wait for this mysterious behemoth to fully charge its attack.
Spatial ripples spread out,
and its colossal form vanished from where it stood.
When it reappeared,
it was already standing right in front of the mysterious, deformed behemoth.
Caesar swung his fist. At that moment,
not only did the patterns on his entire body, not just his right arm, light up completely, but even the right half of his upper body shimmered with patterns, bright as daylight.
At that moment,
Caesar stood there, like a giant of light with half his body aglow.
At that moment,
Caesar swung his fist. Wherever the fist's wind passed, space began to shatter inch by inch.
My lord!
Here comes the biggest fireworks display!
Caesar roared.
A fist with a diameter of several hundred meters, enveloped in an endless spatial storm, silently crashed down upon the deformed behemoth.
Inside the behemoth, an incredibly brilliant crimson flame erupted.
A sphere of light, as brilliant as the blazing sun, suddenly materialized before Caesar's fist.
But, crack! The standoff lasted only an instant.
The sphere of light shattered in an instant.
Boom! In this dark arena, at that very moment, the most dazzling and grandest fireworks of the day erupted.
The mutant behemoth was dead.
It met a most humiliating end. As the final boss of the endless beast horde, its time on the battlefield hadn't even lasted as long as that of the very first azure flame giant wolf.
It had only just made its entrance.
And then,
it was blasted into a skyful of fireworks by a single spatial strangulation punch from Caesar, who was 5,000 meters away.
At the same time, it left behind dozens of king cores floating in midair. Unfortunately,
the highest tier behemoth cores were only late king tier, there were no peak king tier ones.
Lou collected the spoils and smacked his lips. Buzz. At that very moment, above the Colosseum, above the Jadestone Plaza, and above the outer perimeter of the secret realm, a projection screen simultaneously appeared. Several lines of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations to candidate Lou for clearing the endless beast tide. The second stage of the beast tide assessment has officially ended. Calculating rewards. Chapter 82, 120,000 years. You're finally here. Is it over? It's finally over. On the Jadestone Plaza.
Upon seeing the light screen, the students were initially taken aback, but then, as if in unison, they felt a sense of relief and let out a long sigh of relief. Why the sigh of relief? Because they felt. If there were still a boss in the endless beast tide, Lou might just pull out some hidden trump card. His behemoth pet named Caesar, could its size really only grow to 5,000 meters at most? None of the students dared to think too deeply about the answer to that question. The more they thought about it, the more they trembled. After all, Lou was their peer. But in the blink of an eye, he was already taking on a whole pack of king-tier behemoths. And what about them? Forget about fighting, they were still trembling with fear just from watching the king-tier behemoths from afar. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. We were just taking the strength test with Lou right here in this square, but now it suddenly feels like we've never even been from the same world? A student stared at the final assessment rankings beginning to appear on the sky screen and muttered to himself. The final rankings were determined by compiling all the results from the Beast Tide assessment over the past many days. Of course, they only included students who had persevered for at least 3 days, that is, the 100 or so students currently standing on the Jade Square. However, the top spot was already a foregone conclusion. Who else could it be but Lou? First place, Lou. Assessment rating, SSS. He achieved the highest possible scores in every of the Beast Tide trial, repeatedly breaking historical records on the leaderboard, and became the first participant to clear the endless Beast Tide since the Crimson Flame sect's secret realm was opened. Reward, Keys 3. Reward, Elemental Crystals 100. Reward, 1000 top grade Source Crystals. Reward, 1 lower grade Heaven rank Martial Art. Reward, access to the Heaven Ceiling Tower. Second place, Shen Tianzong. Evaluation, A. Reward, 1 top grade Source Crystal, 1 Elemental Crystal, 1 lower grade Earth rank Martial Art. Third place, Li Wan. Evaluation, A. Rewards, 1 top grade Source Crystal, 1 Elemental Crystal, 1 lower grade Earth rank Martial Skill. Above the sky canopy, lines of text began to appear, revealing one after another a series of incredibly coveted resources. But whether it was Shen Tianzong in second place or Li Wan in third, neither of them could muster a smile as they looked at the top grade Source Crystals and Elemental Crystals in their hands. Logically speaking, they should have been overjoyed. After all, resources of this caliber are extremely rare even among the 3 great clans of Jinling. But compared to the rewards Lou received, they felt like beggars. This is so annoying. I want to rob that stinking guy, Li Wan muttered angrily. But recalling the image of Caesar, towering thousands of meters high, she puckered her lips and instinctively lowered her voice a bit. She was afraid that if Lou happened to hear her, Caesar might set her off like fireworks. Lou was still in the arena. The rules of the secret realm hadn't teleported him back to the Jade Plaza. At that moment, floating before him were top-grade Source Crystals and Elemental Crystals. For a moment, the sight was almost blinding. Meow. Inside the beast taming space, Kei Sante saw the scene and meowed non-stop. Drool was streaming wildly from the corners of its mouth. Elemental crystals, it was truly drooling over them. Meanwhile, beside Lou, Caesar stood silently. His size had shrunk to just 8 meters tall. Caesar's multiplication talent grew stronger with each level, but for now, shrinking 100-fold seemed to be his limit. Gulp. In the quiet arena, the sound of someone swallowing suddenly echoed. Lou turned to look. Caesar. He'd been trying so hard to control himself. But those top-grade Source Crystals, and the King Core from earlier, they really did smell so good. I want to become stronger so I can better protect my master. Caesar, caught in Lou's gaze, looked a bit embarrassed on his good-natured face. After stammering for a while, he finally blurted out that sentence. Seeing this, Lou shook his head and chuckled. You guys, there's no need to worry. These resources are, of course, all meant to help you grow.
Only when you're strong can I be strong.
As soon as Lu finished speaking, Caesar nodded his massive head and finally dared to turn around, his gaze fixed intently on the thousands of top-grade source crystals floating in midair.
He only looked for a moment,
but then couldn't resist reaching up to wipe the drool from his mouth. Whoosh! Lu simply waved his hand, directly summoning Caesar into the Beastmaster space.
Also summoned at the same time.
A vast array of precious resources floating before him. Top-grade source crystals, elemental crystals, and king cores. For some of the source crystals, Lu directly activated his transformation talent, turning them into pure, concentrated Beastmaster power for Caesar and Kay Sante to absorb. The elemental crystals were left as they were, allowing Kay Sante to absorb them on his own.
The behemoth core was also left untransformed and temporarily stored in the Beastmaster realm. Come to think of it,
this was something Lu had only recently discovered. The Beastmaster space could store energy-based resources, but not other items. After sorting through the spoils, Lu let out a long sigh. He reached out and grabbed the 3 keys floating before him. Counting the 5 he'd already obtained, that made a total of 8 keys.
Only 8? Where's the 9th key?
Lu furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky screen above him.
Could there be a third trial?
And in the very next moment, as if in response to his thoughts, on the sky screen projections all around,
following the leaderboard, new text finally appeared.
The Great Hall of the Crimson Flame sect is about to open.
All eligible candidates will be teleported shortly.
The Great Hall of the Crimson Flame sect holds the greatest opportunity within the secret realm. Those who survive the Beast Tide trial of the second stage for more than 3 days are eligible.
After this announcement, on the Jade Plaza, hundreds of students instantly erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, far away in the Colosseum, Lu.
But suddenly, he noticed that the 8 keys on his person began to vibrate inexplicably at that very moment.
Just as they had a few days earlier. Lu's vision suddenly grew hazy. A blurry image began to emerge faintly before his eyes. It was an old man.
An old man with a head full of red hair and a disheveled appearance.
1,200,000 years. Young man, you've finally come. Chapter 83, The Silent Ninth Head.
The Grand Hall of the Crimson Flame sect.
Just as the 8 keys stirred and the illusory vision reappeared before Lu's eyes. In the deepest recesses of the secret realm. In the barren wasteland.
From the heaven-subduing tower standing tall in the void, a series of thunderous roars erupted.
Boom. Rumbling. To be precise.
The source of the roars was the last few giant towers. The 5 heaven-subduing towers at the very front, their heads had all already awakened. The first, the golden head.
The second, the green head.
The third, the blue head.
The fourth, the red head.
The fifth, the brown head.
All 5 heads were now constantly emitting intense elemental tidal fluctuations. Whoosh. Whoosh. Within a radius of 10,000 li, the was almost completely engulfed by waves of 5 colors. If anyone were here, they would keenly notice.
These 5 colored heads correspond precisely to the 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
In other words,
these 5 heads each command the ultimate power of their respective elements.
Eldest brother. 6th, 7th, and 8th seem to be waking up too. 4th brother's rough, fiery voice boomed through the void.
He wields the ultimate power of fire and has the most impetuous temperament among the 9 brothers.
At this moment,
upon seeing the runic markings on the 6th, 7th, and 8th towers begin to awaken, 4th brother was the first to lose his composure.
After all,
counting the 5 of them, 8 of the 9 brothers had already awakened in such a short time. With only little 9 left, the 9 brothers would soon be fully awakened.
But if that happened, it would definitely not be good news for them.
12,000 years ago, Old Man Yen sealed them here precisely to prepare for this very day.
Don't panic. Amid the chaos,
the eldest brother finally spoke up.
In the void. The ultimate power of the golden element condensed into a massive head. The eldest brother's expression wasn't exactly cheerful at that moment. But as the eldest of the 9 brothers, he needed to steady the troops more than anyone else right now. Don't worry. Though there is only a single step between 8 and 9, the gap is as wide as a chasm. Take that prodigious human genius, Dongfang Ao. Even after he awakened all 8 of us brothers, didn't he ultimately fail? Besides, how powerful little 9 is, and how difficult it is to awaken him others may not know, but surely you all are well aware. The eldest brother spoke at length. It wasn't until his final words fell that the other brothers snapped out of their daze and realized the truth. Little 9. Ranked last among the 9 brothers, yet the most powerful, the most mysterious, and the most terrifying of them all. In a sense, if Xiao Jiu were to fully awaken, even the combined strength of all 8 brothers might not be a match for him. The power he wields is the most profound, unfathomable, eerie, and terrifying force in all the heavens and worlds. Boom! Rumble! In the boundless void, the 3 giant towers finally awoke completely. A terrifying force surged forth, causing the elemental waves of the 5 brothers to tremble. Endless gales swept from the 6th tower. Multicolored lightning flashed from the 7th tower. But the most extraordinary of all was the 8th tower. Around it, endless space twisted and intertwined, collapsing and reforming. After 10,000 years of slumber, little 8's spatial power seems to have grown even stronger. The eldest brother, with his golden head, watched the scene and let out a sigh of admiration. The 9 brothers had been sealed and suppressed here for over 120,000 years. Over the long years, their individual powers had been constantly eroded and drained. To this day, only a sliver of their original mana remains. Only little 8, who wields the ultimate power of space, is able to continuously draw upon the energy of the void within this endless void to restore himself. And because of this, among the 9 brothers, aside from little 9 who is yet to awaken, little 8 is likely the strongest. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. The 3 brothers who awoke simultaneously all turned their massive heads toward the golden head in the void at once. At this moment, the 8 brothers were reunited once again after 10,000 years. Yet their faces showed little excitement. Instead, they all wore a faint look of worry. Little 9? It shouldn't be possible to wake him up, right? The eyes of the 8 brothers turned in unison toward the last, silent tower of heaven suppression. On that colossal tower, the runic inscriptions were the most intricate and profound, and the power of the seal and suppression was the most terrifying. And because of this, the awakening of the 9th tower was the most difficult. Don't worry. Seal of this magnitude absolutely cannot be broken by a mere key. Even if that human really did obtain the 9th key, it would be far from easy to awaken Xiaojiu. Unless Old Man Yen were to appear in person. But that's absolutely impossible. He left for the Starry Sky battlefield 120,000 years ago. The leader with the golden head spoke with absolute conviction, reassuring his 7 brothers. A rumbling sound continued to reverberate and spread through the void. After hearing this, the 8 brothers thought for a moment, then all nodded their massive heads in unison. Big Brother is right. I trust Big Brother. Since Big Brother said it, there is no way he could be wrong. Inside the secret realm, within the arena, the illusory image before Lu's eyes vanished in a flash. He hadn't even been able to make out what the old man actually looked like. The only thing he could recall was his messy, fiery red hair. 120,000 years? Waiting for me? Lu furrowed his brow slightly and muttered to himself. Not long ago, that mysterious martial god had said something very similar, that he was waiting for him as well. The martial god is waiting for me because he wants me to walk the path of martial arts. I wonder what this old man is up to. Could it be that he also wants me to give up my beastmaster profession? Surely the plot isn't going to be that cliché, is it? Lu muttered a couple of complaints to himself.
Buzz. A mysterious spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled out around him.
Lou froze for a moment. The next instant,
his figure had vanished from where he stood.
At the same time, on the Jade Plaza,
the hundreds of students who had been chattering away about the Beast Tie trial and Lou all vanished from their spots at once.
Teleportation to the Great Hall of the Crimson Flame sect has been activated. At that moment,
a notification from the Secret Realm's rules rang out simultaneously in everyone's minds.
Here it comes. Ha, it's finally here. I wonder what kind of opportunities await us there. There won't be any more trials, will there?
I can finally see that jerk.
The spatial teleportation took only an instant. The next moment,
over 100 students found themselves standing inside an incredibly grand hall. The Grand Hall of the Crimson Flame sect. The true land of opportunity within this secret realm. The students were taken aback at first, but then they all broke into excited, ecstatic smiles.
But the very next moment, spatial ripples spread out. Before them,
the figure of a tall, upright youth materialized.
In that instant,
the crowd, which had been noisy and boisterous, suddenly fell silent.
Lou,
staring at that familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette ahead, for some reason, everyone held their breath, not daring to utter even the slightest sound.
Chapter 84, The Grand Drama Speak Up, The Talent Hunt. Inside the Grand Hall. The moment Lou appeared, over 100 students fell into dead silence.
They stared intently at that figure.
And in their eyes, there was nothing but awe. Yes, awe. Just moments ago,
they had witnessed with their own eyes on the sky screen as Lou's pet beasts blew up king tier behemoths one after another like fireworks. No matter how arrogant or proud these prodigies might be, none of them dared claim they could match even a single king tier behemoth. So, if Lou wanted to, theoretically, he could have Caesar set them off like fireworks at any moment. At the thought of that scene, many of the students' faces turned a shade paler.
The silence lingered for quite a while. Until, gulp,
a few faint sounds of swallowing could be heard from within the crowd.
Interestingly enough,
the students swallowing their saliva were precisely the ones who had previously shouted the loudest, calling Lou a coward. At the front of the crowd, Lou stared at the scene before him for a moment, then waited for what felt like an eternity.
In the end, he still didn't see Jiang Shuiying or the others. Could it be that I didn't teleport to the same place as them? Lou was just starting to wonder,
when he heard the sounds of swallowing behind him and turned around.
Only then did he realize that there were over 100 elite students standing right behind him. Holy shit! Why aren't any of you making a sound? Seeing them, Lou was taken aback. Damn it! Over 100 people, not a peep, that's pretty eerie, isn't it?
And just as Lou finished speaking,
an even stranger scene unfolded.
The crowd, which had been deathly silent a second ago, suddenly began to speak.
Hey, hello. Old classmate, long time no see. Ha! Right. Old classmate. Zhao-san, isn't the sun shining brightly today?
That's right, sunny turning to cloudy.
Perfect for airing out the quilts. ABA.
After Lou finished speaking, these hundreds of top-tier students, overcome with panic, actually staged an epic awkward small-talk spectacle right there on the spot. Those who had something to say spoke their hearts out. Those who didn't forced themselves to find something to say.
Anyway, the main goal was simply to make a sound. No matter what nonsense they spouted, as long as they made a sound, it was enough. Lou, outside the secret realm.
The king-tier powerhouses watching this scene felt their lips twitch uncontrollably.
Just moments ago, many of them had been gloating over their students' entry into the final realm of opportunity. But now,
Seeing the pathetic performance of their own prodigies, these king-tier powerhouses felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They were mortified.
Ahem. Well, actually, it's understandable. After all, the strength Lu has displayed is simply too overwhelming.
It's only natural for these students to feel the pressure. The awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Immediately, a king-tier powerhouse stepped in to offer an explanation.
However, that said,
as they watched the scene on the sky screen where the students engaged in awkward small talk while cautiously stealing glances at Lu's reaction, the many king-tier experts still felt a pang of pain in their hearts. Those who could enter the Great Hall of the Crimson Flame sect were all the cream of the crop among prodigies.
Yet, in front of Lu,
it seemed they all had to play the underdog.
Even among prodigies, there are differences.
High above the sky, Shi Zongyuan, the Supreme of Azure Dragon Academy, sighed with emotion. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the female Supreme from the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy spoke softly.
Prodigies?
Where is there a prodigy like Lu, who can single-handedly defeat a king-tier behemoth at the 7th tier?
He is an anomaly, an unfathomable anomaly.
After speaking, the female Supreme Master cast a glance at Shi Zongyuan, who was momentarily lost in thought. Her mind silently activated the communication jade pendant hanging around her neck.
Dean, how much longer until we arrive? The secret realm is about to end. Lu will be emerging any moment now. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Shi Zongyuan, who appeared to be lost in thought,
was in fact
secretly using a device to communicate with the Dean of Azure Dragon Academy.
Dean, hurry over. You must be the first to arrive. We have to snatch Lu away immediately. Not far behind the two of them,
the supreme leaders of the Xuanwu and Baihu martial academies exchanged a glance and, in perfect unison, took a half step back.
Dean, hurry up. Dean, where are you? High above the sky,
Shui Feng, the commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, stood alone in the air in the distance. Upon seeing this scene, a look of disdain and a cold smile flashed across his face.
Then,
with a natural, fluid motion, he pressed the Dark Dragon Legion communication ring on his wrist.
Boss, someone is trying to poach a recruit from our Dark Dragon Legion. Hurry up, hurry, hurry. Inside the secret realm,
the Grand Hall of the Crimson Flame sect.
The next moment, another female voice interrupted Lu's train of thought. He snapped back to reality and realized
that Li Waner, the prodigy of the Li family, had actually walked right up to him.
Lu was slightly taken aback and let out a soft Didn't he and she even know each other? What else with the HM?
I saw you showing off like crazy during the assessment.
Still acting all high and mighty? Li Waner pouted and muttered irritably.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly covered her mouth.
You're not going to summon that huge thing and set me off like fireworks, are you? I don't think so, right? I'm here to congratulate you on coming in first in the assessment.
Li Waner leaned in and asked in a low voice.
Lu? And in the next moment, finally, Lu was greeted by a fellow man.
Shin Tianzhong, the prodigy and prodigious talent of the Shin family, one of the 3 great clans of Jinling, possessing a 9-star talent and a sword attribute constitution.
Lu, congratulations. Shin Tianzhong wore a gentle smile on his face.
Seeing this, Lu nodded in response. After all, Lu understood the principle that you don't hit a smiling face. But the very next moment, a single sentence from Shin Tianzhong suddenly made the atmosphere in the Grand Hall grow strange and tense.
You're very strong right now. But in the future,
the martial way must reign supreme. With just those words, a piercing sword aura began to faintly howl and surge around Shin Tianzhong.
As for Lu,
he narrowed his eyes slightly.
Chapter 85, Your Sword Isn't Sturdy. The History of the Ancient Era. Inside the Grand Hall,
The atmosphere had just begun to return to a semblance of calm after several people had greeted Lu.
But after Shen Tianzhong's sudden remark, the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. It even
carried a faint sense of oppression and tension.
Hey!
Beside Lu, Jiang Shuiying's pretty face froze the moment she heard this, and she grew displeased. But as soon as she spoke, Lu reached out to stop her.
Lu took a step forward, walking up to Shen Tianzhong. At that moment,
sword energy still roared and surged all around Shen Tianzhong, making him look incredibly formidable.
Martial arts. Are they really that strong? Lu looked at Shen Tianzhong and spoke with a light chuckle.
Shen Tianzhong's expression remained unchanged. But the sword energy surrounding him grew even sharper.
At that moment,
he had pushed the sword energy within him nearly to its absolute limit.
Any warrior below the 6th would die instantly upon contact. But Lu,
he suddenly smiled.
He reached out his hand and pressed forward gently. Crack! Inside the grand hall, a clear sound of shattering rang out. And in the next instant, Lu had already turned around. Young man,
your sword doesn't seem very sturdy.
Whoosh! Clatter!
No sooner had Lu finished speaking than Shen Tianzhong found himself facing a scene where the long sword he'd been holding at all times had, at some unknown moment, shattered into pieces on the ground.
And on Shen Tianzhong's face, a look of utter shock and bewilderment finally appeared. When? He hadn't even seen Lu's attack clearly. Originally,
he thought Lu relied solely on his pet beast for such formidable combat power.
Originally, he thought the gap between himself and Lu wasn't particularly wide. And now,
with a single light touch of Lu's finger, his once unshakable sword goddess heart was teetering on the brink of collapse.
But, whoosh! The next moment, the soft hum of sword energy rang out. Shen Tianzhong's aura suddenly erupted.
It had to be said that, with his innate sword attribute constitution, his Dao heart was far more stable than Xiong's. He had only been distracted for a brief moment before regaining his composure.
At that very moment, Lu, who had already taken a few steps away, stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn back,
but his voice carried from afar. Just now, I spared you because it was your first offense. I merely severed one of your sword strikes. But if you're still not thinking clearly and want to prove something, I wouldn't mind putting on a fireworks show for everyone right here in the hall.
As soon as those words were spoken, the entire hall fell into complete silence.
Beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of the many students.
Fireworks. They knew all too well what fireworks meant.
You. Shen Tianzhong stared at Lu's back, stammering you for a long moment, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to utter a second word. The sword energy surrounding him slowly dissipated. A martial god walks the path of martial arts.
But in the end,
Shen Tianzhong still gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. Upon hearing this, Lu suddenly smiled.
Martial god? The martial god? Those two short sentences made Shen Tianzhong's entire face flush a deep crimson. Outside the secret realm, numerous powerful figures watched the scene unfold.
Their expressions all darkened noticeably.
In fact, far from finding Shen Tianzhong's earlier behavior reckless, they actually approved of it wholeheartedly. A true warrior dares to draw his sword against a stronger foe. Most importantly, wherein the word Shen Tianzhong spoke, the very voice echoing in the deepest recesses of these king-tier powerhouses' hearts. Lu was powerful now, excessively so, even absurdly so. But the Beast Master class is, after all, an unconventional one. No one knows whether Lu will be able to remain this overwhelmingly powerful in the future. Or perhaps, at some point, Lu will hit a wall and be unable to take even a single step forward. Just look.
Even the martial god himself advised Lu to abandon the Beastmaster class and switch back to the martial arts path.
What is too rigid is easily broken.
Even with the martial god's protection,
Lu's mindset is still too erratic.
Besides, the present doesn't determine the future. The outcome is still uncertain. No one can say for sure who the true dragon will be. Lu was unaware of the discussions and opinions among the many powerful figures outside the secret realm.
Even if he had heard them, he wouldn't have taken them seriously.
His own class and his king-tier talent, only he understood them fully. No one else, not even the martial god, could possibly grasp the full picture. Lu paid no heed to the group of prodigies behind him, each wearing a different expression. He led the way, striding toward the center of the grand hall. Behind him, Jiang Shuiying followed closely in his footsteps.
It seems there are many scenes engraved on the walls of this hall?
As soon as Lu
finished speaking, the tension in the hall finally eased slightly. At that moment, the other students also noticed this.
Curious, they all crowded closer to the walls surrounding the hall and began to examine them closely.
But as they looked on, everyone's hearts, including Lu's, began to race. On these murals, they seemed to depict scenes from a bygone era. Shattered mountains and land, a sky turned upside down. Human warriors soaring through the skies and diving into the earth, and terrifying, towering behemoths. A student cried out in astonishment.
Immediately afterward, more and more murals were discovered, and scene after scene seemed to emerge as if traveling through time and space. A considerable amount of time passed. After everyone had examined every single mural, that long-forgotten history was finally pieced together. The previous era was known as the Primordial Age. Who knows how long ago that was? Perhaps tens of thousands of years. And in that era, humanity's plight was exactly the same as ours here on Blue Star today. The only difference is, according to the murals, even before the behemoth catastrophe struck, the humans of this world had already embarked on the path of martial arts. Until that fateful day, when the abyss and sanctuary descended simultaneously, the human race embarked on a struggle for survival against the behemoth cataclysm. And this secret realm we're in was once one of the greatest martial arts sects in that world, the Crimson Flame sect. The group chatted back and forth, piecing together all the information. But as Lu listened, he furrowed his brow slightly and fell silent.
He was pondering a question. If it was once one of the most powerful martial arts sects, why had it now become a secret realm? And Lu recalled the choice he faced a year ago, at the moment of his awakening. Class, Beastmaster Unique.
Unique, you are the only Beastmaster in all the heavens and world,
unprecedented and unmatched. Keyword, all the heavens and worlds.
Lu had always believed that Blue Star was by no means the only world. In the infinite expanse of time and space, Blue Star was but a speck in the vast ocean.
But could it be that the behemoth cataclysm has struck all the heavens and worlds simultaneously? And has this cataclysm, from ancient times to the present, perhaps spread across countless eons and eras? Lu stared at the ancient murals before him. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his Beastmaster class might be far more special than he had ever imagined. And in the next moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. At the far end of the grand hall, a series of rumbling sounds rang out, interrupting the students' chatter. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! One after another, several meter-tall humanoid stone statues shot out. Boom! The statues crashed to the ground with a dull thud. And then, hum! Hum hum! Suddenly, dazzling light began to radiate from the statues. Boom! A terrifying aura was reviving, awakening. At that moment, everyone, including Lu, held their breath and stared blankly at the scene. At that moment, inside the grand hall, the stone statues seemed like mighty beings from the ancient era, crossing endless time and space to return to the world. Chapter 86, Taming Beasts is the Path to Invincibility. Why bother with martial arts? Inside the grand hall,
no fewer than 50 stone statues of various sizes stood in a staggered formation.
Each statue now shone with blinding brilliance, like a radiant sun. Hum. Hum hum.
Within the vast and expansive hall, mana howled like a storm, and the oppressive, terrifying aura caused everyone to gasp for breath. One by one, the humanoid stone statues were carved with lifelike detail. Some were male, some female, some carried daggers at their waists, others swords.
And even
a few statues could be seen wielding unique weapons, flying daggers and flutes. As for their eyes, which had once been lifeless and vacant, now, as their aura awoke, seemed to take on a faint glimmer of light and vitality.
Click. Click click. The next moment,
the statues turned their heads slightly, emitting a series of clicking sounds.
Their gaze fell upon the hundreds of students in the hall. At that moment, the oppressive aura intensified once more. Boom.
Some students with lower cultivation levels or weaker resolve, upon meeting that gaze, actually dropped to one knee on the spot.
Whoosh. And in the next instant,
a flash of white light swept through the hall,
and those kneeling students were instantly teleported out of the hall. This scene made the hearts of the remaining people in the hall skip a beat. Clearly, the final opportunity had arrived, but it was also the final test. Hum. Immediately afterward, as if echoing everyone's thoughts, within the hall,
the ethereal light screen projection reappeared, and lines of text materialized.
The Crimson Flame Sect's final opportunity.
Gain the stone statue's approval to inherit the legacy of the corresponding powerhouse.
Each person may choose only one legacy. Inside the hall, the students were taken aback at first, but almost immediately, nearly all of them broke into expressions of wild joy and excitement.
Even prodigies like Li Wan'er and Shen Tianzhong could hardly hide the anticipation on their faces.
This was the legacy of powerhouses from the ancient era. And
just from the oppressive aura they felt moments ago, they could guess the former cultivation realms of these powerhouses terrifyingly strong.
Even
Li Wan'er stole a glance at a female stone statue at the very front. From her, Li Wan'er sensed a sense of oppression similar to that of her own ancestral founder. And her ancestral founder was none other than a saint.
The legacy of a saint.
If this were out in the wider world, never mind king-tier warriors, even countless martial supreme masters would be tearing each other apart over it.
Outside the secret realm, in fact, just as Li Wan'er had imagined,
the group of king-tier powerhouses, upon seeing these stone statues, had their eyes practically turn red with greed. Their gazes were fixed intently on the projection screen, and their breathing grew rapid.
King-tier.
The legacies within these stone statues are likely at least king-tier.
Holy. Amir Sect's secret realm actually hides such a colossal opportunity. I can't fathom the ones at the very front.
I can't shake the feeling that they're all more than just king-tier. The king-tier experts grew increasingly heated in their discussion.
By the end,
some even had chaotic mana fluctuations surging around them, their auras struggling to settle for a long time.
Meanwhile, high above in the sky,
the expressions of several martial arts supremes grew even more solemn and serious.
Their gazes
were now all fixed on the stone statues at the very front.
Saints. It's definitely a saint's legacy. Perhaps even it could be king-tier.
Shi Zongyuan, the Supreme Master of Azure Dragon Academy, spoke slowly and deliberately, delivering his conclusion.
As his words fell, the other Supreme Masters all nodded silently. What a lucky group of students. I just wonder what kind of legacy Lu will ultimately receive.
The female Supreme of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy sighed softly and spoke wistfully.
But in the very next moment,
the scene unfolding on the screen left these Supremes along with all the king-tier powerhouses below completely stunned and speechless.
Inside the Grand Hall.
Perhaps because Lu had ranked first in all his previous assessments.
Whoosh.
A flash of white light. The power of the secret realm's rules instantly teleported him out of the crowd and placed him before the row of stone statues.
At that moment,
a full 50 gazes from ancient powerhouse
all fell upon Lu at once. Yet Lu, facing the terrifying pressure of their auras, remained calm. Then, buzz. Failed the trial.
Trialist Lu has not received recognition from any of the stone statues. 2 lines of text appeared on the light screen projection in the Grand Hall.
At that moment,
the hall fell silent for a split second, then erupted into an uproar.
Holy shit! You've got to be kidding me! With Lu's insanely high cultivation level and combat power, he can even turn the tables on a king tier behemoth at the 7th tier and he still couldn't get recognized? This is fucking. If even Lu can't get recognized, what's the point of us taking this damn test? Let us just give up. Does this opportunity mean we're just supposed to watch that no one can actually get it?
The students erupted into a frenzy, chattering wildly.
As for Lu,
he furrowed his brow slightly as he looked at the 50 stone statues.
A powerful aura emanated from the statues. But
it seemed as though every single one was a martial arts master. Lu furrowed his brow slightly, as if he'd come to a realization.
And in the next moment, from his waist, 2 tokens suddenly flew out.
These were
the so-called sect inheritance tokens Lu had obtained during the previous assessment. As soon as the tokens appeared,
the stone statues, which had been silent, suddenly lit up once more.
Candidate Lu. Using the item legacy token.
You may choose one of the 2 stone statue legacies.
Then,
the 50 stone statues, arranged in staggered rows, all turned their gaze toward Lu once more.
Click.
Click click. The few stone statues at the very front, with the strongest auras, were the first to look away. This meant they still did not approve of Lu's performance.
Click. Click click. Inside the Grand Hall,
the clicking sounds of the stone statues turning their heads rang out continuously.
In the end,
only the 2 stone statues at the very back remained. Their auras were the lowest and weakest among these 50 stone statues.
It seemed they had only barely reached the king tier.
But the absurd thing was,
even so,
the gazes these 2 statues cast upon Lu still seemed filled with utter disappointment and reluctance.
However,
constrained by the rules of the secret realm,
they had no choice but to acknowledge Lu. Candidate Lu, please select 1 stone statue to receive the legacy. At that moment, within the Grand Hall, and both inside and outside the secret realm,
everyone who had witnessed the previous scenes wore deeply peculiar expressions.
In fact, quite a few people were even grinning as if they were watching a farce. Only now did they finally understand?
Perhaps it wasn't that this opportunity assessment was particularly difficult.
But Lu himself,
he had been rejected by these stone statues.
Ha 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 ha.
So what if his previous results were so good?
Faced with a true opportunity, he could only choose the absolute worst one. And he could only do it by relying on an item. That's the treatment the Beastmaster class gets. Inside the Grand Hall, Shen Tianzhong watched the scene unfold.
He screamed inwardly and laughed maniacally in his heart.
And in the next moment,
in front of the stone statues,
Lu laughed as well. Smack!
He reached out and snatched the 2 sect inheritance tokens floating in the air.
Then,
slammed them hard onto the ground.
Immediately afterward,
without the slightest hesitation, he turned and walked away.
Pity me? Look down on me?
Beast mastery is an invincible path. Why should I ever need to rely on martial arts again?
He let out a hearty laugh.
And those wildly defiant words echoed repeatedly throughout the Grand Hall.
And at that very moment, hum, hum hum,
in the darkness at the far end of the hall, deep within the shadows, A stone statue of a red-haired old man, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, suddenly lit up.
Chapter 87, The Awakening of King Tyr Aura? The eight brothers panic. Inside the hall, Lu walked back to the crowd.
Jiang Shuiying bit her lip, worried that Lu's mood might be affected, and stepped forward to say something.
But Lu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "It's fine. Have you forgotten that I'm a beast master, not a warrior?
Actually, even if the statue acknowledges me, it doesn't mean much. Forget about King Tyr. Even if the King Tyr martial arts legacy were handed down to me, it wouldn't really be of much use anyway."
Lu's tone was utterly nonchalant.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiying's pretty face grew tense for a moment. She couldn't think of any better words to comfort Lu.
Meanwhile, on the other side, as Lu walked back into the crowd, buzz. The power of the secret realm's rules activated once more.
Shen Tianzhong's figure appeared before the stone statues. Based on the assessment rankings, Lu was first and Shen Tianzhong second. This was likely the order in which the assessments would proceed.
Buzz. Buzz buzz. At that moment, just as had happened moments before,
the gazes of all 50 stone statues fell in unison upon this prodigy of the Shen clan.
Whoosh! Shen Tianzhong's expression was utterly grave.
He unleashed all his mana, and streaks of sword energy howled and crisscrossed around him.
9-star martial arts talent, and innate sword attribute constitution.
Excluding outliers like Lu, his talent alone was enough to make him stand head and shoulders above countless other prodigies.
At the same time,
from Shen Tianzhong's waist,
a legacy token also shot forth.
This was the reward for the fourth day of the Beast Tide trial. Only 5 students present had received it, and Shen Tianzhong was one of them.
Hum.
One by one, the stone statues lit up.
A moment later, trial participant Shen Tianzhong, recognized by all 7 stone statues, may choose one of the 7 lineages. Whoosh! The instant the results appeared on the light screen,
the students in the grand hall erupted into an uproar
once more. Holy crap! Shen Tianzhong is unbeatable.
So Shen Tianzhong is the true genius after all. It's worth mentioning that Qin Shiyao, who had kept a low profile the entire time, turned out to be the one with the best performance among all the participants. After taking the stage, she actually earned the approval of a full 10 stone statues.
In fact,
among them was the very first King Tyr stone statue at the very front.
This result took everyone completely by surprise. Shen Tianzhong's previously smug expression darkened considerably as a result. In the end, did you feel it, big brother?
The fourth brother, who wielded the ultimate power of flame, shouted and screamed.
Towering flames swept across a region spanning 10,000 li, roaring and churning, revealing the immense turmoil within his heart. Big brother. I felt it too. How is this possible? How could that old man's aura appear at a time like this? Big brother. Little 8 is scared. Wah!
Of the original 50 stone statues, only about 10 remained.
The rest were now following behind various students, acting like bodyguards. Sigh.
I didn't get recognized by a single statue. I'm so unlucky.
Ha. I got lucky. I earned one endorsement.
Even though it was from the statue at the very back, it's still a King Tyr legacy. Out of over 100 of us, we managed to secure more than 40 legacies.
That's an insanely high success rate.
Exactly. Even the lowest tier legacy is better than getting nothing at all. As the trial concluded, the students in the grand hall erupted into a new wave of commotion.
And amidst the chatter,
it seemed as though Lu's name was being mentioned subtly, almost imperceptibly.
Around Shen Tianzhong,
a crowd of prodigious students had gathered, forming a small clique with him at the center. Meanwhile, by Lu's side, stood Jiang Shuiying and Qin Shiyao. What was slightly odd, however, was that behind both women stood a stone statue radiating a powerful aura.
Only Lu stood alone. This must be the final stage of the trial. Once we receive the inheritance, we should be able to leave the secret realm.
Jiang Shuiying looked at Lu and said softly. She had obtained this information from the stone statue. As for the method of inheritance, according to the stone statue, it could take place at any time as long as they established a mental connection. But the exact duration of the inheritance was hard to say. It might end quickly, or it might take several days.
You actually could have chosen a legacy earlier.
Qin Shiyao stared at Lu for a moment before suddenly speaking.
Hearing this, Lu looked over. Their eyes met. It was only for a few seconds.
Qin Shiyao was the first to look away, turning her gaze elsewhere.
As a beastmaster, pursuing a martial arts inheritance would be pointless.
Lu let out a soft sigh and continued. Of course. There was another major reason for this. The passive ability of his Beastmaster class, any mana he cultivated would inevitably be converted into Beastmaster power.
In other words, Lu simply couldn't walk the path of martial arts at all. Could he cultivate both martial arts and beast mastery simultaneously? Lu Hanti exactly never considered it. But unfortunately, it was simply impossible. For him, it was an either-or situation. Without a doubt, Lu would choose Beastmaster. But then again, useless or not, this feeling of being looked down on by a stone statue was really fucking annoying. Lu glanced at Shen Tianzhong, who was standing not far away with a beaming smile on his face. There were two things he hated most in his life. First, being stopped from showing off. Second, someone showing off right in front of him. Boom. Rumble. And just as Lu had this thought, inside the grand hall, it suddenly began to shake violently. A series of thunderous roars exploded in everyone's ears at the same time. Boom. Rumble. The deafening roars continued unabated. At that moment, everyone could even feel the ground beneath their feet trembling incessantly. Holy crap! What's going on? Some students, pale with shock, let out cries of alarm. Meanwhile, the quicker-thinking students immediately asked the heritage statues behind them. Then, they were all left speechless. Because, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stone statues, which had been following the students like bodyguards, suddenly flew uncontrollably and in unison toward the center of the hall. Among them was even the King Tier stone statue that Qin Shiyao had obtained. And the 10 stone statues that hadn't been claimed by anyone earlier also shot out of the darkness and landed in the center of the hall. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. But in the next instant, the astonishment on everyone's faces turned to bewilderment and awe. Because, click, 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 boom. In the center of the grand hall, all 50 stone statues suddenly knelt on the ground in perfect unison, kneeling on one knee, bowing their heads. Not even the King Tier heritage statues at the very front were an exception. And in fact, the commotion wasn't limited to the grand hall alone. Boom. Rumble. At that moment, the entire secret realm, even the barren lands within the endless void, was shaking violently. Across the endless wilderness, countless hordes of beasts that had been lurking and roaming now lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Inside the arena, the last few King Tier giant wolves remaining in the darkness. The sorrow on their faces was instantly replaced by intense fear and horror. It's him. He is back. Even creatures as powerful as King Tier behemoths, at that very moment, seemed as fragile as a child afraid of thunder. Boom. Rumbling. The tremors within the secret realm continued to intensify. Soon, these tremors were on the verge of spreading to the outside world. Outside the secret realm, the entrance resembling a rift in the heavens and earth, had once been utterly still. But now it churned ceaselessly. It was as if Some utterly terrifying entity were about to emerge from within. This sight left all the king-tier powerhouses on the ground below utterly horrified. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, several martial supreme masters were now struggling even to remain suspended in midair. Their bodies were plummeting toward the ground at breakneck speed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the earth erupted in a cloud of dust. The 5 supreme masters were literally pressed back down onto the ground. What is this? What an aura! Among the 5, Shui Feng, the commander of the Dark Dragon Legion, who had always been the most composed, was now trembling slightly despite his imposing frame. Because even the faintest trace of the aura seeping from that abyssal fissure made him a peak supreme master feel the threat of death. It seemed the master of that aura could effortlessly annihilate him with a single thought. But what truly filled him with panic and unease was this aura seemed even more terrifying than that of the martial god he had once encountered. The martial god was, after all, at the peak of the demigod realm. Stronger than even the martial god. No matter how blind they might be, they could tell by now. This stone statue of a red-haired old man had an astonishingly grand origin, the kind that could pierce the heavens. Just look. All those stone statues of the saints from earlier were now kneeling in unison before the old man, their faces filled with devotion and fervor. Gulp. Inside the grand hall, countless sounds of quiet swallowing echoed. Hundreds of students exchanged glances, none able to speak nor daring to speak. Only, "It's you!" Lua's startled cry exploded through the hall like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. All the other students instantly felt their scalps prickle. Click click. At that moment, the 50 stone statues that had been kneeling before the red-haired old man suddenly turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixed intently on Lu. Those who show disrespect to the ancestor die. These stone statues, which had remained silent from start to finish, suddenly roared in unison. Boom! An unparalleled aura surged forth, nearly overturning the entire hall. The power of a venerable, the might of a saint. This was something no one below the king tier could ever attain. We're done for. Ah! Lu, I hate you. Are we really going to die here? Lu, you're so ruthless, you're dooming yourself and dragging us down with you. At that moment, nearly every student present felt the scent of death bearing down on them. Even though many of them had previously earned the stone statue's approval. But now, those who show no respect for the ancestor shall die. But just at this critical moment, the red-haired old man's gaze fell upon Lu. A look of resignation suddenly appeared on his disheveled face. There's no need. A benevolent voice echoed from the red-haired old man's stone statue. Whoosh! In an instant, the endless sea of fire blazed even more brilliantly. The terrifying aura emanating from the 50 stone statues instantly melted away like spring snow. Their faces regained their previous expressions of devotion and fervor. All the stone statues knelt silently before the red-haired old man, as if the storm that had just raged had never happened at all. Phew! At that moment, the students in the hall, feeling as though they'd escaped death, all breathed a huge sigh of relief. But immediately afterward, their gazes fixed intently on Lu. Clearly, it was Lu's reckless outburst that had nearly caused everyone to be wiped out on the spot. Lu, you. Shen Tianzong's face was slightly pale as he was about to confront him. But before he could finish his sentence, he forced himself to stop. Because the stone statue of the red-haired old man at the center of the sea of fire hummed as it traversed space, descending directly in front of Lu. The two were almost face to face. And in the very next moment, that benevolent voice rang out once more from the stone statue of the red-haired old man. Young man, you finally arrived. With just those 2 words, Shen Tianzong's face froze completely. All the students inside the grand hall were utterly dumbfounded. And outside the secret realm,
The numerous powerhouses watching this scene, including several martial arts supremes, all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment.
this terrifying king tier being actually revealed himself just for Lu. At that moment,
From those two brief sentences spoken by the red-haired old man,
everyone received exactly the same information. And then, they were completely baffled.
the king tier ancestor mentioned by the ancient stone statues had actually come for Lu. But clearly, just moments ago, Lu had even been rejected by the 50 stone statues.
Boom. Boom, boom. Just as everyone realized this, inside the grand hall, a series of muffled sounds suddenly rang out. Only then did they notice.
Those 50 stone statues of powerful beings had, at some point, turned around. Now, they were all facing Lu in unison, kneeling on one knee. "We were disrespectful earlier. We beg your forgiveness." The rumbling voices nearly shook everyone's eardrums.
And those two sentences. The stone statues were addressing Lu. At that moment,
Both inside and outside the secret realm, there was complete silence. The turn of events had come too suddenly and too quickly, everyone's minds had completely frozen.
inside the grand hall,
Lu looked at the stone statue of the red-haired old man before him, then glanced at the 50 stone statues of powerful figures kneeling in unison not far away.
to be honest, he was completely baffled right now.
"You?
Who are you, exactly?
Why did you say you'd wait for me earlier?" Lu's gaze finally settled back on the red-haired old man, his mind swirling with countless questions. Just as the words left his lips, a gentle smile spread across the red-haired old man's face. He didn't answer immediately, but instead stared quietly at Lu for a long, long time.
Until Lu began to feel a chill run down his spine.
Only then did the red-haired old man's voice slowly echo within his heart.
Who am I? In the last era, many people called me Old Man Yen.
Hearing this, Lu was taken aback for a moment and instinctively asked,
Are you the patriarch of the Crimson Flame sect? Is this secret realm yours?
The red-haired old man's stone statue nodded slightly, then shook its head.
Yes, and no. Lu? Damn it. The martial god had barely left, and now another riddle spinner shows up, huh? Ha ha. Don't rush, don't panic, don't get angry. I'll tell you everything you want to know.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the red-haired old man's stone statue suddenly turned around. He extended his right hand and gently tapped the air. Buzz. Buzz buzz. Spatial ripples, almost visible to the naked eye, spread out from his fingertip and, in an instant, covered the entire hall.
And immediately afterward, Lu realized
his surroundings had changed. It seemed as though he was no longer in the hall, but had appeared in some mysterious space.
I sent them off to continue with their respective tasks. As he spoke,
the old man reached out once more and tapped the air. Then, a live feed of the hall's current scene appeared before Lu's eyes.
In the hall,
the figures of him and the red-haired old man had vanished. Meanwhile, the students erupted into a chaotic uproar.
But before long,
as the stone statues returned one by one, the students were forced to temporarily suppress the surging emotions within them and each accept the martial arts legacy passed down by the ancient masters. Then, Old Man Yen reached out once more and lightly tapped the void.
At that moment,
a terrifying scene unfolded. Under Lu's horrified gaze,
time and space around the old man seemed to begin rewinding, reversing, and flowing backward. Until the very moment Lu had first entered the secret realm and stepped onto the Jade Plaza.
Chapter 90, Endless Catastrophes, the Turn of an Era, the Destruction of the World. Inside the mysterious space, Old Man Yen and Lu stood facing each other.
Then, all around Lu,
scene after scene, everything that had happened since he first entered the secret realm began to rewind.
Even
Lu could feel that he was standing right beside himself. Together with Old Man Yen, he watched as himself underwent the power test, survived the beast tie trial, and stepped into the great hall of the Crimson Flame sect.
Time ticked by second. Yet time seemed to stand still in that very moment.
Lu had no idea how long had actually passed.
Finally, as the timeline converged, he and himself overlapped. The time-space rewind ended, and he returned to the present. The moment his consciousness returned, Lu's scalp prickled. He was 100% certain.
This was absolutely not a mere replay of events. Rather, it was a genuine breach of the barriers of time and space. He and Old Man Yen had traveled back to the previous timeline, standing outside of time itself, quietly observing everything that had transpired during that period. Terrifying, unbelievable, defying the laws of nature.
At that moment, these were the only thoughts in Lu's mind. As for Old Man Yen,
he seemed to have done nothing more than a trivial little thing. After observing all of Lu's actions, a genuine, heartfelt smile finally appeared on his disheveled yet kind face.
"Young man, you're quite impressive."
The look in Old Man Yen's eyes as he gazed at Lu now held not only the initial warmth but also a touch of admiration and satisfaction. Lu didn't know what to say, so he simply nodded blankly.
The next moment,
after staring at Lu for a while, Old Man Yen suddenly spoke.
"You carry the aura of a supreme being."
At those words, Lu was taken slightly aback.
A supreme being?
A strange aura. Not yet at the king tier, yet surpassing the king tier.
It seems you're an interesting young man after all.
Old Man Yen muttered to himself. He stared at Lu for a moment, as if something had occurred to him, as if he had an epiphany, but he didn't spell it out. Only Lu remained completely baffled from start to finish, his face a picture of confusion.
"Let us not talk about that."
Just as Lu was about to ask for clarification, Old Man Yen waved his hand to cut him off. Then, changing his tone, he said leisurely.
"Young man, do you know why I've been waiting for you for 120,000 years? As soon as those words were spoken, Lu's full attention was instantly captured. "I don't know. Please enlighten me, elder."
Lu nodded honestly and replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Old Man Yen smiled. Finally, he stopped holding back and began to explain slowly.
"You see, I'm actually a remnant from the previous era. It's been over 120,900 years since the last era.
I'm sure you've already seen the murals inside the Grand Hall.
You must have figured it out by now, right?
The so-called behemoth catastrophe, the war between humanity and the behemoths, is not an event confined to a single era or world, but a fate shared by all eras and all worlds. From ancient times to the present, it has spanned countless eras and extended far beyond the myriad heavens and worlds." At this point, Old Man Yen paused briefly. A rare hint of sadness flashed across his face. After a long silence, Old Man Yen suddenly asked, "Do you know the origin of those 50 stone statues in the main hall earlier?" After hearing this, Lu thought for a moment and said, "A legacy left behind by the martial arts masters of the Red Flame sect?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Old Man Yen fell silent once more. He ran his fingers through his disheveled, fiery red hair, then let out a long sigh before speaking in a somber tone. "A legacy? Perhaps. Those stone statues were created by them, sealing away their own bodies and souls. Those stone statues are them." These words struck like a thunderclap. Lu froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. Stone statues. They were actually those martial arts masters themselves. "Then you..." Lu suddenly snapped out of it and stared wide-eyed at the red-haired old man's stone statue before him. This time, Old Man Yen shook his head and sighed. "I'm different from them. Back then, I had already reached the king tier realm and was able to enter the starry sky battlefield. This stone statue is merely a remnant of my spirit that I left behind." After hearing this, Lu furrowed his brow and pressed further. Then why did they seal away their own lives and souls, willingly becoming cold, lifeless stone statues? If it were possible, wouldn't anyone have the will to survive? Old Man Yan said nothing. He fell silent once more. A very, very long time passed. Ah! He let out a long sigh, and a deeper sense of sorrow settled over his aged face. He seemed unwilling to say any more. So he reached out and gently tapped the void. Hum. Scene after scene began to emerge. It was scenes from the ancient era. It was mountains and rivers turned upside down, the world collapsed, and the stars of the universe began to collapse and fall. It was on the planets, countless humans and even behemoths wailed desperately for help. But in the end, everything turned to dust and vanished into the endless void. Such a scene left Lu deep shaken. He struggled to recover for a long time. Then old Yen's voice rang out again, faint and eerie. This time, what he recounted was the most terrifying tale Lu had ever heard. The abyss descends, the behemoth cataclysm. Eras shift, worlds collapse. As long as this endless war between humanity and the behemoths remains unresolved, every 129,600 years, the era will collapse and restart. At that time, except for king-tier humans or beasts capable of entering the starry sky battlefield, all other life will meet its end. Even if those stone statues out there were once my most favored disciples, yet even they could not escape that fate. And as for the various hidden realms in your world, in essence, they are nothing more than remnants of the world shattered after the collapse of the ancient era. Old Man Yen revealed this earth-shattering secret. For a moment, Lu suddenly felt as if he couldn't catch his breath. All along, he had always believed that as long as he kept growing and becoming stronger, even if he couldn't save all of humanity, he could at least protect those close to him from the threat of the behemoth cataclysm. But in reality, even someone as powerful as Old Man Yen could ultimately do nothing but watch helplessly as his disciple, at the moment of the era's collapse, sealed away his own life and soul, turning into a cold, lifeless stone statue. This. How utterly powerless. Is it tragic? Old Man Yen looked at Lu and suddenly asked. It is tragic. Lu nodded. And in the next moment, a look of relief suddenly spread across Old Man Yen's face. He looked at Lu, his gaze brimming with hope and anticipation. Young man. 1,200,000 years ago, I once accidentally caught a glimpse of a prophecy about the future. In that vision, you are the one who will put an end to all this sorrow. As the words fell, Lu froze in shock. Yet Old Man Yen's tone grew even more resolute. You are the Beastmaster. You are the one and only Beastmaster across all heavens and realms. Perhaps in this endless cycle of the behemoth's calamity, you are the only one who can break the cycle. With just these 3 sentences, Lu's scalp prickled. Chapter 91, The Ninth Key. The ninth head, the Dragon of Time. Inside the mysterious space, the sea of fire remained as dazzling as ever. But Lu's head was now buzzing. For a moment, his entire body felt numb. The information and secrets Old Man Yen had just revealed were simply too mind-blowing. Lu would even go so far as to say that not even the king-tier powerhouses of this era might know these secrets of the cycle of eras. Even if they did know, they likely wouldn't make them public. After all, these are secrets and an outcome that inspire despair. Over the course of countless eras, in countless worlds, how many extraordinarily talented human powerhouses have emerged? Lu didn't know. But they must be as countless as the stars in the sky. Yet even so, the eras continue to restart time and again, and the cycle of reincarnation continues to repeat itself. No one can change any of this. It's as if this hopeless outcome will persist forever. And now, Old Man Yen suddenly told him he might be the only solution to break the cycle. At that moment, Lu felt as if he couldn't catch his breath. It was as if a burden weighing 10 million June had been placed on his shoulders. Young man, I've probably talked too much. You
Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, no one is born to be a savior, and no one is born to change or save anything. It's just that. This old man thinks you probably don't want to go through the sorrow and despair I once did watching helplessly as all your dearest loved ones meet their end. Old man Yan looked at Lu and spoke slowly. Lu remained silent, offering no reply. It was unclear how much time had passed. Until... Hoo-oo. Lu exhaled a long, heavy breath. His gaze once again became clear and bright. Young man, have you figured it out? Old man Yan stared at Lu, somewhat surprised. Hearing this, Lu lifted his head and smiled brightly. I've figured it out. Right now, when I search my heart, I don't yet have the resolve to be some kind of savior. I just want to get stronger, then show off, keep getting stronger, keep showing off. But if fate really gives me that script, assigns me that role, then I think I'll do what I'm supposed to do. As the words fell, Old Man Yen froze. It took quite a while. He finally ran his fingers through his messy red hair and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha.